Chapter 1: The Adult World. Mr. Chen, my husband should be waiting for me in the parking lot after school. It would be bad if he saw me. A piece of trash, so what if he sees it? Ning Fan was outside the car, watching his wife Yang Qiqi enjoying herself under Chen Wei. His eyes turned red and his body was shaking violently with anger. He and Yang Qiqi met when they were in high school. At that time, Yang Qiqi's family was poor and almost had no money to let her go to school. He worked part-time after school to support her schooling. It has been 7 years now. After Yang Qiqi's grandfather learned about this, he was very grateful to him. After the two graduated from high school and turned 18, he ignored his family's opposition and recruited Ning Fan as the son-in-law of the Yang family. After Yang Qiqi went to college, the Yang family gradually became better off. Under the leadership of her grandfather, they opened a small factory producing medicines. However, Ning Fan still earned money for her schooling himself. After all, he had to support his wife. Normally, this old man Yang was nice to Ning Fan. He would secretly give Ning Fan some money every now and then, and would also bring his sister to visit during holidays. Ning Fan was also very touched. Ever since the college entrance examination and his mother disappeared, he had never felt the care from his elders again. Tonight is my wife's birthday. A few months ago, she was complaining that her phone was not easy to use and that she always used 460 when playing games. So, Ning Fan saved money for the past few months and bought the latest fruit machine to give her a surprise. But what I saw was this scene. Anger, rage, and a rapid surge in blood pressure all rushed into Ning Fan's mind, causing him to lose his mind. Holding the unopened fruit machine in his hand, he smashed the car window directly. Bang! The two people in the car were immediately frightened. He quickly looked outside. Ning Fan actually came. Ning Fan opened the car door and looked at the two naked people. He stared at Yang Qiqi and couldn't help but shed tears. Why? Ning Fan was in great pain, with pain in his eyes. He couldn't understand why Yang Qiqi betrayed him. A trace of panic flashed in Yang Qiqi's eyes. She didn't expect Ning Fan to come to the parking lot to find her in advance. But soon the panic in her eyes was replaced by calmness, and the expression on her face was replaced by indifference as she put on her clothes. After getting dressed and getting out of the car, Yang Qiqi looked at Ning Fan and said, "Since you've already seen it, I don't have anything to say. Why are you doing this to me?" Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, but he felt nothing. He roared. "You're Kiki's useless delivery husband, right? In the adult world, there aren't so many whys. If there is, then being poor and useless is the original sin. Someone like Qiqi, who has received higher education, would not be interested in someone as poor and useless as you. She is not something you can control." Chen Wei also put on his clothes, leaned against the car, lit a cigarette, and said lightly, "Ning Fan, you're such a loser and a fool. You're just a loser who couldn't even get into college and can only deliver packages. Your life will be like this, with no future at all. Only a foolish woman would follow you and suffer for the rest of her life." Yang Qiqi sneered and said, "I can't waste my whole life on you. When I got the marriage certificate with you, if it wasn't for Grandpa forcing me, and I was still young, do you think I would have agreed? Don't dream. I know that since I was in my first year of high school, and even now, all my tuition, living expenses, and even expenses have been supported by you. But you really don't deserve me. From the moment I went to college and you started working, there has been a gap between us that you will never be able to overcome in your lifetime. This gap cannot be bridged by you being nice to me. Ning Fan, we are no longer from the same world." After a pause, Yang Qiqi looked at Chen Wei and said, "Do you know who he is?" Chen Wei, the eldest son of the Jiangcheng Chen group. "To tell you the truth, I slept with him during my sophomore year." "Are you still fantasizing that after graduation and our wedding, I'll give you my virginity? You are so delusional. Only people like Wei Ge are worthy of my help. People like you at the bottom of society may not know what the Chen group represents. Let me tell you what it represents. It represents endless money. The total market value has reached 200 million, and the liquid cash on hand is nearly 50 million. You can't earn that much in 8 lifetimes delivering couriers." Recently, the Jiang family in the provincial capital announced that they will be opening a new company in Jiangcheng today and offering a project worth 1 billion yuan. The Chen family has already secured the right to compete for the project, so it's basically a pre-selected position. Once the Jiang family announces it at the Chamber of Commerce in 7 days, the project will officially launch. Once this project is completed, the Chen family will leap into the billion-dollar asset club and become one of Jiangqing's wealthy families. Do you know what this means? That's a powerful entity in Jiangbei province's underground world. If we can reach a cooperation with the Jiang family, my Yang family will rise to prominence along with the Chen family in the future. The benefits of cooperation with the Jiang family are beyond the imagination of a loser like you. Even the residue left between their fingernails can turn a dog into a dragon in Jiangbei. He's just a useless courier. What does he know? There's no need to tell him these things. Chen Wei put his arm around Yang Qiqi's waist and leaned against the car, looking at Ningfan with disdain. Fuck you. The anger accumulated in Ningfan's heart reached a critical point and exploded directly. He grabbed the fruit machine that had just smashed the car window and smashed it on Chen Wei's head. All of a sudden, Chen Wei's head was bleeding. Ningfan, what are you doing? Are you crazy? How dare you hit Wei Gu? Yang Qiqi's face changed. She didn't expect Ningfan to dare to hit someone. Ah! Chen Wei screamed. The door of a Wuling Hongguang opened, and 7 or 8 people rushed out, pulled Ningfan away, and attacked him with sticks. These are the bodyguards that Chen Wei brings with him when he goes out. Beat me. Beat me to death. Fuck you. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Chen Wei covered the bleeding spot on his head and kicked Ningfan repeatedly in the crowd. No one passing by dared to stop them. They all looked at Ningfan, who was beaten with a bloody head, with pitiful eyes. Soon Ningfan fell in a pool of blood, staining the ground red. It was not until Ningfan was beaten to the point of being unable to move that Chen Wei left, cursing and hugging Yang Qiqi. No one noticed that the jade pendant worn around Ningfan's neck fell to the ground and suddenly lit up when it touched Ningfan's blood. And just then, a Panamera stopped nearby. A beautiful woman with long hair walked out of the car. This beautiful woman is wearing a black hip skirt that tightly wraps her plump and perky buttocks. Under the short skirt are slender long legs wrapped in black stockings as thin as cicada wings. The upper body is wearing a shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing a cleavage as white as snow. A pair of high heels are stepping on her feet, which enhances her figure to the extreme. The woman frowned as she looked at Ningfan, who lay in a pool of blood, and asked in confusion, "Is he the man that Grandpa asked me to come from the provincial capital specifically to open a branch office and secretly find?" Chapter 2 Inheritance. Seeing Ningfan like this, Zhang Rushua couldn't accept it. The assistant got out of the car and frowned beside him, saying, "Boss Jiang, the man the old man asked you to find said he could cure your illness. How can he treat you if he can't even protect himself? Is he mistaken?" Watching this scene, and recalling her grandfather's words in her mind, Zhang Rushua's brows furrowed even tighter. "Rushua, if there is anyone in this world who can solve your cold problem, it can only be that person's offspring. Our Jiang family can have the status we have now thanks to the little help that person gave us a few years ago. Let's go to Jiangcheng. If it works, let him become our son-in-law. Only in this way can the Jiang family continue after I leave." Oh. Zhang Rushua sighed. She really didn't want to believe that the man lying in a pool of blood was the one she wanted to find to cure her illness, and also the man her grandfather hinted that she would be the best person to marry. Zhang Rushua looked towards the provincial capital and whispered, "Grandpa, I'll give him a year to prove himself. If he's successful, I'll marry him. If not, I'll give him the company in Jiangcheng as a way to repay the favor he gave the Jiang family." At that time, the old house of the Yang family. Everyone in the Yang family is here. Because just now Yang Qiqi brought a man back and said to the old man in front of everyone, "Grandpa, I don't like that loser Ningfan. He can't give me the happiness and life I want. I don't want to waste my life on a loser who can't even get into college. I have the right to pursue the life I want. This is Chen Wei, the young master of the Chun group, whom I met in college. I want to be with him after divorcing Ningfan these 2 days." Just these 3 sentences made Mr. Yang so angry that his face turned pale, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. He hasn't woken up yet. Cough cough. At this moment, the unconscious Yan Yuanzhong finally moved, but his face was still extremely pale. "Grandfather." The eyes of several younger generations of the Yang family lit up and they shouted quickly, "Dad, are you okay?" Yan Yuanzhong has 2 sons. The one speaking now is his eldest son Yang Fan, who is also Yang Qiqi's father. "Dad, let me be fair. There's really no need for Qiqi to spend her whole life with Ningfan. He didn't even get into college, so this is how his life will be. He can only be a courier for the rest of his life. Do you really want to see Chi-Chi spend her whole life with a courier? The one who spoke at this time was the eldest daughter-in-law Jia Mengmeng. Dad, what my sister-in-law said is right. There is really no need for that. Young Master Chen is a handsome man, much better than that loser Ning Fan. The youngest son Yang Rong frowned and spoke. Grandpa, Ning Fan is a loser. He failed the college entrance exam and pissed off his mother, who's not even back yet. Not long after, his burdensome sister got sick again and hasn't recovered yet. I heard that if she wants to recover on her own, she'll need heart bypass surgery, which will cost 800,000 to 900,000 yuan. If my sister doesn't divorce him, won't he have to ask our Yang family for help with the surgery? Yang Tingting spoke up. She was Yang Fan's second daughter. Grandpa, I heard that after this operation, we'll have to spend hundreds of thousands to recuperate. Wouldn't that cost over 1.5 million? His sister's illness is a bottomless pit. How can our Yang family afford to endure the torment of these two useless people? Why keep such a waste if you don't kick him out of the Yang family? You are a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Yang Yuanzhong was so angry that his body was shaking and he kept coughing. When Yang Chi-Chi was in high school and our family was broke, who worked part-time to earn money for her education? Have you forgotten? He didn't get into university. Others didn't count, but Yang Chi-Chi, don't you have any idea? If he hadn't been saving money for your university tuition, would Xiaofan have been late for the comprehensive science exam? How could I, Yang Yuanzhong, give birth to a bunch of conscienceless offspring like you? Old man, I don't like what you said. The old lady came to the window and said with her crutches. If I don't let Chi-Chi be with that loser for the rest of her life, would I be an ungrateful person? Is there no other way to compensate? How much money he spent on Chi-Chi's schooling? Our Yang family can just pay him back. Why are you putting Chi-Chi's life on a loser? And didn't Chi-Chi find a better young master from the Chen family? The Chen family is a third-tier family in Jiangcheng. They just need an opportunity to squeeze into the circle of wealthy families in Jiangcheng. If Chi-Chi follows this young Master Chen, our Yang family will also be able to enjoy the influence of a wealthy family in the future. Ha ha. Yang Yuanzhong laughed. He looked at the ceiling and said in a trembling voice, You don't understand, you don't understand. Compared to that person's child, the Chen family is nothing. Even those noble families in the north are nothing. The Yang family's chance has been ruined by you. This is God's will for my Yang family to stop here. You will regret it. You'll regret this. Chen Wei frowned. Can this old man speak? He actually looked down on his own Chen family and thought they were not as good as that useless courier. However, since this was his first time visiting the Yang family and he wanted to leave a good impression, Chen Wei did not get angry. The other members of the Yang family were stunned by Yang Yuanzhong's words. Ning Fan is just a useless courier. How did he suddenly become associated with chance? And they said they would regret it. They can't understand. They were so happy that they couldn't contain their joy at kicking this waste Ning Fan out of the Yang family and making sure he had nothing to do with them anymore. How could they regret it? The old man is getting more and more confused as he grows older. Grandpa, what do you mean? Yang Chi-Chi asked somewhat unconvinced. Why is the man I chose not as good as Ning Fan, a loser who can only deliver couriers? Yang Yuanzhong stopped talking and closed his eyes. At that time, because Ning Fan sponsored Yang Chi-Chi's schooling, he bought some things and went to thank Ning Fan and his mother. When I first met Ning Fan's mother, I thought she was just an ordinary person like them. But unexpectedly, more than 4 years ago, on the night that Ning Fan and Yang Chi-Chi graduated from high school, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. That night, Ning Fan's mother found him and asked him to take care of Ning Fan and the little girl at home as she was going on a long trip. When she comes back, she will thank the Yang family very much. In order to express her sincerity, Ning Fan's mother gave Yang Yuanzhong a fortune before leaving. It was also because of this fortune that the Yang family lived a better life as soon as Yang Chi-Chi started college, and they even opened a small factory. All of this stems from Ning Fan's mother. After explaining all this, Ning Fan's mother walked into the air, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Jiangcheng. Yes, it means walking in the air. At that time, Yang Yuanzhong was so scared that he fell to his knees on the ground and called him a god. Until now, Yang Yuanzhong has not forgotten that scene and dares not tell anyone. Only he himself knows. This was a great opportunity for the Yang family, but it was ruined by a group of ignorant and ungrateful people in his family. Losing the opportunity is a small matter, but if Ning Fan's sister doesn't have enough money to receive surgery in time and something happens to her, how will he explain it to Ning Fan's mother when she comes back? Xiao Fan, you've suffered a lot these years. Ning Fan heard a familiar voice of guilt while in a coma. Mother! Ning Fan saw a woman standing in the air. She was as beautiful as a goddess and recognized her at the first sight. Where are you? My sister, and I miss you so much. Tears welled up in Ning Fan's eyes. His mother disappeared after the college entrance examination. He always thought that his mother felt that he did not get into college and did not bring honor to her. In addition, she had never had a man by her side since she was a child, that is, her father. So she could not bear the pointing and criticizing of relatives in her hometown and left on her own. He thought he would never see his mother again, but he didn't expect to see her again. And when he saw his mother again, she was like a fairy, which made him happy and shocked. What kind of person is his mother? I originally intended for you to be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life, but I didn't expect you to take this path. In that case, I will pass on to you the inheritance your father prepared for you. The woman did not respond to Ning Fan, asking where he was, but spoke. Ning Fan was shocked. Dad's inheritance? Where's my dad? Where are you? Ning Fan couldn't help but ask. Xiao Fan, since you can't live your life like an ordinary person, you must practice hard, overcome difficulties and obstacles, and reach the top. The woman said with a smile. Xiao Fan, you must take good care of your sister. She will be a great help to you in the future. As the words gradually faded, the woman's figure gradually became illusory. Ning Fan wanted to rush over, but found that he could not move at all. And his brain felt like it was about to be torn apart. At this moment, a large amount of information flooded into his mind like a tide. Chapter 3. You are Ning Fan, right? There are secret methods of cultivating immortality, sacred medical techniques, feng shui techniques, divine pupil techniques, and alchemy techniques. At this moment, Ning Fan felt that he had mastered a lot of things at once, as if they were innate. Too much information continued to pour into Ning Fan's head. Ning Fan could still see the first few secret techniques clearly and could clearly feel that his brain could accommodate them, but the latter ones felt like oracle bone inscriptions and he could not understand them at all. Just when Ning Fan felt like he was about to be completely torn apart, he discovered that the information that was pouring into his mind was merging together and finally transformed into a 9-story glazed tower in his mind. At the same time, a vortex appeared in the lower abdomen, slowly attracting the warm current between heaven and earth and flowing through the whole body. The tearing feeling disappeared at once. Xiao Fan, don't tell anyone about the 9-story glazed pagoda. Practice well, and when your consciousness can reach the 7th level, you will know where your mother is. Mom looks forward to seeing you again. Just as the woman's illusory figure was about to disappear completely, a few more words entered Ning Fan's mind. Mom! Mom, don't go! Ning Fan yelled and opened his eyes immediately. He suddenly sat up from the bed and hugged forward. But the next second, Ning Fan was stunned. Because he was hugging a strange soft body, his face just hit the baby warehouse on this soft body, and at the same time, his nose inhaled a faint fragrance that made him intoxicated. Have you hugged me enough? A voice as cold as ice was heard, and Ning Fan suddenly let go of his hand and looked around in confusion. His eyes fell on the beautiful woman in front of him, who was as cold as ice. My breathing became rapid. This woman is so beautiful. He used to think young Chi-Chi was a beauty, but now he thinks there is always someone better than you. The beauty of the woman in front of me is so great that even 10 young Chi-Chi combined cannot match it. She is tall, with delicate skin, and her front and back are big, perky and round. Call. Ning Fan was suddenly stunned and took a deep breath, because he found that his eyes seemed to be able to see through things vaguely. But it's not very clear. He tried to follow the method of the divine eye secret technique in his mind and found that his eyes gradually became warm, and then the perspective image became clearer. Then the white shirt, black underwear, black hip skirt and black stockings on this beautiful woman disappeared one by one in his eyes. In the end, he actually looked at the woman naked. It's really too big and too full. Ning Fan was extremely shocked and his blood was boiling. It turned out that what he just experienced was not a dream. It's all true. My eyes can see through things because of the secret technique of the divine pupil inherited from me. Have you seen enough? Zhang Rushua's icy voice rang out again. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Ning Fan quickly said, I'm sorry. I just saw my loved one in my dream. I didn't want her to leave, so I ended up hugging you. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Jiang Rushue snorted coldly and said, since you can wake up, it seems that you are no longer in serious trouble. Jiang Rushue was in a bad mood. In more than 20 years, she had never had such close contact with a man. As a result, she was hugged tightly by the man in front of her, and his head was buried between her breasts, squeezing her tightly. After letting go of her hands, she kept staring at her breasts. According to my previous temper, I would definitely beat up such a hooligan, but for some reason, I didn't feel any disgust towards him just now. Why is this happening? You saved me? Ning Fan quickly retracted his gaze. It was a bit obscene to look at his savior like that. Thank you. However, Ning Fan was extremely happy in his heart. Since the inheritance in his dream was true, his sister was saved. He remembered that after the first huge amount of secret information was poured into his mind, the second piece of secret information was about medicine. At this moment, after thinking about his sister's illness, countless solutions suddenly appeared in his mind. This made him even happier. No need to thank me, you don't deserve to die. Jiang Rushue said. You are Ning Fan, right? Ning Fan was stunned. This was the first time he saw this beautiful woman. How did she know his name? Although he was a little confused, Ning Fan nodded and said, It's me. What's your name? My last name is Jiang. As for the rest, you are not qualified to know now. Jiang Rushue said lightly. She didn't plan to tell Ning Fan her full name yet. Ning Fan looked embarrassed, but soon felt relieved. That's right, now I am just a low-level person delivering couriers, but the beauty in front of me is obviously an upper-class person, no matter from her temperament or dress. I am very lucky to be rescued by her and know her last name. How can you even expect to know someone's full name? Boss Jiang, it's getting late. We should go back. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the room, and then the arrogant assistant Zheng Xiaoxiao walked in. Ning Fan took a subconscious look at the woman. She had a good face and a nice figure. Her body was big and curvy, and her skin was fair and tender. At the same time, I was slightly surprised that this was actually a beautiful female CEO. He is indeed an upper-class person. In the future, if you can change your current situation and stop being such a loser, then you will be qualified to know my full name. Jiang Rushue said to Ning Fan, then turned and walked towards the door of the room. It took some time to move Ning Fan to the hotel. She also had to go back to prepare for the project launch and cooperation conference to be held by the company in Jiangqing 7 days later. For companies that have already obtained the qualifications to compete for the project, regardless of their background or strength, all aspects must be considered, and internal decisions and alternative cooperation companies must be made in advance. Ning Fan's eyes, which had been dimming, suddenly lit up. If he had not inherited his father's legacy, perhaps he would not have ignited such hope at all. But now I have the inheritance prepared by my father for me, and these inheritances are all true and extremely extraordinary. Then he believed that he would never be such a useless person for the rest of his life. At this time, Ning Fan looked at Jiang Rushue's leaving back and his brows suddenly frowned. Because he suddenly saw a chill coming out from Jiang Rushue's lower abdomen. And this cold air is still expanding. Jiang Rushue walked out of the room. Her face, which was originally slightly rosy, turned pale in an instant. She thought to herself that something was wrong. Damn the cold. Why are the intervals between attacks getting shorter and shorter? When she was young, it happened once every 3 years, then once every 2 years, and when she was 12 years old, it started to happen once a year. When I was 16, it was once every 3 months. When I turned 18, I started doing it once a month. When I turned 22 last month, I started doing it once every 15 days. How come it happened prematurely, less than 15 days after the last attack, only about 7 days? And this time, she could clearly feel that the coldness in her body was much greater than before. It has expanded at least 10 times. She lost her balance and was about to fall to the ground. Boss Jian! Zheng Xiaoxiao screamed in surprise. Ning Fan rushed forward in an instant, and he himself didn't even notice how fast he was. In just 2 breaths, he came to Jiang Rushue and hugged her smooth waist, so Jiang Rushue did not fall. Once again in such close contact with Jiang Rushue, Ning Fan smelled the faint fragrance on Jiang Rushue's body, which made him imagine a lot. But he quickly suppressed the evil thoughts in his mind. Jiang Rushue was his savior, how could he have such dirty thoughts? Ning Fan quickly carried Jiang Rushue to the bed and covered her with a quilt. After more than 10 minutes, she finally calmed down. Miss Jian, are you sick? Ning Fan was confused for a moment, but couldn't help asking. What did you say? Jiang Rushua's eyes turned cold and filled with chill when she looked at Ning Fan. The temperature of the entire hotel room seemed to have dropped many degrees as a result. From childhood to adulthood, what she hated most was people asking her, "Are you sick?" When she was in school, a boy asked her this question, and she kicked his crotch so hard that it burst. However, when Ning Fan asked her this, she was obviously very angry, but deep down she had no intention of attacking him. Finally, without waiting for Ning Fan to explain, he asked again, "Why do you say that?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scold you just now. I just wanted to confirm with you. Because when you just fell ill, I observed that there should be a ball of cold air in your body," Ning Fan said. The moment Ning Fan said this, Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes and face suddenly showed an incredible expression. Jiang Rushue, who was lying on the bed, trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, staring at Ning Fan intently. Chapter 4: How do you want me to cooperate? The fact that she had a chill in her body was an extremely secretive matter. In the entire Jiang family, including her personal assistant Zhang Xiaoxiao, only a handful of people knew about it. And there is absolutely no extra information. This chill has been with her for too many years. It is precisely because of this chill that she is extremely cold and hates men. But I didn't expect that after meeting Ning Fan today, I found that I no longer felt disgusted with men. Even though Ning Fan took advantage of her, she didn't feel too dissatisfied. What she didn't expect was that Ning Fan could immediately figure out the cause of her illness. Call. Jiang Rushue took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but she still stared at Ning Fan intently. "Miss Jiang, am I right?" Ning Fan asked. "If there is no problem, then it proves once again that the scenes I saw while I was unconscious were real." "You're investigating me?" Jiang Rushue's pretty face was gloomy. "What?" Ning Fan was stunned. He is a little confused now. This was the first time Jiang Rushue and I met today, so where did the investigation come from? He clearly saw it through the inherited divine pupil technique. Although he was a little confused for a moment, Ning Fan soon felt happy in his heart, because this showed that there was indeed a cold air in Jiang Rushue's body. And this successfully proves that everything in my dream is true. Seeing Ning Fan looking a little confused, Jiang Rushue knew that she was wrong. Ning Fan is just a low-level courier now. How could he have the ability to launch an investigation into her? Ha! Jiang Rushue exhaled again, staring at Ning Fan and asking, "Then how did you know there was cold energy in my body?" Ning Fan subconsciously wanted to say that he could see through things with his eyes. But when I thought about my mother's warning when I received the inheritance in the dream, I temporarily changed the explanation. I once learned from an old Chinese doctor about the 4 diagnostic methods of observation, auscultation, listening, questioning, and palpation. He observed through the 2 methods of observation and smell. In fact, he did learn it. After his mother disappeared, his sister fell ill. In order to make her feel better, he bought some books on traditional Chinese medicine or searched for information on the internet to study. Is this actually possible? Jiang Rushue was stunned. Shock appeared on her cold and pretty face again. She took a deep breath. She didn't quite believe what her grandfather said when she came from the provincial capital. Especially after seeing Ning Fan beaten in a pool of blood, she believed it even less. But now her disbelief was shaken. Suddenly, Jiang Rushue's face turned pale, and the coldness in her body started to flare up again. "Xiao Xiao, medicine, give me medicine." Jiang Rushue felt extremely uncomfortable. Zheng Xiaoxiao also reacted at this time, quickly opened her bag, took out the pills, poured out one and fed it to Jiang Rushue's mouth. Every time an attack occurs, Jiang Rushue relies on this medicine to suppress the raging cold in her body. But this time after taking it, not only was it useless, but the coldness in the body broke out even more fiercely. A thin layer of frost actually appeared on her skin. The temperature in the entire room seemed to drop at this moment. "Mr. Jiang." Zhang Xiaoxiao's face changed drastically. She didn't expect it to become so serious. Jiang Rushue's medicine turned out to be ineffective. What should I do? If this goes on, Jiang Rushue will be frozen to death by the cold air in her body. Ning Fan suddenly looked at Jiang Rushue's condition, and many solutions suddenly appeared in his mind. However, Ning Fan found that he was unable to implement many of the methods at all. But there is a solution. He can implement it now. But it can't cure it, it can only alleviate it. After Ning Fan took a quick look at this solution, his heartbeat quickened and he looked a little strange. After gritting his teeth, he said, "Miss Jiang, I can cure the cold in your body." As he spoke, he also calmed his mind and sensed a vortex in his lower abdomen. When inheriting the legacy, the tearing pain at that time can be relieved and finally disappear, relying on the warm current in this vortex. Ningfan sensed it very quickly and was a little surprised because he could still see this warm current. A gas-like thick white fog. Is this spiritual energy? Ningfan said to himself. The way to alleviate Jiang Rushua's current condition that came to his mind was to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body and gather it in his palms, and then press them against the skin of Jiang Rushua's lower abdomen. His palms moved around the coldest areas of Jiang Rushua's body, forcing the bursting cold air to her throat, forcing Jiang Rushua to cough it out, thus achieving a relief effect. Do you have a solution? Jiang Rushua now had difficulty speaking, but for the first time, a light appeared in her beautiful eyes. This is hope. This disease has been with her since she was born and has never been cured. Every time it breaks out, she suffers a lot. I didn't expect that the man I rescued today could not only see the cause of her illness at a glance, but also said he had a solution. This made her feel uncomfortable and extremely anxious as she was tortured by the coldness in her body. Yes, but it can only alleviate and suppress it temporarily. It has no ability to eradicate it. Ningfan said truthfully. Jiang Rushua was stunned at first, but still nodded and said, "Okay. As long as your method works for me, regardless of whether it can be eradicated or not, I will give you 100,000 as a reward." 100,000? Ningfan was stunned. He had never seen so much money since he was a child. It's great that I can get so much money just by relieving Jiang Rushua's symptoms. Once I get the money back and cure my sister's illness, I can take her to eat her favorite strawberries, cherries, and durian. You can also take her to her favorite playground. Boss Jiang, let's go to the hospital right away. He's not a doctor, so how can he treat you? At this time, Zhang Xiaoxiao stopped Ningfan. Miss Jiang's internal coldness is too severe now. By the time you send her to the hospital, she will die on the way. Ningfan said. Zhang Xiaoxiao stopped talking for a moment. Jiang Rushua's current condition was indeed very bad. I suddenly didn't know what to do. Does this man in front of me really have a way to solve Jiang Rushua's current situation? Xiaoxiao, please move aside and let him treat me. Jiang Rushua said with difficulty. Zhang Xiaoxiao then gritted her teeth and gave up her seat to Ningfan. How are you going to treat me? Jiang Rushua looked at Ningfan and asked. Do you need any medicine or equipment? We don't need any medicine or equipment, but we need your cooperation, Miss Jiang. Ningfan took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth. Okay, how do you want me to cooperate? Jiang Rushua is feeling extremely uncomfortable now. She couldn't wait to get Ningfan to relieve the restless coldness in her body. This cold air really seemed to be taking her life. Need. Ningfan opened his mouth, but when he thought of the solution, he felt a little embarrassed. He tried hard to adjust his mood, then took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to say, Miss Jiang, please cooperate and take off your clothes. Be naked. Chapter 5 I'm telling the truth. Jiang Rushua's face turned cold instantly. Zhang Xiaoxiao scolded, You hooligan. Rushua saved your life, and you actually wanted to take advantage of Rushua. Zhang Xiaoxiao was about to slap Ningfan in the face, but Ningfan dodged and grabbed her wrist, explaining, I didn't mean to take advantage of her. This is the only way to relieve her current symptoms. Ha ha. Zhang Xiaoxiao sneered. I'd never believe you. You look so honest, but I didn't expect you to have such dirty thoughts. Jiang Rushua's gaze towards Ningfan now was as sharp as a knife. Ningfan let go of Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand and said, What I said is true. Believe it or not. Facing Jiang Rushua's now icy, knife-like gaze, he said, I know you're a person of high rank. I won't risk my life just to take advantage of you. If the symptoms are relieved, I can get another 100,000 yuan. It takes 2 years of delivering couriers to save up 100,000 yuan, even after deducting food, drink, and toilet expenses. If the symptoms are relieved this time, you can give me 100,000 yuan. If the symptoms are relieved next time, will you give me some more money? This is like my cash cow. No one would be stupid enough to go against money. The cold light in Jiang Rushua's eyes finally faded a lot. Zhang Xiaoxiao originally wanted to say something, but after hearing this, she felt that it was right. Unless you are a fool, who would risk losing their life and money to take advantage of others? Call. Jiang Rushua took a deep breath. Having said that, when she thought about meeting Ningfan today, she would have to take off all her clothes in front of him. She felt very ashamed. It's a bit hard to accept. After a while, it seemed that the coldness in her body became worse, and Jiang Rushue couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at Ningfan and said, "If you take advantage of me and fail to relieve my symptoms, I will have you killed." Ningfan didn't doubt the truth of Jiang Rushue's words, if the solution in his mind didn't work. "I'm afraid that Jiang Rushue will really call someone to kill me." Ningfan immediately took a deep breath and nodded, "Okay." "Wait a minute." Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted. "How are you going to treat Rushue? Do you need to see with your eyes?" Ningfan was a little nervous, his face flushed. "That's not necessary. I just need to place my hands on Miss Zhang's lower abdomen, and then move them around her body. It's like giving her a massage, forcing the erupting cold energy back to the source. If you don't need your eyes, just cover them." Zhang Xiaoxiao took off her thin coat, folded it into several layers, and then covered Ningfan's head with it. "Rushue, this way his eyes won't be able to take advantage of you." Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Ningfan with satisfaction as his head was now covered tightly by her. Jiang Rushue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although Ningfan's head was covered so that she wouldn't be able to see him with her eyes, skin contact was still unavoidable. But for Jiang Rushue, this is already the best result. Ningfan felt a little dizzy when his head was wrapped in Zhang Xiaoxiao's fragrant coat. At the same time, he felt a little sad. If he had not obtained the secret technique of the divine pupil, perhaps doing this could indeed prevent his eyes from taking advantage of Jiang Rushue's body. But with the secret technique of the divine pupil, even if his eyes were welded shut with steel, he could still see Jiang Rushue clearly. And I just finished watching it. But at this moment, looking at the naked Jiang Rushue, the blood in his body still began to boil. Jiang Rushue's body and skin color are really too perfect, just like mutton fat jade cream. "Call." Ningfan took a deep breath and said nervously, "Miss Jiang, I'm sorry." As Ningfan spoke, his hand slowly fell towards Jiang Rushue. A blush suddenly appeared on Jiang Rubing's pretty face, her breathing became rapid, and her chest kept rising and falling. She had never touched a man before, but now she saw with her own eyes a man's hand falling towards her body. This made her too nervous. The moment his hand landed on Jiang Rushue's chest, Ningfan felt a wonderful sensation coming from his palm. The feeling is hard to describe. He has been sponsoring Yang Qiqi's schooling until now, and they even got married, but apart from holding hands, they have never touched each other's bodies, let alone looked at each other. But now he has seen the body of his savior and taken advantage of his skin. In comparison, it's ridiculous. Ningfan followed the solution and struggled to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body. After gathering it in his palms, combined with the perspective function of the divine eye secret technique, he could clearly see the parts of Jiang Rushue's body where the cold energy was erupting. So he began to push and press on Jiang Rushue's acupuncture points. This push and press made Jiang Rushue's pretty face even redder and extremely hot. Because of what happened just now, she almost couldn't control herself and made a strange humming sound. But luckily I held it back, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. However, she was somewhat shocked in her heart, because she felt that her body, which had been cold due to the outbreak of cold, was now slightly warm. This warmth was especially intense where Ningfan's palm touched her skin. Jiang Rushue suddenly trembled because Ningfan's hand began to move towards her lower abdomen. After pressing for a while, it began to move downwards. This time, Jiang Rushue couldn't help but snorted. Ningfan's body trembled, and he quickly calmed himself down, concentrating on moving his palm over Jiang Rushue's body, forcing the bursting cold air little by little to the trachea in Jiang Rushue's chest. An hour passed quickly, and Ningfan kept pushing and pressing Jiang Rushue's body, his face covered in sweat. This method is currently too exhausting and laborious for him. Fortunately, it worked to treat the cold that had broken out in Jiang Rushue's body, and the cold air that had broken out had been forced into her trachea. As long as she could cough it out, the crisis of this cold outbreak would be resolved. But Jiang Rushue didn't know. At first, she felt a lot more comfortable because Ningfan's palm was very warm, but now because Ningfan forced the cold air into her chest, it made her chest bloated and painful, which made her even more uncomfortable. Especially the throat, it felt like it was frozen. Breathing became extremely difficult. This made her feel angry, and she thought she was fooled by Ningfan. This is a liar and a gangster. You've been taking advantage of your body for so long, but you haven't solved the problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Rushue made up her mind that when she returned, she would definitely find someone to give Ningfan a good beating. Ning Fan pulled his hands away from her, wiped the sweat from his face, and collapsed weakly onto the sofa. He said, "Miss Jiang, I forced the cold energy that erupted from your body into your trachea. You just need to cough it out." Jiang Rushue was so angry that she wanted to refute that Ning Fan was a liar. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt an itch in her throat. Then he started coughing violently. Chapter 6 Qin Show. Every time she coughed, she could clearly see a small ball of cold air coming out of her mouth. These gases are different from the colorless and almost transparent gases that we normally breathe out, and appear icy blue. Very weird. Although she didn't know why, after coughing, Jiang Rushue did feel much better. And my whole body felt warm. I had never felt so comfortable. Call. For a moment, Jiang Rushue took a deep breath, feeling extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, Ning Fan actually alleviated her cold outbreak. Zheng Xiaoxiao was standing by, a look of shock on her pretty face. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, Jiang Rushue coughed. After coughing, her complexion returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. There is no more discomfort like before. Suddenly, Zheng Xiaoxiao showed an embarrassed expression on her pretty face. It turned out that Ning Fan was not a hooligan. He really has a way. I just misunderstood him. She then brought Jiang Rushue's clothes for her to wear, and immediately went to help Ning Fan untie the clothes covering his eyes. Then she apologized to Ning Fan and said, "Mr. Ning, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you just now. I'm so sorry." Jiang Rushue also took a deep breath and apologized to Ning Fan. Just now when Ning Fan talked about how to cooperate, she cursed Ning Fan as a hooligan in her heart and even threatened him. My impression of Ning Fan has changed. It turns out that this person is not as useless as he seems. It seems that there is some reason why Grandpa asked me to come to Jiangcheng. He actually mastered superb medical skills. Even with his head covered tightly, he could still accurately massage various parts of his body. But she had no idea that her body and that of her best friend Zheng Xiaoxiao had already been seen through the perspective of Ning Fan's purple gold divine eyes. If the two knew, they probably wouldn't apologize so politely. Ning Fan nodded calmly, then shook his head weakly. "It's okay. You saved me, why should I bother with you?" In fact, Ning Fan was also a little happy in his heart. He didn't expect that the solution in this inheritance would be really useful. The younger sister's illness can also be cured. "Mr. Ning, are you okay?" Noticing that Ning Fan's face was covered in sweat and he looked weak, Zheng Xiaoxiao asked while unscrewing a bottle of mineral water for Ning Fan. "Mr. Ning, please drink some water." "It's okay." Ning Fan took the mineral water and took a big sip. This was the first time he had manipulated spiritual energy to clear the coldness in a person's body for a long time, causing him to become exhausted due to his intense concentration throughout the entire process. After a few minutes, the feeling of weakness eased a little. He looked at Jiang Rushue again and said, "Miss Jiang, can you add me on WeChat?" Seeing Jiang Rushue didn't respond, Ning Fan explained, "I don't mean anything else. I just can't cure your cold for now. I can only give you a full body massage every 2 weeks to suppress it. Otherwise, the next time a cold breaks out, it might rebound violently due to today's elimination and suppression, and it could endanger your life if you're not careful." "What?" Jiang Rushue's face changed. When she thought about Ning Fan touching her whole body every 2 weeks, she felt some strange reactions in her body. Although she was somewhat reluctant in her heart, she could only nod with a blushing face in order to survive. After all, Ning Fan's treatment method was indeed effective for her. During the treatment just now, she couldn't help but hum because Ning Fan's massage was so comfortable for her. Her face was burning hot at that time, wondering how she could have made such a sound. Thinking about it now, her face suddenly became hot again, and she quickly took out her phone and added Ning Fan on WeChat to divert her attention. The temperature on his face returned to normal. After adding WeChat, Jiang Rushue transferred 100,000 yuan to Ning Fan as agreed. Call. Seeing the money, Ning Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time in his life that he had received so much money. "You obviously have such great medical skills, why don't you open a clinic or work in a hospital? Instead, you work as a courier?" Jiang Rushue asked. "I didn't go to college and don't have enough diploma, so I can only deliver couriers or takeout," said Ning Fan. "I used to deliver food, but the platform gave me short delivery times, and with so many people coming and going on the delivery bus, the traffic was too heavy and dangerous. During my first year delivering food, 3 colleagues at the same station had accidents. One was driving against the flow while delivering food and was killed. Another ran a red light in a hurry and was killed. Another smashed the front of a Rolls-Royce and was beaten to death because he couldn't afford the compensation. I simply quit and have been delivering food to make a living. Although the money may be less than delivering food, I don't have to race against time every day. Ding ding. Just as he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. Ningfan took out his phone and saw that it was his sister Qinshu calling. After the call was connected, my sister's anxious voice came from the phone. "Brother, where are you? Are you okay?" "Brother Xiaoqiu is fine, he's fine now." "Just wait, I'll be back soon," Ningfan said quickly. "I called you more than a dozen times and no one answered. I thought something happened to you." Qinshu cried, and finally her heart was at ease. "Silly girl, it's okay, brother is fine. Just wait for me at home and I will bring you something delicious later." After Ningfan comforted his sister, he realized that his sister had called him 18 or 19 times during the time he was unconscious. "You have a younger sister?" Jiang Ruxue asked. Ningfan nodded and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. My sister is worried because she's alone at home. If you have anything, please contact me via WeChat next time." After saying that, Ningfan left the hotel. I first went to the sad place called the university parking lot, where his electric scooter was still. When he arrived, Ningfan could still see blood where he had fallen. He couldn't control his excitement and clenched his hands tightly. With anger in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "Young Qiqi, Shenwei, right? I will make you regret it. He will definitely make these two people pay the price for this. He can't take this beating in vain. You can't just let them cheat on you for no reason." When I got home, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening and Qinshu hadn't gone to bed yet. Seeing Ningfan coming back, a happy smile suddenly appeared on his worried face, and he threw himself into Ningfan's arms. "Brother. Silly girl, what are you worried about? I'm a very steady delivery man, nothing could possibly happen. Don't worry about me anymore." Ningfan rubbed Qinshu's head lovingly. "Look what delicious food I brought you." Ningfan placed the goodies he brought back on the table and opened them one by one. Chapter 7: Heaven Swallowing Technique. Strawberries, mangoes, tiger skin chicken feet, mantis shrimp, and air-dried beef. Qinshu's two little eyes seemed to be shining. He was so greedy that he picked up 2 strawberries, wiped them, put one into Ningfan's mouth, and then put one into his own mouth. "Brother, these strawberries are so sweet." Qinshu was very happy. "It tastes good, right?" Ningfan smiled and rubbed his sister's head again. "Try this tiger skin chicken feet. It smelled delicious when I bought it. Brother, you try it too." Qinshu also added a chicken foot for Ningfan. "Okay." After Ningfan finished eating, he took the mantis shrimp and walked towards the kitchen. "Xiaoqiu, eat some fruit and chicken feet first, and watch some TV. I'll make you some mantis shrimp." Soon, Ningfan brought out Qinshu's favorite salt and pepper shrimp, and Ningfan watched Qinshu eat with a smile. Ever since his mother disappeared, his sister and wife young Qiqi have been everything to him. As long as he could make both of them live well, he would be satisfied. But after what happened this afternoon, his sister is the only one in his world now. When his sister is happy, he is happy too. After eating, Ningfan asked his sister to wash up and go to bed. "I have to go to school tomorrow." Qinshu is only 16 this year and is still in his second year of high school. But she has grown into a graceful and beautiful lady, a standard beauty. So, Ningfan gave the only bedroom in the house to Qinshu, and slept on the sofa in the living room every night. After Ningfan finished cleaning up, he fell directly onto the sofa. After a short rest, Ningfan sat up. The things he received in his mind when he was unconscious today have not been digested yet, and he wants to sort them out. He tried to use his consciousness to feel the existence of the 9-story glazed tower deep in his mind, and it took him a long time to feel it. In the deepest part of his mind, the 9-story glazed tower emitted faint rays of light. Ningfan's consciousness came to the front, looked at the entrance, and carefully placed his handprint on the door. A ray of light shot out. Ningfan subconsciously covered his eyes with his hands. When he recovered, he found himself inside the glazed tower. But only on the first floor of the tower. In this floor, he saw detailed secret techniques of cultivating immortals, medical techniques, alchemy techniques, the secret technique of divine pupils, and so on. Through detailed cultivation secrets, he learned that there are more advanced civilizations in the world today. This civilization is about cultivating immortals. In this immortal cultivation civilization, powerful immortal cultivators can fly into the sky and hide in the ground, and are omnipotent. With a single thought, they can freeze thousands of miles in ice and make the sun and moon colorless. What's more, he can cross tens of thousands of miles of void in a single thought. So amazing. Ningfan was shocked. He had only seen these records in novels and animations before, but he didn't expect that they were all true. Ningfan knew the first few realms of the immortal cultivation civilization. They are chi refining, fasting, foundation building, and golden elixir. There are 9 levels in the chi refining realm. Starting from the foundation establishment stage, each major stage can be divided into 5 smaller stages: early, middle, late, minor perfection, and major perfection. But in fact it is divided into 9 layers. It's just that the names used by monks are different. The first to second layers can be called the initial stage. The third to fourth layers can be called the middle stage. The fifth to sixth layers can be called the late stage. The seventh to eighth levels can be called small perfection. The ninth level can be called great perfection. As for the realms after the golden core, Ningfan did not see them at this level. He came to the entrance of the second floor and found a big door. Ningfan tried to push the door open, but as soon as he put his hand on it, the door lit up with a flash of light and knocked him away. How could this happen? Ningfan stood up with a headache. He came to the gate again, looked carefully, and suddenly his expression was slightly shocked. Because the words foundation building are engraved on the gate. Does it mean that I need to reach the foundation building stage before I can enter the next level? Ningfan was confused. Ningfan tried to push the door again, but was knocked away again. Only then did he understand that he had to reach the foundation building stage before entering the next level. Once again returning to the center of the first floor, Ningfan began to understand the medical skills here. Only then did he understand why many solutions would suddenly appear in his mind when he saw and knew about the relevant diseases. That's because when I accepted the inheritance from my father, I had already integrated the supreme medical classics in my mind. It's like being born with it. The Supreme Medical Classic contains records of all difficult and complicated diseases in the world, as well as their solutions. It also includes the magical technique of acupuncture. This acupuncture technique is called the 9-9 returning yang needle. It can be done to the point where the flesh is reduced to bones and the dead are alive. Ningfan then began to understand the secret technique of the divine pupil. Only then did he know that the divine pupil technique that could give his eyes the ability to see through things was actually called the purple gold divine pupil. The purple gold divine pupil is divided into 9 layers. The first level can see through everything. As for the future functions, there is no detailed record above, only one sentence. When one reaches the highest level of cultivation, one can reverse reincarnation in time at a glance. Ningfan took a deep breath. He had thought that the purple gold divine pupil's ability to see through things was already very powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. He memorized the method of cultivating the purple gold divine pupil. Ningfan continued to learn about the secret methods and techniques. The more Ningfan read on, the more shocked he was. The inheritance his father had prepared for him was truly amazing. Even if he did not embark on the path of cultivating immortals, he could live a prosperous life from then on by taking out any inheritance other than cultivating immortals, and he would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life, and at the same time he would have an extraordinary status. For example, the medical skills can directly make him a great doctor, a living Huatua or BNK. But now that he has obtained so many inheritances prepared for him by his father whom he has never met, Ningfan will certainly not let himself fall into depravity and only choose one thing. He is not a child anymore, he is an adult. Why do adults need to answer multiple choice questions? They want them all. He must master every inheritance and practice it to perfection. Not only must one become the supreme person in this secular world, but also the supreme person in the immortal civilization. He didn't want to be a despised waste anymore. He wanted to make Yang Qiqi regret what she had done to him. He also has to protect his sister. Then take my sister to find my mother and the father I have never met. Ningfan returned to the secret method of cultivating immortals again, because after reading all the inheritances of this first level, Ningfan discovered that if one wanted to practice any inheritance to the extreme, one must embark on the path of cultivating immortals. Only by embarking on the path of cultivating immortals can you flexibly mobilize spiritual energy. In order to complete the coordinated training, such as the purple gold divine pupil, and some treatment methods in the medical arts, the cooperation of spiritual energy is required. The cultivation of the purple gold divine pupil not only requires the first ray of purple air in the morning and the moonlight at night to assist in cultivation, but also spiritual energy. Only in this way can all the functions brought by the purple gold divine pupil be maintained. If you want to embark on the path of cultivating immortals, you must practice the skills that are most suitable for you. Kung Fu? Ningfan was slightly stunned. But he understood it very quickly. He had watched a lot of martial arts TV shows, so the so-called skills should be similar to the Nine-Yang divine art, right? It can allow people to flexibly mobilize the spiritual energy in their bodies and thus achieve some incredible things. Ningfan searched the first floor of the glazed tower but only found one technique. It's called the sky swallowing technique. Chapter 8 Female Driver. Ningfan looked at the martial arts book in front of him. He wanted to flip through it, but the moment his fingers touched the book containing this technique, it turned into countless points of light and merged into Ningfan's mind. All of a sudden, Ningfan understood the heaven swallowing technique. At the same time, I also learned that in the immortal cultivation civilization, there are supreme spells and techniques, and the hierarchy system of these two is the same. It is divided into 5 major levels: immortal, heaven, earth, xian, and huang. Each major level is further divided into 3 minor levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. But then Ningfan was stunned. Although the name of this heaven swallowing technique was very domineering, its actual level was only the lowest yellow grade elementary skill. What's going on? Ningfan was puzzled. But I did understand the function of the heaven swallowing technique. The function of the heaven swallowing technique is very simple, which is to swallow. It can devour the energy in all things and transform it into what you need. There will not be any side effects. Ningfan's consciousness came out from the depths of his mind, returned to his body, and opened his eyes in shock. When he received the inheritance, he felt as if he had mastered a lot of things, as if they were innate. After the experience in the glazed tower just now, Ningfan felt this even more strongly, and he found that he had mastered these things more proficiently and more clearly. He has already mastered the Supreme Medical Classic and the 9-9 Resurrection Needle to a high level. She can cure her sister's illness with just any trick. However, you need to prepare some acupuncture tools, otherwise the Jojo Huanyang needle cannot be performed. The purple gold divine eyes can also be opened and used at will. But it only has the first level function, perspective. As for the heaven swallowing technique, he knew exactly how to operate it. To him, it was as simple as eating. Then Ningfan followed the route and started to practice the heaven swallowing technique. The moment it started working, Ningfan could feel some strange energy between heaven and earth rushing towards his body, and finally being sucked into his body and merged into the vortex in his lower abdomen. When treating Jiang Ruxue today, a lot of spiritual energy in the vortex was consumed, and only a few strands of spiritual energy were left. With the current replenishment, the lower abdomen became full again. Soon, spiritual energy began to flow out from the vortex and began to flow through Ningfan's meridians and blood vessels, which made him feel very comfortable. A whole night passed just like that. When Ningfan woke up the next day, it was already 6 o'clock. It's daybreak. Call. Ningfan exhaled, feeling shocked. He didn't sleep for a minute last night and kept practicing. Although he stayed up all night, he didn't feel tired at all, but refreshed instead. However, it is a bit regrettable that after one night, he did not successfully enter the chi refining realm. But Ningfan could feel that his overall physical fitness had become much stronger. He was full of strength. If he had this strength in the parking lot yesterday, he believed he could easily knock down those 7 or 8 people. At this moment, a foul smell came over. Ningfan discovered that a thick layer of black mud had appeared on his body at some point. The stench now comes from here. After smelling it so much, Ningfan couldn't help but dry heave several times. I quickly ran into the bathroom to wash up. After washing, I feel refreshed and look several years younger. My skin tone also becomes very good. The key is that he has become more handsome, not much worse than those young and handsome guys. Ningfan simply tidied up the living room and began to prepare breakfast for his sister Qinxiu. Breakfast was ready and Qinxiu got up and washed up. Let's eat. Ningfan came out of the kitchen carrying eggs, milk, and buns. Elder brother. After Qinxiu sat down, he looked at Ningfan in surprise. What's wrong? Ningfan put breakfast on the table and scratched Qinxiu's nose. You seem to have become much more handsome. Qinxiu took a deep breath and said, and he's really handsome. Haven't I always been handsome, your brother? Ningfan put the peeled eggs into Qinxiu's bowl. Stop looking at it and eat quickly. I'll take you to school after you finish eating. I still have to deliver a package. After eating, Ningfan rode his electric scooter and took Qinxiu to school. On the way, Qinxiu sat on the back of the electric scooter, hugged Ningfan's waist and asked, "Brother, where's my sister-in-law? I haven't seen her for a long time." Ningfan's body trembled and his breathing became a little rapid. In addition, the traffic light ahead was counting down, so Ningfan stopped suddenly, frightening Qinxiu so much that he quickly asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" "It's okay." Ningfan took a deep breath. When he started the car again, Ningfan told Qinxiu about Yang Qiqi's betrayal. As if he could still sense Ningfan's anger, Qinxiu got off the car at the school gate and looked at Ningfan, comforting him, "Brother, it's okay. If the new doesn't go, the old won't come. Yang Qiqi is looking down on others. I believe in my brother. Sooner or later, they will be out of reach of these people and regret it for the rest of their lives. Brother, don't think about this troublesome thing while you're on your way to deliver the package today. If you think too much while delivering the package on your bike, it's easy to get into trouble. You have to take care of yourself. After I get into college, I will work hard with you, and our little family will definitely get better. Silly girl, I won't get into trouble for a woman like this. Just study hard." Ningfan rubbed Qinxiu's head and told her to go to school quickly because it was almost time for morning self-study. Seeing Qinxiu enter the school, Ningfan turned the car around and drove in the opposite direction. "Although I obtained the inheritance yesterday and earned 100,000 yuan with the skills in the inheritance, I still have to work to earn money and life needs to move on." When Ningfan was riding his bike normally and preparing to cross the green light according to the traffic indicator, a pink 911 came speeding from the right at a very high speed, trying to run through the 3-second yellow light. The 3-second yellow light flashed quickly, and then turned red after a few seconds. The green light in Ningfan's direction came on, and Ningfan rode across the road. The person driving the 911 was a very beautiful woman. She saw that she had failed to run a yellow light, and Ningfan, who was riding an electric scooter, appeared in the middle of the road. She was about to step on the brakes, but unexpectedly stepped on the accelerator. Boom! A huge roar of the engine suddenly sounded, and the 911 suddenly shot out. Very fast. It was so fast that Ningfan couldn't react, and he was knocked away along with the electric scooter. Bang! The car fell to the ground and fell apart. As for Ningfan, if he had not obtained the inheritance yesterday, this would have cost him his life. After a few somersaults, he landed safely on the ground. Fuck, can you drive? Ningfan was a little angry. Now he would be late for work delivering the express. The new webmaster already disliked him, and now he would definitely seize the opportunity to deal with him. Female driver, use the brake as the accelerator. All of a sudden, he rushed over like Daoguang. Ningfan cursed a few more times, and just as he finished cursing, the beautiful woman in the 911 opened the door and walked out wearing a pretty little skirt and high heels. Chapter 9. Choo-Choo doesn't want to lose Grandpa. I'm sorry, are you okay? The beauty came over quickly, looking apologetic. Ningfan looked back and saw a beautiful face. This woman has long hair draped over her shoulders and delicate cheeks with no flaws. She also has a very good figure, with the right curves and curvatures, and is very full. Paired with a slim short skirt and a pair of high heels, she is extremely beautiful. Ningfan was a little stunned. What's wrong with him? Ever since Yang Qiqi betrayed him yesterday, he has been able to meet beautiful women for 2 consecutive days. Yesterday Jiang Rushue, today Jiang Rushue. They are all very beautiful and have their own characteristics. They are no worse than the female stars on TV, or even better. Female stars can only serve as a foil in front of them. I'm so sorry. Tang Choo-Choo apologized again. I was in a hurry to go to the hospital, and I wanted to run a yellow light, but I failed and accidentally bumped into you. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? If so, get in my car and I'll take you to the hospital. Don't worry, I will compensate you for all your losses today. You just got your driver's license yesterday, right? Ningfan came back to his senses. Seeing that she was so sincere and pretty, and that she didn't look down on others like those rich girls, the anger in his heart immediately disappeared. Tang Choo-Choo was stunned, but nodded. Asked, how did you know? Because you don't even know that running a yellow light is illegal. Ningfan said indifferently. Put. Tang Choo-Choo was amused by Ningfan. I'm fine, just compensate me with a small electric scooter. Ning Fan pointed at the broken electric scooter on the ground and said, "Okay." Tang Chu-Chu patted her chest. "My name is Tang Chu-Chu. I'll add you on WeChat first. Please send me your home address. When I'm done today, I'll buy you a new electric scooter and send it to you." "Okay." Ning Fan didn't hesitate and took out his mobile phone to show the QR code. After adding WeChat, Tang Chu-Chu said in surprise, "It's strange, I hit you at such a high speed just now, the car was scattered, but you were not hurt at all. Maybe it's just luck." Ning Fan said casually. Ahem. A burst of rapid coughing was heard from the 911 car, the door opened, and an old man got out. The old man had a very good aura, and it was obvious that he was a person who had held a high position for a long time. It's just that the old man's spirit is not very good, and his face is a little pale. The cough just now was also weak. "Grandpa, why did you get off? Get in the car and rest." Tang Chu-Chu hurried over to support the old man. "It's okay. I just came down to see if you've apologized and paid the full compensation." The old man coughed a few more times and said, "Grandpa, don't worry." Tang Chu-Chu said, "Hurry up and get in the car. The light will turn green soon. I'll take you to the hospital first." As Tang Chu-Chu spoke, she helped the old man into the car. Ning Fan suddenly said, "Tang Chu-Chu, it's too late to send him to the hospital now." When the old man got off the car, he could see that the old man was in poor health and was in critical condition, and could die at any time. The nearest hospital is at least 10 minutes away from this place. The old man's illness could relapse at any time within 2 minutes. Once it relapses, even gods cannot save it. I have a good impression of Tang Chu-Chu and this old man. In addition, in order to alleviate my sister's illness, I bought a medical book and studied it myself. I have always remembered a sentence in the medical book. Saving lives and healing the wounded is a doctor's duty. Therefore, Ning Fan planned to give Tang Chu-Chu a friendly reminder. "What do you mean?" Tang Chu-Chu suddenly became unhappy. Grandpa was the best to him, and she didn't want anything to happen to him. The old man frowned, obviously unhappy with what Ning Fan said. "Your grandfather has a hidden disease on the right side of his chest that has caused a flare-up of the blood vessels near his heart, which has caused signs of compression. Once compressed, the blood vessels will be blocked, causing problems with the heart's blood supply to the entire body." Ning Fan said calmly. "Your grandfather must have had a seizure at home today, so you hurriedly drove him to the hospital. But now, if you wait for 2 minutes at most, he will have another seizure. The blood vessels near his heart will be squeezed and burst due to the continuous seizures. Once they burst, it will be the end. Unless you can get him to the hospital for vascular support, fixation, and unblocking surgery before the second attack. Otherwise, your grandfather will have to enter the countdown of his death." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tang Chu-Chu frowned. "My grandfather just has a common cold. There's no way he has any hidden illness." Ning Fan shrugged. It seemed that Tang Chu-Chu had no idea what disease her grandfather had. "Neat." The old man was shocked at this moment. He told Tang Chu-Chu not to speak anymore and looked at Ning Fan in surprise. "My dear friend, you actually know medicine and can see my problem at a glance?" Tang Chu-Chu was stunned, but soon she understood and said anxiously, "Grandpa, what's going on? Didn't you tell me it was just a common cold? Don't scare me." Chu-Chu doesn't want to lose Grandpa. "Yeah, I understand a little bit. I figured it out," Ning Fan responded. After hearing Ning Fan's answer, the anxious look on Tang Chu-Chu's face eased. Then his eyes lit up and he looked at Ning Fan and said, "Ning Fan, since you can see my grandfather's illness, it should be curable. Can you save my grandfather's life? The Tang family is willing to be friends with you forever. In the future, if you need anything, as long as our Tang family can do it, we will do our best." "The Tang family? The Tang family behind the Tang Corporation?" Ning Fan asked. "Is Tang's Express also your business?" "Yes." Tang Chu-Chu nodded quickly. "Young man, do you know Tang's Express?" The old man was slightly surprised. "This is the largest express delivery company in Jiangbei province, and it is the only one that stands out in Jiangcheng," said Ning Fan. "Who hasn't heard of Tang's Express? Only your company can deliver to your door, while other couriers just leave the package at the post office. That's why you've been able to carve out a large piece of the pie from the fixed express delivery industry." The old man was very surprised. He didn't expect Ning Fan to know so much about the reasons for Tang Express's rapid development. Are you also engaged in the express delivery industry? Asked the old man. Yeah. Ning Fan nodded awkwardly. Yes, I work as a deliveryman for Tang's Express. The old man and Tang Chuchu were both stunned. They didn't expect that Chen Fan would actually deliver express in the business under their Tang family. Someone who can tell your symptoms at a glance, delivering a package? This is such a waste of talent. My friend, cough cough cough. The old man wanted to say something, but his breathing suddenly became disordered, he kept coughing, and his face turned pale. Chapter 10 Finding Fault. Then his body began to tremble. Grandfather. Seeing that the old man was about to fall to the ground, Tang Chuchu quickly supported him and her voice was filled with tears. Please, save my grandpa. My Tang family will always remember this favor of yours. Okay. Ning Fan nodded and did not refuse. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is the duty of those who master medical skills. Moreover, you can also gain some personal connections. It's worth it. Hold him. Tang Chuchu didn't know what Ning Fan was going to do, but just cooperated with him instinctively. At this time, Ning Fan gathered the spiritual energy in his body into his fingers and quickly tapped several acupuncture points on the old man's body according to the solution in the Supreme Medical Classic. After mastering the heaven swallowing technique last night, not only has the ability to mobilize the spiritual energy in my body become more adept, but my attack speed has also increased a lot. Before Tang Chuchu could react, Ning Fan finished treating the old man. The old man's cough stopped immediately, his face gradually turned red, and his body stopped shaking. Grandpa, how do you feel now? Tang Chuchu was so excited that tears came out when she saw that the old man was fine. Tang Guoqiang now felt extremely comfortable all over his body, and it seemed that all his previous ailments had disappeared at this moment. I feel great now. This young man is my savior, Tang Guoqiang. Chuchu, please invite my friend to our Tang family. Tang Guoqiang spoke with a proud look on his face, his eyes subconsciously looking for Ning Fan. As a result, he was stunned for a moment. Tang Chuchu was also stunned at this time. There was no sign of Ning Fan beside her. It turned out that Ning Fan had just finished treating Tang Guoqiang and looked at the time. It was already past the latest working time. It was already 9 o'clock when I was hit. This is considered late. 3 times the salary will be deducted for being late once. If you are late for half an hour, you will be treated as absent and fired. This is the rule set by the new webmaster. He is now relying on this job to make money. If he loses it, how will he and his sister's living expenses be covered? Although Jiang Ruxue gave 100,000 yesterday, it is not a long-term solution. Unless she gives herself 100,000 every day, but how is that possible? Chu, where is your little friend? After Tang Guoqiang reacted, he asked a little anxiously. Ning Fan saved his life, but he didn't even have the chance to thank him properly, let alone treat him to a meal. This won't do. He must find Ning Fan. Grandpa might be in a hurry to go to work. Tang Chuchu said. Then quickly check within the group to find out which Tang's express station this young man is at. Take me there to thank him properly and then arrange a time for dinner together. Tang Guoqiang said. Tang Chuchu immediately took out her mobile phone and searched on the group's corporate WeChat. It didn't take long to find the Tang Express station where Ning Fan was. So the grandfather and grandson changed their route and headed towards this site. At this time, Ning Fan had just arrived at the station. After running for a long time and a long distance, Ning Fan found that he didn't feel tired at all. It was as easy as eating and drinking water. Is this the benefit of practicing martial arts? Ning Fan was very surprised. If I had run like this before, I would have been sweating profusely and panting. Ning Fan, you don't want to do this anymore, right? Do you know what time it is now? A man walked out of the site warehouse and shouted at Ning Fan. This is the commander of Ning Fan's current station, his surname is Duan. Ever since he arrived at this site, he disliked Ning Fan. It was because Ning Fan did not give Duan Zxiang a red envelope to curry favor with him on the day he came. Ning Fan also knew this, so he tried his best to avoid mistakes at work and being late every day, and he had never been caught. However, I was bumped into by Tang Chuchu today, which delayed me for a long time and caused me to miss work now. What? Nothing to say? Duan Zxiang sneered. Since you have nothing to say, then just pack up your things, complete the resignation procedures, and get out. Ning Fan frowned and said, Company regulations stipulate that you can only be fired if you're absent from work 3 or more times. I only did it once. What gives you the right to fire me? Why? Duan Zishan sneered. Because I'm the webmaster of this site, I have the final say on the rules of this site. If you're dissatisfied, go and tell the leaders of the group about me if you have the ability. If you don't have that ability, get out of here as soon as possible. Duan Zishan snorted coldly as he spoke. I've worked at Tang's Express Group for over 10 years. What station in Jiangcheng haven't I worked at? Everyone calls me brother and gives me a red envelope to curry favor? Only you don't have the tact to do that. If you don't have that, then get out of here and don't get in my way. Brother Xiang, don't argue with Ningfan. How about this? I'll transfer his red envelope to you. At this moment, a simple and honest voice sounded. Then a figure walked over. It was Ningfan's colleague, Fang Yuanquan, a good guy. Whenever I have any specialties at home, I will cut them into pieces and put them in a fresh keeping box and bring them to my colleagues at the site for them to try. Knowing that Ningfan's sister was in poor health, Fang Yuanquan bought a lot of Chinese medicine and supplements for Ningfan. Ningfan was very grateful to this big brother. At the critical moment, no other colleagues at the site spoke up for him except this elder brother. Ningfan felt even more grateful to this elder brother. If he had the chance, he would definitely thank Big Brother. Am I the one who needs that red envelope? Duan Zishan sneered. If you dare to offend me, then be prepared to be driven away by me. No one else dared to speak up for this kid, and you actually dared to do so. I'm afraid you don't want to work at Tang's Express anymore. Do you want me to kick you out too? Brother Xiang, do you think this will work? Fang Yuanquan said with a smile. I'll pay 2 red envelopes for Ningfan, and I'll give 2 more myself. I'll give them to you as a whole. Can you please let this go? Ningfan has a younger sister at home. If he loses his job, it will be very difficult for him. Get out. Duan Zishan said coldly. I don't give a damn about difficulties. I'm not Guanyin Bodhisattva. 4 red envelopes only amount to 400 yuan. Are you trying to get rid of me? You think I'm a beggar? Brother Xiang. Fang Yuanquan was slightly stunned and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Duan Zishan. Just shut the fuck up. As he spoke, Duan Zishan raised his hand and was about to slap Fang Yuanquan. Fang Yuanquan was an honest and simple man who had never been in a fight. When he saw the scene, he subconsciously closed his eyes. But after a few seconds, he found that there was no pain on his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ningfan standing in front of him and holding Duan Zishan's wrist. At this moment, Duan Zishan's face turned pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans were all over his brow. He didn't expect that Ningfan, who looked thin, could be so strong. Chapter 11 Ningfan, what do you think? Now he felt like his wrist was about to be crushed by Ningfan. Damn it, it hurts so much. Duan Zishan couldn't help it and cursed. Let me go. Ningfan pushed Duan Zishan away with a little force. Looking at Duan Zishan's staggering body, Ningfan was shocked. He didn't expect that after starting the inheritance training last night, even though he didn't successfully embark on the path of cultivation, his physical fitness and reaction became very fast, and his strength also became very great. It was clearly just a light push, but Duan Zishan, with his nearly 200-pound body, actually took 7 or 8 steps back. How dare you push me? You little bastard, I'm not going to kill you today. Duan Zishan felt very embarrassed and angry. He grabbed a stick from the side and rushed towards Ningfan. The stick had just been raised, but before it landed on Ningfan, Ningfan rushed over and punched Duan Zishan directly in the stomach. Bang! Duan Zishan's 200-pound body suddenly flew out like a kite with a broken string. Fang Yuanquan, who was about to remind Ningfan to be careful, and the other people who were watching the excitement were all stunned. I watched this scene in disbelief. Ningfan himself was stunned. He thought his current power was too great. Ningfan, right? How dare you hit me? Duan Zishan felt pain, his face looked grim, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He got up from the ground and said angrily. You attacked me first. Ningfan frowned. You asked for it. I asked for it? Duan Zishan sneered. I'm telling you, I'm your boss. Even if I stab you, you have to endure it. Today, not only will I make you get out of here, but I'll also make you pay $1 million. If you don't pay, I'll send you to jail. Just then a pink Porsche 911 came speeding and stopped steadily beside. The next second, a woman with a great figure and outstanding temperament walked out of the car. It was Tang Chu-Chu. Her pretty face was filled with coldness. She stared at Duan Zishang coldly and said, what position do you hold at Tang's Express? How come I didn't know there were people as capable as you? At this moment, Tang Chu-Chu no longer had the playful look she had just had. The whole person has an extremely powerful aura. Who the hell are you, you stinking bitch? Do I need to tell you what position I hold at Tang's Express? Duan Zishang, a low-level manager, rarely sees Tang Chu-Chu. He was already furious, and before he calmed down, a woman came and questioned him for no apparent reason, which made him even angrier, and he started cursing. What do you say I am? Tang Chu-Chu narrowed her eyes. Word by word. What's wrong, you bitch? Are you not convinced? Do you think you're so great just because you drive a sports car? Duan Zishang said coldly. I've seen many socialites like you. Did you buy your sports car by selling your body? Duan Zishang stared at Tang Chu-Chu's proud body with a wretched look on his face and said, I think you're not bad looking. Do you want to make some money from me tonight? I'm going to trick you. Suddenly, a loud curse came from behind. A young man in a suit walked out of the express station office with a gloomy face, raised his hand and slapped Duan Zishang in the face. I think your whole family is a bitch. Duan Zishang covered his face and looked at the young man, feeling very aggrieved and said, Brotherly, what did you do? Wang Hongli is the district manager of Tang's Express and Duan Zishang's immediate superior. At this moment, he glanced at Duan Zishang coldly, and was so angry that he slapped him in the face again and said coldly, I'll fuck your mother. Although Duan Zishang, a low-level manager, had never met Tang Chu-Chu, he had seen her. Duan Zishang was confused. He didn't know why his elder brother beat him. He received red envelopes and benefits every month at every station, and he would take a large portion of it and hand it over to Wang Hongli. Wang Hongli's face turned pale, and he walked up to Tang Chu-Chu tremblingly. Then, with a trembling voice, he said with a wry smile, Miss Tang, why are you here? Because she was facing away from the sun, Tang Chu-Chu's face looked particularly cold, which made Wang Hongli even more frightened. Your name is Wang Hongli, right? I saw you on the list of district managers when I attended the group meeting with my dad before. This is the first time we meet. I didn't expect that the employees under your district are so powerful. Tang Chu-Chu said coldly. Miss Tang, we are nothing in front of you. Wang Hongli said quickly. Really? Tang Chu-Chu slapped Wang Hongli in the face. Then your men dare to bully my friends from the Tang family? I dare not. Wang Hongli said quickly. Do you think that just because your sister Wangya is the underworld boss of Jiangqing District 7, you can ignore the Tang family? Tang Chu-Chu said coldly again. No. Wang Hongli was sweating profusely. Although his sister is the boss of the Jiangqing underground world, she is nothing compared to the Tang family. This is also the reason why he did not stay with his sister to enjoy the good life, but came to work for Tang's Express Group under the Tang family. He wanted to take this opportunity to tie up with the Tang family. In this way, the brother and sister will have a better background in the future. Wang Hongli added, Miss Tang, I really didn't know this boss was a friend of the Tang family. If I knew, I would have beaten him to death the moment this guy showed disrespect to you. Duan Zishang was a little scared watching from the side. I was so panicked. Tang family? In Jiangqing, the only one who could scare Wang Hongli so much was the Tang family behind Tang's Express. I kicked the titanium alloy plate. How could Ning Fan, who looked so ordinary, know the eldest daughter of the Tang family? Ms. Tang, don't worry. I will give you and this big boss a satisfactory answer to your matter today. Before Wang Hongli finished speaking, Duan Zishang on the side was so scared that he knelt on the ground. He cowed out repeatedly, his voice trembling as he said, Miss Tang, Ning Fan, I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. Please forgive me for once. Don't bother with a small fry like me. Ning Fan, what do you think? Tang Chu-Chu looked at Ning Fan. Give the decision-making power to Ning Fan. Ning Fan looked at Duan Zishang, frowned, and said, I don't want to see him again. Hearing this, Duan Zishang felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. I feel icy cold all over. He knew he was doomed. Sure enough, the next second, Wang Hongli waved his hand and said, drag him away. Immediately, several people rushed out of the side office. Chapter 12 Out of Reach. These were the people sent by Wang Ye to work alongside Wang Hongli. I usually do serious work at Tang S Express and never use it, but I didn't expect to use it today. Soon Duan Zishan was dragged away like a dead dog. I know why you come to work for our Tang family's group. Tang Chuchu stared at Wang Hongli and said. That's understandable. So, from now on, I don't want to see anything like what happened today again. Otherwise, you will end up in a terrible situation. Yes, yes. Wang Hongli nodded quickly. Ningfan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Tang Chuchu, whom he first met on the street, had such a strong side. This aura is very strong. It's the complete opposite of her playful appearance. Mr. Ning, the amount on this card is my apology for today. Wang Hongli took out a card and handed it to Ningfan. The password is 88. Ningfan was stunned. How powerful is the Tang family in Jiangcheng? Just listening to the conversation between the two, Wang Hongli is obviously not an ordinary person and has a certain background, but he is like a dog in front of Tang Chuchu. Extremely scared. Strictly speaking, this matter had nothing to do with Wang Hongli, but because he knew Tang Chuchu, he gave himself some money as an apology. Just when Ningfan was about to refuse, Wang Hongli had already left. At the same time, the surrounding staff were dispersed, so that they could all devote themselves to today's work seriously. Ms. Tang, please keep this card. It's not appropriate for me to hold it. Ningfan handed the card to Tang Chuchu. Something inappropriate. Tang Chuchu smiled slightly and said, You saved my grandfather. This is a great favor to our Tang family. You will always be our Tang family's best friend. Since you are our friend, anyone who provokes you in this city must consider the wrath of our Tang family. Just giving you some money as an apology to ease our anger is actually a huge favor to him. Okay. Ningfan asked again in confusion. What brought you here? After you rescued Grandpa, he asked me to bring him to you immediately. He wanted to invite you to our house and thank you very much. Tang Chuchu said. If you hadn't intervened, I wouldn't have had a grandfather in my life. It's nothing, just a small favor. Ningfan said casually. The reason why I saved them at that time was not only because I had a good impression of the grandfather and grandson, but also because of their identities. This will allow me to establish my first network of contacts in Jiangcheng. If I need them in the future, I might be able to use them. Just like just now, if Tang Chuchu hadn't suddenly arrived, if Duan Zishan had called the police, he would have been in real trouble. Ningfan then said, Thank you for coming just now, otherwise I would have to go in and eat. Humph. Tang Chuchu snorted coldly. In Jiangcheng, no one dares to arrest my Tang family's friends. Ningfan couldn't help but smile. This Tang Chuchu was really good at talking and she was pretty. Such a woman is really easy to like. It's just a pity that I'm already a married man and will soon become a divorced man. The two men had almost finished their conversation when Tang Guoqiang, who was sitting in the car, opened the door and got out. The reason why he didn't come down just now was that he was thinking that his granddaughter was currently single and had no boyfriend. Ningfan is no ordinary person, judging from his superb medical skills that saved him and his ability to identify the root cause of his illness at a glance. If such an outstanding person could become his grandson-in-law, he wouldn't have to worry about the future development of the Tang family even if he passed away. For a person like this, don't look at his low status now. In time, I'm afraid the entire Jiangcheng will be crawling at his feet. Young man, we should thank you today. If you hadn't acted in time, I, an old man, would have been dead. Tang Guoqiang walked towards Qin Chuan. The Tang family will never forget this kindness, and neither will I, Tang Guoqiang. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to come with me to the Tang family and have a meal. Grandpa, I'm at work now, so I'm afraid you don't have time. Ningfan said. How about noon? I remember Tang Express has a 2-hour break at noon every day. Tang Guoqiang asked. Ningfan didn't refuse and nodded, noon is fine. Just give me an address and I'll go there by myself at noon. Soon, Tang Chuchu sent the Tang family's location to Ningfan's phone. When leaving, Tang Chuchu winked at Ningfan playfully, Ningfan, see you at noon then. Just as Tang Chuchu was about to step on the accelerator and leave, Ningfan suddenly shouted, Wait. What's wrong? Tang Chuchu asked. Didn't you say you would give me a new electric scooter as compensation? Could you please have it delivered here to me? Ningfan said. Otherwise I won't be able to come over at noon, and I won't be able to go home at night. Put. Tang Chu-chu chuckled. Okay, I get it. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and left. Ning Fan is amazing. He's even gotten to know the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Please take good care of us in the future. After Tang Chu-chu left, a group of colleagues from the station came over and tried to get close to Ning Fan. After this experience, Ning Fan's position here will be as firmly fixed as glue. Even the district manager had to act according to Ning Fan's mood. If they can curry favor with Ning Fan, they will be comfortable in the future. But Ning Fan just glanced at them indifferently and didn't pay much attention. When he was attacked by Duan Zixang, he clearly remembered that these people were just watching the fun from the sidelines, not thinking that it was a big deal. Only the eldest brother Fang Yuanquan spoke up for him and even planned to use money to help him avoid disaster. Ning Fan bought 2 bottles of iced black tea from the automated shelf and walked over to Fang Yuanquan, who was unloading goods. Brother Quan, have a drink of water. Fang Yuanquan wiped the sweat off his face with a towel and said, Why buy this? It's a waste of money. You have a younger sister at home who needs money. Take it back and give it to the little girl. Brother Quan, it's okay, take it. We can still pay for the water. Ning Fan forced the iced tea into Fang Yuanquan's hand. The two found a cool place to sit down, opened the lid, and after taking 2 sips, Ning Fan said, Brother Quan, thank you for what I just did. Fang Yuanquan said, It's okay, there's nothing to thank me for. But I was really worried about you and your sister if you lost your job. But when did you meet Miss Tang? To people of our level, someone like Miss Tang is like the sun in the sky, out of reach. Chapter 13 Credentials. If you can get to know someone like this, your future will be brighter as long as you don't encounter any major problems. We just met today. Ning Fan scratched his head. Of course, you are a hidden talent, you just met someone and you can get them to help you. Fang Yuanquan was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and patted Ning Fan on the shoulder. After the two chatted for a while, a small truck drove in from outside and unloaded a brand new electric scooter. As soon as I picked up the phone, it rang. It was Tang Chu-chu calling. Did you receive the e-donkey I sent over? Ning Fan nodded. It's quite new, thank you. What's there to thank me for? I was going to compensate you anyway, said Tang Chu-chu. Remember to come over at noon. Okay. Ning Fan nodded. After hanging up the phone, he started loading the goods onto the electric scooter and prepared to deliver the goods. At 11:30 a.m., Ning Fan finished delivering the goods ahead of time and returned to the station. He was ready to pack up and ride his bike to the Tang family. Yang Qiqi suddenly called. Ning Fan, where are you? If you're not dead, come here quickly and complete the divorce procedures. Ning Fan couldn't help but shake hands. The feeling of anger suddenly spread. Because he remembered the scene in the school parking lot yesterday. Call. Ning Fan took a deep breath. When he saw that scene yesterday, he knew that his marriage with Yang Qiqi was coming to an end. But I didn't expect it to come so soon. But since we arrived early, that's just right. Draw a clear line with him as soon as possible and never have anything to do with him again. In order to save time, Ning Fan took a taxi to Yang's house. As soon as they arrived at the Yang family's gate, Yang Qiqi came out and threw 2 divorce agreements that she had already signed at Ning Fan's feet. Since what happened yesterday has already happened, there's no need to maintain our marriage. Don't delay my future happiness. Hurry up and sign it, kid. I didn't beat you to death yesterday. You're really tough. Chen Wei stood beside Yang Qiqi and sneered. Ning Fan looked at the two of them, with a cold look in his eyes. Yang Qiqi, I've been working part-time to support your education since high school. It's been 7 years now. 7 whole years. Let alone a person, even if you raise a dog, you should have feelings for it, right? For some reason, Ning Fan felt that he was ready on the way here. He thought that if he wanted to leave, he would leave and there would be no more waves in his heart. But now, Ning Fan couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, and you actually betrayed me by being with another man for so many years, betraying our marriage. How did you become so shameless? How did you manage to have such a clear conscience? Yang Qiqi's face turned cold. I called you just to ask you to sign the divorce agreement, not to ask you to question me. You're a poor courier. What qualifications do you have to be with me? I feel ashamed to be with someone like you. I've felt this way since high school, when people found out about our relationship. At that time, I was thinking about how to draw a clear line between us. Yang Qiqi continued, so, strictly speaking, I have never regarded you as my man. Everything is just your wishful thinking. You're just a dog that licks me, Yang Qiqi, not my man. So, me being with Mr. Chen is not betrayal at all. I'm just doing what I love. After a slight pause, Yang Qiqi said to Ning Fan, I know you just want to blame our Yang family, so you want to delay signing. If you don't sign, then forget it. I'll always have a green hat on your head. I just want to see if you can afford to lose face like this. You. Ning Fan trembled. There is a huge rage in my chest. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to sign or not? Yang Qiqi said arrogantly. Bang. Chen Wei threw a card with a single line of credit cards at Ning Fan's feet and said calmly, Kid, here's 10,000 yuan. That's equivalent to a month and a half's salary as a courier, right? The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Once you sign, the money is yours. If you don't sign, don't blame me for being rude to you. I heard from Qiqi that you have a sickly sister. Ning Fan's heart had slowly calmed down, but at this moment, because of Chen Wei's words, his whole face became ferocious. There was uncontrollable ferocity and murderous intent in his eyes. Although he had been betrayed and furious from yesterday till now, Ning Fan had not thought of any other extreme means to resolve the issue. But now, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Because Chen Wei's words now touched his bottom line. You. Being stared at by Ning Fan's fierce eyes, Chen Wei felt cold all over and shivered. Why, you useless piece of shit, you still want to attack me? Didn't you get beaten enough yesterday? Chen Wei couldn't help but scold. It was really that Ning Fan now thought he was too scary. Looking at him with that look, he always felt that Ning Fan would suddenly step forward and stab him with a knife. In fact, Ning Fan really wanted to go up and stab Chen Wei. After his mother disappeared, his sister Qin Shou was his bottom line. It's a weak spot on his body. He will kill anyone who dares to bully his sister. However, Ning Fan did not act rashly. Instead, he stared at Yang Qiqi and said, You will regret this later. Puff. Yang Qiqi suddenly laughed and sneered, Were you beaten silly by Qin Shao's men yesterday? Do you regret it? Use your brain, you're the one who's going to regret it. Without the protection of my Yang family, you will always be a poor, worthless person in Jiangchang. After a slight pause, Yang Qiqi continued, Stop bragging in front of me. It's been 7 years. If you were any better, you wouldn't be this badass all the time. Now, I am no longer someone you can control or match. Sign quickly, don't waste time. Ha ha. Ning Fan sneered twice. I don't want to say anything more, time will tell. If he had not obtained the inheritance left by his father, he might not have been able to make Yang Qiqi regret it. But now. But Ning Fan didn't say anything more. Instead, he picked up the divorce agreement from the ground and signed his name on it. Seeing this scene, Yang Qiqi showed a satisfied smile on her face. But the next second, the expression on her face froze. Because after Ning Fan signed, he cut his thumb and wrote a big word divorce on the divorce agreement. Ning Fan then threw the divorce agreement in Yang Qiqi's face and said coldly, Don't think that I, Ning Fan, care about the Yang family. Don't think that I, Ning Fan, can't live without you. Of course we have to sign. It's time for our marriage to end. It's just that it shouldn't be you who forces me to sign the divorce papers, but I, Ning Fan, who will kick you out of the Ning family. The blood-colored word rest above is proof. From now on, you, Yang Qiqi, and I have nothing to do with each other. Chapter 14 You did the right thing. Yang Qiqi was completely stunned. After a few seconds, she recovered and stared at Ning Fan intently, saying, How dare you, a poor loser like you, divorce me? The current scene was something she had not expected. Her original intention was to humiliate Ning Fan while forcing him to sign the divorce papers. After all, the old man was angry yesterday because Ning Fan called them ungrateful people. He also said that they ruined the Yang family's opportunity. She just wanted to let the old man see what a loser Ning Fan was. Just this, is this still an opportunity for the Yang family? But she never expected that this loser Ning Fan would suddenly reverse the situation and turn this process into him divorcing her. And expel her from the Ning family. With her current identity, appearance, status, and the prosperous Yang family background, it would be too embarrassing for her if this were to get out. Why did Ning Fan treat her like this? Yang Qiqi is shaking with anger now. I can't even speak clearly. I always feel like there is breath in my chest and I can't get it out. This feeling is particularly uncomfortable. Chen Wei's face was not looking good now. If it got out, it would mean that he, Chen Wei, had married a woman who was divorced by a loser and no longer wanted. This would make him lose face. It was also a severe blow to the Chen family's reputation. His father would beat him to death. Wants such a slut. While the two were stunned, Ningfan looked up at the balcony on the second floor of the Yang family villa. At some point, the old man appeared here in a wheelchair. Ningfan bent his legs and knelt down in the direction of the old man, cowed out heavily. In the Yang family, only the old man treats him the best. Also the most supportive. Before Yang Qiqi's affair was exposed yesterday, he had actually heard a lot of voices from the Yang family in secret. Most of them looked down on him and wanted to drive him away and let Yang Qiqi find another man. However, only the old man did not listen to any words and always supported him firmly. Therefore, he always regarded the old man as his grandfather in his heart. Although he successfully vented his anger by turning the forced divorce into divorcing Yang Qiqi in today's incident, the Yang family's reputation will definitely be damaged if the news gets out. As the old man who has always supported him, he will definitely be ridiculed by everyone in the Yang family in the future. Yang Yuanzhong looked at Ningfan and understood why Ningfan knelt down and kowtowed to him. Sitting in a wheelchair, he said to Ningfan, "Fan, you did the right thing today. Grandpa doesn't blame you. Grandpa believes that you won't be a useless person looked down upon by them all your life. In the future, you will definitely make those who look down on you regret it. Grandpa, Ningfan knows that after today's incident, many people in the Yang family will definitely ridicule you and treat you with sarcasm. Give me 6 months. When I stand at the highest point in Jiangcheng, I will wash away these grievances for you." Ningfan looked up at Yang Yuanzhong on the second floor balcony and said, "Good." Yang Yuanzhong nodded. Ningfan then stood up and prepared to leave. But before leaving, Yang Qiqi suddenly said in a cold voice, "Ningfan, have you seen this BMW 5 Series? Chen Xiao just mentioned it this morning, and you've worked hard all your life, and all you can do is ride an electric scooter. You won't even have the chance to ride in a car like this. A loser like you, after you leave me, no woman will be interested in you, so just prepare to be single for the rest of your life. So don't dream about the future. I will never regret what I did today." Ningfan glanced at her coldly, not wanting to say anything more to her. It has been more than 10 minutes since the time agreed with Tang Chuchu at noon. He needs to go to the Tang family quickly. Boom! Just as Ningfan was about to stop a taxi on the side of the road, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from the distance. A pink Porsche 911 caught everyone's eye. Soon, the car stopped in front of Ningfan under Yang Qiqi's envious gaze. Chapter 15. He is the one who regrets. "Ningfan, why are you taking so long here? Grandpa saw that you hadn't arrived yet, so he asked me to come find you." The car door opened and a pleasant voice came from inside the car. Then a girl with a fairy-like face, long hair, extremely delicate cheeks without any flaws, and an extremely perfect figure walked out of the car in high heels. A pair of slender beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings and paired with a short skirt makes countless people tremble. This is so beautiful. In front of this girl, Yang Qiqi's beauty was like a firefly meeting the bright moon. Not worth mentioning. Under the stunned gazes of Yang Qiqi, Chen Wei, and the rest of the Yang family, Tang Chuchu took Ningfan's hand and said, "Let's go, get in the car. My grandfather is waiting for you to have dinner at home." Good. Ningfan didn't act pretentiously and got into Tang Chuchu's car under everyone's gaze. Boom! Tang Chuchu stepped on the accelerator, and the Porsche 911 made a loud roar, carrying the two of them and disappearing from the sight of everyone in the Yang family. Yang Qiqi stood there in a daze. When did this loser Ningfan meet such a beautiful girl behind my back? In front of this girl, she was like a clown and didn't even have the courage to look up and look at her. How could this loser know a beauty of this level? Chen Wei's face was gloomy. In front of such a girl, neither Yang Qiqi's appearance nor the BMW 5 Series he mentioned was worth mentioning. Completely defeated. And until now, he still can't forget Tang Chuchu's angelic face. Shit beauty. She's clearly a bitch. Yang Qiqi immediately took out her anger on Chen Wei. Chen Wei laughed and said, "Indeed, compared to you, I think I'm still far behind. I was just wondering, how did Ningfan, a useless courier, get to know a bitch like this who drives a Porsche 911? Bullshit acquaintance." Yang Qiqi gritted her teeth. She knew I was going to file for a divorce, and she wasn't convinced. She wanted to keep me company, so she hired a bitch and rented a car for her to drive over to me. She wanted me to regret it and beg him to stay in the marriage. I said before that Ning Fan is not worthy of him. He had just said that Ning Fan was not worthy of riding in a BMW, but then a fairy-like girl drove up to him in a Porsche. He also held Ning Fan's hand and took him into the car. It directly made Yang Qiqi a jumping clown. She is now feeling very angry. A loser wants to make me regret it? Dream on. I, Yang Qiqi, will never regret divorcing Ning Fan in my entire life. Yang Qiqi was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said in the direction Ning Fan left. No need to be angry with a loser. Chen Wei said, hugging Yang Qiqi's slender waist. He will be the one who regrets it later. He and you are no longer from the same world. Now that you are with me, your status and position in Jiangcheng will become higher and higher, and you will become a dazzling pearl. At that time, this loser will still be a toad at the bottom, and can only look up to you. And he began to regret why he didn't hold on to you. If he had, would he have been able to benefit from it? Yang Qiqi was originally very angry, but after hearing these words, an extremely proud look suddenly appeared on her face. After a slight pause, Chen Wei continued, there will be a gathering of wealthy clubs in Jiangcheng tonight. I heard it was organized by the eldest daughter of the Tang family in Jiangcheng. You should put on some exquisite makeup this afternoon. I went to great lengths to get 2 spots, so I'll take you to see the world. Chapter 16 Views. Oh my god, Wei Gu, you are so amazing. The Chen family hasn't gotten the new project released by the Jiang family branch yet. If you join the ranks of the Jiangcheng Wealthy Club, you will be eligible to enter the Wealthy Club's gatherings. Yang Qiqi suddenly became even happier. She hugged Chen Wei's arm and kissed him on the face. It's not that I'm good, I was able to get the qualification thanks to my friends. Chen Wei said with a smile. If we can meet the eldest daughter of the Tang family at this party tonight, and if we can win the new project from the Jiang family branch in 7 days, our Chen family will definitely be able to reach a higher level. You're amazing, Wei Gu, to have such a strong friendship. Yang Qiqi kissed him again. Chen Wei was so happy to be praised by the woman that his face was almost broken with smile. He looked proudly at Yang Yuanzhong on the second-floor balcony, wanting to let him see how he compared to his favorite grandson-in-law Ning Fan. As soon as he looked over, he was stunned. Because Yang Yuanzhong just sat in the wheelchair and turned back to the house. Didn't even look at him. Old thing. How dare you look down on me? Chen Wei's face darkened, and he sneered, wait until my Chen family enters the wealthy club, and I'll wait for you to bow your head and beg me. At the Tang family's gate. Tang Guoqiang is standing here waiting for Ning Fan. People passing by the Tang family saw this scene and talked about it in low voices. Isn't that Mr. Tang? Why is he standing at the door in such a scorching sun, looking like he's waiting for someone? Who could possibly make old Master Tang wait here? The Tang family is one of the 5 major families in Jiangcheng. Could it be that some important figure has descended upon Jiangcheng? Tang Guoqiang raised his wrist to check the time, feeling a little anxious. Dad, is Ning Fan really that grand? He wants you to stand here waiting in the middle of the day? A middle-aged man next to him frowned. He is Tang Chuchu's father and already knows what happened today. If it weren't for Ning Fan, you wouldn't be able to see your father now. Tang Guoqiang said coldly. Is it not okay for me to invite someone to my house and wait here? After softening his tone, Tang Guoqiang said, he was able to easily see my condition and save me in a few strokes. Such a person must be treated well. Dad, I think you overestimate him. Tang Sihai still frowned. I looked into this Ning Fan. He's an orphan now. He lives in a small family in Jiangcheng, is a son-in-law of the Yang family, and has a sickly sister. How powerful do you think this kind of person is? If he was really that powerful, his sister wouldn't be so sick. Do I still need to be someone's son-in-law? Have you investigated him? Tang Guoqiang asked coldly. Tang Sihai said in a deep voice, Dad, you know the current situation of our Tang family. We have to be careful. If we're not careful and someone takes advantage of us, it will have a serious impact on us, and it will be too late to make amends then. Snort. Tang Guoqiang snorted coldly, I'm not dead yet, do I need to be so careful? Ning Fan saved my life, so I am the Tang family's benefactor. Instead of thanking him properly, you're investigating privately. I think you deserve a beating. This matter ends here. If you investigate Ning Fan again without permission, don't blame me for being rude to you. I understand, Dad. Tang Sihai nodded. Although he agreed to the old man, he still didn't take Ningfan seriously in his heart. After the old man came back in the morning and told Chuchu what happened, he felt that Ningfan was too fake. Just tap the old man with a few fingers and he will be cured? It's a trick. In his opinion, Ningfan was just a liar with good luck. Chapter 17. Why were you so mean to him? After waiting for another 20 minutes, Ningfan still didn't come. Dad, I think this Ningfan is clearly a liar. Tang Sihai frowned and couldn't help but say. If he really had the ability, he would have come a long time ago. Why hasn't he been here for so long? I think he's just afraid of having dinner with you and being up close to you. He'd be exposed. Don't wait, Dad. Let's go in and eat. After that, I'll take you to the hospital for a full body checkup. You've been in good health your whole life. How could you possibly have a hidden illness? That's sheer nonsense. Even if, as he said, it was an attack of disease on the right side of your chest that squeezed the blood vessels, I think it's clearly a minor illness caused by a cold. At your age, this kind of minor ailment is perfectly normal. Don't be fooled. After waiting for nearly 50 minutes, Tang Sihai, who was already skeptical about Ningfan, became even more unhappy. Ever since he was born, he had always remembered the old man as being in good health, strong and healthy, with nothing wrong with him. Sihai, you are already in your 40s, why aren't you calm at all? Tang Guoqiang said dissatisfiedly. The hidden disease on the right side of my chest was caused when I was young, before I met your mother. It was cured, and since I was young, it was really like nothing happened. But now that I'm old, my body can't handle it anymore. This matter has always existed, but I didn't tell you because I was afraid your mother would worry. Tang Sihai's heart exploded. Stunned. He quickly took out his phone to look for the number and said, Dad, if this is true, I can't let a young boy just click on you a few times and call it a day. I'll call Dr. Zhao right now. Have him come to your house and give you a full body checkup. No need to trouble Dr. Zhao, I feel good now. Tang Guoqiang said in a deep voice. But it was no use, Tang Sihai had already made the call. Boom! Just as Tang Sihai finished the call, the roar of an engine came from a distance. A pink Porsche 911 appeared in the sight of the father and son. After the car stopped, Tang Chuchu took Ningfan out of the car. When he saw Ningfan, a smile immediately appeared on Tang Guoqiang's face. My friend, you are finally here. Come on, please come in. Ningfan scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, Sorry, old man, I kept you waiting for so long. Snort. Tang Sihai snorted coldly. You, a junior, came to my Tang family and made my dad, who is so old, wait for you in the hot sun, and he even waited for so long. How uneducated. No sense of time at all. Dad, what did you say? Tang Chuchu was unhappy. I drove to pick up Ningfan, and on the way back, the car broke down. I called the 4S shop for emergency assistance and repairs, which delayed us. What does this have to do with Ningfan? Why were you so fierce towards him? You. Tang Sihai's face suddenly darkened. I didn't expect that my precious daughter would also have her elbows turned outward. I just met Ningfan today. He not only helped to speak up, but also drove to pick her up personally. If he waited any longer, Ningfan might have kidnapped his precious daughter. Sihai, apologize to my friend. Tang Guoqiang said coldly. Tang Sihai already had a grudge against Ningfan, and he was even more dissatisfied with his daughter's bent arm. As a result, the old man now asked him to apologize to Ningfan. Dad, you asked me to apologize to this brat, are you kidding me? Tang Sihai felt unwell. I got angry all of a sudden. Apologize. Tang Guoqiang said in a deep voice. No. Tang Sihai said firmly. I'd rather break my legs than apologize to a liar like that. You. Seeing that his son was disobedient and afraid that this would upset Ningfan, Tang Guoqiang became very anxious. He was unable to breathe and could not speak. Then his face suddenly turned purple. His body staggered even more. Dad. Tang Sihai's face changed drastically and he quickly supported him. Tang Chuchu's pretty face panicked. Grandpa. Puff. Tang Guoqiang spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then he fainted. Looking at the pool of black blood on the ground, Ningfan frowned. He didn't expect Tang Guoqiang's hidden illness to be so serious. When I treated him in the morning, although he was not completely cured, his condition was only relieved. But he felt that Tang Guoqiang could hold on until he went to the hospital, or if he had a chance to meet him again, and he happened to have another set of silver needles in his hand, he could use the 99 returning yang needle once to completely eradicate his hidden disease. I didn't expect it to relapse now. Dad, hold on, Dr. Zhao will be here soon. Tang Sihai said anxiously as he carried Tang Guoqiang into the bedroom. After seeing Tang Guoqiang put it on the bed, Ning Fan walked over. Mr. Tang is now very weak, and he can't just stand by and watch him die. But before he could walk over, Tang Sihai blocked his way and said coldly, "Stay away from my dad, you liar. My dad thought you cured him, but this is what happened. If anything happens to my dad today, you will be held responsible." Dad, are you being reasonable? It's obviously you who made Grandpa angry. What's Guan Ningfan's business? Although Tang Chuchu was very anxious now, she was also very angry because of Tang Sihai's unreasonable words. If you don't let me save him, the old man can only hold on for 10 more minutes at most. Ning Fan said. Just as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard outside, and a white-haired old man walked in quickly. Dr. Zhao. Tang Sihai immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Show it to my dad. I just vomited a large mouthful of black blood. Good. Dr. Zhao frowned and walked towards the window. Get out of the way. Tang Sihai pushed Ning Fan aside. Dr. Zhao, my father is in your care. Don't worry, Mr. Tang, I will do my best, said Dr. Zhao. Then he started to take Tang Guoqiang's pulse. After a few seconds, Dr. Zhao finished taking the patient's pulse. Tang Sihai asked anxiously, Dr. Zhao, how is my dad? Before I came, had your father been examined and treated by someone? Asked Dr. Zhao. Tang Sihai shuddered, glanced at Ning Fan, and replied, yes. The old man has had a hidden illness for decades. As time goes by, the disease has worsened. This kind of long-term accumulated disease cannot be treated with excessive fatigue or agitation. Most importantly, no forced treatment can be used. It cannot be cured in one go. It needs to be treated slowly to replenish the body's energy consumed by the disease. Dr. Zhao said, but the person who treated your father forced the old man to undergo treatment. This treatment is actually very simple. I also know how to do it. It is to activate the last bit of vitality hidden in the old man's body and activate the other vitality in his body. Although this may have a temporary effect, it is actually overdrawing the old man's life. Chapter 18 Good. Because the vitality that is activated is ultimately limited, it will be consumed. When the body's energy is almost fully consumed, it can no longer stimulate the vitality of other parts of the body, and the underlying illness will naturally relapse. After saying these words, Dr. Zhao sighed. This is a temporary solution, not a fundamental solution. Bastard! Tang Sihai stared at Ning Fan with angry eyes. If anything happens to my dad, I will never let you go. Dad, why are you so angry at Ning Fan again? What's his business? If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be able to see Grandpa now. Tang Chuchu stood in front of Ning Fan, she was very unhappy. Tang Sihai glared at Ning Fan fiercely, then calmed down and asked Divine Dr. Zhao, please think of a solution. The old man must be safe. Grandpa Zhao, please save my grandpa. Although Tang Chuchu protected Ning Fan, Tang Guoqiang's life was at stake now, so she could only seek help from Dr. Zhao first. Mr. Tang, Chuchu, you don't have to worry. Although the old man's condition is bad now, it is not the worst outcome. Dr. Zhao said. I'll give him a few injections to slow down the vitality being consumed in his body and activate the vitality in other parts of his body. He'll be fine then. He just needs to rest and take in some precious medicinal herbs to replenish his energy and blood. Then please, Dr. Zhao, take action quickly. Tang Sihai said hurriedly. The old man is old and can't wait. Yes. Dr. Zhao nodded. He then took out a pack of silver needles from his medicine box and inserted them into several parts of Tang Guoqiang's body. Although he only received the inheritance yesterday, he has already mastered the medical knowledge. Just one glance and I could see the problem. If the remaining few needles were inserted, Tang Guoqiang would die. Ning Fan had a strong impression of this old man and couldn't bear to see him die. So, Ning Fan stepped forward, grabbed Dr. Zhao's hand as he was about to continue the acupuncture, and warned him, if you give him the next few needles, the old man will die. Ning Fan's sudden approach startled everyone in the room. Because they didn't react to how Ning Fan suddenly appeared in front of Dr. Zhao. Now, after hearing Ning Fan's words, he was even more stunned. But then Tang Sihai's face suddenly changed, and he said angrily, "You liar, not only did you hurt my father like this, but now you are blocking Dr. Zhao from treating him and cursing my father. Are you looking for death?" Tang Chuchu didn't say anything at this moment. It was obvious that Ning Fan's behavior and words made her feel a little unhappy. Snort! Divine Dr. Zhao snorted coldly, revealing dissatisfaction. "What do you mean? Are you questioning my medical skills? Since you are so powerful, do you want me to let you treat this old man? He has been engaged in the medical field for 60 years, and has been immersed in and studying it. This set of acupuncture techniques was discovered by chance when he went into the mountains to collect herbs. It is called Suoyang acupuncture. Relying on this set of acupuncture techniques, he became the top doctor in Jiangchang. As a result, he also had a place in Jiangbei province. As a result, a young boy now actually questioned his acupuncture techniques. How could he be happy about this? Dr. Zhao is a famous doctor in Jiangchang. He has saved countless lives. How can a liar like you understand his methods?" Tang Sihai scolded. "Get out of here." Tang Sihai is now increasingly displeased with Ning Fan and thinks this man is truly uncultured. "Ning Fan, why don't you move aside for a moment?" Tang Chuchu took a deep breath. Although she had some feelings towards Ning Fan, what was at stake now was her grandfather's life. She didn't dare to gamble. "Okay." Ning Fan nodded. Then he looked at Tang Sihai and said, "If you told me to get out, then I'll get out. I hope you don't come after me and beg me in 3 minutes." After saying that, Ning Fan walked out. Without Ning Fan's obstruction, Dr. Zhao performed the next few injections smoothly. When the last needle was injected, Tang Guoqian's complexion began to return to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he slowly opened his eyes. "Grandfather!" Tang Chuchu immediately shouted excitedly. "Dad, are you okay? How do you feel now? Dr. Zhao just finished treating you." Tang Sihai also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he thanked Divine Dr. Zhao. "Divine Dr. Zhao, thank you very much for saving my life. This favor will be remembered by our Tang family. If we are of any use to you in the future, we will definitely do our best to help you. You're too polite, Mr. Tang," Dr. Zhao said with a smile. "Curing illnesses and saving lives is the essence of being a doctor for us." Cough, cough, cough. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Tang Guoqian, who had just opened his eyes, suddenly widened his eyes, stretched his hands and feet straight, and his body shook violently on the bed. His face changed again, this time turning completely black. At the same time, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. "He looks extremely painful. Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" Tang Chuchu burst into tears in fear. "Grandpa Zhao, what happened to my grandpa? Come and take a look." "Dr. Zhao, what's wrong with my dad?" Tang Sihai's face changed drastically. How could this happen? Dr. Zhao was stunned when he saw this scene. The Suoyang formation has never made any mistakes before. How could this happen? "What's going on, Dr. Zhao?" Tang Sihai's face looked extremely ugly now. Because the old man's breathing is gradually weakening. Dr. Zhao is very panicked now, because although Tang Sihai has been very polite to him since he arrived, if anything happens to Tang Guoqiang, Tang Sihai will not let him go. For a moment, for example, Tang Chuchu and Tang Sihai were anxious, and he was even more anxious now. "Dad, please call 120 emergency number and send Grandpa to the ICU for rescue." "This can't go on," Tang Chuchu cried. "No." Tang Sihai gritted his teeth. "Your grandfather is in extremely poor health and can't make it to the hospital." After Tang Sihai finished speaking, he stared at Divine Dr. Zhao and said, "Divine Dr. Zhao, my father became like this in your hands. If anything happens to the old man, don't blame me for being ruthless." Although Dr. Zhao has a good status in Jiangcheng due to his medical skills, he is still a little inferior when facing a behemoth like the Tang family. If the Tang family attacks him, he will have no way to deal with it. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao was so frightened that he thought of Ning Fan. He quickly said excitedly, "Mr. Zhao, Chuchu, please invite that young man in." He was able to predict that there would be problems with my last few needles, so he must have a solution. Tang Sihai's body trembled and his face looked a little ugly. Just now he looked down on Ning Fan and kicked him out of the room, but now he wants to go out and invite him. Although he felt very embarrassed, he had to put aside his pride for the old man. Then he gritted his teeth and chased after him. Tang Chuchu also followed behind. She was afraid that Ning Fan would not want to come back with her father. Chapter 19. Am I still a liar? At this time, Ning Fan had just walked to the gate of the Tang family. Before I could even step out of the door, I heard shouting from behind me. Turning around, I saw Tang Chuchu and her father Tang Sihai chasing after them. Ning Fan, please come back with me and save my grandfather. Tang Chuchu said breathlessly. Why should I go back? Ning Fan looked at Tang Sihai and said. He just kicked me out. Before I came out, I told you, don't come out and beg me in 3 minutes. It's exactly 3 minutes now. Tang Sihai's face turned red, he was very embarrassed. He really didn't expect this to happen. He took a deep breath and said to Ning Fan, Mr. Ning, please come back with me. The old man is critically ill and needs you. Ning Fan said coldly, are you willing to believe me now? Am I still a liar then? Tang Sihai's face became even redder and hotter. But he didn't answer, because he came out to pursue Ning Fan now, not because he believed Ning Fan was not a liar, and felt that Ning Fan was indeed capable, but because he really had no other choice now. Seeing this, Ning Fan turned and left. He won't make himself unhappy again. Tang Sihai panicked immediately and quickly grabbed Ning Fan and said, Mr. Ning, please don't argue with me. I was wrong about what happened today. The old man is in very bad health right now and really needs you. Please. Ning Fan then stopped. Tang Chuchu also spoke again at this time, Ning Fan, my father has always been like this. Don't bother with him. When Grandpa wakes up, I will let him teach him a lesson. I will never allow you to suffer the injustice you suffered from my father today in vain. Now that Tang Chuchu said so, Ning Fan didn't push any further. After all, the old man's current condition is indeed very dangerous. Even the slightest delay could lead to serious consequences. Then Ning Fan turned around and returned to the room. Little brother, you're back. I was short-sighted just now. I didn't expect your reminder to be so important. If I had thought carefully and believed it at the time, Mr. Tang wouldn't be in this state. Dr. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ning Fan. Regardless of whether Ning Fan can save the old man or not, as long as Ning Fan takes action, this matter has nothing to do with him. Whether it is a good result or a bad result. He has finally jumped out of this pit. Lend me your silver needle. Ning Fan didn't say much. The moment he took the silver needle, the method of using the 9-9 returning yang needle appeared in his mind. Then he started to insert needles into several parts of Tang Wuqian's body. The 9-9 returning yang needle, as the name suggests, involves dropping 9 silver needles in 9 directions, forming a formation on the human body that gathers the vitality of heaven and earth and integrates it into the body, thus allowing the person to return to life. Even if someone has set foot on the road to hell, he can be pulled back directly. However, performing this set of acupuncture techniques consumes a great deal of energy and spiritual energy. When the 8th silver needle fell, Ning Fan was already sweating profusely. His breathing became a little disordered. Tang Sihai, Tang Chuchu, and Dr. Zhao stared at Tang Wuqian. Because after 8 injections, there was still no sign of improvement. Just when Tang Sihai was about to get angry again, Ning Fan, with an extremely exhausted spirit, delivered the 9th needle. Suddenly, Tang Wuqian, with his arms and legs stretched out, returned to normal. At the same time, his complexion gradually returned to normal. Breathing also returned. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Grandpa! Grandpa is awake! Tang Chuchu said excitedly. Tang Sihai and Dr. Zhao were both shocked. Originally, they saw that Ning Fan had no reaction after 8 injections, so they didn't plan to check. Unexpectedly, after Ning Fan gave the old man another injection, he came back to life. What kind of needlework is this? Dr. Zhao was stunned. He stared at the 9 silver needles that Ning Fan had dropped on Tang Wuqian with a somewhat rapid breathing, wanting to observe the position of the needles. As a result, as soon as he looked carefully, he felt dizzy. How so? Dr. Zhao was very confused. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Unable to watch. Mr. Tang woke up completely, returned to normal, and was in much better spirits than before. Grandpa, how do you feel now? Tang Chuchu asked. I feel great, full of energy, like I'm a dozen years younger. After Tang Wuqian finished speaking, he looked at Divine Dr. Zhao and said, Thank you so much, Divine Dr. Zhao, for saving my life. Otherwise, my life would be over. Dr. Zhao said with an embarrassed look on his face, Master Tang, you are embarrassing me. It was this young man who saved you. Tang Wuqian was stunned at first, but he soon understood. He quickly sat up and wanted to thank Ning Fan. "Friend Ning, this is the second time you've saved my life. My Tang family has no way of repaying this favor. From now on, if my Tang family is of any use to you, I will definitely provide you with my full assistance." Ning Fan quickly supported Tang Guoqiang and said, "Thank you, old man. My friend, today is really thanks to you." Dr. Zhao also said to Ning Fan, "Otherwise, if anything happens to the old man, my reputation as the genius Dr. Zhao will be ruined. If my words offended you before, please forgive me." "Yeah." Ning Fan nodded and didn't care. Then he said, "The acupuncture you just performed is called the Suoyang needle. In principle, it's fine. It can lock the old man's vitality. However, without the injection of new vitality, the old man's locked vitality will clash with each other in his body and riot, making his condition worse." Dr. Zhao was shocked. No one had known his acupuncture method in the past few decades. "I didn't expect Ning Fan to recognize me at first sight today. And he also knows the core of the Suoyang formation." After a few seconds, he calmed down and felt very grateful to Ning Fan. Because he just realized that Ning Fan was trying to save his face. The reason why Ning Fan could recognize it was because his father's inherited Chinese medicine Taoist technique included this acupuncture method. Although the name of this Suoyang acupuncture method sounds very impressive, it is actually only the lowest level of acupuncture in the medical art. Moreover, the Suoyang acupuncture method mastered by Dr. Zhao is actually incomplete. The real Suoyang acupuncture method has a total of 18 needles. But Dr. Zhao only mastered 15 needles. If all of this could be mastered, Mr. Tang wouldn't have relapsed. "My friend, I wonder what your master is. Can you accept me as your disciple on behalf of the master?" Dr. Zhao asked with a somewhat rapid breath. The person behind the scenes who could teach someone like Ning Fan must be extraordinary. Although he is over 70 years old, as a doctor, living and learning is a principle. Only by continuous progress can we continue to save countless lives. So, he wanted to become a disciple. So, the next second, Dr. Zhao knelt down in front of Ning Fan with a plop. Chapter 20, I'll get it now. Dr. Zhao's sudden behavior made everyone in the room stunned. Especially Tang Sihai. "Call." At this moment, Tang Sihai was breathing rapidly, and his face and heart were filled with shock. "I wanted to try Ning Fan as a last resort, but I didn't expect Ning Fan to be so capable." Moreover, several minutes have passed since the old man woke up and returned to normal, and no accidents have occurred. At the same time, Dr. Zhao, who had always been a little arrogant, actually knelt down in front of Ning Fan and wanted to take him as his master. This shows that Ning Fan is capable. Not a liar. It was Tang Sihai who looked down on others today. But he kept silent because he would be embarrassed. Tang Guoqiang was also stunned. The famous Dr. Zhao and Jiangcheng actually knelt down to a young man just to become his disciple through Ning Fan. However, Tang Guoqiang soon became excited. The more this is the case, the more it proves that Ning Fan is not simple. The Tang family is truly blessed to have known such a person. They have actually picked up such a great opportunity. This. Ning Fan himself was stunned. Where did his master come from? Everything he had now was the inheritance left to him by his father. But of course he wouldn't tell the truth. So he said, "My master once warned us not to pass on the secrets to outsiders. I am his last disciple. After teaching me a few years ago, he traveled around the world on his own and would not accept any more disciples." Suddenly, a look of loss appeared on Dr. Zhao's face. But the next second, he said excitedly again, "Dr. Ning, your master will not accept any more disciples. Can you accept me as your disciple?" Dr. Zhao really wanted to establish a connection with the master behind Ning Fan and learn some better medical skills, so he couldn't help but change the way he addressed Ning Fan. As he spoke, Dr. Zhao kowtowed directly to Ning Fan. Ning Fan quickly helped him up and said, "Dr. Zhao, you don't have to do this. My medical skills are not very sophisticated. I am not at that level to take you as my apprentice." Suddenly, the look of loss on Dr. Zhao's face reappeared, and he said, "Compared to Dr. Ning, what kind of doctor am I?" It was only a second or two before Dr. Zhao's face became excited again. Ning Fan said, "Although I'm not ready to accept a disciple yet, if we have time, we can discuss medical skills with each other." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Ning." Dr. Zhao was extremely happy. Although he didn't succeed in becoming a disciple, it was still great to be able to meet and establish a relationship with a medical master like Ning Fan. Just as everyone was completely relieved, Ningfan suddenly reminded them, "Old master, although I just saved you with acupuncture and completely eradicated the hidden illness in your body, the illness has been in your body for too long, and it has caused a lot of damage to your health. If you want to avoid any other emergencies in the future, you still need to recuperate. General conditioning methods or supplements are not enough to replenish your body's energy. If we can't complete the recuperation and supplementation within 2 months, we will have another attack like today, and it may be even more serious. By then, there might be a situation where it's too late to recover." Suddenly, the temperature in the room stagnated. Tang Chuchu said anxiously, "Ningfan, do you have any good recuperation methods? Since you can treat illnesses, you can definitely prescribe a prescription for recuperation. Please help my grandfather. I'm willing to pay any price as long as it can make him fully healthy." The truth is, at the old man's age, although general recuperation methods may work, it is impossible to completely recover within half a year. The old man fell once before, and it took him more than a year to recover. In this situation, how is it possible to recover in 2 months without special means? Ningfan hesitated. His father's inherited medical skills and the supreme medical classics contain Chinese herbal prescriptions for nourishing the body. But he didn't know whether Tang Guoqiang's body could withstand the cleansing and impact of the medicine. After a few seconds, Ningfan said to Tang Chuchu, "You don't have to be like this. If I can help, I will definitely help. Do you have any Japanese paper?" "Yes, I'll get it right away," Tang Chuchu said hurriedly. After getting the pen and paper, Ningfan wrote down a prescription according to the records in the Supreme Medical Classic. In order to prevent the old man's body from being unable to withstand the medicinal effects of the prescription, Ningfan reduced the dosage of each medicine. At the same time, the more overbearing medicinal ingredient was removed. "How about you arrange for someone to get these herbs?" Ningfan handed the prescription to Tang Chuchu. "Dr. Ning, let me do this. Although my medical skills are a bit lacking, I have no problem controlling the age and quality of the medicinal materials," Dr. Zhao said at this time. Ningfan glanced at Dr. Zhao. He knew that the reason why this old man was willing to suddenly become an errand boy was actually because he wanted to study his prescription for healthcare. Anyway, he had omitted one herb from the prescription and had not followed the correct dosage, so he was not afraid of being secretly learned. He gave the prescription to Dr. Zhao and asked him to get it. "Mr. Ning, thank you so much." Tang Guoqiang thanked Ningfan again. Ningfan shook his head. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Because Ningfan's stomach growled. Tang Guoqiang was stunned at first, then he immediately reacted and said, "Mr. Ning, I'm so sorry for delaying your meal because of my health. We'll be seated now. Chu-Chu, notify your mother to check if the food is cold. If it is, have someone make it again immediately." "Okay." Tang Chu-Chu nodded. Tang Guoqiang took Ningfan to the Tang family restaurant for dinner. The Tang family's restaurant is very luxurious, made entirely of stained mahogany, and it is very impressive. This was the first time in more than 20 years that Ningfan sat down to eat in such a grand place, so he seemed a little reserved. After Ningfan completely eradicated Tang Guoqiang's stubborn illness, his energy and spirit recovered a lot, and he looked awe-inspiring without even being angry. People dare not look at it for too long, like Tang Sihai, who was sitting aside now, not daring to say a word. He was afraid that Tang Guoqiang would suddenly settle the score with him. At this time, the Tang family's nanny began to bring up delicious dishes. They are all steaming hot. Ningfan had never seen these dishes before, not even at the Young family. "Mr. Ning, this is the red wine I asked someone to bring back from abroad. It has been stored for 80 years and tastes very good. Please try it." Tang Guoqiang poured a glass of red wine for Ningfan. Although he hadn't drunk it yet, the smell it gave off surprised Ningfan. "This wine is so fragrant." Ningfan took the wineglass, thanked him, and took a sip. "Very nice." After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Tang Guoqiang suddenly put down his chopsticks. The originally pleasant atmosphere at the table suddenly froze. Chapter 21. I Say Yes. "Dad, what's wrong?" Tang's mother asked in confusion. Seeing that the old man didn't respond, Tang's mother looked at Tang Sihai, who lowered his head, and asked, "Sihai, have you upset Dad again?" "How can I do that?" Tang Sihai said with a stiff face. It was as if he had forgotten his previous attitude towards Ningfan at all. "Ha, Dad, come on." Tang Chu-Chu sneered. "If you hadn't pissed me off, I wouldn't be like this." "You?" Tang Sihai was very angry. What kind of daughter is this? I've only known Ning Fan for one day, and his arms are always pointing outwards. Apologize to Mr. Ning. Tang Guoqiang spoke. Tang Sihai was extremely reluctant to apologize to a junior like Ning Fan in front of so many people. This is so embarrassing. However, he could not bear Tang Guoqiang's current majesty, so he could only bite the bullet, pour wine into the glass, and apologize to Ning Fan. Ning Fan saw this and shook his head. Old man, there's no need for this. After all, he is Tang Chuchu's father. It's not good to make things too awkward. No. Tang Guoqiang said firmly. You are my savior, not everyone can offend you. Just asking him to apologize to you is already a bargain for him. Ning Fan, let my dad apologize to you. This way, this matter can be put to rest. Tang Chuchu said to Ning Fan. Otherwise, Grandpa won't let him go. Ning Fan couldn't help but let out a wry smile and said, there's really no need to be like this. I don't mind it. If you insist on doing this, old man, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish this meal. Humph. Tang Guoqiang snorted coldly at Tang Sihai. Fortunately, Mr. Ning is not someone like you, otherwise I would have broken your legs today. Tang Guoqiang then turned around and said to Ning Fan, Mr. Ning, you saved me twice. I truly cannot repay you. Whether now or in the future, if my Tang family is of any use to you, we will definitely do our best to help. Tang Guoqiang waved his hand and the butler waiting in the restaurant quickly brought over a bank card. Mr. Ning, this is a little gift from me, an old man. You can't refuse it. Tang Guoqiang handed the card to Ning Fan personally. Okay. Ning Fan didn't refuse. I really need money right now, whether it's for household expenses, my sister's tuition, living expenses, etc., it costs a lot. I can actually live on the 100,000 yuan given by the female president who treated me yesterday and my own monthly salary. But life is not going well. Due to my sister's health condition, I need to prepare some nutritious and delicious food for her every day. After finishing the meal, Tang Guoqiang spoke again, by the way, Mr. Ning, you are such an excellent doctor. It would be a waste of your talent to work as a courier for Tang's Express, which is part of our Tang group. If you are willing, I can build a hospital specifically for you in Jiangcheng and let you lead it. What do you think? No. Ning Fan said quickly. Delivering packages is nice, it's free. So that's how it is. Tang Guoqiang nodded. Don't dwell too much on this issue. It's not that he was reluctant to spend the money on building the hospital, but he thought that people like Ning Fan might be hiding in the ordinary sea of this society because they yearn for freedom and to do whatever they want. If I force myself to continue, it would not be good if it makes him unhappy. At this time, Dr. Zhao, who had gone out to get medicine, came back. Tang's mother stood up, took the herbs, and went to boil medicine for Tang Guoqiang. After about half an hour, the medicine was ready. Tang's mother brought it over and Tang Guoqiang drank it all in one gulp. Although Ning Fan used the 9-9 returning yang needle to eliminate the hidden disease in his body, which made him recover a lot of his spirit, so much time had passed and he felt a little tired again. At this moment, as he swallowed the bowl of medicine, Tang Guoqiang felt a warm current flowing through his body. He felt like he was bathing in a hot spring. He felt indescribable comfort and all his fatigue was swept away. And my energy and spirit have recovered a lot. He felt that the spirit and energy he had when he was young was similar to what it is now. Tang Guoqiang stared at Ning Fan, amazed. He is indeed a miracle doctor. A great man living in seclusion in the city. It is worthwhile for the entire Tang family to make friends with such a person. Old man, it's getting late. I only have a 2-hour break at noon. I have to go back to work. Ning Fan stood up and said. Okay. Tang Guoqiang did not force him to stay. He knew that someone like Ning Fan definitely didn't like being bound by others. Do whatever you want to do. From now on, the Tang family will become Ning Fan's backing. Chuchu, send Mr. Ning back. Tang Guoqiang looked at Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu stood up and said, okay. Tang Sihai didn't say a word the whole time. He could sense that his own father had taken a liking to Ning Fan and wanted him to be the son-in-law of the Tang family. Before he met Ning Fan, he had never asked Chuchu to pick up or drop off any person of the opposite sex. Even when some young masters from the provincial capital wanted to invite Chuchu, they were directly rejected by the old man. Tang's mother didn't say anything, she seemed to have taken a liking to Ning Fan as well. After Ning Fan and Tang Chuchu left, Divine Dr. Zhao said with some envy. Tang Lao, Divine Dr. Ning must be an extraordinary person. It's a great thing that Chu Chu can get close to such a person. If my granddaughter hadn't come with me today, I would have wanted to match her with Dr. Ning so that they could get to know each other. Ha, we can get to know each other in the future, but there probably won't be a chance for the aspect you have in mind. Tang Buqian smiled. Just as Tang Sihai guessed in his heart, he really had a crush on Ning Fan. Since the Yang family doesn't want this wealthy son-in-law who lives in seclusion in the city, then the Tang family will look for an opportunity to seize it. 10 minutes later, Ning Fan was sent to the express delivery station by Tang Chu Chu. He got out of the car under the envious and complicated gazes of a group of colleagues. Ning Fan. Tang Chu Chu just turned the car around to leave when she suddenly rolled down the window and called out to Ning Fan. What's wrong? Ning Fan turned around and asked doubtfully. Are you free tonight? Can you do me a favor? Tang Chu Chu said with a smile. I'm organizing a party and I'm short of a male companion. Can you come with me? What time is it? Ning Fan asked. If the party starts too early, he won't be able to go. After get off work, he had to go to the pharmacy to buy a pack of silver needles and some medicine to treat his sister Qin Xiu. About 9 o'clock. Tang Chu Chu said. As if she guessed that Ning Fan was considering the time, Tang Chu Chu said, if you have something else to do, it's okay. You can postpone it until 10 o'clock. No need. Ning Fan said quickly. I can do it at 9. It's your party. Can someone like me do it? Why not? Tang Chu Chu said coldly. You are mine, and whatever I say is fine. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Chu Chu immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing. Her pretty face flushed, and she quickly raised the car window and said, okay, send me your home address on WeChat later, and I'll pick you up at 9 o'clock. Is there anything else to explain in chapter 22? Oh, okay. Ning Fan nodded. Before she could react to why she suddenly became so excited, Tang Chu Chu stepped on the accelerator and left. Ning Fan took out his cell phone and sent his home address to Tang Chu Chu on WeChat. Then we started unloading and loading the goods and prepared to deliver the express. Just as I was about to pack up and ride my tricycle out, the district manager, Wang Hongli, suddenly walked out of his office and called out, Mr. Ning. Because of Tang Chu Chu's attitude towards Ning Fan, Wang Hongli not only changed his attitude towards Ning Fan, but also changed the way he addressed him. Especially when he saw Tang Chu Chu personally bring Ning Fan here and invite Ning Fan to attend a party of her level, he realized that Ning Fan's relationship with the Tang family was not simple. The purpose of coming to Tang's Express was to cling to the Tang family and make it a background for himself and his sister Wangya. Although he became a district manager, he never had the opportunity to move up. Now, within the area under his jurisdiction, he met Ning Fan, who had a close relationship with the Tang family. He felt that this was an opportunity. You can use Ning Fan as a bridge to truly get on the Tang family's good side. Manager Wang, what's wrong? Ning Fan stopped the car. Mr. Ning, why are you going out to deliver express in such a hot sun? It just so happens that the position of station master of this station is vacant. You can be the station master. Wang Hongli said. Ning Fan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. No, Manager Wang doesn't have much management experience, so he's not suitable. Delivering packages is a good option for him. It's not too hot right now. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wang Hongli was stunned. I didn't expect Ning Fan to refuse so decisively, and I felt a little embarrassed. But he said, Mr. Ning, is it convenient for me to add you on WeChat? Oh, okay. Ning Fan did not refuse this request. After adding WeChat, Wang Hongli said, Mr. Ning, in Jiangqing District 7, the boss of the underground world is my sister. If there is anything that is inconvenient for you to show up, please tell me and I will ask my sister to send someone to solve it for you. Let's talk about it later. Ning Fan realized that Wang Hongli wanted to curry favor with him and get closer to him. Because he remembered that in the morning, when Tang Chu Chu came to help him solve his problem, she mentioned Wang Hongli's identity and background. He said that he had a sister who was the underground boss of the 7th district of Jiangcheng. At the same time, he also vaguely mentioned Wang Hongli's purpose of working for the Tang family's group. Although he didn't know what the purpose was, based on Wang Hongli's current attitude towards him, Ning Fan could probably guess it. But he was not familiar with Wang Hongli, and he would not be so foolish as to agree to anything he said and become a pawn used by him. Wang Hongli smiled silently and said nothing more. Ning Fan then rode away on his bike. When the goods were halfway delivered, Ning Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello, this is Tang's Express. How can I help you?" Ning Fan thought it was a customer who came to urge the delivery of a package, so he asked politely. "It's me, Tang Si-hai." A cold voice came from the phone. There was a sense of high pressure in the voice. Ning Fan was stunned at first, but nodded nonchalantly and said, "What's the matter, Uncle Tang?" "The old man has taken a liking to you and wants you to be the grandson-in-law of the Tang family." Tang Si-hai said indifferently, "I don't know why a useless son-in-law like you suddenly has such powerful medical skills. It's different from what I investigated. But I still have to tell you, I think a divorced man like you, a son-in-law that the young family doesn't want, is not worthy of my daughter, Tang Si-hai. You and my daughter are from two different worlds. You are a firefly, and she is the bright moon. The gap is huge, and your medical skills cannot make up for it." After a slight pause, Tang Si-hai said in a deep voice, "You'd better take care of yourself. If you dare to touch my daughter, I will make you disappear from Jiangcheng." This sentence carries a strong threat. But Ning Fan remained unmoved. "As long as you don't set your sights on my daughter and the Tang family, I won't make things difficult for you," Tang Si-hai said again. "After all, no matter what, it was you who saved the old man's life. When the time is right, I will give you some money, a house in another city, a car, and find you a wife. Then you can leave Jiangcheng and spend the rest of your life there." "Oh," Ning Fan said calmly. "Anything else to tell me? If not, I'll be busy with work." After saying that, Ning Fan hung up the phone without waiting for Tang Si-hai to answer. "You." In the study, Tang Si-hai heard the beeping sound on the phone and his face looked a little ugly. Over the years, except for the old man, Chu-Chu, and Tang's mother, no one dared to hang up on him first. Ning Fan was the first one besides them. Snort! Tang Si-hai stood up, walked to the window, looked in the direction of Ning Fan's workstation, and snorted coldly. "A useless son-in-law who is unwanted by the young family and works as a courier in my Tang family, an ugly duckling at the bottom of the society, wants to use the power of my Tang family to become a white swan? Wishful thinking. The old man is old and tends to make confused decisions, but I'm not confused." Obviously, Tang Si-hai still has some opinions about Ning Fan. His medical skills did not change his opinion of Ning Fan. After delivering the goods, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After Ning Fan rode the tricycle back to the express delivery station, he rode his brand new electric scooter home from get off work and headed to the nearest pharmacy. The name of the pharmacy is Zhao Yuan Tang. The pharmacy is large and looks luxurious. Call. Ning Fan took a deep breath and stepped into the threshold of Zhao Yuan Tang. If Ning Fan hadn't gotten 100,000 yuan yesterday and a bank card from Mr. Tang today, and had sufficient funds, he wouldn't have dared to come to such a place. After all, good medicine and good injections are definitely expensive. It costs a lot of money. "Dr. Ning?" As soon as he entered, Ning Fan heard a familiar voice. When I turned around, it was Dr. Zhao whom I had met at the Tang family at noon. Divine Dr. Zhao. Ning Fan nodded. "Why are you here?" Dr. Zhao smiled and said, "Dr. Ning left in a hurry this afternoon, and I forgot to add Dr. Ning on WeChat. I also forgot to introduce the place where I stay in Jiangcheng. It's this pharmacy, Zhao Yuan Tang, and that's also my name." "Oh, that's a coincidence," Ning Fan said. Zhao Yuan Tang asked, "Dr. Ning, why did you think of giving me a prescription?" "I plan to buy a pack of silver needles and some medicine." Ning Fan asked, "Dr. Zhao, do you have any suitable silver needles for sale?" "I don't have silver needles, but I should have the medicine you need, Dr. Ning." Zhao Yuan Tang shook his head. "Oh, I see." Dr. Ning felt a little disappointed. Such a big pharmacy doesn't even sell silver needles. At this time, Zhao Yuan Tang said, "Dr. Ning, although I don't sell silver needles here, I can lend my silver needles to you. If you don't mind, I'll have someone take it out right away." Chapter 23 Save Me Again. "Thank you very much." Ning Fan thanked him. The Tang family was quite comfortable using Zhao Yuantang's silver needles. They only used them once to treat Qin Shou, so it didn't matter whether they could be bought or not. It was enough to use them. "Xiao Yu, go and take out my silver needle," Zhao Yuantang said. Soon, a young girl in a white nurse's uniform came out with a needle box and asked in a sweet voice, "Grandpa, what do you want the silver needle for?" Ning Fan looked at the girl. She had a delicate face and light makeup, giving people a very fresh feeling. This is Dr. Ning. Lend him the silver needles. Zhao Yuantang took the needle box and handed it to Ning Fan. Then he introduced Ning Fan. Dr. Ning, this is my granddaughter Zhao Tiantian. Yeah. Ning Fan nodded. He smiled at Zhao Tiantian and said, Hello, Ning Fan. Zhao Tiantian looked at Ning Fan in surprise, with a look of surprise on her pretty face. Grandpa was a well-deserved miracle doctor in Jiangcheng, and there was only one miracle doctor in Jiangcheng. Why did Grandpa mention Dr. Ning today? If it was an older man, she might have believed it. But Ning Fan is too young, and he is wearing a courier's uniform. He is clearly a courier. How is he related to the miracle doctor? This can't be a liar. By the way, Dr. Ning, what medicine do you need? I'll prepare it for you. Zhao Yuantang asked. Ning Fan then told Zhao Yuantang the several medicines he needed. Dr. Ning, please go in and sit for a moment. It will take some time to get the medicine and pack it. About 10 minutes. Zhao Yuantang invited Ning Fan to go into the pharmacy's reception room and wait. Okay, thank you very much. Ning Fan had just sat down when he suddenly heard an anxious cry for help from outside the pharmacy. Is the doctor here? Come and save them. Zhao Yuantang stopped getting the medicine, turned around and walked quickly towards the door. I saw a group of people carrying an unconscious woman in from outside. One of them said to Zhao Yuantang, Divine Dr. Zhao, please save our sister Ya. Zhao Yuantang recognized the unconscious woman. It's Wang Ya. There are 8 districts in Jiangcheng, and each district has an underground boss. This woman is the boss of the underworld in District 7. Don't look at her as a woman. However, he is an extremely cruel person. What's going on? Zhao Yuantang didn't want to get into trouble by delaying Wang Ya's treatment, so he wanted to cure her immediately and let her go. I don't know. Sister Ya fainted suddenly. Wang Ya's younger brother said in a panic. Doctor, please do your best to treat Sister Ya. Zhao Yuantang said in a deep voice, Tian, push the bed out. Zhao Tian immediately pushed the mobile bed over. After placing Wang Ya on the hospital bed, Zhao Yuantang began to take her pulse and check her condition. Mr. Ning, may I use the silver needles first? Dr. Zhao said to Ning Fan. Because he didn't know whether Ning Fan was happy to reveal his medical skills to others, Zhao Yuantang didn't call Ning Fan a miracle doctor to be on the safe side. Ning Fan handed over Zhao Yuantang's silver needle. Zhao Yuantang then began to remove and insert the needles. After the 13 silver needles were inserted, Wang Ya was still unconscious. There was no sign of waking up. How could this happen? Zhao Yuantang's expression changed. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Doctor, how is our sister Ya? The younger brother next to him asked in a deep voice when he saw that Wang Ya had not woken up. Don't rush me. Zhao Tian said. Grandpa is treating her at this critical moment. Please don't talk carelessly. Rushing him will easily distract him. Once he's distracted, it will be too late to save him. Suddenly, the younger brother next to him stopped talking. But their faces were all very nervous. After all, we are not fools. If nothing serious happened, Wang Ya should have woken up long ago. The one treating her now is the famous Dr. Zhao in Jiangcheng. I hope everything will be fine. Zhao Tiantian's pretty face now looked a little nervous. If the woman wasn't cured, the pharmacy would be in big trouble. This group of people have no moral principles. Suddenly, Zhao Yuantang gave up on the acupuncture and stood up, asking Ning Fan for help. Mr. Ning, this patient's condition is special. My acupuncture method has no effect on him at all. For some reason, it actually caused the vitality in his body to drain away at an accelerated rate. Please use your acupuncture skills, Mr. Ning, to save me again. Dr. Zhao, what do you mean? Seeing that Zhao Yuantang suddenly gave up giving acupuncture to Wang Ya and asked for help from a courier, Wang Ya's younger brother's faces suddenly turned cold. What do you think of Sister Ya? Anyone can touch and insert needles into Sister Ya's body at will? They all pulled out soft knives from their waists. For a moment, the pharmacy was filled with chill. Grandpa, you. Zhao Tian didn't quite understand. Who is this person? She has such a powerful team, why should I save her? Ning Fan said indifferently. Mr. Ning, this person is Sister Ya, the boss of the underground world in the 7th district of Jiangcheng. Her full name is Wang Ye. She is also a well-known figure in the underground world of Jiangcheng. Zhao Yuantang introduced. It's her. Ningfan was slightly stunned. I didn't expect to meet Wang Hongli's sister Wang Ye so soon. Still in this way. Mr. Ning knows Sister Ye? Zhao Yuantang was slightly stunned. But the next second, he felt relieved. People like Wang Ye may not be so conspicuous in the eyes of the wealthy families in Jiangcheng, but if they are among the ordinary people in Jiangcheng, especially those who do ordinary jobs like Ningfan, they should be the kind of people who can be heard of frequently. After all, such people are related to the stability of ordinary people's lives. Fighting and collecting protection fees will affect stability. Therefore, most people don't want to have anything to do with these people. Ningfan shook his head. I don't know him, but I've heard of him. Sister Ye is critically ill now. Are you two playing a double game with us? Wang Ye's younger brother said coldly again. If anything happens to Sister Ye, you'll be buried with her. Mr. Ning, please, for the sake of your kindness as a doctor, don't bother with them and help me one more time. Zhao Yuantang was sweating profusely. From now on in Jiangcheng, if you need me anywhere, I will definitely do my best to help you. Good. Ningfan agreed. Because he suddenly thought of a problem in his cultivation. Because the spiritual energy in the air was thin, his cultivation was a little slow. I practiced all night yesterday, but didn't make it to the qi refining stage. To solve this problem, he found two solutions in his father's inheritance records. The first method is to find a place with rich spiritual energy. However, with his current abilities, he couldn't find this solution yet. The second method is to find medicinal materials that are older. Chapter 24 What are you doing? This kind of medicinal herb contains a certain amount of spiritual energy. Perhaps one herb is not enough, but if you find a few more of them, it should be enough. But he didn't know where to find such medicinal herbs. However, Zhao Yuantang, who has been a doctor in Jiangcheng for decades, must know. This is why he is willing to agree to help Zhao Yuantang once. Do you have a private room here? Ningfan asked. Have. Zhao Yuantang nodded and said, Mr. Ning, what do you want to do? Her illness is a little special, and she needs to take off her clothes for treatment. Ningfan said truthfully. Boy, you're looking for death. The leading little brother stared at Ningfan with a cold light in his eyes. You don't need to get excited. Ningfan said. The reason your boss fainted is because the snake venom hidden in her body has taken effect. If you want her to wake up, you need to force out all the toxins in her flesh, blood, and meridians. Otherwise, if we delay any further, once the toxin enters her brain nerves, she will never wake up. When these words were spoken, the pupils of these people shrank. He looked at Ningfan in surprise. They couldn't understand why Ningfan, without doing anything, could actually see that their sister Ye had hidden snake venom in her body. 3 months ago, when Sister Ye was fighting with the crows from District 6, the crows deliberately dipped their venom in the king cobra's venom and cut her skin. I evacuated immediately and went to the hospital for hemodialysis. I thought everything was fine, but I didn't expect there was still snake venom hidden in my body. So that's how it is. Zhao Yuantang was also stunned at this moment, and then he showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. No wonder his acupuncture method not only failed to wake Wang Ye up, but made her condition worse. Tian, help Mr. Ning push the patient in. Zhao Yuantang said. Okay. Zhao Tian was also a little surprised, because looking at the expressions and reactions of these people, she could probably guess that the snake venom Ningfan mentioned was most likely true. But she couldn't understand how Ningfan could see that. Could it be that this person is really a miracle doctor? More powerful than Grandpa? Although Wang Ye's group of younger brothers were extremely reluctant to let Ningfan treat him, there was nothing they could do now. He could only stare at Ningfan fiercely and say, Boy, if you dare to do anything to Sister Ye's body during the treatment, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. If you delay any longer, you'll have to prepare to buy her a coffin and collect her body. Ningfan said coldly. Suddenly, these younger brothers could only watch Ningfan follow Zhao Tian into the small room of the pharmacy. In the room, after Zhao Tian secured the bed, he looked at Ningfan, took a deep breath, and said, I'll trouble you with this patient. Ningfan nodded, then set his eyes on Wang Ye. I have to say that Wang Ye has a beautiful face. She also has a very good figure, with a curvy figure and no excess fat. Skin as white as snow. Such a beauty actually mixed up in the underground world and even became the boss of the underground world in the 7th district of Jiangcheng. I'm sorry, Ning Fan whispered as he looked at the unconscious Wang Ye. Then he reached out and undressed Wang Ye. Zhao Tiantian's pretty face turned red and hot. It feels a bit weird to be alone in a room with a man, looking at the body of another beautiful woman. My breathing became a little rapid and my body felt a little hot. What are you doing? Zhao Tiantian's face suddenly changed. He quickly grabbed Ning Fan's arm. Because Ning Fan did not use silver needles for acupuncture now, but directly stretched out his palm towards Wang Ye's chest. Ning Fan looked at Zhao Tiantian and said, most of the snake venom in her body has now spread to her chest, compressing her heart and lung nerves, affecting her breathing, and causing her to faint. To wake her up, we need to get rid of some of the toxins first. After saying that, Ning Fan broke free from Zhao Tiantian's hand, and then placed his right hand on the right side first. Then put it on the left. Massage both sides simultaneously. Zhao Tiantian originally wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped talking. Because as Ning Fan massaged her, a layer of black appeared on the top of Wang Ye's chest, which was as white as jade. Xie. Ning Fan quickly picked up 2 silver needles and placed them in the center of his chest. The silver needle turned black in an instant. And 2 streams of black liquid spurted out along the silver needle. Suddenly, the dark layer on the chest disappeared. Call. All of a sudden, Wang Ye, whose breath was extremely weak and almost inaudible, let out a heavy breath. But his eyes were still closed and he showed no signs of waking up. Ning Fan kept his purple gold divine pupils open and scanned Wang Ye's body. It was discovered that there were traces of toxins in the flesh, blood, and meridians of other parts of Wang Ye's body. Although the amount was much less than the amount of toxin in Wang Ye's chest, it was the key reason why Wang Ye did not wake up. So, Ning Fan practiced his skills, and then kept the spiritual energy in his palms while massaging other parts of Wang Ye's body. The direction of massage is always towards the chest. The whole body was massaged for a total of 6 rounds. After these 6 rounds, the snake venom in Wang Ye's body was completely cleared. The breathing rhythm also returned to normal. But he still didn't wake up. After Ning Fan removed the 2 silver needles from her chest, he said to Zhao Tiantian, sweating profusely, put her clothes back on. The treatment is complete. She'll wake up soon. Okay. Zhao Tiantian nodded. Although Wang Ye had not woken up yet, when she saw the black toxin discharged through the 2 silver needles, she knew that Ning Fan should have been cured. It should only be a matter of time before Wang Ye wakes up. After pushing Wang Ye out, her group of younger brothers quickly came over. How is Sister Ye? The leading younger brother asked anxiously. Nothing. Ning Fan said, I've cleared all the toxins from her body. She's fine now. You're fucking bullshit, you're fooling a fool. The leading brother became angry when he saw that Wang Ye was still unconscious and had not woken up. Half an hour in, and your eyes still haven't opened. Is this what you told us is alright? Ahem. Suddenly, the unconscious Wang Ye coughed slightly, and her tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Suddenly, the pharmacy became quiet. Wang Ye's younger brothers were all shocked. Although Zhao Tiantian had already known that it was only a matter of time before Wang Ye woke up, she was still quite shocked when she actually saw her wake up. Only Ning Fan looked at Wang Ye's younger brothers with a cold expression. Chapter 25 Bastard. Thank you, Dr. Ning, for saving me again. While everyone was shocked, Zhao Yuantang took a deep breath and bowed to Ning Fan. If it weren't for Ning Fan today, he would have died in the Tang family. You have to die once in your own pharmacy. Death is not important. For a doctor, reputation is the most important thing. Call. Zhao Yuantang let out a breath, feeling like he had survived a disaster. Zhao Tiantian looked at Ning Fan in shock with her beautiful eyes. What even his grandfather, the miracle doctor, couldn't solve, Ning Fan, who was dressed in a courier uniform and looked down upon by others, solved with ease. This is truly a miracle doctor. Sister Ye. After a group of younger brothers realized what was happening, they gathered around Wang Ye. Wang Ye's body felt weak. After sitting up with difficulty, she looked at her surroundings and immediately understood. Then he said to Zhao Yuantang, thank you, Divine Dr. Zhao. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Yuantang said. It's all thanks to Dr. Ning that you were saved. Him? Wang Ye looked at Ning Fan. He frowned slightly. Could a small person in a courier uniform save him? Before Zhao Yuantang could say anything, Ningfan suddenly interrupted, "Divine Dr. Zhao, please give me my medicine and your silver needles. I have to go back." Zhao Yuantang was stunned at first, then immediately remembered why Ningfan came to the pharmacy. He felt quite ashamed that he had wasted Ningfan's time with his own affairs. He quickly wrapped the medicine with his granddaughter and handed the silver needle to Ningfan, saying, "Dr. Ning, I'm so sorry to have wasted your time. When you have time, I will definitely thank you for saving my life twice." After saying that, Zhao Yuantang took out his phone and said to Ningfan, "Dr. Ning, is it possible for me to add him on WeChat? If you need anything in the future, just let me know on WeChat and I'll have Tian bring it to you. No need to bother you coming over." "Good." Ningfan nodded. "It just so happens that there are a lot of people in the pharmacy right now, so I can't tell you about my need for older medicinal materials right now. I'll ask Zhao Yuantang on WeChat when I get back. Tian, please send Dr. Ning away," Zhao Yuantang said. "I realized that Ningfan was not as simple as he seemed, wearing a courier uniform, and I was very happy to interact with him." Then Ningfan turned around and left. He didn't even look at Wang Ye. Wang Ye looked at Ningfan's back and frowned slightly. This man didn't take her seriously at all and didn't even look at her. It was as if in his eyes, there was no such person as Wang Ye. However, she had no idea that when Ningfan treated her just now, he not only looked at her as a person, but also her entire body. The baby warehouse even underwent more than half an hour of massage under Ningfan's hands. Wang Ye felt much better by now. She got off the hospital bed and said to Zhao Yuantang again, "Divine Dr. Zhao, my brothers just brought me here, so they might be a little emotional. If they've offended you in any way, tell me, and I'll make them pay for it." Zhao Yuantang shook his head and said, "That's nothing. Sister Ye, just go back and have a good rest and recuperate for a while." "Good." Wang Ye nodded. Then he left with his brothers. After leaving the pharmacy, Wang Ye asked, "Are you sure that it was that person who saved me just now, as Dr. Zhao said?" Wang Ye has two of the most honest and loyal subordinates. Jinbao is one of the leading brothers around me. Jinbao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Sister Ye, it was indeed him who saved you." "Only. Just what?" Wang Ye turned her head and stared at Jinbao, whose face was covered in sweat. "It's just that, the way he treated you was a little special." Jinbao's voice trembled. Wang Ye said coldly. "Speak, don't tell me half of it. How did he treat me?" He told us to take off your clothes, Sister Ye." Jinbao said tremblingly. "At that time, there was really nothing we could do, Sister Ye. He saw the problem with your body right away, and Divine Dr. Zhao couldn't save you. You even asked him for help. With no other choice, we could only watch as he and Divine Dr. Zhao's granddaughter wheeled you from the hospital bed into a small room to treat you for half an hour." "What?" Wang Ye was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, Wang Ye's face was covered with frost. Because now she felt a little bloated and painful in her baby's warehouse, she lowered her head slightly and could see two handprints on the left and right warehouses through the gap in her clothes. All of a sudden, Wang Ye's body began to tremble. She couldn't imagine what kind of treatment Ningfan had given her. Looking at the direction where Zhao Tian sent Ningfan away, she bit her red lips tightly and said, "Asshole, don't let me meet you again, or I will kill you." Jinbao was trembling beside him. Ningfan took the medicine and the silver needle and went home without any delay. As soon as I got home, Qinshou also came back from school. "Brother, you got off work so early today?" Qinshou happily put down his school bag, then hugged Ningfan's hand and shook it, asking, "Did you bring me anything delicious?" Although she is only 16, Qinshou has developed very well, is very pretty, and has shown signs of being a beauty. The places on the body that should be there are also beginning to take shape. If you hold Ningfan's arm and swing it like this, it will inevitably touch that developing area. Ningfan quickly pulled her hand out of Qinshou's and reminded him, "You're no longer the little girl you were when you were little. You've grown up, and your brother is a boy too. You need to learn to maintain the proper distance and not get too close." "Oh." Qinshou pouted. "What's the big deal?" Ningfan rubbed Qinshou's head and said with a smile, "I was a bit rushed today and didn't buy you any food, but I bought some silver needles and Chinese medicine for your treatment. You don't need to go to the hospital for a bypass surgery. I can cure your heart problem." Looking at the silver needle box and medicinal herbs that Ningfan had placed on the table, Qinshou was stunned and asked, "Brother, where did you find this mud house? Is it okay? This is not a folk remedy." Ning Fan said as he opened the needle box. You'll find out in a moment. By the way, are you feeling any discomfort in your heart today? A little, but not strong. Qin Shou shook his head and asked. Brother, how are you going to treat me? Suddenly, Ning Fan was stunned. Then, his whole face turned red and hot. In order to solve Qin Shou's heart problem, a set of acupuncture methods from the supreme medical classics must be used. It's called the Sinomorium Sungaricum removal needle. 6 silver needles are placed at the specific spot where the disease occurs in the patient's body, surrounding the area and eradicating the stubborn disease. At the same time, your vitality will not be damaged. However, there is a prerequisite for acupuncture: the area to be treated must not be covered by clothing. Chapter 26. The voice is nice. If it were someone else, Ning Fan wouldn't think there was anything wrong with this treatment method. But the key is that the person he needs to treat now is Qin Shou. It's my sister. How can this be possible? For a moment, he couldn't overcome the barrier in his heart and didn't know how to answer Qin Shou. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Qin Shou asked while putting his palm on Ning Fan's forehead. Ah, why is it so hot, brother? You must have a fever. I'm fine. Ning Fan took Qin Shou's hand and said. Then why is it so hot? Is it okay to be nervous? Ning Fan asked. Okay. Qin Shou nodded. Brother, how do you want me to cooperate with you? No need, take some medicine first to let your body recover. Ning Fan still couldn't get over that hurdle, so he could only let Qin Shou take the medicine first. Although it is impossible to eradicate heart disease, the prescriptions inherited from my father can still alleviate and suppress it. Oh, okay. Then I'll take the medicine first. Qin Shou blinked. Yeah. Ning Fan nodded and went to boil medicine for Qin Shou. Just as it was cooked, before Qin Shou had time to drink it, Ning Fan's cell phone rang. When I looked at the time, it was already 8 o'clock, and it was almost time for the appointment with Tang Chu-Chu. I looked at the ringtone on my phone again and it turned out to be a WeChat voice call from Zhao Yuan Tang. Dr. Ning, thank you so much today. When the call was connected, Zhao Yuantang's voice came from the phone. I wonder when Dr. Ning will be free. I'd like to treat you to a meal. You don't have to eat, just help me do something. Ning Fan said. Dr. Ning, if you have any questions, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely get it done for you. Zhao Yuantang immediately said, if I can't do it, I'll ask someone else to do it. I need you to help me find some older medicinal herbs. Ning Fan said. How old are the herbs that Dr. Ning needs? They're probably those herbs again. Zhao Yuantang asked, I may not be good at other things in front of Dr. Ning, but when it comes to finding medicinal herbs, I, Zhao Yuantang, am definitely not bad. I've run this pharmacy for decades, and I personally select every herb from the market. As long as there is a herb in this world, I can find it for Dr. Ning. As for medicinal herbs, there's no restriction. The main thing is the age. I probably need some 1,000-year-old herbs. Can I find them? Ning Fan asked. 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs? Zhao Yuantang was stunned. Then he said awkwardly, to be honest with you, Dr. Ning, medicinal herbs of this age are rarely found. Even if it were to be released, it would be bought by wealthy families at exorbitant prices and would never be circulated in the market. I wonder what Dr. Ning needs these herbs for. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Yuantang hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand, Dr. Ning. I asked about the effect because I wanted to see if there are any herbs from other years with roughly the same efficacy that can be used as substitutes. Can we find 500-year-old medicinal herbs? Ning Fan didn't care and asked again. Although this level will not be circulated in the market, but if you ask around and put in some effort, there should be some chance. Zhao Yuantang looked embarrassed and flushed on the other end of the phone. I had originally vowed that I could help Ning Fan, so I decided to repay the favor first. Unexpectedly, he was unable to meet Ning Fan's 2 consecutive requests. Is it at the 100-year level? Ning Fan asked again. We need wild ones, not farmed ones. There is no chance for 1,000-year-old or 500-year-old medicinal herbs, so we can only turn our attention to 100-year-old wild medicinal herbs. There are also many medicinal herbs of this level that are artificially cultivated. Although it is older, it is far from as good as the wild ones and absorbs sufficient spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This can be found. Zhao Yuantang's eyes immediately lit up. Okay. Ning Fan nodded. No matter what kind of medicinal herbs it is, as long as they are at the century level, you can help me collect them first, and I will pay you later. On the way home, Ning Fan checked the card that Mr. Tang gave him today. It would have been fine if I hadn't checked, but when I did I was shocked. There was actually 1 million in cash inside. I called Mr. Tang at that time and asked him to return it, but he didn't want it. He also said that this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for him. It's worth spending a little money to save a life. Then Ning Fan didn't force himself to retreat. After all, the other party had already said that. Therefore, Ning Fan now has the confidence to ask Zhao Yuan Tang to help him collect more century-old medicinal herbs. Okay, I'll do it right away. Zhao Yuan Tang nodded. As soon as the call between the two was disconnected, another call came in. It was Tang Chu Chu. Ning Fan, I'm downstairs at your house, please come down quickly. Tang Chu Chu's pleasant voice came from the phone. Good. Ning Fan nodded. Just as he hung up the phone, Xin Xiu suddenly came up to him and asked curiously. Brother, who is this sister on the phone? It sounds nice. Isn't this the new sister-in-law you found for me? Chapter 27 I'm giving it to you. Ning Fan's face suddenly became hot and he felt a little embarrassed. How could a divorced man like me, with my current status, be worthy of a girl like Tang Chu Chu? Then he gently scratched Xin Xiu's nose and said, focus more on your studies. You'll be in your 3rd year of high school soon. Also, drink the medicine quickly while it's still hot and get some rest. I, your brother, have something to do tonight and need to go out for a while. Profound. Xin Xiu blinked innocently. Ning Fan then changed his clothes and went out. As soon as I walked downstairs, I saw a pink Porsche 911. Ning Fan. Here. The car door opened and Tang Chu Chu got out. Tang Chu Chu dressed up carefully tonight and looked very beautiful. Her long hair cascaded down behind her like a waterfall, and she wore a slim-fitting evening gown that perfectly highlighted every inch of her figure, leaving no trace of flaw. Especially the pair of slender, snow-white long legs under the dress, which makes people's hearts tremble. With delicate light makeup, she looks like a princess walking out of a painting. Boom! After getting in the car, Tang Chu Chu stepped on the accelerator and drove Ning Fan away. I heard you have a younger sister. Tang Chu Chu asked while driving. Ning Fan nodded and asked in confusion, how did you know? My dad investigated you before. Tang Chu Chu said. But don't be angry, Grandpa taught him a lesson. Yeah. Ning Fan nodded. In the Tang family, Tang Chu Chu and old man Tang Guiqiang both treated him well, so he didn't care about Tang Sihai's bad treatment of him. After all, if someone like me suddenly broke into a family like the Tang family, if I were someone from another family, they would probably investigate me as well. I wouldn't let someone I've never seen or heard of before into the family and get so close to my daughter for no apparent reason. Why don't you bring your sister to the party tonight? Tang Chu Chu asked. I'd like to get to know her. She has to get up early to go to school tomorrow, so it's not suitable for her to play outside for too long at night. Ning Fan said. This place is too shabby. When I parked my car just now, I saw a lot of gangsters around here. I don't think it's a good idea for your sister to go to and from school. Tang Chu Chu said. I have a house that's been vacant, so I'll give it to you. You and your sister can live there. The security there is good, and you don't have to worry about your sister if you're out alone during the day or at night. As she spoke, Tang Chu Chu opened the small box next to the driver's seat, took out a key from it and handed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan originally wanted to refuse, but then he thought about how shabby the place he and his sister lived in was. It was fine in the morning, I always rode my bike to take him to school. At night, sometimes I come home late from get off work, and she always comes back by herself. She is not a little girl anymore, but a grown-up lady with a graceful figure. There are indeed a lot of hooligans here. Although nothing has happened now, there is no guarantee that some excessive hooligans will not come here in the future. If Qin Shou encounters them, it will be very troublesome and not good. Although I have some money now, I will have to spend it on buying aged medicinal herbs, which will probably cost a lot of money. I don't have any extra money to move to a house with a better environment and security. So I agreed. When I have enough money to buy a new house in the future, I will return the house to Tang Chu Chu. After taking the key, Ning Fan said, thank you. Pfft, what's there to thank me for? It's just a house. I don't live in it anyway, so it's just empty. You saved my grandfather twice. Even if I give you half of the Tang family's assets, Grandpa won't object. Tang Chu-Chu chuckled. At this time, Ningfan saw the words on the key clearly. This turned out to be the key to the villa on Sunlong Island. The Sunlong Island Villa District has the best houses in the entire Jiangcheng. The people who live here are basically either rich or noble, and well-known people. Ordinary people are not even qualified to live there, let alone enter the community on the island. This house is too valuable, you should take it back. Ningfan took a deep breath and handed the key back to Tang Chu-Chu. Compared to my grandfather's life, it's too cheap. Tang Chu-Chu didn't answer and continued, giving this house to you was actually instructed by my grandfather. Grandpa said that if you don't accept, he will tell me not to get too close to you in the future. Okay. Ningfan reluctantly took back the key. By the way, Miss Tang, I want to ask you something. What's the matter? Tang Chu-Chu asked. Ask me anything you want. There's nothing I don't know in Jiangcheng. Do you know where I can buy those ancient medicinal herbs? Preferably 300 or 400 years old, or even 500 years old or more. Ningfan said. Tang Chu-Chu was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, what kind of medicinal herbs do you want? I am useful. Ningfan replied. If it's only 100 years old, it's actually quite easy to find. We can find it through Dr. Zhao, but there won't be too many. Tang Chu-Chu thought for a while and said. After 100 years, it's very difficult to see it. After 500 years, it's basically impossible to see it. Those that are 200 to 300 years old, or 300 to 400 years old, are rarely seen. These herbs are collected by wealthy people. For example, I actually have a 300-year-old wild ginseng at home. But in the afternoon, in order to help Grandpa recover faster, I used it to make soup for him. Ningfan felt a little disappointed. But his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, where did you get this wild ginseng? I went to the Jiangcheng auction with my grandfather to bid. Tang Chu-Chu's eyes lit up after she finished speaking. Yes, you need this. I can take you to the Jiangcheng auction right now. There are a lot of good things here, both legitimate and illicit. There are even some declining families that auction off their ancestral treasures in order to continue their business. It's almost 9 o'clock, and your party is about to start. It's not convenient to go to the auction venue now. Ningfan said. Tang Chu-Chu smiled and said, the party officially starts at 9:40, and it's only 8:20 now. If we go to the Jiangcheng auction, it will start at 8:30, and it will only be open for an hour. We can just get to the party in an hour. Okay then, thank you very much. Ningfan thanked him. To enter the Jiangcheng auction, capital verification is required. Although he has never been there, as a courier, he is familiar with the rules of every place in Jiangcheng. If you go there alone, you won't be able to get in at all. But it would be much more convenient if Tang Chu-Chu brought me with her. It's okay. Tang Chu-Chu smiled sweetly. He stepped on the accelerator again, and the car changed its route and headed straight for the Jiangcheng auction venue. Chapter 28 Spiritual Fluid. In less than 10 minutes, about 8 minutes, Tang Chu-Chu drove Ningfan to the parking lot of the Jiangcheng auction venue. There are luxury cars everywhere. Everyone who got off the car was dressed in fancy clothes, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Obviously, those who can come here are basically people with some status, position, and money in Jiangcheng. Tang Chu-Chu asked Ningfan to get off first and wait for her here while she went to park the car. Ningfan frowned as soon as he got out of the car. Because he met two people here who made him feel bad. It was Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei. Ningfan, you're such an interesting person. Yang Qiqi also noticed Ningfan at this time and sneered. You didn't just slap me during the day, but you wanted me to regret it later? Why is this shameless person following me? Are you asking me to forgive you and remarry me? I tell you, it's impossible. Where do you get the nerve? Ningfan said coldly. If he wasn't going to the auction to buy aged medicinal herbs, he would have turned and left when he saw these two people. Ningfan, don't quibble. Yang Qiqi sneered, how much do you like me? I know better than anyone how you used to be a licking dog. I know how unwilling you are to be with Master Chen. It's just that because of the energy you used when you fucked me during the day, you were too embarrassed to ask me for help. So you secretly followed me, wanting to find a place where no one was around to ask me for help. That way, you could retain your dignity as a man. You're so ugly, he must be blind to follow you. Please. Tang Chu-Chu, who had parked the car, walked over from a distance. You. Yang Qiqi subconsciously wanted to refute. But when he saw Tang Chuchu walk up to Ningfan and take his hand, the words on the tip of his tongue suddenly stopped coming out. Because in front of Tang Chuchu, her beauty and figure, which she was proud of, were like a firefly. It can't be compared with the bright moon at all. Deep down in my heart, I couldn't help but feel inferior. Yang Qiqi gritted her teeth and turned her gaze back to Ningfan. Unable to argue with Tang Chuchu, she could only find a sense of existence in Ningfan. Ningfan, there will never be any possibility between us. Yang Qiqi gritted her teeth and said, "Do you know why young Master Chen and I are here today? It's because tonight there's a set of 3 gold pieces from a European aristocrat up for auction. It includes a ring, a necklace, and earrings. It was once worn by a European queen and given to an aristocrat. The starting price for the auction is now 1 million. Mr. Chen, please take this photo for me because we are planning a grand wedding in 15 days. That will be the time when you will be most painful and regret the most for not holding on to me." Before Ningfan could respond, Tang Chuchu laughed. "Buying second-hand 3 golds for marriage? It's really a perfect match for a second-hand woman like you." You. Yang Qiqi's face flushed red. Chen Wei's face suddenly turned ugly. The two were very angry, but they didn't know how to refute. "Ningfan, let's go in." Tang Chuchu then pulled Ningfan into the venue under the extremely hateful gazes of the two. Less than 2 minutes after entering, the auction began. More than 20 items were auctioned in one go, but none of the medicinal herbs Ningfan wanted were found. Call. Ningfan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was not so easy to obtain those ancient medicinal herbs at the Jiangcheng auction venue. But just when Ningfan no longer had any hope, his eyes suddenly lit up. Because the item being auctioned now is not a medicinal material, but just a piece of red jade. But in this piece of jade, Ningfan saw through his purple gold divine pupils that there was a liquid the size of a small fingernail, the color of milk. Suddenly, Ningfan's breathing became rapid. On the first floor of the 9-story glazed tower, he had seen an introduction to the spiritual power within the bodies of immortal cultivators. Spiritual power is the spiritual energy in the world. Cultivators use their skills to absorb the spiritual energy into their bodies, convert it into spiritual power and circulate it throughout the body, thus changing and improving their physical fitness. The importance of spiritual energy to cultivators is like that of oxygen to ordinary people. If one wants to survive and improve, one must use spiritual energy for cultivation. In addition to the gaseous form, spiritual energy also has several other forms. One is in mist form and the other is in liquid form. No matter what form it is denser and purer than the spiritual energy in gaseous form. Because only when the spiritual energy becomes more pure and dense will its form change. The starting price for this piece of jade is 800,000. The auctioneer then announced the price. Ningfan, who originally wanted to participate in the auction, was stunned for a moment, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. It is really difficult to cultivate immortality in this world nowadays. The spiritual energy in the air was thin, and he encountered a piece of jade containing spiritual liquid without hesitation. As a result, the starting auction price was 800,000. What was the final transaction price? Ningfan didn't dare to think about it. 1 million. But just when Ningfan was feeling a little disappointed, Tang Chuchu, who was sitting next to him, suddenly joined the bidding. This caused many people in the auction hall to look at each other in bewilderment. Although 1 million was nothing to people of their level, no one's money came easily. This piece of jade is about the size of an egg. At most, it's worth 1 million. If the price is forced up, it will not be good for anyone. So as Tang Chuchu entered the venue in a rude way by directly raising the price by 200,000, there were not many people following her. However, there are still a few people, but the price increase is not large. Finally, when the price climbed to around 1.2 million, it was almost over. Just as the auctioneer was about to announce the result with the hammer, a familiar male voice suddenly rang out from the public area of the auction venue. 1,250,000. It's really Chen Wei. Because Yang Qiqi likes the color of this jade. In order to make his woman happy, Chen Wei was willing to do it. Tang Chuchu, who was sitting in the private box, saw this man kick her out of nowhere, and her pretty face suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, 1.5 million. Chen Wei frowned, looked towards the box, and gritted his teeth and said, 1,550,000. Since I promised to take a picture of this jade for Yang Qiqi, I must do it. You know, When he was talking to young Chi-Chi so confidently and pretending to be cool, everyone around him looked at him. If we don't win, it will be a slap in the face. 3 million. At this moment, Tang Chu-Chu raised the price so aggressively that Ningfan broke out in sweat. He knew that Tang Chu-Chu had seen that he wanted this piece of jade. So I participated in the auction, wanting to win it and give it to myself. But after just a few rounds of bidding, he had roughly figured out that for such a piece of jade, the price of 1.2 million was about the maximum. Now the bid has reached 3 million, almost 3 times the price, which makes him feel it is not worth it. How about chapter 29? Chen Wei's head was buzzing with anger. He wasn't so generous as to spend 3 million to buy a jade stone the size of an egg. The money he brought tonight was not enough for him to squander like this. If the bidding continues, I will not be able to win the 3 gold medals from Europe tonight. Thinking of this, Chen Wei could only grit his teeth and give up. Honey, I wanted young Chi-Chi didn't want to give up and acted coquettishly with Chen Wei. It's not worth spending 3 million on a jade like this. I'll ask my friends to find you one like this. Let's buy the 3 golds tonight and prepare for our wedding. Chen Wei said in a deep voice. Otherwise, if we spend all the money here, we won't have a chance to get the 3 golds. Do you want this piece of jade, or do you want a grand wedding in 15 days? Okay, I want a wedding. Even though young Chi-Chi liked it so much, she had to give up. Soon the jade was delivered to Tang Chu-Chu's box. Here, this is for you. Tang Chu-Chu placed the jade in front of Ningfan. Seeing this piece of jade, Ningfan's breathing became a little faster. 3 million to buy a piece of jade as big as an egg. He didn't quite understand what a rich woman like Tang Chu-Chu was thinking. It's too expensive. Ningfan said with a wry smile. You gave me a villa and 3 million worth of jade. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay this favor anytime soon. No need to pay it back. You saved my grandfather twice, and that's enough for our Tang family to treat you well for the rest of your life. Tang Chu-Chu whispered, but if you really want to pay it back, it's not impossible to pay it back in a short time. Why? Ningfan asked subconsciously. Tang Chu-Chu turned her head, blinking her eyes like black grapes, and said, how about being with me and becoming the son-in-law of the Tang family? Ah! Ningfan was stunned. He was completely stunned. He didn't expect Tang Chu-Chu to flirt with him so directly. This is the first woman who has flirted with him since he was old enough to understand. Although I was a little confused, I didn't know why, but I had an inexplicable feeling in my heart. I can't describe this feeling. Puff. Seeing Ningfan in a daze with a red face, Tang Chu-Chu laughed out loud. Ningfan, how come you are even more shy than a girl like me? Forget it, you probably don't want to do it, so I won't tease you anymore. After Tang Chu-Chu said this last sentence, Ningfan regretted it. Which man wouldn't want to be with an outstanding girl like Tang Chu-Chu? I was so stupid that I didn't even seize the opportunity that came to me. But at this moment, Tang Chu-Chu suddenly turned her head and looked at Ningfan, blinking her big eyes and said, although you didn't agree to me just now, if you are willing to be with me someday, tell me and I will definitely agree to it. All of a sudden, Ningfan's feeling of regret disappeared. His body trembled slightly. Miss Tang, this piece of jade can meet some of my needs tonight. I don't have to wait and see if there are any ancient medicinal herbs. Ningfan said after putting the jade away. Let's go. It's almost 9 o'clock. It will take some time to get to the place where your party is held. It's not good to rush it. Tang Chu-Chu was about to nod and prepare to take Ningfan away. But at this moment, the auctioneer's voice rang out again. The next item to be auctioned is a set of 3 gold jewelry once worn by a European queen. It has great collectible and practical value, and the starting price is 1 million. So, Tang Chu-Chu stopped Ningfan who was walking out and said, wait. Chapter 30, I'll give it to you. What's wrong? Ningfan asked puzzledly. Before Tang Chu-Chu returned, a familiar voice came from outside the box. 1,100,000. Chen Wei bids first. He directly raised the price to 100,000, which shows that he is determined to get this set of 3 gold jewelry. 1,150,000. 1,200,000. Soon more and more people started bidding. In the end, the price hovered around 1.7 million. There are fewer and fewer people bidding. The price increases became smaller and smaller, with each increase decreasing from hundreds of thousands to tens of thousands at the beginning. 1,800,000. Chen Wei's voice suddenly rang out again. he added tens of thousands in one go. All of a sudden, the auction hall became quiet and no one bid anymore. Seeing this, Chen Wei put his right arm around young Chi-Chi, with a very proud smile on his face. I said I would buy this set of 3 golds for you to use for our wedding, and I will definitely do it. Hubby, you are so good to me. Yang Qi leaned on Chen Wei's shoulder like a little bird. Much better than that loser Ning Fan. Just as Chen Wei was smiling and waiting for the auctioneer to announce the result, Tang Chuchu suddenly said coldly, 300 million. All eyes turned to look over at once. Chen Wei and Yang Chi-Chi also turned their heads and looked over. They both recognized the voice. Wasn't this the person who had just competed with them for the jade? Then both of them looked unhappy. He just spent 3 million to snatch the jade that they liked, and now he raises the price by another 3 million to snatch the 3 golds that they liked before they even arrived at the auction venue. He is really trying to make things difficult for them. When had the two of them ever offended anyone who could be in the box at the auction venue? What are you bidding on this for? In the box, Ning Fan asked doubtfully. I'm not happy with them. Tang Chuchu said. So, I don't want them to get too happy. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. It's really good to be rich. When they are unhappy, they spend millions to vent their anger without blinking an eye. 3,100,000. Chen Wei gritted his teeth. This bid price exceeded his budget, but for the sake of face, he couldn't let the same person slap him in the face twice in front of young Chi-Chi at the auction today, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and raise the price. 4 million. Tang Chuchu raised the price again. All of a sudden, the auction venue fell silent, and no one understood what Tang Chuchu was doing. Although this set of 3 golds came from the European royal family, its actual value is just that, capped at 2 million. I didn't expect it to rise to 3 million first and then to 4 million. What is this for? Fuck. Chen Wei cursed. I think Tang Chuchu is a lunatic. But he didn't dare to curse publicly. Those who could enter the box of Jiangcheng Auction Hall were not ordinary people, but VIPs of the venue. If he dared to curse now, he would be kicked out in the next second. Yang Chi-Chi was furious. The 2 things she had set her sights on tonight were about to be snatched away. She couldn't stand it any longer. She hugged Chen Wei's arm and said coquettishly, Hubby, you must help me take this photo. It's not just for me, but also for your own reputation. From the sound of it, this is a bitch. She actually forced your price up twice. Humph. Chen Wei snorted coldly, his anger rising. He said coldly, don't worry, I will definitely take a picture of this set of 3 golds for you. Then he bid again, 4,100,000. 5 million. Tang Chuchu made another offer. It was like a heavy slap on Chen Wei's face, making it turn red and unable to speak for a long time. When everyone in the conference hall looked at Chen Wei felt the temperature on his face suddenly rise. So embarrassing. Chen Wei had been pampered since childhood, so he couldn't stand such embarrassment. He said hot-headedly, 6 million. This time, I'm too lazy to add another 100,000. Just add 1 million. To save your face. 7 million. Tang Chuchu said lightly. 8 million. Chen Wei broke free from Yang Chi-Chi's hand and said irrationally. Oh. Tang Chuchu replied calmly, a set of 3 golds worth at most 2 million, and you, a big bastard, are willing to buy it for 8 million. It seems that you like second-hand 3 golds and second-hand women very much. Then I'll give it to you. Chen Wei was stunned. Yang Chi-Chi, who had originally felt very proud because Chen Wei had raised the price to 8 million and attracted everyone's attention, was also stunned. Chapter 31. Why are you pretending? The 2 of them felt as if a basin of cold water was poured down from the sky. Maliciously raising the price to cheat me? Chen Wei's voice trembled and his body shook, unable to conceal his anger. Did I force you to bid? If you don't have money, why are you pretending? Tang Chuchu opened the privacy protection device of the box and revealed her face. Chen Wei and Yang Chi-Chi were stunned again. I didn't expect that Tang Chuchu and Ning Fan were in the box. It's this bitch. Yang Chi-Chi cursed softly. Hubby, this loser and this bitch are such assholes, they actually cheated us like this. We're just going to give up 8 million for something that was maliciously overpriced. Don't want any wool. Chen Wei gritted his teeth and cursed, if you don't pay, neither of us will ever see the sun again. Originally, Yang Chi-Chi thought Chen Wei was exaggerating, but the next second, she felt a cold light coming from every dark corner of the auction hall. Suddenly, a chill ran down her back. She didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. In the end, the two of them could only stare at Tang Chuchu with gritted teeth, and Ningfan left. They could only scrape together the money with tears in their eyes, and even mortgage the car they drove here tonight, before they could collect the 8 million. Isn't that Ningfan and that bitch? When Yang Qiqi and Shan Wei came out of the auction venue, Tang Chuchu had just driven the car out from the depths of the parking lot. Ningfan had just gotten in the car and had not yet remembered to close the window when he was noticed by the two. Shan Wei blocked the exit directly, staring at Tang Chuchu, who was driving over, and said coldly, "Miss, have you gone too far tonight?" Because Chen Wei knew that people who could bid in the box of Jiangcheng auction venue were not simple. They were either rich or had status. Therefore, he was still very angry, but he could only grit his teeth and restrain himself from questioning Tang Chuchu. Boom! Tang Chuchu didn't bother to respond and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The pink Porsche immediately made a huge engine roar and rushed directly towards Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi, who were blocking the way. The two were so scared that they were sweating all over their faces and quickly dodged to the sides. The exhaust fumes from the car made the two of them look miserable. The makeup on Yang Qiqi's face was ruined. Taking out her small portable mirror, Yang Qiqi stamped her feet in anger and yelled in the direction the pink Porsche left, "What are you pretending to be, you stinky bitch? Do you think you're so great just because you can drive a Porsche in a private room? Who knows how many times you've slept in that old man's bed, using his status to get into the private room and his money to buy the car? You shameless bitch, how dare you bump into us?" Shan Wei's face also looked extremely ugly. But he didn't curse. Because of Tang Chuchu's collision, many people around looked at them, making them feel embarrassed. Quickly pull Yang Qiqi away. Every second you stay here is a second more of embarrassment. Husband, can we just let this matter go? After leaving the Jiangcheng auction, Yang Qiqi couldn't swallow this breath and said through gritted teeth, "We've lost face twice today at the hands of that bitch next to that loser Ningfan. Of course I won't let it go like this." Shan Wei said coldly. "Ningfan is a loser, there's no way he could possibly know any powerful family daughter. I think this woman is just a bitch who relies on an old man, using his money and resources to play gigolos. Jiangcheng's gigolo circle is basically known to all the bigwigs. This bitch is probably afraid of being exposed and losing her financial resources, so she finds a loser like Ningfan to play with for the time being. Even if this loser knows a daughter of a powerful family, I don't believe she would be interested in such a loser." "That's right." Yang Qiqi nodded. "Even I look down on him, let alone others? Unless they are blind." "Yeah." Shan Wei nodded. "Let's go to the party organized by Miss Tang later. After we get familiar with those people, we can take out the photo of this bitch and ask them to see if they know which big boss in Jiangcheng owns this bitch. I'm going to make her regret messing with me." Chapter 32, The Lingering Ghost. Meanwhile, at Tang's hotel. A pink Porsche stopped in front of the hotel. Tang Chuchu arranged today's party here. After entering the hotel, Tang Chuchu received a call and asked Ningfan to sit on the sofa in the lounge area of the lobby where the party was held. She would later introduce Ningfan to some of her friends. There was a problem with the preparations for tonight's high roller club party at the hotel. As the organizer of the party, she needs to resolve this issue. "Okay, you go and get busy first." Ningfan sat down here. As Tang Chuchu left, a taxi stopped outside the hotel entrance and a man and a woman got out. It was Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi. "Hubby, when you find out who that bitch is, you must teach her a lesson. And that loser Ningfan, he has to pay the price too." Yang Qiqi hugged Chen Wei's arm, her voice delicate and her eyes angry. "It was that bitch and the loser Ningfan who made us suffer such a big loss." Chen Wei said coldly, "Of course, I will make sure that Jiangcheng can't accommodate these two people tonight." Then Chen Wei took out the two invitations he had obtained and took Yang Qiqi into the Tang Hotel. "Mr. Chen." As soon as I entered, a surprised voice rang out, "You are also here to attend the party organized by Miss Tang." Chen Wei turned his eyes and saw the man, Wang Kai. The eldest son of the Wang group has a status similar to that of their Chen family in Jiangcheng. But now, with the arrival of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family from the provincial capital in Jiangcheng, everything has changed, and Wang Kai has no choice but to curry favor with her. "How can I not come to the party organized by Miss Tang?" Chen Wei smiled and said, "Otherwise, I won't give her face." The Tang family still has a very high status in Jiangcheng. The Tang group under his name is involved in various industries. Among them, Tang Express ranked first in the list of express delivery companies in Jiangbei province. "Mr. Chen is so modest. Wang Kai laughed and said enviously, who in Jiangqing doesn't know that your Chen family has hooked up with the Jiang family in the provincial capital and is about to cooperate with them to develop a billion-dollar project? After this project is developed, your Chen family's strength will naturally soar. As he spoke, he leaned over to Chen Wei and lowered his voice. By then, your Chen family will have the possibility to enter the provincial capital and be on equal footing with the Tang family. Who would dare to disrespect your Chen family? Being praised like this by Wang Kai, Chen Wei was very satisfied. He patted his shoulder and said with a proud smile, "Don't worry, by that time, I will naturally not forget you and will leave a sip of soup for your Wang family." Hearing this, Wang Kai's eyes lit up. "That's great, thank you, Brother Chen." A few days ago, Jiang Rushue, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital, came to Jiangcheng and announced that she would develop a project worth 10 billion yuan. After that, she specifically met with Chen Wei's father Chen Nianji. Everyone thought that Jiang Rushue wanted to hand over the cooperation project to the Chen family. After that, Chen Wei became arrogant and publicized this matter in Jiangcheng in a very high-profile manner, so that now the whole Jiangcheng knows that their Chen family is going to cooperate with the Jiang family in the provincial capital. Why did he come in? Suddenly, Yang Qiqi exclaimed, "This is a party organized by the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Isn't it said that the party is very strict about issuing invitations? Without a background or tens of millions of liquid funds, it is impossible to get one. This piece of trash is just trash that I don't want. What qualifications does he have to enter here?" Looking at Ningfan sitting on the sofa in the lounge area of the hall, Yang Qiqi's eyes were full of disbelief. She was able to get in thanks to Chen Wei, but how did that loser Ningfan get in? What bad luck! Chen Wei's face was not good and he said, "Why do I always run into this loser everywhere? Brother Chen, what's wrong?" Wang Kai also looked at Ningfan and asked, "Did that kid provoke you?" Chen Wei sneered and said, "That's the Yang family's useless son-in-law. He can be considered your sister-in-law's ex-husband. Like a dog, I licked your sister-in-law for several years and helped her pay for her tuition for several years. Although I got the marriage certificate, I never even touched a hair of your sister-in-law. It turns out to be this coward." Wang Kai said in surprise. "No wonder you and my sister-in-law are both surprised that this loser showed up here. This loser probably saw you and my sister-in-law outside and took advantage of your reputation to sneak in. That's possible. This loser may be useless, but he really knows how to lick. He just got kicked out by your sister-in-law, and now he's hooking up with a bitch." Chen Wei nodded and said, "Just now at the Jiangqing auction, he teamed up with that bitch to cheat me out of 8 million to buy 3 golds. 8 million? Wang Kai exclaimed in surprise. This amount of money was definitely not small. Although their Wang family was rich, they only had tens of millions in liquid funds. It was absolutely impossible for him to take out 8 million to buy the 3 golds. But Chen Wei was able to take it out, which further proved that the Chen family and the Jiang family must have agreed to cooperate. Otherwise, Chen Nianji would never allow Chen Wei to do such a thing. How could he know that if Chen Wei didn't pay the money, he would be dismembered by the people at the auction? Then, Wang Kai said, "Brother Chen, we can't let this bitch off easily. We have to teach her a lesson." "Yeah." Chen Wei nodded. "This bitch is pretty and looks rich. She's probably the mistress of some big boss in Jiangcheng. I took her photo. When the party starts, I'll get to know the others and ask them if they know which big boss owns this bitch. I want her to die under the wrath of that big boss. You useless piece of shit, could you please stop haunting me?" At this time, Yang Qiqi stepped forward, pointed at Ningfan, and cursed, "You and I are already in the past tense. You are a courier, so stop dreaming, understand? Didn't you hook up with a stinky bitch? Keep clinging to her. What's the point of following me? Also, don't use my and my husband's reputation to sneak into places like this. With your useless background and abilities, you're not qualified to stay here. Get out now and don't embarrass yourself here. The Yang and Chen families have such great reputations, and you can sneak into this kind of party just by borrowing your reputation? How can you be so arrogant?" Ningfan glanced at Yang Qiqi and was a little surprised at first. He didn't expect that these two people would also come to Tang Chuchu's party tonight. Then he sneered. "You?" Yang Qiqi was about to say something, but was immediately silenced. A few seconds later, Yang Qiqi gritted her teeth and sneered again, "You useless bastard, you're not at home taking care of your sick sister, and you still have the nerve to come out and play. Aren't you afraid that she'll die in bed and no one will know?" She also felt that Wang Kai's analysis just now made sense. It must be that the loser Ning Fan saw her and Chen Wei coming in at the door and sneaked in by borrowing their reputation. Otherwise, how could a useless courier like him have the qualifications to come in? Bang! The next second, a crisp slap sounded suddenly. Chapter 33. She is Tang Chu Chu. Chen Wei was stunned. Yang Qiqi was stunned, covering her swollen and red face. Over the years, Ning Fan has always obeyed her and treated her like a little princess. When would he slap her like this? Ning Fan. The next moment, Yang Qiqi's face twisted and she roared, "Are you crazy? Do you know who my husband is? He's the eldest son of the Jiangcheng Chun group, a prominent figure who was personally invited here by the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Who gives you the right to slap me in the face, you low-level loser who got in under a false pretense?" Soon, the commotion here attracted a lot of people's attention. The guests all looked at Ning Fan, Yang Qiqi, and the others with strange expressions. With their eyes, they could naturally see that Ning Fan's clothes were all cheap goods. When would such a person be able to sneak into the party organized by the eldest daughter of the Tang family? Moreover, he even dared to slap the wife of the eldest son of the Chun group? There's going to be a good show. You have a mean mouth. Ning Fan waved his hands and sneered, "I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Grandpa Yang, so that you won't cause trouble for Grandpa Yang when you go out." His younger sister Qin Xiu was his Achilles heel. No one can humiliate her. You. Yang Qiqi's face was ferocious with anger, but she also knew that she couldn't beat Ning Fan, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Husband, are you going to just watch me get beaten like this?" Chen Wei pointed at Ning Fan and threatened, "Ning Fan, now I'm giving you one chance. Kneel down and apologize to my Qiqi. Otherwise, I will use the power of my Chen family to make you have nowhere to go in Jiangcheng. No one dares to hire you." If Chen Wei had said this a few days ago, Ning Fan might have been scared. But now, who does he think he is? He. Brother Chen, this is just a piece of trash, why do you need to take action? Wang Kai sneered and walked forward, saying arrogantly, "Let me, a Taekwondo black belt, take care of him." Wow! Taekwondo black belt? No one expected that Wang Kai had such strength. For a moment, everyone looked at Ning Fan with pity in their eyes. TSK. This kid is going to be in trouble next. Kid. Wang Kai said disdainfully, "It is an honor for you to let me teach you a lesson. Next, I will let you know how unworthy you are of being my sister-in-law." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot, his right leg raised, and a cold wind blew. This kick was delivered with great force. Everyone thought that if this kick had hit Ning Fan, he would definitely have been hospitalized for several months. Poor thing. Frightened silly? Seeing Ning Fan standing still, Chen Wei sneered, "What a waste." The tone was full of disdain. The strength of Wang Kai's legs is getting stronger and stronger. This is a vicious move. However, seeing that the kick was about to hit Ning Fan in the face, he moved. He just raised his arm lightly and grabbed Wang Kai's leg. Bang! After a moment, a figure was knocked away, knocking over at least 10 tables, and blood was flowing. Wang Kai. The person who was knocked out was Wang Kai, who has a black belt in Taekwondo. For a moment, the surroundings fell into silence. No one expected such an outcome. I thought it was amazing. Ning Fan said disdainfully, "It's just fancy moves." Leaving behind a light-hearted remark, he stretched and left, walking to a corner nearby without even glancing at Chen Wei and the others. Grass. Chen Wei's face turned ugly. "A stinky courier, why are you pretending in front of me?" Yang Qiqi glanced at Ning Fan resentfully. "Why is Chen Shaoshang so angry?" A lazy male voice rang out, "This is a party organized by Miss Tang. TSK, he dares to pick a fight and hit someone at this party. Do you think Miss Tang will let him go?" Hearing this, Chen Wei's eyes lit up. "And he's a low-level piece of trash who got in here." The man spoke again with disdain, "Just wait, when Miss Tang comes out and finds out about this, she will definitely not let him off easily." Lu Feng. Chen Wei recognized who this man was. He was the eldest son of the Lu family in Jiangcheng. The Lu Group was the largest pharmaceutical company in Jiangcheng. His status is comparable to that of the Tang family, and it is said that he is also a suitor of Miss Tang. Mr. Chen. At this time, Wang Kai also stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Ningfan resentfully. I have already notified Brother who is under Sister Ya, the boss of the underground world in District 7. Snort! After Miss Tang throws him out, Brother Hu will take action and completely destroy him. He gritted his teeth and said, let him lie in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Chen Wei laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Well done. After my Chen family cooperates with the Jiang family in the provincial capital, I will definitely not forget your Wang family. Wang Kai looked delighted. Isn't this what he wants Chen Wei to say? Husband. That bitch who was with him at the auction can't be let off either. Yang Qiqi suddenly spoke up, saying bitterly, she has to pay the price too. Mention this. Mr. Lu. Chen Wei looked at Lu Feng, took out his phone, and said, you are the top young master in Jiangcheng. You must know a lot of people. I want to ask you about someone. Said. He pulled out a photo. He was not a fool. The woman who was with Ningfan had an extraordinary temperament. And he could even casually shout out 8 million to compete with him at the auction. What if he is a big shot? Wouldn't that be the end of us? Just in case, he still wanted to find Lu Feng to confirm. Oh? Lu Feng's eyes flickered. Who is it? Just as Chen Wei was about to bring up the photo he had taken, someone suddenly exclaimed. Next moment. Everyone's eyes were looking towards the back door, including Lu Feng, and even Ningfan, who was sitting alone in a corner, looked over. That was a very beautiful woman. Her long hair is draped over her shoulders and her cheeks are so delicate that there is nothing to fault with them. Especially today, she is wearing a black dress and high heels, which adds an indescribable beauty to her. This woman is Tang Chuchu. It's beautiful. Ningfan smacked his lips. Apart from that mysterious woman named Jiang, he had never met any woman in Jiangcheng who could compare to Tang Chuchu. Lu Feng and others couldn't take their eyes off him. It's her. At this moment, a scream broke the silence. Yang Qiqi was angry at first, then surprised and said, hubby, it's that bitch who cheated us at the auction. I didn't expect she would come here too, humph. That's great. Now I can make her pay the price. Only. Bang. Another slap landed on Yang Qiqi's face, and Lu Feng said coldly, shut up. She is Tang Chuchu, Miss Tang. Chapter 34. Who do you think you are? What? That woman is Tang Chuchu, Miss Tang? Lu Feng's voice was like a heavy hammer, the smile on Chen Wei's face froze, and Yang Qiqi looked pale. Cold sweat covered my back. Mr. Lu, are you kidding me? Yang Qiqi swallowed her saliva and said in a trembling voice, how could that woman be the eldest daughter of the Tang family? How could the eldest daughter of the Tang family be with a lowly, low-class delivery guy? She couldn't believe what came out of Lu Feng's mouth. Joke? Lu Feng said coldly, who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you are worthy of me making fun of you? If it weren't for the fact that Miss Jiang specifically met with Chen Nianji that day, you would have been dead a long time ago. He has a morbid obsession with Tang Chuchu. No one is allowed to say bad things about her, and of course no man is allowed to get close to her. She can only belong to herself. Watching Lu Feng turn and leave, Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi broke out in cold sweats. They actually offended the eldest daughter of the Tang family? Impossible. Yang Qiqi said fiercely, Ningfan is just a bootlicker I discarded. He's just a low-level trash delivery guy. How could he possibly be favored by Miss Tang? Unwilling. Naturally, she didn't want to see the dog she had abandoned suddenly find a woman better than herself. Right. Miss Tang must be just playing with him. Yang Qiqi gritted her teeth and sneered, yes, that must be the case, just wait. When Tang Chuchu goes up, you'll immediately see that low-level trash delivery guy being humiliated by Tang Chuchu. Can't wait. She couldn't wait to see Ningfan being humiliated. Chen Wei also sneered and said, you're right. It's impossible for someone of Miss Tang's status to be interested in such a slut. It was at this time. Tang Chuchu had already walked onto the stage, and just by standing there, she attracted everyone's attention. The original intention of organizing this party was to strengthen relationships. Tang Chuchu smiled lightly and said, however, just when I arrived here, I suddenly changed my mind and wanted to introduce someone to you. And this person will be our Tang family's distinguished guest, and may even become our son-in-law in the future. Wow! A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone stared at Tang Chuchu with wide eyes, each with different thoughts in their mind. Lu Feng was stunned at first, then he was ecstatic. Could it be that his recent attentiveness had touched Tang Chuchu, and she was going to agree to him? Expect. Yang Qiqi and Shen Wei had also made up their minds that once Miss Tang announced who that person was, they would make friends with that man as soon as possible. The man who can catch Tang Chuchu's eye must be a famous young man in Jiangcheng, right? And this person is most likely Lu Feng. Tang Chuchu glanced at the party, and then her eyes fell on a person who was sitting in the corner and eating voraciously. After a moment, everyone noticed Ning Fan and was slightly stunned. Who was this person? A set of cheap street stall goods. And those uncivilized eating habits. If it weren't for Tang Chuchu, most of the people present would not have noticed this person who was just eating and drinking for free. Only. At this moment, Yang Qiqi and Shen Wei's faces darkened as a bad thought came to their mind. Could it be that? Ning Fan. Tang Chuchu spoke. She smiled gently and said, I wonder if you could come up for a moment? Boom. These words were like a bolt from the blue, and Lu Feng was stunned. Yang Qiqi's heart twitched. Shen Wei's pupils contracted. Impossible. How is this possible? Shouldn't Tang Chuchu call Lu Feng's name? Why would she look at Ning Fan? And he even asked Ning Fan to come on stage? There's no way she'd fall for Ning Fan. Shen Wei clenched his fists, his voice hoarse, but he still consoled himself in his heart. He must want to call Ning Fan up and humiliate him. Yang Qiqi thought so too and sneered. Ning Fan paused and stared at Tang Chuchu in shock. But he still nodded, stood up, walked towards the stage, and stood next to Tang Chuchu. What's wrong? Tang Chuchu stared at Ning Fan, her eyes narrowed slightly. Ning Fan, everything I told you at the auction just now is true. When you finally figure it out and want to find a girlfriend, you must consider me. Just ask me and I'll agree. Silence. No one spoke, their mouths twitched slightly. Is this fucking real? The eldest daughter of the Tang family actually took the initiative to pursue someone? That man hasn't agreed to the eldest daughter of the Tang family yet? Why? What is the reason for this man wearing cheap clothes? Especially the men present stared at Ning Fan intently, as if they wanted to kill him with their eyes. How could they not even be better than someone like this? Little did he know that Ning Fan was also stunned at this moment. Is Tang Chuchu serious? Miss Tang. Don't be fooled by him. Yang Qiqi couldn't accept this result and said excitedly, this man is nothing more than a low-level trash delivery man. A courier? Everyone's eyes fell on Ning Fan and they frowned. When did Tang Chuchu's taste become so bad? Lu Feng's face was gloomy. And Yang Qiqi then sneered and said, he's just a piece of slut that I don't want. By the way, he's more of a bootlicker. TSK, this loser is really quite capable. You even deceived Miss Tang. Ning Fan, I'd really like to know what tricks you used. This moment. Everyone looked at Ning Fan with a different look, disdain, contempt, and disdain. No one expected that the man Tang Chuchu fell in love with was so despicable. Miss Tang must have been deceived. Oh. Ning Fan chuckled and said, Yang Qiqi, you really are like a mad dog, biting anyone you catch. Ever since I divorced Yang Qiqi from the Yang family. He never thought about saving face for Yang Qiqi. You. Yang Qiqi glared at Ning Fan, but she suddenly saw Tang Chuchu coming down. She thought she had convinced Tang Chuchu and she wanted to distance herself from Ning Fan. I can't help it. Her expression lit up as she sneered, Ning Fan, I wonder if you, a loser like you, will be able to speak as much as you did just now without Miss Tang's protection. Did. Tang Chuchu stepped on her high heels and gradually approached Yang Qiqi, just when Yang Qiqi was about to expose Ning Fan's dark history again. Bang! She raised her palm and slapped it hard on Yang Qiqi's face, leaving a red slap mark. Who do you think you are? It's just that Ning Fan divorced that bitch. Tang Chuchu was full of momentum. Who gave you the qualifications to slander the man I like? Chapter 35. Is there any noodles at home? The third time. This was the third time Yang Qiqi had been slapped at this party. The humiliation brought to her by Ning Fan, Lu Feng, and Tang Chuchu. Angry and frustrated. She gritted her teeth and looked at Tang Chuchu with resentment. Are you very dissatisfied? Tang Chuchu looked at her calmly. You can return this slap at any time, I'm waiting. After saying that, he turned around and said without even looking back, throw these three out. Of course, this also includes Wang Kai. Chen Wei and the other two's expressions changed. Tang Chuchu. Yang Qiqi was so angry that her chest exploded. She stared at the back with hatred. My husband is the eldest son of the Chen family in Jiangcheng. He's the person who's about to sign a cooperation agreement with the Jiang family in the provincial capital on a billion-dollar project. You've offended not only us, but also the Jiang family, do you understand? The Jiang family in the provincial capital? Tang Chuchu frowned slightly. This family definitely had the highest status in the provincial capital. How could they cooperate with the small Chen family in Jiangcheng? After this incident, we need to investigate it. A moment later. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Wei and the other two were picked up by security guards and thrown out. For a moment, the entire party fell into silence. No one expected Tang Chuchu to do such a thing. Lu Feng's face was gloomy and he clenched his 5 fingers. Are you satisfied? Tang Chuchu returned to Ningfan, blinked, and asked, if you're not satisfied, I'll have someone bring them back and throw them 10 times. This attitude. It was completely different from how he treated Yang Qiqi and the others just now. Did this Miss Tang get kicked in the head? How could she fall for a poor delivery boy? Satisfy. Ningfan smiled and said, thank you. He knew that Tang Chuchu did this to vent his anger. Suddenly, his phone rang with a WeChat message. Ningfan's expression changed. Miss Tang, I have something urgent to do. I have to leave first. Ah? Then I'll take you there. Tang Chuchu left the group of people at the party and drove Ningfan away. Where are you going? Ningfan glanced at the address, Sunlong Island Villa District. Tang Chuchu looked at Ningfan again. Didn't she just give Ningfan the key to the villa here? He didn't have time to move in, so what urgent matter could there be at this time? Without asking any more questions, she quickly sent Ningfan to the entrance of the villa area of Sunlong Island. Zhang Xiaoxiao was already standing at the door waiting anxiously. Thanks. Ningfan thanked him and got out of the car. Go back slowly. Zhang Xiaoxiao happened to see Ningfan, rushed forward, took Ningfan's hand, and then took him into the villa area of Sanglong Island. Tang Chuchu looked at their departing figures with a suspicious look on her face. Who is this woman? Why did Ningfan come to see her in the middle of the night? She is very curious. This woman is much prettier than Yang Qiqi. If Ningfan knew her, why would he marry Yang Qiqi? It seems he has a secret. Tang Chuchu murmured, thinking of her grandfather's disease that gave Jiangcheng's miracle doctors a headache, but was easily cured by Ningfan. She couldn't help but become curious about Ningfan. That shouldn't be the case. Ningfan followed Zhang Xiaoxiao and murmured, the last time I gave Miss Jiang a massage, it should have been enough to keep her healthy for half a month. It's only been 2 days, why did it suddenly break out now? Yes. At that party, Ningfan received the news that Jiang Rushua's illness had broken out, which was why he came here in such a hurry. Miss Jiang is my benefactor. Therefore, I must try my best to cure her illness. I don't know either. Zhang Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears. We were having dinner when the young lady suddenly had a flare-up. She was convulsing all over and then fainted. You must save the young lady. Ningfan nodded and said comfortingly, well, don't worry, it's okay. Once I see it, I'll know what's going on. The two soon arrived at Courtyard 2 of the Sunlong Island Villa area. At this time, Jiang Rushua was lying on the bed, her face pale and her body radiating coldness. Cold. The feeling she gave Ningfan could be described in one word, extremely cold, with her lips frozen purple. How can it be so serious? Ningfan frowned, it wasn't like this last time. Zhang Xiaoxiao bit her lip, not knowing how to answer Ningfan. Tell me, what did you eat today? Ningfan suddenly raised his voice and asked, everything from morning to night must be explained clearly. Zhang Xiaoxiao thought carefully and told everything she had eaten that day. Seafood? Ningfan's expression darkened. No wonder her illness flared up so drastically tonight because she ate seafood. Remember, don't let her eat seafood anymore. Then, he quickly inserted needles into Jiang Rushua's body with a serious expression. Zhang Xiaoxiao stood aside anxiously with a worried look on her face. She blamed herself. If she hadn't suddenly felt hungry today, the young lady wouldn't have followed her to eat seafood, and her illness wouldn't have broken out. Tears welled up in her eyes. Puff. A moment later, Jiang Rushua suddenly stood up, and Ningfan quickly picked up the trash can and handed it to her. Vomit. Soon, she vomited out all the seafood she had eaten tonight, and the coldness in her body gradually dissipated. Seeing this situation, Ningfan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoxiao sent him a message in time, otherwise Miss Jiang would have really been in trouble today. Thanks. Zhang Rushue wiped the corner of her mouth and said calmly, "This is the second time you've saved me." Ningfan quickly shook his head and smiled, "Compared to Miss Jiang saving me, this is nothing." That day, he was provoked by those two bastards, Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei, and fainted on the road. If Zhang Rushue hadn't saved me, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhang Rushue nodded, then she looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, "Is there anything to eat at home?" "I'm hungry." Zhang Xiaoxiao quickly said, "Miss, I will order takeout now." Neither of them can cook. On weekdays, I either eat out or order takeout. Need not. Ningfan suddenly asked, "Is there any noodles at home?" Zhang Rushue and Zhang Xiaoxiao's attention were both drawn to Ningfan. Zhang Xiaoxiao asked suspiciously, "Can you cook?" She couldn't believe it. Ningfan touched his nose and said, "Well, I'll let you eat my bottom." After a while, he found a bowl of noodles, eggs and tomatoes in the refrigerator. Then he went into the kitchen. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Ningfan suspiciously, and finally ordered a takeout. She didn't believe in Ningfan's cooking skills. The same goes for Zhang Rushue. However, when Ningfan brought out a bowl of noodles, the two girls' faces changed. They couldn't help but blurt out, "You smell so good down there. It looks so delicious." Chapter 36. This is the kid. Zhang Rushue didn't care about the indecent actions at all. After finishing her meal, she finally realized that Ningfan was watching her. In an instant, her face turned unnatural. The noodles smelled so good that she forgot everything that had just happened. Ahem. Ningfan broke the awkwardness, "Miss Jiang, remember not to eat seafood or anything like that these days. These things will make your condition worse." Zhang Rushue nodded, "Yes, I understand." She remembered Ningfan's words deeply. "Since you are fine, I will go back first." Ningfan stood up, "My sister is still waiting for me at home. If I go back late, she will be worried." He packed his things. "I'll take you there." Zhang Rushue suddenly said, "It just so happens that I have something to tell you." Ningfan did not refuse. The two walked out of the villa side by side, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. They walked all the way to the door without saying a word. "Miss Jiang, let's stop here." Ningfan smiled and said, "I'll take a taxi back." Zhang Rushue nodded, "I have something to tell you. I'm going to hold a press conference in 5 days, and I hope you can come over then. There will be a cocktail reception at the press conference, and I'm worried that something I eat or drink might accidentally trigger another attack." Press conference? Ningfan was stunned for a moment, but he didn't refuse. Okay, I'll be there when the time comes." Suddenly, his body tensed. Danger is approaching. Subconsciously, Ningfan stood in front of Zhang Rushue. The two were so close that they could even hear each other's breathing. Zhang Rushue frowned, her expression gradually turned cold, and the good impression she had for Ningfan disappeared. Really? Men are all lechers by nature. Only. At this moment, a series of figures appeared and approached her and Ningfan in the moonlight. Fierce and evil. They are holding iron bars in their hands and are not good people. "Miss Jiang, please stand behind me and don't move." Ningfan shielded Zhang Rushue behind him and glanced at the group of people coldly. "I will protect you." How can women be allowed to stand in the front in the face of crisis? Seeing Ningfan like this, Zhang Rushue instantly understood what Ningfan meant just now, and she felt guilty. At the same time, a warm current gradually rose from my heart. This feeling of being protected. That's really good. Boy, it's an honor for you to let me take action. A burly man with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder walked over. He squinted at Ningfan and said, "Unfortunately, I have to tell you that someone has offered me a high price to cut off your limbs tonight. You have to crawl to the hospital." So arrogant. Ningfan narrowed his eyes slightly. There was no need to guess. This must be the work of Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi. But, do these two idiots really think that they can accomplish anything just by calling these two people over? In front of Miss Jiang, I can also give you a chance. Ningfan reached out to protect Zhang Rushue and said calmly, "Get out of here now, and you will be safe. Otherwise, you will pay the price." He didn't want Zhang Rushue to see blood. Only. His words caused the area to fall into a brief silence. Ha ha ha. In just a moment, The overwhelming laughter sounded, ha ha ha. Did I hear it wrong, or is this kid scared silly? He actually wants us to pay the price? For a while, these people looked at Ningfan with pity, sarcasm, and ridicule. In their opinion, Ningfan must have been scared silly. Oh. Wang Hu sneered, let me see how you make me pay the price. He didn't take Ningfan's words seriously at all. This is the villa area of Hidden Dragon Island. Jiang Rushue suddenly came out and said in a cold voice, are you going to fight here? I met Ningfan for the first time in the parking lot that day. He was beaten to the ground and covered in blood. So? Jiang Rushue thought Ningfan didn't know how to fight, but what about these people in front of her? They are crazy people who roam around in society and don't care about their lives. Of course, she couldn't bear to see Ningfan get into trouble in front of her. Yo! This chick is pretty good. A younger brother behind Wang Hu's eyes lit up, brother Hu, I never thought that after taking a job, I would meet such a wonderful woman. TSK, you're going to be lucky tonight, maybe you can even turn a dragon upside down. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Ningfan kicked him in the stomach. 10 meters away. With just this one kick, the man flew 10 meters away, his bones broken all over his body, and he crashed heavily into the wall. Blood was vomited all over the floor. Dead silence. Jiang Rushue was stunned. Wang Hu and the others stiffened at first, and then anger flashed in their eyes. They never thought that Ningfan would dare to take action first. Court death. Wang Hu shouted angrily, go ahead, destroy him for me. Full of anger. The next moment, the people behind him rushed out, holding sticks in their hands, and were about to hit Ningfan on the head. Jiang Rushue couldn't help but cry out in worry, be careful. Only. As soon as she finished speaking, Ningfan moved. In her eyes, Ningfan seemed to have become a series of afterimages, moving quickly among these people. And then, it took only 4 seconds. Screams were heard everywhere. All the people brought by Wang who were lying on the ground, rolling back and forth and screaming. Without exception. Jiang Rushue opened her mouth wide and her body shook. How could this happen? How could Ningfan be so good at fighting? If he was such a good fighter, how could he have been bullied like that when I first met him? I can't believe it. You. Wang Hu's body was stiff, and he stared at Ningfan with a pale face, scared. You know, even he couldn't get rid of so many people in such a short time. Let me tell you, I'm from the underground world of Jiangcheng District 7. Seeing Ningfan walking towards him, Wang Hu's eyes turned fierce and he gritted his teeth and shouted, my eldest sister is Wangya. If you dare to touch me, my eldest sister will never let you go. Wangya? Ningfan was stunned for a moment, then sneered, I really want to see it for myself. Wang Hu's pupils contracted. But the next moment, he directly called Wangya. After hearing that his people suffered losses here, Wangya put down all the work in his hands and brought his people directly here. 5 minutes later, 3 vans stopped and about 20 people rushed out of them. A pink Mercedes-Benz followed, and Wangya, wearing black stockings, appeared in front of everyone. She said in a cold voice, who dares to touch my people? Full of momentum. Wang Hu pointed at Ningfan and sneered, Sister Ya, it's this kid. Secretly, his face became ferocious and arrogant. Sister Ya is here, I want to see how arrogant you are. Wangya glanced over and saw Ningfan in her sight. She frowned and asked, it's you? Chapter 37, She Refining Stage 1. Wangya didn't expect to meet Ningfan here. Then she glanced at the group of people on the ground. There is blood everywhere. Her hands felt like their bones were broken and were in great pain. Wangya asked coldly, did you beat my men? She is extremely protective of her own shortcomings. No one could beat her men. Ningfan didn't deny it and nodded, yeah. Very good. Wangya's eyes flashed with anger, Mr. Ning, I appreciate the time you saved me before. Today, you take matters into your own hands and beat yourself up like them. She pointed at the people rolling on the ground and said, if you do that, I will let you go. Very arrogant. Over the years that she has controlled the underground world of Jiangcheng District 7, few people have taken her seriously. The most important thing is, after Ningfan cured her that time, she had heard from her subordinates that the bastard in front of her had actually seen her entire body before treating her. Unforgivable. Oh. Ningfan smiled, Miss Wang, don't you want to hear the cause of this matter? Who knows? Unnecessary. Wang Ye refused outright and said coldly, no matter what the cause of the incident is. All I know now is that you've crippled so many of my men, so you'll have to pay the price. Even though you saved me before, it's still the same. Bang! Then, she threw a knife to Ning Fan and said indifferently, Mr. Ning, do it yourself. The younger brothers behind her all looked at Ning Fan sarcastically. Especially Wang Hu and others, they sneered. Weren't they quite arrogant just now? Hee hee. Later I will see how you kneel down and beg for mercy from our sister Ye. Very good. I really didn't expect that there would be such a domineering person in Zhangchang. Before Ning Fan could speak, Zhang Rushua's cold voice rang out, Zhangchang, you really broadened my horizons. After hearing these words and seeing the woman walking out from behind Ning Fan, Wang Ye couldn't help but frown. This woman is incredibly beautiful and also very elegant. For some reason, the more she looked at the woman, the more familiar she seemed, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Who the hell are you? How dare you speak to our sister Ye in such a tone? Wang Hu was furious and shouted, I'm telling you, you'd better kneel down and apologize to our sister Ye. Otherwise, not only sister Ye, but even we won't let you go. Wang Ye couldn't remember where she had seen Zhang Rushua before. When she heard Wang Hu's words, her expression didn't look good. Go ahead. Just teach them a lesson, don't be too harsh. Her men were about to rush over. Miss Jiang. Ning Fan blocked Zhang Rushua behind him and said, go back to the villa area of Sunlong Island. Once you're inside, they can't touch you. Miss Jiang? However, what he didn't know was that the way he addressed Zhang Rushua hit Wang Ye's mind like a heavy hammer. How many famous Miss Jiangs are there in Zhangcheng? How many people can afford to spend huge sums of money to buy a villa on Sanglong Island? According to the intelligence network she had, such a person did not exist a few days ago. Only. As the news spread that the eldest daughter of the Zhang family in the provincial capital was coming to Jiangcheng to invest in a billion-dollar project, it happened. In an instant, Wang Ye's face turned ugly and she looked Zhang Rushua up and down. Hee hee. Wang Hu didn't see the change in her expression, and he remained arrogant and said fiercely, retreat? Neither of you can go back today. I want to show you the price of offending me, Wang Hu, and my sister Ye. Bang! Who would have thought? Before Wang Hu could finish his words, a slap landed on his face. It just stunned him. Because the person who slapped him was Wang Ye. Not only him, Ning Fan and Zhang Rushua were also stunned. What was going on? When everyone didn't react. Wang Ye had already walked in front of Zhang Rushua, her body trembling, and asked in a low voice, excuse me, are you coming from the provincial capital? Only. Before she finished her words, Zhang Rushua glared at her coldly, shut up. Take your people and get out. The answer is already obvious. Wang Ye's delicate body trembled slightly. She looked deeply at Zhang Rushua and Ning Fan and said, let's go. Then. This group of people left this place. They came quickly and left quickly. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at the scene in surprise. It seemed that Miss Zhang's power was even greater than he had imagined. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to scare Wang Ye like that with just one word. Ning Fan. Zhang Rushua looked at Ning Fan, didn't you say your sister was home alone? You go back first. Ning Fan nodded. After taking a taxi and returning home, the lights in Qin Xiu's room were already off. The room was not soundproofed well, so Ning Fan tiptoed back to his room. As soon as he sat down, he took out the jade he bought at the auction tonight. In Ning Fan's palm, the jade stone was surging with milk-colored liquid, which was spiritual liquid. Ning Fan closed his eyes and began to practice the heaven swallowing technique according to the route in his memory. Gradually, he could find that the strange energy between heaven and earth was constantly pouring into his body. The milk-colored liquid in the jade began to tremble slightly. Finally, the jade could not withstand the powerful devouring power in Ning Fan's hand and broke directly. The spiritual liquid inside rushed out and evaporated in the room. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the room, which was extremely thin, became extremely rich. Ning Fan sped up the heaven swallowing technique, and all the pores on his body opened at this moment. Like a greedy woman, she madly absorbed these essences. The spiritual energy absorbed into Ning Fan's body flowed along his meridians. Early in the morning, 6 o'clock. Boom! Suddenly, a dull sound was heard in Ning Fan's room. He broke through to the first level of qi refining stage. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was filled with strength. However, what left Ningfan speechless was that as soon as this power erupted, the clothes he was wearing exploded and turned into fragments all over the ground. Only shorts were left. Is this what it feels like to be in the first level of chi refining? Ningfan pumped his fists twice, his eyes twinkling. It feels so good. Then he stood up and tried to put on his clothes. Ah! However, this sound startled Qin Xiu, who had already woken up. Then, hurried footsteps came from outside, mixed with Qin Xiu's worried voice. Brother, what are you doing in the room? Why is there such a big movement? Ningfan was startled. It's okay, Xiaoqiu, don't worry. He can't let Xiaoqiu see this now. Otherwise, what would happen? But it was too late. Qin Xiu opened the door and the first thing that caught her eyes was the scraps of clothes all over the floor. After a moment, she raised her head, and Ningfan's muscular body came into her sight. The room fell into silence. But then Qin Xiu's face flushed and he screamed, Ah! Chapter 38 As You Wish. Brother, what are you doing? Qin Xiu turned around quickly, at a loss, and asked nervously, How did you tear your clothes into this state? She was a little worried. It's okay. Ningfan gave a bitter laugh. He had already found some clothes in the closet and put them on. Don't overthink it. Hurry up and wash up. I'll cook. After you finish eating, I'll take you to school. Half an hour later. Ningfan and Qin Xiu sat at the dining table. The little girl still had her head lowered. Thinking of what had just happened, her face was still flushed. Tomorrow is Saturday. Ningfan broke the silence. Are you guys on vacation? Qin Xiu nodded. It's a holiday, but only for one day. Brother, what's wrong? Ningfan smiled and said, That's fine. When you get home from school tonight, pack up your things and we'll move tomorrow. Their area is considered a very chaotic place in Jiangcheng. Qin Xiu is now in the second year of high school. The course is tight and it is very late after school in the evening. It takes her a long time to get here from school, and Ningfan is very worried about her. It just so happened that the villa that Tang Chuchu gave him was right next to Qin Xiu's school, which made it convenient. Ah! Qin Xiu opened his mouth wide. Brother, why are you moving out of the blue? Ningfan smiled and said, Moving near your school will make it more convenient for you to go to school. Hearing this, Qin Xiu said cautiously, But, brother, the houses next to our school are very valuable. The money we have. She didn't finish and lowered her head. They came here in the first place because the houses in this area were cheap. Rest assured. Ningfan patted Qin Xiu's head and said, Study hard. As for the house and money, I, your brother, will take care of it. From now on, I will let you live a good life. Qin Xiu didn't say anything else. She took a few bites of rice, and then Ningfan sent her to school. He headed towards the express delivery station. Ningfan. As soon as he arrived at the express delivery station, Ningfan saw Tang Chuchu waiting for him. However, the difference this time was that Tang Chuchu was followed by a bodyguard. Ningfan looked at her. Why are you here? Tang Chuchu reached out and grabbed Ningfan's clothes, and asked worriedly, Are you okay last night? I heard someone went to surround you? Ningfan was stunned. He didn't expect that this matter would reach Tang Chuchu's ears so quickly. I'm fine. Ningfan smiled and said, Look, I'm standing right in front of you now, aren't I? The Tang family gets the news really quickly. How could he know that after Tang Chuchu returned from the Tsanglong Island villa last night, she wanted to see the relationship between Zhang Xiaoxiao and Ningfan, so she contacted the security guard to check the surveillance footage. Only then did I see what happened next. Real. When she saw that scene, she was almost furious. She never thought that someone would dare to attack Ningfan. She has now handed the surveillance footage to her subordinates to investigate who the other party is. She thinks it will take less than 2 days to find out who attacked Ningfan. I'm glad you're okay. Tang Chuchu glanced at Ningfan and said, However, in order to prevent such a thing from happening again, I specifically asked my grandfather for a bodyguard. When he knew it was to protect your safety, he sent his most powerful bodyguard, Brother Chen, to protect you. Ningfan glanced at the man. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but this person seemed to be very hostile to him. No. Ningfan refused. Everyone I meet in the future will be someone he can't handle. Let him go back and protect the old man. Carrying around a person like this is a burden. Tang Chuchu was stunned. She didn't expect Ningfan to refuse. After watching the surveillance video, she found that Ningfan could indeed beat up several people by himself. But Brother Chen beside her is able to be the old man's close bodyguard. He is really a skilled martial artist. He can fight against more than 10 people alone. Ningfan, you. Tang Chuchu was about to speak. What do you mean by that? Chunwu interrupted him, stepped forward, and said coldly, do you look down on me? People who practice martial arts are very proud. Now that Ningfan looked down on him like this, he was filled with rage. If Tang Chuchu hadn't been standing by his side, he would definitely have been unable to resist punching Ningfan in the face. Show him some color. No. Ningfan said calmly, I'm just telling the truth. With your strength, you'll only die in vain if you stay by my side. It's better for you to play your role and protect Mr. Tang. After breaking through to the first level of Qi refining stage, Ningfan's strength is definitely not just a small improvement. No matter how many people like Shen Wu come, he is not afraid. It can be said that this is a qualitative difference. You can try it. Shen Wu's face was cold, his eyes full of hostility. Let me see how strong you are. What qualifications do you have to say that just now? Tang Chuchu frowned. Shen Wu. Don't talk nonsense. She looked unhappy. Mississippi. Shen Wu raised his voice and said, a martial artist hates being belittled the most. If he is stronger than me, I can accept what he said just now. But if he's not as strong as me, then why would he belittle me? I, Shen Wu, have been in the Tang family for so many years, protecting the old man for so long, and have never met an opponent. Even the old man regards me so highly. How can this person, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, have the right to say that to me? Come on, kid, challenge me one-on-one. He looked at Ningfan with disdain. In his opinion, with Ningfan's small body, he could beat him half to a pulp with just one punch. In this way, not only did he learn a lesson, but Ningfan could also see the gap between himself and the Tang family, and no longer have any thoughts about Tang Chuchu, which could be regarded as completing Tang Sihai's mission. Yes. When he came here today, Tang Sihai found him and asked him to teach Ningfan a lesson. He was originally still thinking about how to attack, but he didn't expect that this kid would seek death and walk into the muzzle of a gun. Tang Chuchu's face looked grim, and she was about to yell at Shen Wu. At this time, Ningfan spoke up, let's not do that. I'm afraid I'll hurt you if I attack you. I won't be able to afford the medical expenses when the time comes. One sentence. Tang Chuchu was stunned. Shen Wu's chest exploded, and he shouted angrily, you don't need to pay for the medical expenses. Challenge me now. If he doesn't teach Ningfan a lesson today, how can Shen Wu still have the face to stay in the Tang family? That's what you said. Ningfan smiled and said, then, as you wish. The next moment, his footsteps shook, and a stone fell into his hand. Shen Wu's pupils contracted when he saw this scene. Before he could react, the stone flew out. Chapter 39 I'm your boss. Bang! The stone hit Shen Wu's chest with a speed that could penetrate the wind. Snap! The sound of bones breaking came from his body, and the next moment, he was lying on the ground in great pain. Ningfan raised his eyebrows. He had only used a little strength just now. This person seemed too weak to withstand a beating. Tang Chuchu, who was standing aside, was stunned. Her grandfather's personal bodyguard, Brother Chen, was a man who could fight more than 20 people at once, and now Ningfan could beat him into this state with just a stone? How come Ningfan is so good at fighting? She looked at Ningfan as if she was looking at a monster, with superb medical skills and strong fighting power. Was that woman blind before, so she didn't cherish such a man? At this moment, Tang Chuchu felt like she had found a treasure. But although she was shocked, Tang Chuchu quickly called the hospital and asked them to take Shen Wu away. It seems I took it upon myself. Tang Chuchu smiled gently and said, I really didn't expect you to be such a good fighter. Ningfan today was really beyond her expectations. There should be very few people in Jiangcheng who can beat me now. Ningfan touched his nose and smiled, so, you don't have to worry about my personal safety. Just protect yourself. Tang Chuchu narrowed her eyes. Ningfan, are you concerned about me? Ningfan laughed dryly and said nothing. Come on, I'll take you somewhere today. Tang Chuchu reached out and took Ningfan's hand. When we get there, I promise to satisfy you. Feel the warmth in Tang Chuchu's palm. Ningfan's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment and said, I still have to go to work. I grant you leave. Tang Chuchu laughed and said, I'm your boss, who dares to say anything more? Have no choice. Ning Fan had no choice but to follow Tang Chuchu into the car. Where are we going? Tang Chuchu smiled mysteriously and said, You'll know when you get there. Hearing this, Ning Fan didn't say anything else. He suddenly thought of something. That's right. Tomorrow, my sister and I will move to the villa area of Hidden Dragon Island. After thinking about it, I decided to tell you. After all, this is your villa. Ah? You really are. Tang Chuchu rolled her eyes at Ning Fan and said, Since I've given you the villa, you can live there peacefully. Do you know that my grandfather is the pillar of our Tang family? So, if you saved my grandfather, let alone a villa, even if you asked for shares in our Tang group, my grandfather would definitely not say no. Ning Fan nodded. Half an hour later, a very spacious street appeared in front of Ning Fan. In front of the shops on this street were some raw stones. Some are as tall as half a person, while others are only the size of a fist. Today is Friday. Tang Chuchu took Ning Fan out of the car and said with a smile, This is a gambling stone street. Every Friday, a new batch of goods will be delivered. Yesterday I saw that you liked that kind of jade, so I thought of bringing you here today to have a look. Maybe I can buy you some jade that you'll like. I have to say, Tang Chuchu is really careful. Ning Fan followed her footsteps and took a look at the street. He had only heard of gambling on stones before, but had never played it. After all, the rumor that one knife makes you poor, another knife makes you rich is too scary. Before this, he never dared to touch this kind of thing, for fear that all his money would be ruined in it at once. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes fell on a smaller piece of raw stone. He could feel a faint spiritual energy from it. Although it was not as good as the jade stone last night, it was still quite different. The divine eyes open. As he thought about it, Ning Fan's eyes passed through the surface of the raw stone and he saw at a glance that there was a fist-sized piece of green jade wrapped inside. Aura. Ning Fan was delighted to find that there was spiritual energy in the jade. This way, he would be able to reach the second level of qi refining in the shortest possible time. Suppressing his excitement, Ning Fan looked at Tang Chuchu and asked, How do you gamble on stones? Tang Chuchu glanced at Ning Fan in surprise and explained, You can choose any raw stone here. At that time, a special master will cut it. If there is green, the price will be determined according to the quality. If there is no green, it means the price will drop. After Tang Chuchu's explanation, Ning Fan also understood a little about the rules of gambling on stones. You can pick 2 to play with today. Tang Chuchu smiled and said, A gambling stone master I know has gone to another city these 2 days. When he comes back, I'll bring you here to have some fun. I'm sure you'll be able to cut out a lot of jade. Ning Fan didn't care about the stone gambling master that Tang Chuchu mentioned. As a cultivator, and with his divine pupils, he can definitely guarantee a profit with his own strength. Then, Ning Fan followed Tang Chuchu to a shop. Suddenly, he frowned and saw 2 people he really disliked. Yang Qiqi, Chen Wei. There was also an old man following them. What bad luck! Chen Wei and the others also saw Ning Fan at this moment, and their expressions were grim. Even playing gambling stones, we still run into this loser. When I think of the dinner last night when Tang Chuchu announced in front of everyone that Ning Fan would most likely become the son-in-law of their Tang family, Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. So, today they thought of coming to the gambling stone street to relax, and they also found the gambling stone master Feng Ciyuan, thinking of making back the 8 million that was cheated out of Tang Chuchu at yesterday's auction. But I never expected to meet them here again today. How? Ning Fan said calmly, Did you develop this street? Only you are allowed to come here, no one else is allowed to come? Yang Qiqi sneered, You useless guy, do you know what gambling on stones is? Do you know what a big rise and a big fall are? Then she raised her voice and said, I think you don't even know which raw stone is good and which is bad. Ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, Chen Wei also laughed in agreement and looked at Ning Fan with disdain. The eldest daughter of the Tang family was really blind. How could she fall for such a waste? If it weren't for Tang Chuchu, they could easily kill Ning Fan. Tang Chuchu frowned and glanced at Yang Qiqi and the other person with cold eyes. However, Ning Fan ignored the 2 of them at this time. His attention was attracted by a huge piece of raw stone. Aura. The spiritual energy in this raw stone was very rich, and with his divine eyes, he also saw a very complete piece of jade. Ning Fan calmed down and asked the boss, How much is this rough stone? Chapter 40 I'm here. 100,000. The boss glanced at Ningfan and said, "You can cut it now after payment." Ningfan nodded and handed the bank card to the boss. "I want it. The jade in this rough stone is unexpectedly complete. The spiritual energy is extremely rich. If he could take this piece of jade and absorb the spiritual energy in it, he would be able to break through to the second level of chi refining stage very quickly." Thinking of this, he clenched his fists with a determined look in his eyes. "Mom and Dad, I will definitely improve my strength as soon as possible so that I can see you again." Ha ha ha. Seeing Ningfan really take the rough stone, Yang Chi-Chi laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. "Ningfan, you really made me laugh to death. Do you know who this person next to me is?" She pointed at the old man and said, "He is Master Fongsuan, the vice president of our Jiangcheng Gambling Stone Association." "Do you know?" When Master Fongsuan saw this rough stone just now, he threw it into the abyss. There won't be even a trace of jade left in it. You actually spent 100,000 yuan to buy this piece of junk. It's junk, and your vision in selecting the raw stone is also so poor. There were mocking noises everywhere. Tang Chuchu frowned and said coldly, "What business is it of yours which rough stone Ningfan chooses? Even if he buys all the raw stones here, I, Tang Chuchu, can afford it." For a while, the mocking smiles on Yang Chi-Chi and Chen Wei's faces froze, and they gritted their teeth. What kind of sweet words did this loser use to deceive the eldest daughter of the Tang family into this? Snort! Yang Chi-Chi snorted coldly, with an arrogant look. "Miss Tang, I tell you, you don't have to be so arrogant. Our Chen family is about to cooperate with the Jiang family in the provincial capital on a project worth billions. Once that cooperation is completed, our Chen family may even surpass your Tang family. When the time comes, don't kneel down and beg me to forgive you." The words fell. She put her arm around Chen Wei and planned to leave. Etc. Ningfan suddenly spoke. "How?" Yang Chi-Chi sneered. "Ningfan, you regret it now, so you're going to kneel down and beg me to forgive you? Don't dream, I will never forgive you." Thinking about the party last night, how Tang Chuchu and Ningfan embarrassed her, she hated them so much. "I wish I could tear them in half." Rest assured, Ningfan said calmly, "I won't regret it. I'm so happy to be leaving a woman like you." Yang Chi-Chi was immediately furious. "Let's make a bet." Ningfan didn't look at her expression and continued, "Each person will select 3 pieces of rough jade. Whoever carves out the most expensive jade will win. As for the bet, first of all, the loser needs to pay the winner's money to buy the rough stone. The second one." Suddenly, his eyes turned cold and he raised his voice and said, "You two need to kneel down and apologize to Miss Tang." Ha ha ha. Ningfan's words caused Yang Chi-Chi and the others to sneer. "Ningfan, you really make me laugh to death. Since you want to die, then we will make a bet with you. The first bet is the same as yours, and the second bet is that you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and then eat the pieces of the raw stone you cut out. How about that?" No matter what, Tang Chuchu is the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Yang Chi-Chi would not be so stupid as to ask her to kneel down to her. If the Tang family were to go all out, it might even affect the project they were about to start cooperating with the Jiang family in the provincial capital. Tang Chuchu was worried. "Ningfan, don't gamble with them." She knows it. Ningfan had never gambled on stones before, so how could he pick out good raw stones? But Yang Chi-Chi and the others are different. The person accompanying them is the vice president of the Gambling Stone Association, an absolute master of gambling stones who rarely makes mistakes. Money is a small matter. Being humiliated is a big deal. It's okay, trust me. Ningfan smiled and casually pointed at 3 rough stones. "I'll choose these 3. They are worth 100,000, 300,000, and 320,000 respectively." Tang Chuchu sighed and clenched her palms. Even if it meant paying a little more, she had to preserve Ningfan's dignity. He. Yang Chi-Chi sneered, "What a brainless guy. You just randomly pointed at 3 rough stones and you still think you can beat us? It's just a fantasy. Hubby, let's go and take Master Fong to pick out 3 rough stones. We'll just have to wait and see how this loser kneels down and kowtows to us." They left. Ningfan. Tang Chuchu stared at Ningfan and instructed, "If things don't go right later, you listen to me and come with me. With me here, they won't dare to embarrass you too much." Ningfan nodded. He knew that Tang Chuchu was concerned about him, and a warm feeling emerged in his heart. Over the years, apart from her younger sister Qin Xiu, she is the first person who cares about her. Soon, After Yang Qiqi and the other two came back from selecting the rough stones, she raised her chin, looking as proud as a peacock. Ningfan, you will know how much of a clown you will look like later. Ningfan waved his hand. No need to say more, just cut the rough stone. Cut mine first. The cutting master stepped forward and began to draw lines on the raw stone to find the cutting angle. He. Yang Qiqi sneered, you really can't wait to kneel down and apologize to us. Chen Wei agreed, maybe deep down he has a desire to be a dog? The two of them sang the same tune, and Tang Chuchu turned pale with anger. If it wasn't Ningfan who proposed the bet with them this time, she would definitely not be able to resist and slap both of them. The Chen family. She glanced at Chen Wei coldly and said, that's really great. At this time, the cutting master has found the cutting angle, and under everyone's gaze, he begins to operate the machine in his hand. Soon, a sound was heard, debris filled the sky, and the surface of the huge original stone began to be gradually cut away. It only took 5 minutes. The huge raw stone was cut into 2 halves, leaving nothing inside. Tang Chuchu closed her eyes and her breathing became rapid. She grabbed Ningfan's hand and was ready. Ha ha ha. What a waste stone. Yang Qiqi laughed and said, there's not even a hint of green. It seems Master Feng Suan still has a sharp eye. Feng Siyuan even glanced at Ningfan with disdain. This was the price of not trusting himself. Ningfan reached out and drew a line on the rough stone. Cut along this line. The jade is between these positions. The cutting master nodded and operated the machine again. TSK, you really won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Yang Qiqi sneered, if this rough stone can be cut into jade, I, Yang Qiqi, will wash my hair upside down. However, she paused at this point, and the next moment, she screamed, this is impossible. Chapter 41. Did you hear? What did she see? The raw stone that Ningfan chose turned out to be green, although it was only a layer of green on the surface now, but she had just mentioned washing her hair upside down. Not just her. The people around looked at Ningfan in surprise. It was truly amazing. The waste stone that was worthless just now turned out to be green. Just wait till you wash your hair upside down. Tang Chuchu looked at Yang Qiqi and sneered, don't forget it later. Yang Qiqi's face turned pale and her fingertips were trembling. Oh. Chen Wei said disdainfully, it's just a little bit green, don't be so arrogant. When you lose millions later and he kneels down and kowtows before us, we'll see if you can still be so arrogant. Hearing this, Yang Qiqi's expression gradually became better. Washing her hair upside down is much better than kneeling down to apologize, right? However, is this ice jadeite? Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise, oh my god. It's really an icy jadeite, and it's a very perfect one. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the raw stone that was about to be cut into 1/3. Nearly perfect icy jadeite? What a concept! Apart from anything else, this piece that has just been cut out is worth at least 400,000. How is this possible? Yang Qiqi and the other guy almost popped their eyes out. How can this kid have such good luck? Envy. Even Feng Siyuan frowned at this moment. Judging from the surface of this raw stone, there should definitely not be any jade in it. Tang Chuchu was stunned at first, then ecstatic. Ningfan, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to have cut out an icy jadeite. Yes. Luck. At this moment even Tang Chuchu didn't think that Ningfan picked out this rough stone based on his strength. Little brother, I spent 400,000 to buy this rough stone. A middle-aged man's voice sounded, how about making friends? Wow. There was a lot of discussion, and no one expected that he would actually make a bid. Even Ningfan was stunned, his eyes shining. No wonder they say one cut can make you poor, one cut can make you rich. He didn't expect that such a small piece of jade would be so expensive. This is Zhou Tianqing, the general manager of Zhou's Jade Shop. Tang Chuchu introduced, Zhou's Jade Shop is one of the best in Jiangcheng. I think it can be sold at this price. Only. Ningfan shook his head and refused, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I still want to try my luck. He came here to gamble on stones this time. The purpose is to collect jade and absorb the spiritual energy on it so that he can break through in the shortest time possible. Naturally, there is no thought of selling it. Besides, these 3 raw stones were given to me by 2 kind-hearted people, Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei. Even if I absorb them, it won't be a loss. Zhou Tianqing frowned. He didn't expect Ningfan to refuse to sell it. He. Yang Qiqi said sarcastically, Boss Joe is taking the risk for you, and you're still unwilling? I'll tell you. If we cut it any further and impurities appear, no one will buy it even for 10,000, let alone 400,000. Jade is most afraid of impurities, which are very devaluing. The people around him also shook their heads, and they all thought that Ningfan was just a young man who knew nothing. If it were them, they would definitely take action immediately. Ningfan ignored Yang Qiqi and said, cut it again. The cutting master nodded and continued cutting. This time, as the sound of the machine continued to sound, everyone's brows became more and more solemn. Until the sound of the machine finally stopped, the bodies of the people around began to tremble. The most perfect ice jadeite. Oh my god, and it's still so complete. Shocked voices suddenly erupted. For a moment, everyone's expression was filled with excitement. They stared at the extremely complete piece of icy jadeite, their faces flushed and they were speechless. Tang Chuchu's eyes widened. Was this cut from the rough stone Ningfan had chosen? This moment. She even suspected that Ningfan had the ability to see through things. Impossible. Yang Qiqi's eyes were bloodshot. How could he cut out such a fine ice jade? Envy. Deeply jealous. Ningfan still ignored Yang Qiqi and said to the cutting master with a smile, cut 2 more pieces. The cutting master was also very excited at this time. It was also the first time for him to cut out such good jadeite, which was worth at least 1 million. This moment. Many people have clearly noticed that the cutting master has become very cautious with the remaining 2 pieces of raw stone selected by Ningfan, as if he is afraid of damaging them. Half an hour later. The gambling stone shop fell into silence again. Top quality jadeite. 2 more pieces of top quality jadeite. The first piece of raw stone was cut into ice jadeite, and the second piece of raw stone was cut into violet jadeite, both of which are worth millions. The third piece is glass jadeite. The 3 pieces of jade together are worth at least 3 million. Tang Chuchu was stunned and swallowed her saliva. Was this really done by Ningfan? How is this possible? How is it possible that there are 3 pieces of top-grade jadeite? Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei's eyes were bloodshot. Cut ours. Yes, our rough stones were selected by Master Fong, so the jadeite we cut will definitely be more valuable. Fong Ciyuan even said in a deep voice, there are quite a lot of raw stones hidden this time, right? It seems that he and Yang Qiqi had the same idea and did not think that Ningfan cut out these jades by relying on his own strength. Soon. The cutting master set his eyes on the jadeite selected by Yang Qiqi and the others, took a deep breath, and his arms began to tremble. Be more careful. Green. Green. Chen Wei clenched his fists, staring at the rough stone with bloodshot eyes, and said through gritted teeth, it will definitely turn out green. At this time, the 2 of them were gradually going crazy. This time I'm going to post it. However, the half-hour scene completely stiffened their bodies and their eyes became empty. There's only 1 piece that's green, and it has impurities. Chen Wei's voice trembled, how could this happen? This is the rough stone selected by Master Fongsuan. How could it be that it doesn't have green? At this moment, more and more questioning eyes fell on Fong Ciyuan. He was not even as good as a young man who knew nothing? And he is still the vice president of the Gambling Stone Association? Faced with these questioning gazes, Fongsuan's face gradually became gloomy. What was going on? You must have done something, right? Yang Qiqi looked up and shouted frantically, you guys are colluding with this gambling stone shop to cheat us, right? She couldn't believe the result. You're really good at making excuses. Ningfan said coldly, don't say so much. According to the bet, you must kneel down before Miss Tang right now. Do you hear me? Chapter 42. How is it possible? No, impossible. Yang Qiqi's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth and said, let me kneel down, you are dreaming. Make her kneel down in public? It's even more painful than killing her. Tang Chuchu glanced at her and narrowed her eyes, so, you want to break the contract? Yang Qiqi's body trembled slightly, and she felt a chill from Tang Chuchu. Miss Tang. Chen Weichen said, leave some space for us so that we can meet again in the future. Don't be too extreme in everything. If you are unwilling to fulfill the bet. Tang Chuchu said coldly. I don't mind letting you leave this world and never see tomorrow's sun. The moment the words were spoken, Tang Chuchu's cold aura of a rich girl burst out, causing Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei's faces to change and their bodies to tremble violently. Kneel down. Suddenly, Chen Wei shouted in a low voice. Old. Yang Qiqi wanted to say something, but before she could finish her words, Chen Wei forced her to kneel on the ground. Yang Qiqi stared at Ningfan with resentment. Kneeling down in public in front of so many people, she was even more embarrassed than last night. My whole face felt a burning pain. She hated Ningfan to death. It's all this jerk's fault. Day. At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard in the gambling stone shop. Then, a group of people appeared in sight, led by a fat man. It's the owner of this gambling stone shop, Zhou Yongxin. This lady. I heard you guys making a bet with this guy just now. Zhou Yongxin said coldly, according to your bet, if you lose, in addition to kneeling down, you must also kneel down and kowtow to this lady. So, please, Miss Yang, kowtow to Miss Tang, and then eat the raw stone fragments. Then the first bet will be fulfilled. Hearing this, Yang Qiqi was extremely reluctant and just wanted to speak when Chen Wei shouted coldly, "Shut up! Kowtow to her and apologize." Suddenly, Yang Qiqi's body trembled violently, and she looked at Chen Wei in disbelief, her face flushed red. But since Chen Wei had already spoken, she had no room to refuse. Otherwise, Chen Wei would have forced her head to kowtow to Tang Chuchu. That's even more embarrassing. So he could only kowtow to Tang Chuchu with a trembling body, then grab the raw stone fragments on the ground and put them into his mouth, gritting his teeth and apologizing, "I'm sorry." She didn't dare say anything to Chen Wei. But in her heart, she resented Ningfan to the extreme, this useless man whom she had never liked before. But now she was subjected to such humiliation again and again, and she wished she could tear Ningfan apart alive. This gentleman is a very clever man. Zhou Yongxin narrowed his eyes and said, however, it seems that there is still one item in your bet with Mr. Ning that you haven't fulfilled. If you lose, you will have to pay for Mr. Ning's purchase of the rough stone. Wash now. Chen Wei wanted to refuse, but he immediately noticed the coldness in Zhou Yongxin's eyes and quickly agreed. That's right. Zhou Yongxin spoke with a smile. Then, he looked at Ningfan and said with a smile, "Mr. Ning, I have a batch of raw stones in the backyard of my shop that are comparable to the ones you have, and they come from the same place of origin. Do you want to go in and take a look?" Ningfan did not refuse, the reason why he gambled on stones. That's because the jade contained in the raw stone he just set his eyes on contains the spiritual energy he needs for cultivation. It would be great if there were still such raw stones here. Please. Zhou Yongxin was very nice and walked into the store with Ningfan and Tang Chuchu. Yang Qiqi stared at their departing figures, eyes full of resentment, but soon she said to Chen Wei in grievance, "Husband, why did you do that just now? He's just the owner of a gambling stone shop. Is there any need to be so afraid of him?" She couldn't figure it out. This area belongs to the underground world of Jiangxi district. The gambling stone shops here are basically under the protection of Sister Ya, and some even follow her. For example, this boss is following Sister Ya. Chen Wei sneered, "This idiot is doomed. Murders and robberies often happen here." Murder and robbery? Yang Qiqi was stunned. Chen Wei nodded, yes. If someone who is not familiar with the rules here, or a fool without any background or identity comes here to open a rough stone, and if they open something good and don't leave quickly, they will be in great trouble. They will have to leave their money, their life, and the stone here. Let's go. Even if this loser has the protection of Miss Tang, he won't lose his life today, but he won't end up well. After a slight pause, Chen Wei continued, "When my Chen family officially wins the Jiang family's project cooperation and soars to the sky, surpassing the Tang family, I will make that bitch Tang Chuchu pay you back tenfold, 100-fold, for the humiliation you suffered today." At the same time, Ningfan and the others followed Zhou Yongxin and quickly reached the back of the gambling stone shop. There is a small garden here with rockery, flowing water, and bamboos standing side by side, which is refreshing. However, there is no original stone that Zhou Yongxin mentioned. Boss. Tang Chuchu had already noticed something was wrong. She looked at Zhou Yongxin and asked, "Where is the rough stone you mentioned?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, the only door leading out of here was closed, and then Zhou Yongxin's men surrounded her. They directly surrounded Ningfan and Tang Chuchu. Ningfan subconsciously protected Tang Chuchu and asked coldly, "What do you mean, boss?" Zhou Yongxin said with a smile, "I believe you are a smart man and will understand what I mean. Just now, I made enemies with the customers outside in order to protect the gentleman's face. Shouldn't Mr. Ning express his opinion? This is a smiling Buddha." Ningfan said coldly, "Boss, you might as well give me a hint." Bang! A man nearby threw his mace to the ground, pointed at Ningfan, and shouted angrily, "You little bastard, don't be so shameless. Take out the jade you just cut and hand it over to our boss. Otherwise, both of you will die here today." Killing people and stealing goods? Zhou Yongxin held the teacup very comfortably and savored the scented tea. "You can try," Ningfan said coldly. "See if you have the ability to take those 3 jades from me." Just these people? It's not even in his eyes. Zhou Yongxin's eyes released a cold look. "Kill him." The next moment, Zhou Yongxin's men rushed up with shiny machetes. Tang Chuchu took a deep breath and watched the scene nervously. It was all her fault that Ningfan was harmed. If she hadn't brought Ningfan here to gamble on stones, this wouldn't have happened. Although Ningfan had beaten Chen Wu, his grandfather's close bodyguard, there were so many people here now. There are at least 20 or 30 of them. How can one person defeat so many people? Only. When she was worried, Ningfan suddenly moved. He was so fast that everyone could only see a shadow. Then, in just a few seconds, screams rang out from the backyard. Zhou Yongxin's smile froze and he stood up. How is this possible? Chapter 43. Who is it? All of his thugs are the best among the best. Some of them also practice taekwondo. No one could stop this thin-looking young man. How could there be someone who was so good at fighting? "Boss, do you want to try again?" Ningfan looked at Zhou Yongxin. "How many people are there?" "Just call them." Feeling Ningfan's gaze, Zhou Yongxin trembled. Her teeth were grinding as she glared at Ningfan fiercely. "Don't be so arrogant. This is the territory of the underground world in Zhengcheng District 7. If you dare to cause trouble here, you'll be slapping Sister Ya in the face." "Sister Ya?" Ningfan frowned. It was this woman again. "Call her." Ningfan said calmly, "Let her come over here." Zhou Yongxin sneered, "You're really courting death. This kid is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. He even dares to ask Sister Ya to come over. When he sees Sister Ya, he will probably kneel down and cry for mercy." He quickly called Wang Ya and told her in detail about the 3 pieces of jade he saw there. Only. He turned black into white. "Sister Ya, that guy said that even if you came over, he wouldn't take you seriously." "Wait." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yongxin said proudly, "Sister Ya will be here soon." As he spoke, he spat. As luck would have it, the saliva happened to land on Ningfan's shoes. Ningfan said indifferently, "You'll be begging me to lick the saliva off your shoes later." "Ha ha ha." Zhou Yongxin laughed wantonly. "Do you know who our Sister Ya is? I even begged you to lick this saliva off. It really made me laugh to death." In his opinion, Ningfan is a psychopath. The kind that is incurable. Half an hour later, Wang Hu, a fierce general under Wang Ya, appeared in the store first. Zhou Yongxin greeted him. "Brother Hu. Where's Sister Ya?" "Sister Ya has something to do and will be here soon. Let me come over to see how you are doing first," Wang Hu said. "Who was disrespectful to Sister Ya?" "That's him." Zhou Yongxin pointed at Ningfan and complained, "It was this guy who just heard Sister Ya's name and called out to her to come over here." As long as Wang Hu crippled Ningfan first, he would have a way to prevent Ningfan from speaking. Isn't it Zhou Yongxin who has the final say on right and wrong? Wang Hu looked in the direction with cold eyes. But when she saw that the person Zhou Yongxin was pointing at was Ningfan, his body suddenly trembled violently. Why is it this brother? Last night, it was because of this guy that he was slapped by Sister Ya. When I went back later, I found out that the woman next to me last night was the eldest daughter of the Zhang family in the provincial capital, who was of noble status. Suddenly my heart felt cold. I didn't expect to offend such a big shot. I was also glad that Ningfan was good at fighting, otherwise we would be in big trouble. I never thought that just one night later, in the territory under Sister Ya's protection, another foolish person would have sex with this guy. Brother Hu. Zhou Yongxin thought Wang Ya was very angry, so he added fuel to the fire. Bang! But before he could finish the rest of the sentence, Wang Hu slapped him in the face and cursed, "Do you want to die? Others may not know who you are, but I do." Zhou Yongxin was stunned by Wang Hu's slap and didn't react for a while. What was going on? Plop! The next moment, before Zhou Yongxin could react, Wang Hu suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Ning. Don't be angry. Sister Ya will be here soon. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Suddenly, Zhou Yongxin was confused again. Pale face. Brother who actually knelt down to this man? No matter how stupid he was, he knew that the man in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend. What happened here today? Just then, Wang Ye arrived and walked in from outside. Sister Ye. Wang Hu hurried over and quickly explained the situation. What? Wang Ye was stunned. Then he looked in that direction, and sure enough, it was Ning Fan again. Call. She took a deep breath and walked towards Tang Chuchu and Ning Fan. Miss Tang, Mr. Ning, do you need anything when you come to Gambling Stone Street? Just tell me what you need and I'll have it delivered to you so you don't have to run around. I'll just accompany him for a stroll. Tang Chuchu said lightly. Wang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Who is this Ning Fan? Last night I was with the eldest daughter of the Zhang family in the provincial capital, and today I am with the eldest daughter of the Tang family. He also has superb medical skills. Ning, Mr. Ning. At this time, Zhou Yongxin said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, I didn't know you had such a powerful identity. Please forgive me. He even crawled towards Ning Fan and wanted to lick his shoes clean. In other words, if I don't have any identity, I deserve to be robbed by you? Ning Fan kicked Zhou Yongxin away and sneered, is that so? Zhou Yongxin felt pain, his face turned pale and he was sweating profusely. But I dared not utter a single complaint. Drag him away, cripple him, tie him to a tree on the mountain outside the city, and let the bears and wild boars eat him. Wang Ye said coldly. Zhou Yongxin was so scared that he peed his pants and collapsed on the ground, feeling extremely regretful. Ning Fan had just said that he would beg him to lick the saliva off his shoes, but he didn't believe it at the time. I think Ning Fan is a psychopath. Now it seems that he is not crazy at all. He didn't even have the chance to beg for shoes to be licked, and he was about to die. The next moment, he crawled towards Wang Ye on the ground like a dead dog, saying non-stop, Sister Ye, I didn't mean it. I didn't know you knew him. Give me a chance, give me. Wang Hu didn't give him a chance to finish his words. He called two of his younger brothers and dragged him out. Mr. Ning, I'm sorry for offending you today. No matter how much you spend here on Gambling Stone Street today, it's all mine. After Zhou Yongxin's voice disappeared, Wang Ye spoke to the two of them. I've already paid for it, so you don't need to pay for it. Ning Fan said. But can you do me a favor? Wang Ye, who was originally very nervous, let out a long sigh after hearing Ning Fan's words. As long as it's something that can be solved with money or help, it's fine. Wang Ye quickly asked, what can Mr. Ning do for me? The way I saved you last time at Zhao Yuantang was very offensive. You shouldn't be angry now, right? Ning Fan smiled and said, don't be so angry that you refuse to put in the effort when you need my help. When he saw Wang Ye's attitude towards him yesterday, he didn't react at first. Later, after I went back and rested at night, I seemed to have figured it out. Call. Wang Ye took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and then said, let's just forget about that. I'll do my best to help you today. Just consider it as an apology, and a thank you for saving my life. Good. Ning Fan nodded and said, I need you to help me find some very old medicinal herbs, preferably 2 or 3 years old, or even 300 or 400 years old. Jade containing spiritual energy or spiritual liquid is not that common. The jadeite that I opened today contains spiritual energy, but after I go back to absorb and refine it, it will disappear again. I haven't found a place with sufficient spiritual energy and suitable for cultivation yet. So we still can't stop looking for medicinal herbs that are very old. Otherwise it will affect your subsequent cultivation progress. Wang Ye's heart sank. Besides, medicinal herbs of this age were basically wild herbs and difficult to find. Suddenly, Wang Ye seemed to think of something and said, I know who has such a medicinal herb. Chapter 44, Centennial Wild Ginseng. Ning Fan's expression lit up with joy. It was really an accident. I didn't expect there would be news from Wang Ye. Just as Ning Fan was feeling happy, Wang Ye said, but in terms of age, it might not be as old as you said, Mr. Ning. It's probably only about 100 years old. Is that okay with you? If so, I'll take you there. Ning Fan was slightly stunned, but still nodded and said, that's fine. Mr. Ning, please follow me. Wang Ye quickly said, it's just that Mr. Shao prefers quietness and doesn't like crowds. As she spoke, she looked at Tang Chuchu hesitantly. The meaning is obvious. Ning Fan. I suddenly remembered that my grandfather had something for me to do today. Tang Chuchu smiled sweetly and said, I'll be leaving first. By the way, you're moving tomorrow, right? Ning Fan nodded, yes. Tang Chuchu smiled and said, then you must call me and ask me to help you. Ning Fan did not refuse. After Tang Chuchu left, he got into Wang Yi's car. Wang Yi introduced Ning Fan to a villa in the suburbs of the city. The owner of the villa is named Xiao Lei. His father, Xiao Tianyan, was once the controller of the Jiangcheng underground world and was extremely powerful. However, 5 years ago, Xiao Tianyan suddenly became seriously ill. Since then, he has been lying in bed for a long time and unable to get up. Over time, except for Wang Yi, the bosses of the underground world in the other 8 districts all became evil and wanted to seize power. 3 months ago. It was also for this reason that Wang Yi had a conflict with the boss of District 6, Crow. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. As long as Xiao Tianyan is alive, the bosses of these 9 districts will have to please Xiao Tianyan, or even Xiao Lei. It was for this reason that last month, the boss of the underground world in the 3rd district of Jiangcheng gave Xiao Lei a 100-year-old wild ginseng in order to please him. Wang Yi also learned about this news by chance, and she didn't expect it to come in handy today to ease the relationship with Ning Fan. Behind him stand 2 great figures, Miss Jiang from the provincial capital and Miss Tang from the family of Tang. He also has miraculous medical skills. Such a person must not be offended. Arrived at the door of the suburban villa, Wang Yi saw the butler and whispered in his ear. Soon, Xiao Lei and his wife came out smiling. Xiao Lei looks like a gentleman. His wife also looks very gentle. However, as Madame Xiao Lei approached, Ning Fan frowned suddenly. She seemed to be not feeling well. But thinking of the purpose of their coming here today, he did not speak immediately. Ha ha ha. Xiao Lei laughed and said, Xiaoya, you haven't come over to see us for a long time. Your sister-in-law misses you very much. Wang Yi is the only female among the underground bosses in these 9 districts, so she has always had a good relationship with Chen Xiaoping. The 3 of them exchanged pleasantries for a while. At this moment, Xiao Lei noticed Ning Fan standing next to him, raised his eyebrows, and asked, Xiaoya, who is this young man? Wang Yi introduced, Brother Lei, this is Mr. Ning. Mr. Ning wants to trouble you with something. Because the matter was extremely urgent, I took the initiative to bring Mr. Ning here. Please don't blame me, Brother Lei. Mr. Ning? Xiao Lei and Chen Xiaoping looked at Ning Fan in surprise. Wang Yi and the others were very familiar with him, so why would they call this young man who looked only in his 20s Mr. Ning? You must know. In the entire Jiangcheng, there are definitely no more than 10 people who are worthy of being called Mr. by Wang Yi. This person must be a rich young man from some family. It's cold outside. Without thinking too much, Xiao Lei smiled and said, Xiaoya, bring Mr. Ning in. Let's go inside and talk while drinking tea. Ning Fan and his friend followed Xiao Lei and his wife into the villa. The villa was built by the lake, but from the surface, it did not seem to be that particular. I guess they both don't believe in feng shui. Mr. Ning. After entering the hall, Xiao Lei got straight to the point and said, I'm not the type to be fussy, so let's just be frank. I wonder why you came to see Xiao this time. Ning Fan smiled and said, I heard that Mr. Xiao has a wild ginseng plant that's over 100 years old. Can I take a look at it? Wild ginseng over 100 years old? Xiao Lei frowned and glanced at Wang Yi, somewhat surprised, as if he hadn't expected that she would even tell Ning Fan about this matter. It seems that Mr. Ning's background is really amazing. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Lei clapped his hands and said, Take out my wild ginseng that is over 100 years old and let Mr. Ning take a look. If he just wanted to take a look, he could accept it, and he could also make friends with such a rich young man who obviously had a very powerful background, which was not a loss. The butler turned and left. Mr. Ning. Xiao Lei glanced at Ning Fan and asked, I wonder what business your father is in. Why have I never heard of a Mr. Ning in Jiangcheng before? Hearing this, Wang Yi's breathing also became rapid. She was actually very curious about what kind of background Ning Fan had that could make him befriend both the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital and the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Just relying on miraculous medical skills? Mr. Xiao is overthinking it. Ning Fan smiled and said, My father isn't involved in business or politics, so it's perfectly normal that Mr. Xiao hasn't heard of him. Not doing business? Not going into politics? Xiao Lei subconsciously glanced at Wang Yi. Wang Yi shook her head, and then Xiao Lei smiled, I see. It was Xiao who was abrupt. However, Ningfan clearly noticed that Xiao Lei's tone began to soften after he learned the answer. What strength? Background. Ningfan smiled. In this world, only if he had strength could he make others look at him more. It was like this before, and it is like this now. Master. At this time, the housekeeper came back, holding a tray covered with red cloth in his hands. 100-year-old wild ginseng is in here. Xiao Lei nodded and motioned him to open it. Then, the red cloth was lifted, and 100-year-old wild ginseng appeared in front of Ningfan. He quickly noticed the rich spiritual energy in it. Even better than those 3 pieces of jade. Ningfan forced himself to suppress his excitement. He looked at Xiao Lei and said, Mr. Xiao, I want to buy this century-old wild ginseng. I wonder if Mr. Xiao can give up his love. Must get it. He clenched his fists. With this century-old wild ginseng, his strength would definitely be greatly improved. Then he would be one step closer to seeing his mother again and finding his father. Xiao Lei frowned and shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Ning, this 100-year-old wild ginseng is not for sale. Ningfan's heart sank. Mr. Xiao, just name your price. It's not a matter of money, and I'm not short of money. Xiao Lei glanced at Chen Xiaoping and said, to be honest with Mr. Ning, my wife has always been weak and sickly. She needs this 100-year-old wild ginseng to nourish her body. So, please, Mr. Ning, please stop what you just said. There was already a hint of anger on his face. If he had not been brought here by Wang Ye, he would have kicked Ningfan out long ago. Hearing this, Wang Ye sighed, Mr. Ning, let's go. Who knows? Ningfan stood up and said something shocking, Mr. Xiao, if I can save your wife's life, can you give me this 100-year-old wild ginseng? Chapter 45 Fulfillment. Mr. Ning, what do you mean? Xiao Lei looked unfriendly. Since Xiaoya brought you here, I not only received you warmly but also let you take a look at the 100-year-old wild ginseng. Why are you cursing my wife now? Chen Xiaoping's face also looked extremely ugly. Brother Lei. Wang Ye hurriedly said, don't be angry first. Mr. Ning may have his reasons for saying this. Please listen to Mr. Ning's explanation first. I was at Zhao Yuantang's place before. Ningfan had rescued her and revived her. Wang Ye knew that his medical skills were extraordinary, and perhaps he could really tell what was wrong with Chen Xiaoping at a glance. Mr. Ning. Xiao Lei snorted coldly, for Xiaoya's sake, I'll give you a chance to explain. However, if your explanation doesn't satisfy me, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Ye let out a long breath. As long as Xiao Lei gave Ningfan a chance to explain, that would be enough. Ningfan frowned. He didn't like being threatened, but after seeing the 100-year-old wild ginseng, he suppressed his displeasure. Mrs. Xiao is indeed frail and sickly. Ningfan glanced at Chen Xiaoping and said, it's just that this isn't her health problem. Someone wants to harm her and has put a poison inside her body. If we can't force the poison out of her body. However, that's enough. Xiao Lei interrupted impatiently and laughed angrily, Mr. Ning, you really impressed me. In order to get the 100-year-old wild ginseng in my hand, he did everything he could, even pulling out some poison. I'm telling you, I won't give you that 100-year-old wild ginseng. Now, please get out. Our temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Ye and said coldly, Xiaoya, don't bring any messy people to our house in the future. This is the first time. If it happens a second time, don't blame me for disregarding our previous relationship. This moment. Wang Ye also felt angry. She originally thought that Ningfan had noticed something wrong with Chen Xiaoping's body. I didn't expect that he was talking nonsense. Now she was doubting whether it was Ningfan who cured her that time in Zhao Yuantang. Brother Lei, I'm sorry. Wang Ye apologized, I will take him away now and will not bother you and sister-in-law anymore. She glanced at Ningfan and said, Mr. Ning, shall we go? Only. Ningfan looked at Xiao Lei again and said with a playful smile, Mr. Xiao, are you sure you want me to leave? If I leave now, if you want me to come back here in the future, it won't just be a simple matter of giving me a 100-year-old wild ginseng. Wang Ye's chest heaved with anger. Mr. Ning, didn't he see that Xiao Lei was on the verge of getting angry? Now you even dare to talk to him in such a tone. Rest assured. Xiao Lei said coldly, I will never beg you to come back to our villa. I also hope that after you leave, don't tell anyone that you've been here. I don't want others to know that I've been in contact with someone like you. Ningfan smiled calmly, not taking Xiao Lei's words to heart. Mr. Xiao, let me remind you one last thing. Ningfan said, Mrs. Xiao will faint soon. Her face will turn purple, and only her lips will turn white. You'd better call the hospital as soon as possible and prepare. Otherwise, something bad will happen. The words fell. He turned and left without even looking at Xiao Lei again. Xiao Lei was so angry at his words that his face turned pale and blue. Brother Lei, I'm sorry. Wang Ye smiled bitterly and apologized. Behind him stands Jiang Rushua, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital, and Tang Chuchu, the eldest daughter of the Tang family. They are people I can't afford to offend. So, I really had no choice but to bring him here. Besides, I really didn't expect him to be such a person. Xiao Lei waved his hand. Go away. Don't come here recently. Wang Ye sighed helplessly, then followed Ningfan and left the villa. 10 minutes later. Xiao Lei's sister-in-law Yu Mingxin arrived. Brother, sister-in-law, why do you look so unhappy? Yu Mingxin asked doubtfully, who made you angry? Hearing this, Xiao Lei snorted coldly and said, Wang Ye just brought a young man here. It was nothing serious at first, but who would have thought he would actually say that your sister-in-law has some kind of goo in her body? He also said that something bad would happen to your sister-in-law soon. Don't you think he was cursing your sister-in-law? What? Yu Mingxin's eyes widened, his expression tense. Brother, did someone really say that? Xiao Lei glanced at Yu Mingxin. Yes. What else do you say? Your sister-in-law will faint and turn purple soon. The more he spoke, the uglier Yu Mingxin's face became. Big brother. After a moment, she nervously asked, you and your sister-in-law probably didn't believe what that person said, did you? Xiao Lei shook his head. Your elder brother and sister-in-law are not fools, how could they possibly believe such nonsense? Suddenly, he noticed that Yu Mingxin's expression was not quite right, and frowned and said, why do you look so bad? Yu Mingxin quickly shook her head. It's okay. I was just pissed. I didn't expect there would be someone who would curse my sister-in-law like that. If I run into him, I'll definitely make him pay the price. The tone was full of anger. However, she was already panicking inside. How could it be possible? How could anyone possibly find out? Fortunately, Xiao Lei and Chen Xiuping did not believe what that person said, otherwise, all her efforts would have been in vain. Mingxin, don't be angry. Chen Xiuping came over with tea. Don't worry, your brother has already told Wang Ye not to bring those questionable people here again. Yu Mingxin smiled and said, that's good. But, she curled her lips secretly, in the future? Soon, they will have no future. Bang! Suddenly, at this moment, the teapot in Chen Xiuping's hand fell straight down and hit the ground heavily. Why are you so impatient when working? Xiao Lei was about to get angry, but he soon realized something was wrong and said nervously, Xiuping, what's wrong with you? He quickly reached out and supported Chen Xiuping's body, only to see that her eyes were tightly closed at this time. My breathing has also become much faster. For a moment, Xiao Lei felt heavy-hearted. When he was about to help Chen Xiuping onto the sofa, he suddenly noticed that Chen Xiuping's expression kept changing. Purple. It became more and more purple, and only the lips turned white. Boom! Impossible. Xiao Lei's pupils contracted, and he said in horror, how could this happen? What Ningfan said just now has now come true one by one. Quick! Xiao Lei quickly yelled at Yu Mingxin, Mingxin, go find Wang Ye and ask her to bring over that Mr. Ning. Chapter 46, Life is at Stake. No. Yu Mingxin raised her voice to refuse. Brother, are you confused? You didn't really believe that man's nonsense, did you? Still putting a curse on me? She sneered and said, I said my sister-in-law was possessed by a ghost. For a while. Xiao Lei calmed down. Yes. Things like witchcraft have always only existed in books, and he never believed in it. I'll call Dr. Zhao right now. Yu Mingxin took out her phone and said, ask Dr. Zhao to come over and see my sister-in-law. He's a famous doctor in Jiangcheng. He can definitely cure my sister-in-law. Since Ningfan could tell at a glance that his sister-in-law was under the influence of witchcraft, maybe he really had a solution. Seeing that everything he had planned was about to be completed, he absolutely could not let Ningfan ruin his plan. Yes, call Dr. Zhao quickly. Xiao Lei hurriedly said, tell him to come here as quickly as possible. Yu Mingxin nodded, called Zhao Yuantang, and told him that Chen Xiuping had fainted. Soon. Half an hour later, an old man came in from the door carrying a medicine box. He walked with great vigor and looked very energetic. This person is Zhao Yuantang. Divine Dr. Zhao. Xiao Lei's body trembled, and he hurried forward. This time, please take a look at my wife's condition. He pointed at Chen Xiuping, who was in a coma. Good. Zhao Yuantang stroked his beard and said, Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. I'm here, so there won't be any problems. He strode up to Chen Xiuping, placed his fingers on her wrist, and felt her physical condition. Only. The more he looked, the more serious his expression became, and he frowned from time to time. Divine Dr. Zhao. Xiao Lei asked nervously, How is Xiuping? Zhao Yuantang frowned. Mr. Xiao, miss you, I wonder what happened to Madame Xiao just now. Hearing this, Xiao Lei hurriedly explained and told Zhao Yuantang word for word what had just happened in the villa. Fainted suddenly? Zhao Yuantang frowned and murmured softly, This disease is a bit strange. I have never encountered such a strange physical condition as Madame Zhao's. Ah? Xiao Lei looked nervous. Divine Dr. Zhao, is it possible that even you can't cure my wife? Zhao Yuantang shook his head, Not really. My medical skills are too limited. I can't tell what's wrong with your wife's body. This is really strange. Her pulse is obviously steady. How could she suddenly go crazy? I can't figure it out. Then, what should Divine Dr. Zhao do? Xiao Lei said in a trembling voice, Even a doctor like you can't tell the condition of my wife. Who else can do it? Zhao Yuantang is already a famous miracle doctor in their Jiangchang. There's another person who might be able to do it. Zhao Yuantang pondered for a moment, his eyes brightening slightly. His medical skills are at least better than mine. No, it's even possible that I can't even touch the edge of his medical skills. Xiao Lei's pupils contracted. Really? When did such a person appear in Jiangchang? Yes. Zhao Yuantang sighed, There are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you. That gentleman's medical skills can be said to have reached the level of perfection, far surpassing my old man's. The thought that Ning Fan could so easily see through his Suoyang acupuncture technique and even find the problem. Zhao Yuantang admired him more and more. There were probably few people in this world whose medical skills were better than his, right? Divine Dr. Zhao. Xiao Lei hurriedly grabbed Zhao Yuantang's arm and asked, Who is that gentleman? Can you take me to him and ask him to come and treat my wife? Anyone who can be praised by Zhao Yuantang is definitely not simple. I can give it a try. Zhao Yuantang hesitated for a moment. As for whether that great Dr. Ning will come here to treat Madame Ling, it all depends on his mood. Xiao Lei's expression lit up. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. On the other side, Ning Fan and Wang Ye left the Xiao family villa. He asked Wang Ye to take him to the city high school. Tomorrow was Saturday, and Xiaoqiu would be finishing school early. Not long. Ning Fan saw Qin Xiu walking out of the school. He waved his hand and said, Xiaoqiu. Qin Xiaosu was delighted. Hey, brother, why are you here? Aren't you going to work today? Ning Fan rubbed her head. I'm taking a day off today. I came here specifically to pick you up for dinner. Qin Xiu blinked his eyes and said, Brother, let's buy some food and go home to cook. Ning Fan smiled dotingly and said, I'm not going home today. Come on, follow me, I'll give you a surprise later. He grabbed Qin Xiu's hand, stopped a taxi, and whispered something in the driver's ear. Qin Xiu looked at Ning Fan curiously. She wanted to know where Ning Fan wanted to take her. Not long. The car stopped in front of a restaurant. The restaurant was very grand and its antique decoration gave people a dreamy feeling. Qing Yun Restaurant. Ah. Qin Xiu immediately became timid. Brother, this restaurant is too expensive, let's go home and eat. Every time she went home, she fantasized about when she would make money and bring her brother here to eat and drink to her heart's content. Only. This time she really didn't expect that her brother would bring her here. One of her classmates' mothers works here, so she had naturally heard about the prices of vegetables here, which were ridiculously expensive. I've already booked a box. Ning Fan laughed and said, If you don't go, it will be a waste. Let's go. Don't worry, your brother has enough money to bring you here for a meal. He reached out and rubbed Qin Xiu's head. Only. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took a look at the phone number on it. Zhao Yuantang. Dr. Ning. After the call was connected, Zhao Yuantang asked, Where are you now? I have something I want to discuss with you in person. Is it something important? Ning Fan asked with a frown. Zhao Yuantang quickly said, yes, it's a matter of life and death. Ning Fan pondered for a moment, then come find me. I'm having dinner at Qingyun restaurant. The box number is 006. Zhao Yuantan's expression brightened and he said, okay, that's good. Mr. Ning, I'll come to see you right away. Hang up the phone. Ning Fan brought Qin Xiu into Qingyun restaurant and said to the front desk, private room 006 was reserved last night. The receptionist nodded and said, sir, please wait a moment. I will check it for you. Zhou Kuan? Suddenly, Ning Fan saw a familiar figure. He was slightly startled and walked over quickly. It really is you, kid. The man in the suit was Ning Fan's high school classmate. They had a pretty good relationship when they were in school, but after he transferred to another school, they never contacted each other again. Who are you? Zhou Kuan frowned. Ning Fan? Chapter 47. I really didn't expect that. Yes, I'm Ning Fan. Ning Fan patted him on the shoulder, looked him up and down, and said enthusiastically, you're doing pretty well, kid. He has become the manager of Qingyun restaurant. By the way, where have you been these past few years? Why didn't you contact me? Over the years. Apart from Qin Xiu, Ning Fan had very few close friends, so when he ran into his former high school classmate, he was in a good mood. Only. Zhou Kuan said calmly, my dad sent me abroad to study when I was in my second year of high school. I only came back 2 years ago. Also, I'm at work now, please call me Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou? Ning Fan smiled and jokingly said, Zhou Kuan, when will you start joking with me again? Only. Zhou Kuan frowned, looking unhappy, and changed the subject. Did you come here to eat this time? Ning Fan nodded, yes, are you free? My sister and I are kind of bored, so why don't we go to the private room and have a couple of drinks? He still cherishes this relationship. Zhou Kuan asked casually, which box? Manager Zhou. At this time, the front desk clerk said at the right time, Mr. Ning is going to box 006. Do you want me to arrange for someone to take you? Only. Zhou Kuan interrupted, I'm sorry. Ning Fan, box 006 is currently under renovation, so we can't go in to eat. If you still want to eat at our Qingyun restaurant, you can only eat in the lobby. Furnish? Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, but didn't think much about it. The hall is fine. Then I'll take my sister there first. Remember to come and have a drink with me later. Zhou Kuan nodded perfunctorily, but there was a hint of disdain in his expression. Manager Zhou. Watching Ning Fan and Qin Xiu walk some distance away, the front desk clerk opened his mouth and asked in confusion, we don't have any private rooms in the restaurant because they're being renovated today. What are you doing? Zhou Kuan said disdainfully, he was my high school classmate. I know his background very well. When we were in school, he only ate steamed buns all day long. It's only been a few years, how could he possibly turn things around? Did you see that girl next to him? He just wants to show off in front of that girl. Just wait and see, he will definitely only order the 2 cheapest dishes later. As he said this, he curled his lips and said, arranging a box for him would be a waste of space. It would be better to give the boxes to those wealthy and powerful people. Only. How could he know that Ning Fan, who had already entered the first level of qi refining stage, already had very sensitive ears? He heard the entire conversation between him and the front desk clerk. Time. Ning Fan sighed, it really can change a person. I never thought that Zhou Kuan would become this kind of person. Elder brother. Qin Xiu blinked, what's wrong with you? Ning Fan smiled and said, it's okay, I'm just a little disappointed. Sorry, Xiuqiu, I can only take you to the hall for dinner today. Now, he is too lazy to bother with Zhou Kuan. We will just go our separate ways from now on. It's okay. Qin Xiu smiled sweetly and said, brother, I'm already very happy that you brought me to Qingyun restaurant for dinner. And. As she spoke, she wrinkled her nose and said, I don't like eating in the private rooms either. I always feel it's too stuffy there. Ning Fan felt a warm feeling in his heart, knowing that Xiao Qiu still cared about him. Soon, the dishes arrived, filling the table. Ning Fan and Qin Xiu ate for a while when Zhou Kuan came over and said coldly, Ning Fan, we don't allow credit at Qingyun restaurant. You'd better think about where to borrow money to pay for this meal. Honestly, I never thought you would become like this. He glanced at Qin Xiu and said, to pick up girls, you're doing this kind of pretentious thing. When they were in school, Ning Fan only mentioned that he had a younger sister, but Zhou Kuan and the others had never seen her. In addition, Qin Xiu has grown into a very beautiful girl, so Zhou Kuan unconsciously thinks about the matter in this direction. Manager Zhou. Ning Fan's tone also became calmer. Don't worry, I won't eat or dine for free. I will pay the amount I owe later. You should think about how to serve your customers. Snort. Zhou Kuan snorted coldly. You are so sharp-tongued and don't know how to appreciate a good person's heart. Then he turned and left, instructing the waiters to keep an eye on Ning Fan and not let him run away with the bill. At this moment, he glanced at the door and suddenly saw a Rolls-Royce stopped. In an instant, his body shook. Then, he quickly rushed to the restaurant door, stretched out his hand to open the back door of the Rolls-Royce, and said respectfully, Mr. Xiao, why are you here? The person who got out of the Rolls-Royce was Xiao Lei, the big boss behind their Qingyun restaurant. Following him was Zhao Yuantang. Xiao Lei didn't even look at Zhou Kuan. He took Zhao Yuantang and walked quickly into Qingyun restaurant. Zhou Kuan did not dare to delay and hurried to catch up with them. The closer he got to Xiao Lei, the more he could sense Xiao Lei's panic, and he couldn't help but tremble with fear. What's going on? Could it be that some distinguished guest came to the restaurant today? Who could make Mr. Xiao so nervous? Soon, they reached the second floor. Zhou Kuan originally thought that Xiao Lei would go up the stairs to a higher floor. Who would have thought? Xiao Lei actually brought the old man to the second floor and kept scanning the room numbers. Not long. Xiao Lei and Zhao Yuantang stopped and stood in box 006. Boom! When Zhou Kuan saw the box number clearly, his pupils contracted and his legs trembled. This. Why is Mr. Xiao standing at the door of this box? Dr. Ning. At this time, Zhao Yuantang half bowed and said, I wonder if I can take Mr. Xiao into the box. For a long time, there was silence in the box. Not a sound was heard. Zhao Yuantang sensed something was wrong and murmured, What's going on? Didn't Dr. Ning tell us to come to box 006 to see him? Why doesn't he answer? At this time, Xiao Lei's heart sank as he glanced at Zhou Kuan. Has anyone come to box 006 today? Zhou Kuan broke out in a cold sweat and gritted his teeth. Mr. Xiao, no. Dr. Ning. The old man was talking about Dr. Ning, and there was absolutely no way Ning Fan could be a miracle doctor. At this moment, he was feeling lucky. Yeah? Zhao Yuantang frowned. I'll call Dr. Ning and ask. Then, he made a phone call, and after a moment, his expression darkened. Mr. Zhao. Xiao Lei's breathing was rapid, and he quickly asked, How is it? Dr. Ning didn't come? Zhao Yuantang shook his head and said coldly, Come on, sit in the hall. Chapter 48 One plant is not enough. What? Xiao Lei was furious and glared at Zhou Kuan. Didn't you tell me that Dr. Ning didn't come? Why is he sitting in the hall now? I'm telling you, if Dr. Ningshan gets angry, your position here will be over. Having said that, he looked at Zhao Yuantang and said through gritted teeth, Mr. Zhao, please take me to see Dr. Ning. I will definitely give Dr. Ning an explanation for this matter. Zhao Yuantang frowned, but then sighed, let's go. Zhou Kuan didn't react for a long time and his face turned pale. No, impossible. His voice trembled as he shook his head frantically. The person who asked Mr. Xiao to come here could definitely not be Ning Fan. How could he be a miracle doctor? Miracle doctor, anyone who can be called a miracle doctor must be an old man, right? Where is Ning Fan? He is the same age as me. Then, he gritted his teeth, held on to the wall and followed. He didn't believe it. It's you. Arriving in the hall, Xiao Lei saw Ning Fan and said with disgust, You really did everything you could to get my 100-year-old wild ginseng. You've chased me all the way here. I'm telling you, I will never give you that 100-year-old wild ginseng. Shut up. Suddenly, Zhao Yuantang interrupted angrily, Mr. Xiao, the person standing in front of you is the Dr. Ning I mentioned. Dead silence. For a moment, Xiao Lei's mind went blank. He stared at Ning Fan with his mouth wide open. Was this young man the Dr. Ning that Zhao Yuantang so highly praised? After he realized what was happening, his face turned pale again. Mr. Xiao. Ning Fan smiled playfully and said, You seem to think too highly of yourself. Xiao Lei's face was embarrassed and flushed red. At this time, Zhou Kuan, who followed up, didn't know the truth and just happened to hear Ning Fan's words. Ning Fan, shut up. In order to please Xiao Lei, he shouted angrily, What qualifications do you have to speak to Mr. Xiao like this? Hurry up and kneel down to beg for mercy from Mr. Xiao, otherwise, you will never be able to escape Qing Yun. Bang! Roll! Unexpectedly, Xiao Lei turned around and slapped Zhou Kuan, cursing, "Say one more word, and I'll send someone to throw you into the river to feed the fish tonight." He had already offended Ning Fan. Now this short-sighted manager was yelling at Ning Fan again, and he was very annoyed. Dr. Ning. Then, Xiao Lei stepped forward and apologized, "I'm sorry. If I had known that you were respected by Mr. Zhao, I would never have spoken to you in that manner at the villa. Please forgive me, Dr. Ning." He felt aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Ning Fan was the only one who could possibly cure his wife. "Mr. Xiao, please leave." Ning Fan said calmly, "I told you, it's easy for me to leave the villa, but it won't be easy for me to go back." As he said that, he glanced at Zhou Kuan. "Besides, your people make me feel very unhappy." Xiao Lei's face darkened slightly, and he shouted in a low voice, "Zhou Kuan, kneel down and apologize to Dr. Ning." Plop! Zhou Kuan knelt down in front of Ning Fan without hesitation and cried, "Brother Ning, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you that box 006 was under renovation. Please, for the sake of us being high school classmates, spare me." Ning Fan shook his head. This man was still lying to him. He was completely hopeless. Xiao Chou. Then, without even glancing at Zhou Kuan, he smiled indulgently and asked, "Have you finished eating?" At this time, Qin Xiu was deeply shocked, with her mouth slightly open. Oh my god. What did she see? The owner and manager of Qing Yun restaurant actually treated his brother with such an attitude. Is this his brother? Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. Xiao Qiu? Ah. Qin Xiu reacted and said quickly, "Brother, I'm done eating, let's go." Ning Fan stood up and took Qin Xiu to the front desk to pay the bill. Dr. Ning. Seeing Ning Fan was about to leave, Xiao Lei could no longer control himself and shouted, "A doctor's heart is full of compassion. Do you really want to watch a life die in front of you? No matter what, as long as Ning Fan can be persuaded to save his wife, it will be fine." He. Ning Fan turned around, chuckled, and asked, "What? Mr. Xiao, are you blackmailing me morally?" Xiao Lei remained silent and said nothing. Zhao Yuantang stood aside, feeling very disappointed. If he had known Xiao Lei would be like this, he should not have agreed to bring him to see Dr. Ning. This time, maybe even Dr. Ning would hate himself as well. Suddenly, Ning Fan said indifferently, "I can save your wife." Xiao Lei's originally dejected look instantly brightened up as Ning Fan finished speaking, and he said excitedly, "Thank you, Dr. Ning." "Don't be happy yet." Ning Fan said calmly, "If you want me to take action, 100-year-old wild ginseng is not enough. You need to find 3 more wild herbs like this. If you can agree, then I will take action. If not, then your wife's life or death depends on her fate." He is not a saint. Xiao Lei had treated him like that before, and he still wanted Ning Fan to save his wife in a nice way. How was that possible? Xiao Lei's expression changed rapidly. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. As long as Mr. Ning is willing to help my wife, then 3 wild medicinal herbs over 100 years old will not be a problem." Ning Fangao glanced at Xiao Lei. This man actually loved his wife very much. "You go back first." Ning Fan spoke again, "After I send my sister home, I will go to your villa in person." Finished. He turned around and left with Qin Xiu. Xiao Lei breathed a sigh of relief, his wife was saved. At this time, he glanced at Zhou Kuan, who was lying on the ground, and said coldly, "Are you and Dr. Ning classmates in high school?" Zhou Kuan grasped at the last straw and nodded frantically, "Yes, Mr. Xiao." Ning Fan, "Oh no, Dr. Ning and I were indeed high school classmates. I was really wrong, Mr. Xiao, please forgive me this time." He burst into tears. If he were given another chance, he would never do such a stupid thing again. Snort. Xiao Lei snorted coldly, "You should be thankful that you were classmates with that Dr. Ning before. Otherwise, there will be another cold corpse in the Jiangqing Canal tomorrow morning. Get out of Qing Yun restaurant and don't appear in my sight again, or you will die." Survived the disaster. Zhou Kuan let out a long breath. At this moment, he was secretly grateful to Ning Fan in his heart. After Ning Fan sent Qin Xiu home, he hailed a taxi and headed to Xiao Lei's villa. Xiao Lei was standing at the door waiting for him. "Dr. Ning." Seeing Ning Fan get out of the car, he quickly stepped forward and said, "My wife is in your care." Chapter 49 Blood Goo. Ning Fan nodded. As long as I'm here, she'll be fine. He followed Xiao Lei into the villa. Yu Mingxin noticed Ning Fan and frowned as he asked, "Brother, who is this?" "This is Dr. Ning." Xiao Lei introduced. "I told you before that it was Dr. Ning who told you that your sister-in-law was poisoned by someone." Originally, he didn't believe in the existence of such a thing as witchcraft. But now that he saw that even Zhao Yuantang was praising Ning Fan so much, he began to feel slightly shaken. Are there really things in this world that only exist in books? Is it him? Yu Mingxin's heart sank. "Brother, why did you call him over? Do you really think that my sister-in-law has been bewitched?" Ning Fan glanced at her and could clearly sense her hostility towards him. Then, he had the answer in his mind. He thought that the culprit was this woman. "Mingxin," Xiao Lei scolded, "don't be rude to Dr. Ning. Regardless of whether your sister-in-law has been poisoned or not, you should let Dr. Ning take a look." Yu Mingxin didn't say another word. She glanced at Ning Fan coldly, and her eyes were warning Ning Fan. Ning Fan didn't care. He walked up to Chen Xiaoping and pointed his finger at her arm. Right after, her delicate body trembled slightly and there was movement. Seeing this scene, Xiao Lei was ecstatic. As expected, he is the Dr. Ning who was highly regarded by Elder Zhao. This method is truly well deserved. Zhao Yuantang came over and tried every trick he could to make Chen Xiaoping move at all, but now Ning Fan just pointed his finger and her body trembled. This made Xiao Lei gradually begin to trust Ning Fan. "Chai's acupoint," Ning Fan said calmly. "This acupuncture point can gradually help Madame Xiao regain consciousness." Zhao Yuantang looked solemn as he listened to Ning Fan's story very carefully. He knew that Ning Fan was teaching him. What was injected into Madame Zhao's body this time was a blood parasite. Ning Fan spoke again. "This type of goo feeds on human blood. If I'm not mistaken, the blood goo in Madame Zhao's body was planted 20 days ago. For so many days, it has been devouring the blood in Madame Zhao's body, and Madame Zhao can no longer bear it, so this situation has occurred." Listening to Ning Fan's orderly narration, Xiao Lei and the others dared not breathe, for fear of disturbing Ning Fan. At the same time, it was also at this moment that he was convinced that Ning Fan had real medical skills. However, Yu Mingxin stood aside, listening to Ning Fan's story. Her heart was already in turmoil. So scary. The Ning Fan in front of her was really terrifying. He not only guessed what kind of poisonous insect she had given Chen Xiaoping, but he even guessed the time. At this moment, she stared at Ning Fan's back with murderous eyes, which were extremely intense. This person might very well cause the plan she had been planning for so many days to fail. Damn it! Why did such a person appear at this critical moment? "Dr. Ning," Xiao Lei asked cautiously, "do you have any way to get that poisonous insect out?" Ning Fan nodded. "Okay. Mr. Xiao, please help your wife up." Xiao Lei quickly did as he was told and asked Chen Xiaoping to half sit up. At this time, Ning Fan had 2 more silver needles in his hand. "What I need to do now is to seal the acupuncture points on both sides of Madame Zhao's arms." Zhao Yuantang took notes very seriously. The silver needles were thrust out and landed on the acupuncture points on both sides of Chen Xiaoping's arms, and then her face suddenly turned even paler. Completely bloodless. "Dr. Ning, what's going on?" Xiao Lei's pupils contracted, and he said in panic, "Why does my wife look even uglier?" Bang! However, Ning Fan did not respond to Xiao Lei, but quickly slapped Chen Xiaoping on the back. The palm strike was so powerful that the echo continued to reverberate in the villa. "What are you doing?" Yu Mingxin finally seized the opportunity, pointed at Ning Fan, and shouted angrily, "I think you are not here to save my sister-in-law, but to harm her, right? Big brother. How could you believe the nonsense of such a person? If he caused something to happen to my sister-in-law." Puff! However, before Yu Mingxin could finish her words, Chen Xiaoping suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The most important thing is that there is a red poisonous insect crawling in this mouthful of black blood. For a moment, the villa fell into silence. Except for Ning Fan, the 3 people had different expressions. Zhao Yuantang looked solemn. Xiao Lei's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with shock. Yu Mingxin's expression showed a bit more panic. Ning Fan was quick-witted and swift-handed. He thrust out a silver needle from his fingertips, which was faintly wrapped with spiritual energy, and pierced the blood insect's body. Immediately afterwards, the blood insect trembled for a moment, then lay motionless on the ground and died. "Mr. Ning," Xiao Lei swallowed his saliva and said, "Is this the thing that caused my wife to faint?" Ning Fan nodded. "Yeah, that's right. Now I have forced this blood parasite out of your wife's body and killed it. As long as we provide Madame Xiao with more nutrition, she will be able to recover in about 3 months." Hearing this, Xiao Lei's expression brightened. "Thank you, Dr. Ning, for this time." Ning Fan waved his hand. "It's okay, we just get what we need. Just don't forget what you said to me at Qing Yun restaurant." Xiao Lei quickly said, "Don't worry, Dr. Ning, I'll have my servants bring out that century-old wild ginseng later. As for the other 3 wild medicinal herbs, I will also send someone to look for them as soon as possible. Once they are found, they will be sent to you immediately." Ning Fan nodded. "That's good. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Before leaving, Ning Fan glanced at Yu Mingxin and reminded her, "By the way, Mr. Xiao, only the closest people can get blood parasites into their bodies. We can investigate this matter thoroughly after we get in." He clearly sensed Yu Mingxin's murderous intention towards him, so he certainly wouldn't let this woman off easily. With Xiao Lei's means, it wouldn't take him long to find out who did this. Xiao Lei was stunned at first, then quickly agreed, "Okay. Dr. Ning, I'll have someone take you back." Ning Fan did not refuse. After getting the century-old wild ginseng he wanted, he got in the car and left. "Mr. Xiao." Zhao Yuantang also spoke at this time. "I will leave first." Xiao Lei nodded. "Dr. Zhao, take care. When I'm free later, I'll bring my wife to you for tea." After Ning Fan and Zhao Yuantang left, Xiao Lei let out a long sigh. Then, he turned around and stared at Yu Mingxin. "Mingxin, what do you mean by what Dr. Ning said just now? Did someone close to her put a blood poison on Xiaoping in order to harm her?" Chapter 50. Stop joking. Yu Mingxin's eyes flashed with panic. "Brother, what are you talking about? How could anyone around us want to harm my sister-in-law?" Her body trembled slightly. "Nothing is best." Xiao Lei retracted his gaze. "If I find out, I will definitely not let you off easily." In Jiangcheng, inside a dark and damp cave, a man in a black robe was sitting cross-legged, with countless blood-colored poisonous insects crawling on his body, which was extremely creepy. Puff! At this moment, he suddenly leaned forward and spat out a mouthful of thick blood. The next moment, a crazy and creepy scream was heard from the cave. "Who is it? Who dares to kill my child? The blood parasite is connected to his blood. In other words, when the bloodworm dies, he will lose his essence and blood, and such injuries are irreversible." Moment. A middle-aged man walked in and asked respectfully, "Master, what happened?" The black-robed man said grimly, "The bloodworm I left at the Xiao family in Jiangcheng was killed. Go and investigate this matter for me." As he spoke, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Bring the man who dared to kill my child to me. I want him alive or dead." The middle-aged man said respectfully, "Yes, master." When Ning Fan returned home, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He couldn't wait to return to his house and take out the 100-year-old wild ginseng he had just obtained from Xiao Lei. Spiritual energy. Just by lightly tapping his finger on the wild ginseng, Ning Fan felt an extremely surging spiritual energy, which was much higher than the spiritual energy in the jade. Ning Fan was overjoyed and murmured, "I just wonder if this 100-year-old wild ginseng can help me break through to the second level of the qi refining stage." Afterwards, he was about to perform the heaven swallowing technique according to the route he remembered. However, he was interrupted by the ringing of a phone. "Who's going to call me at this time?" Ning Fan was depressed and panicked, but he still stood up and picked up his phone. "Xiao Lei. Dr. Ning, I hope I didn't disturb you." After the call was connected, Xiao Lei spoke first. "I called you just to say thank you. Thanks to you, my wife has woken up now." Ning Fan was upset at being interrupted in his practice and said, "I'm glad you woke up. Is there anything else?" "There is indeed one more thing." Xiao Lei said with a smile, "My wife wanted to thank you after hearing about it. She plans to hold a banquet at the Tang Hotel to thank you after she feels better. Also, Dr. Ning, don't you want 3 medicinal herbs that are over 100 years old? I plan to invite some of my friends, as well as some people of high status in Jiangcheng, so that you can get to know them and find such herbs more easily. Look, do you want to come over then?" Ning Fan pondered for a moment. "Okay. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Xiao. It is difficult to find this kind of wild medicinal material by yourself. As Xiao Lei said, it will be much easier if you can build up your network of contacts in Jiangcheng." And he suddenly thought of Tang Sihai's warning to him that day. You and my daughter are from two different worlds. You are a firefly, and she is the bright moon. The gap is huge, and your medical skills cannot make up for it. Ningfan felt very unhappy about the condescending attitude. Someday. Ningfan murmured, I'll let you know how terrifying my connections, built with just a few silver needles, are. Late at night. There was a faint spiritual energy flowing around Ningfan's body, and the spiritual energy from the 100-year-old wild ginseng was continuously absorbed into his body. Sky swallowing technique. This time, Ningfan realized the domineering power of this secret technique of cultivating immortals, which can devour everything. The spiritual energy in this 100-year-old wild ginseng became extremely violent as soon as it entered his body. However, after he used the heaven swallowing technique, the manic spiritual energy turned into a docile little lamb. What kind of person is my father? Ningfan was very curious about how his father had acquired this secret technique of cultivating immortality. What are the identities of your father and mother? He had no idea about all this now. Ningfan clenched his fists unconsciously. Ha! Ningfan let out a long sigh, calmed himself down, and resumed the heaven swallowing technique. It doesn't matter if you don't know now. When your realm is raised and you can enter the 7th floor of the 9-story glazed tower, you will know where your mother is. Then I will go find her and ask her in person. Everything that was unclear should become clear. This time, it took him an entire night to absorb all the spiritual energy from this century-old wild ginseng. However, unfortunately, he did not break through to the 2nd level of chi refining stage. 100-year-old wild ginseng can't help me break through? Ningfan felt a headache as he felt the tranquility of his dantian. I really don't know how much spiritual energy is needed to break through from the 1st level to the 2nd level of chi refining. It's too difficult. Elder brother. I've already packed my things. At this time, Qinxiu's voice came from outside the room, get up quickly. Ningfan collected his thoughts and quickly said, okay. Then. After he called Tang Chuchu, he and Qinxiu moved the things that needed to be moved downstairs. There are too many things. The two of them worked for a full hour, and Tang Chuchu also replied to Ningfan that she had an important meeting that needed to be held immediately. After the meeting is over, she will come to Tsanglong Island to find Ningfan. Afterwards, Ningfan ordered a hualala and stopped a taxi. Brother, where are we moving to? In the taxi, Qinxiu blinked and asked curiously, is there something you should tell me now? Ningfan smiled mysteriously and said, you'll know soon. Don't worry, that place is not far from your school. It will be much more convenient for you to go to school in the future. Qinxiu didn't say anything. Soon. The taxi arrived at the foot of a mountain range, which is a mountain range in Jiangqing City. The top of the mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist. This place is very expensive. Ah. Brother, why did you bring me here? Getting out of the taxi, Qinxiu said half-jokingly, you're not going to tell me that we're going to move in here, are you? Ningfan smiled and said, you guessed right. For a moment. Qinxiu was silent. Elder brother. After a moment, she rolled her eyes at Ningfan and said, how come you've learned to lie to me? This place is Hidden Dragon Island. Besides, I heard that this place is only for sale and not for rent. Brother, stop joking, let's go. She took Ningfan's hand and was about to take him away. Your brother never lies to you. Ningfan reached out and rubbed Qinxiu's head, then he pulled Qinxiu to the entrance of the villa area. What do you do? The security guard at the door stopped Ningfan and the other person. Ningfan replied politely, we are the owners of this place. Chapter 51 Dreaming. Owner? The security guards looked Ningfan and the other man up and down, then remembered that they had just gotten out of a taxi. For a moment, his eyes were full of doubt. Which villa are you the owner of? Tsanglong Island is the best villa area in Jiangqing, and it is also located in a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Anyone who can live here must be a well-known figure in Jiangqing, with several expensive cars and drivers at home. How is it possible that an owner would take a taxi here? Ningfan casually tossed the key to the security guard and said, the villa on the top of the mountain. In the morning he specifically asked Tang Chuchu which villa it was. I'm just afraid of encountering such a situation. What? After hearing Ningfan's words, the group of security guards in front of him widened their eyes. A mountaintop villa? The mountaintop villa belongs to the Tang family. One of them said in a deep voice, staring at Ningfan coldly, tell me, where did you steal it from? This was given to me by Miss Tang. Ning Fan frowned and asked, "Any other questions?" "If there are no problems, we will go in." The security guard refused to let Ning Fan leave and asked coldly, "Do you know how much the mountaintop villa is worth?" "A full 40 million. Ning Fan was also stunned for a moment. He only knew that the price of the villa area in San Long Island was not cheap, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. You can't earn that much money even if you deliver couriers for your entire life. The gift Tang Chu gave to herself was too big. "You said this was given to you by Miss Tang?" The security guard sneered, "If you were someone who could get Miss Tang to send you a villa like this, how could you possibly come here by taxi?" "Brother, let's go." Qin Xiu carefully tugged at the corner of Ning Fan's clothes. "Let's go back to our rented house?" Her little face was red and she lowered her head slightly. She didn't believe that someone would give her brother a villa worth 40 million. Rent a house? The security captain looked at Ning Fan and the others with an increasingly vigilant look. "Watch them here. Don't let them escape. I'm going to call Miss Tang right now to ask how to deal with these two thieves." Soon. The remaining security guards surrounded Ning Fan and the other person, looking wary, afraid that they would leave. There are really all kinds of people these days. You even dare to steal things from the Tang family. How bold. The security guards and others scoffed coldly. "Miss Tang will be here soon. I wonder how she will deal with these two people then." Ning Fan frowned. "Elder brother." Qin Xiu's eyes were red. "I don't want to live in the new house anymore. Let's go. Don't do this kind of thing again in the future, okay? I want you to stay with me." See Qin Xiu's expression. Ning Fan's heart tightened, and he smiled dotingly and said, "Silly girl, when has your brother ever lied to you? Don't worry, you will soon see how capable your brother is now." Qin Xiu lowered his head and bit his lower lip. Sob. She blamed herself. In her opinion, if it wasn't for her brother wanting to give her a good learning environment and make it convenient for her to go to and from school, they wouldn't be like that now. Only. At this moment, the security captain who had just gone to make a phone call came back with cold sweat on his forehead. "Team leader." The security guards immediately spoke up. "Did Miss Tang say how to deal with these two people?" Qin Xiu's heart was already tightening, and her small hands tightly grasped Ning Fan. "Who knows?" The security captain shouted coldly, "Shut up." The next moment, before anyone could react, he quickly rushed to Ning Fan and bowed to apologize. "Mr. Ning, I'm sorry. I was blind and wasted your time. Please forgive me." When he thought about what he had told Miss Tang about this matter and her angry attitude, his back was covered in cold sweat. Oh my God. Who exactly is this lord? Why did Miss Tang sound like she wanted to kill herself after hearing that she had offended the master? "Did you call?" Ning Fan smiled and said, "My sister and I should be able to go in now, right?" "Able." The security captain nodded repeatedly. "Anyone who dares to stop Mr. Ning will be making things difficult for me, Luo Hung." Then he yelled at the security guards, "Are you all just standing there waiting to die? Hurry up and move Mr. Ning's things." Then, he said respectfully, "Mr. Ning, please come in." Qin Xiu opened her mouth slightly, her eyes full of shock. Is this true? Is her brother really the owner of Hidden Dragon Island? Like a dream. The other side. When Ning Fan and Qin Xiu were walking towards the interior of Sanlong Island, several more cars stopped at the entrance of the villa area of Sanlong Island. "Grandma, please slow down." Yang Qiqi's voice rang out as she helped an old lady get out of the car. "Look, is Hidden Dragon Island a good place?" She pointed to the winding mountain range of Sanlong Island. Okay. The old lady knocked her cane on the ground and said, "My lifelong wish is to live in the villa area of Sanlong Island. Those who can live here are basically rich or noble, and well-known people. At this point, even if I die, I have no regrets." Yang Qiqi smiled sweetly and said, "Grandma, what are you talking about? I don't want you to die, and your wish will come true soon." The old lady's body trembled, and she said nervously, "Qiqi, what did you say?" "Mom, you don't know yet?" Yang Qiqi's mother, Jia Mengmeng, smiled and said, "Your grandson-in-law Chen Wei's family will soon cooperate with the Jiang family in the provincial capital. Once this cooperation is completed, there will be a lot of money coming in. Xiao Wei said that when the time comes, he will buy a villa on Sanglong Island for Qiqi as a dowry." Upon hearing this, all the members of the Yang family were envious and agreed that Jia Mengmeng had found a good son-in-law. "Xiao Wei, is this true?" The old lady was so excited that she could barely speak. Are you really going to buy Chi-Chi a villa on Sanglong Island? Chen Wei replied, Of course, Grandma, Chi-Chi is my little princess. In the whole of Jiangcheng, only the villa on Sanglong Island is worthy of her. Grandma can come and live here when the time comes. Okay. The old lady said excitedly, Chi-Chi really found a good husband. Xiao Wei is my young family's opportunity. He's much better than that loser Ning Fan. Listening to everyone's flattery, Chen Wei felt very comfortable. However, he suddenly thought of old man Yang and sneered, Grandma, Grandpa said that Ning Fan is the young family's opportunity. Ning Fan? What is he? Old Madame Yang waved her hand and said coldly, he still doesn't know where to deliver the express. How can I compare with you? In my opinion, this old man is just confused. He thinks that a stinky courier is an opportunity for my young family. Don't worry, Xiao Wei. I'll let that old man know your abilities when we get back. Chen Wei nodded, Thank you, Grandma. Ning Fan? At this moment, young Chi-Chi looked at a familiar road in the direction of the gate of Hidden Dragon Island and couldn't help but blurt out, Why is he here? Chapter 52 You must have seen it wrong. What did you say? Chen Wei was stunned, Ning Fan? Everyone in the Yang family also looked at young Chi-Chi and asked, Chi-Chi, why are you still talking about that waste at this time? I just saw a figure entering Hidden Dragon Island. Yang Chi-Chi pointed to the direction of the entrance to Sanglong Island, looking a little dazed. That silhouette looks a lot like Ning Fan. She had been with Ning Fan for several years, so of course she had seen Ning Fan's back many times. At this time, everyone also saw Ning Fan's back gradually walking away, and they were all stunned. Because at this moment, they also felt very similar. Several people were shocked and looked at each other. Just as they turned their heads again to look and confirm again, Ning Fan's figure disappeared. Chi-Chi, you must have seen it wrong. At this time, Jia Mengmeng sneered, How could a useless courier like you be qualified to enter Hidden Dragon Island? Maybe I really saw it wrong. Yang Chi-Chi nodded and said, That's right, a loser like him doesn't even have the qualifications to come here. Although she said so, when Yang Chi-Chi and her group left, she couldn't help but look towards the gate again, trying hard to recall the blurry figure she had just seen. The more I think about it, the more it looks like it. Thinking of the last part, Yang Chi-Chi shook her head, and then sneered in her heart, Yang Chi-Chi, what are you thinking about? That's just a piece of trash you want. And the young people who can live on Hidden Dragon Island are all young masters from wealthy families in Jiangcheng. There's a world of difference between a wealthy young master and a useless courier. How could they be the same person? Are you regretting divorcing this loser now? At the same time, Hidden Dragon Island, in the mountaintop villa. Brother, tell me the truth. Qin Xiu stared at Ning Fan intently, Where did you get the money? I heard the security guards say this villa costs at least 40 million. Ning Fan unscrewed the water cup and said with a smile, Don't worry, your brother didn't do anything bad. This villa was given to your brother by someone else. Real? Qin Xiu was suspicious, Who could give you such an expensive villa? Suddenly, her expression changed, Brother, are you being kept by someone? Puff. Ning Fan spat out the water he had just drunk, and twitched his lips, What are you thinking about? I think my guess is right. Qin Xiu said seriously, Brother, I heard from my classmates that those who support Xiaobai. No, those who support boys are usually big and strong. Ning Fan was speechless. Is Ning Fan that kind of person? Brother, it's all my fault. I've implicated you. As he spoke, Qin Xiu's eyes suddenly became red and swollen, and he whispered, If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to find someone to support you. Ning Fan was helpless and was about to explain. Ning Fan. Just at this moment, a figure rushed in, still panting, What do you think of this place? Ning Fan turned around and looked, Tang Chu-Chu. Great. Ning Fan smiled and said, It's just that this is a bit too expensive. Tang Chu-Chu rolled her eyes at him and said, How many times have I told you this? Compared to you saving my grandfather's life, this villa is nothing. As she spoke, she saw Qin Xiu sitting on the side and asked curiously, By the way, is this your sister? At this time, Qin Xiu was stunned. She opened her mouth slightly and stared at Tang Chu-Chu motionlessly. Oh my God. Is this the rich woman who supports my brother? Who says rich women are all big and strong? The Tang Chu-Chu in front of him was definitely the most beautiful woman Qin Xiu had ever seen. My brother is so capable. Right. Ning Fan smiled, My sister, Qin Xiu. Tang Chuchu was stunned. Qin? Two brothers and sisters, one surnamed Ning and the other surnamed Qin? She was a little confused, but she was also a smart person and knew what to ask and what not to ask. Xiao Chou is so pretty. Tang Chuchu praised, if she grows 2 more years, won't she be completely captivated by men? Qin Xiu's face flushed. Sister-in-law, you are the most beautiful. Sister-in-law? Ning Fan was stunned, and Tang Chuchu was stunned. Then she burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chou, you are so sweet. No rebuttal. Then Ning Fan was abandoned by them. Tang Chuchu pulled Qin Xiu to sit on the sofa and chatted non-stop. It's all about women. Ning Fan couldn't get a word in, so he had to clean up and go to the kitchen to cook. Soon after the 3 of them had dinner, Tang Chuchu and Ning Fan went to the top floor of the villa to enjoy the cool breeze. Ning Fan, when are you free? Tang Chuchu glanced at Ning Fan and said, my grandfather keeps talking about you at home and wants you to go see him and check on his physical condition. Ning Fan apologized, I'm sorry, I was negligent in this matter. The Tang family gave me such a villa, so it is reasonable for me to take some time to visit Mr. Tang. It's okay. Tang Chuchu smiled. Suddenly, she saw a person walking out of villa number 2 with a surprised look in his eyes. Miss Jiang? What Miss Jiang? Ning Fan followed Tang Chuchu's gaze and saw Jiang Rushua's back. He raised an eyebrow and asked, do you know her? Certainly. Tang Chuchu introduced with a smile, I don't know if you have heard that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital came to Jiangcheng to look for partners to develop projects. That's Jiang Rushue, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital. I never thought that Miss Jiang also lives in the Tsanlong Island villa. The Jiang family is indeed the top family in the provincial capital. She couldn't help but sigh. Little did they know. Tang Chuchu's words caused a storm of shock in Ning Fan's heart. The woman who saved him was actually the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? Ning Fan knew that her background must be not ordinary, but he never thought it would be so big. The reason I was late this morning was because I told you that we at Tang Group were having a very important meeting. Tang Chuchu continued, that meeting was about Miss Jiang. The Jiang family wants to develop a big project in Jiangcheng, and our Tang family also wants to take it over. Ning Fan frowned and said, didn't they say that Miss Jiang has already met with the chairman of the Chun Group? Could it be? Tang Chuchu smiled and said, we have already investigated. The day Miss Jiang came to Jiangcheng, she met with the chairman of many groups, including the Chen family. The other groups have been very low-key and have never spread this matter outside. Only the son of the Chen family is like a fool. In order to show off, he tells everyone that his family used their connections in advance to allow Miss Jiang to meet his father alone, and that he has obtained the qualification to compete for the project and has been selected internally. It's just a formality. But the competition for this project he mentioned is true. This Jiang family project is divided into a main project and a secondary project. Small Jiangcheng families like the Chun family are eligible to compete for this sub-project. After a slight pause, Tang Chuchu continued, although it's a minor project, the profits and prospects it brings are still very considerable. Although he may seem pretentious, some of his words are true. For example, if we take on this minor project and complete it, the Chen family can truly enter the billion-dollar asset club. So powerful. Ning Fan was shocked. It's not that I'm surprised at how powerful the Chen family is, but I'm surprised at the Jiang family. Just a sub-project within a project can transform a family in Jiangcheng. What energy level is this family? They are not eligible to compete in the main event. There are not many families in Jiangcheng that can take over the main project of the Jiang family's project. The family that can take over the main project can influence the ownership of the sub-project. Tang Chuchu said again. Our Tang family is one of them. If the Tang family can win this main project, I will definitely have Grandpa make a statement to Miss Jiang on the spot. I absolutely must not let the Chen family get the secondary project. In that case, their expressions would probably be quite interesting, right? After mentioning the main project, Tang Chuchu seemed to think of something and fell silent. What's wrong? Ning Fan noticed her change in expression. What's wrong? Tang Chuchu whispered, this time, our Tang family needs to take over the main project of the Jiang family's project. Otherwise, the Tang group will fall into a capital chain crisis. However, it is very difficult to win the cooperation on this main project. The Lu family has a unique advantage in this major project cooperation. Our Tang family may not be able to compete with them. On the surface, the Tang group is doing very well, but Tang Chuchu understands that they are in a precarious situation. If they cannot resolve the capital chain crisis, it is very likely that their Tang group will declare bankruptcy tomorrow. The Jiang family's main project is their only way to solve the capital chain crisis. Chapter 53. I come to you for cooperation. I see. Ning Fan whispered. Unexpectedly, the seemingly prosperous Tang group actually has a hidden financial crisis. Don't worry, maybe I can help you. Then, Ning Fan said to Tang Chuchu, tell Miss Jiang to consider your Tang family when choosing a partner. Puff. Tang Chuchu rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. Ning Fan, stop comforting me. That's Miss Jiang. She's only been in Jiangcheng for a short time. How could you possibly know her? And how could you possibly get her to consider our Tang family when choosing a partner? She didn't believe what Ning Fan said and just thought he was comforting her. All right. Tang Chuchu smiled. I know what you mean, don't worry, I'm fine. Even if our Tang family really can't get the cooperation with the Jiang family and declares bankruptcy, I will still be richer than you. I can still support you then. I can still be your backup and help you teach that idiot from the Chun family and Yang Chichi a lesson. Ning Fan glanced at Tang Chuchu, even though she said this as a joke. But Ning Fan could still see the loneliness in her eyes. Tang Chuchu is different from other women. She is competitive and doesn't like to lose. Moreover, she also wants to use her own abilities to take the Tang group to a higher level. Suddenly, Tang Chuchu's cell phone rang. After she answered it, she asked, Grandpa, what's wrong? Ning Fan is moving today. I'm here on Hidden Dragon Island. Someone from the Lu family is going to our house? Okay, I'll go back now. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Ning Fan apologetically and said, Ning Fan, I'm sorry. Something suddenly happened at home, and I need to go back. Ning Fan said, I'll go back with you. It's a good opportunity to check on Mr. Tang's health. Tang Chuchu nodded, then drove and took Ning Fan to the Tang family villa. However, just as the car reached the Jiangcheng Canal Bridge, a Prado suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Ning Fan and his car. Ning Fan's expression became serious. As a person in the first level of qi refining stage, his reaction was much more sensitive than Tang Chuchu's. He quickly dials the steering wheel. The next moment, the whole car began to spin 360 degrees, but fortunately it brushed past the Prado and avoided the danger of being hit into the canal. What's going on? Tang Chuchu's face was pale, and her voice was trembling. Did the car lose control of the brakes? She couldn't believe that such a thing was happening in front of her. They're not losing control of the car, they're specifically trying to kill us. Ning Fan said in a deep voice, have you made enemies with anyone recently? Start a feud? Tang Chuchu shook her head, no. Recently, I've either been with you or handling things within the group. I've never offended anyone. Ning Fan was about to speak again. At this time, 5 people jumped down from the domineering car in front, holding steel bars in their hands and looking ferocious. They really want to kill us. Anger flashed in Tang Chuchu's eyes. Who on earth could hate me so much? Ning Fan said, you stay in the car, I'll go down and take a look. He opened the car door and got out. Tang Chuchu had seen Ning Fan's strength, so she was naturally not worried. However, she had to find out who was behind these people. She quickly called her father and told him what had happened, then she jumped out of the car. When the group of strong men saw Tang Chuchu, murderous intent appeared in their eyes. Tang Chuchu couldn't help but take a step back behind Ning Fan. Ning Fan stood in front of Tang Chuchu, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Without saying a word, the 5 strong men rushed towards Ning Fan and Tang Chuchu, swinging the steel rods in their hands with all their strength. At this time, Ning Fan was emitting spiritual energy. His feet touched the ground, and then several stones were lifted up and wrapped in spiritual energy. Bang! Those stones fell on the chests of the 5 people at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then, they were knocked away as if they were under the force of hundreds of pounds of gravity. The ground was filled with wailing. You go first. Ning Fan said to Tang Chuchu, don't worry about me. Tang Chuchu was slightly startled. You. Obedient. Ning Fan suddenly raised his voice, after I finish dealing with this matter, I will go to the Tang family. Tang Chuchu looked at Ning Fan, who was so domineering for the first time. She nodded and got in the car. I'll wait for you at the Tang family. She then drove away. Ning Fan walked up to the leader and placed his finger on the acupuncture point on his right chest. Moment. The man's neck was terribly red. He raised his head and scratched his body frantically with his nails, as if countless ants were crawling on it. Itch. Pain. I'll give you one chance. Ningfan said, tell me who sent you here, and I can spare you from this pain. The man pinched his neck with both hands and spoke in a trembling voice, Crow. Crow? Ningfan frowned. He seemed to have heard Wang Ya's men mention that this was the boss of the underground world in the 6th district of Jiangcheng. Get lost. Ningfan said indifferently, go back and tell Crow that I'll be there in an hour. Tell him to wash his neck and wait. He hailed a taxi, without even looking at these people, and after calling Wang Ya, he went straight to Wang Ya's territory. Night Rose Bar. This is exactly where Wang Ya is located in the 7th district of Jiangcheng. While in the car, he had already talked to Wang Ya on the phone, so as soon as he got out of the taxi, a woman in Cheongsam came to greet him. Are you Mr. Ning? Please follow me. After confirming Ningfan's identity, the woman walked towards Ningfan into the bar and soon arrived in front of a meeting room. Mr. Ning, our boss is already waiting for you inside. The woman said respectfully, please come in. Ningfan pushed the door open and walked straight into the conference room. At a glance, he saw Wang Ya, who was wearing a black dress, sitting in the main seat. The rest of the seats were filled with people, and at this moment, these people were constantly looking at Ningfan. Sister Ya, is this the Mr. Ning you mentioned? At this moment, one of them took a puff of his cigar and glanced at Ningfan with disdain. With his small physique, I'm afraid he can't even withstand a punch from me. I really don't know how Miss Jiang and Miss Tang fell in love with him. Are these two young ladies blind? Bang! However, just as he finished speaking, Ningfan disappeared from the spot, and the next second he appeared in front of the man and punched him. Right after. Before anyone could react, the man crashed into the wall. Swish! In an instant, everyone except Wang Ya stood up and glared at Ningfan. You. No one expected that Ningfan would actually take action as soon as he said it. The speed of attack and movement is so fast. They didn't even see how Ningfan did it. Everyone, sit down. Wang Ya shouted coldly, don't be rude to Mr. Ning. When she came forward, everyone suppressed their anger. Ms. Wang. Ningfan said coldly, if your man talks nonsense again, I don't mind crippling him. Mr. Ning. Wang Ya looked at Ningfan and said, you didn't come here to teach my people a lesson, did you? Ningfan said calmly, I came to you to cooperate. Chapter 54. How many people are coming from the other side? Cooperate? Wang Ya frowned, I wonder what Mr. Ning wants to cooperate with us on? Ningfan said calmly, I can let you take over the underground world of Jiangcheng District 6. Rub. With just one sentence, everyone in the conference room stood up immediately, staring at Ningfan with wide eyes. Mr. Ning. Wang Ya was also stunned and asked, you said you can help us annex the underground world of Jiangcheng District 6? Right. Ningfan said calmly, however, from now on, you must give me 50% of the profits you earn. And you must do your best to find me wild medicinal herbs that are over 100 years old in Jiangcheng. Practicing cultivation costs money, and just delivering express packages is not enough to support his subsequent practice. Therefore, Ningfan wanted to create a source that would allow him to collect money continuously. Having witnessed the methods of people like Wang Ya, and today also witnessed the methods of people like Crow, Ningfan has a general grasp of their abilities. At most, there would be some people here who knew some martial arts skills, but there shouldn't be any cultivators like him. If there were, Wang Ya would have been swallowed up by the crows long ago. In this way, if he wanted to destroy the crows in the 6th district, it would be a piece of cake. In addition to the reason that practicing requires money, another reason is to destroy the crows and thank Tang Chuchu for her help these days. One should not be ungrateful. Today, I was by Tang Chuchu's side and helped her resolve the trouble. But next time, when I'm not around? So that's why you came here? A burly man sneered and said, boy, you don't think that just because you knocked Lu Sanlang away, you have the capital to negotiate such a cooperation with us, do you? Let alone the crows, even a mouthful of our spit would drown you. Instantly, this sentence caused laughter. Kid. Considering that you saved our eldest sister's life last time in Jiayuan Tang, get out now and we won't bother with you. At this time, the man who had taken Wang Ya to Jiayuan Tang last time sneered, if not, humph. How dare a doctor come in front of them and speak such big words? Who gave him the qualifications? Shut up. Wang Ya shouted coldly, don't be rude to Mr. Ning. For a moment, the conference room fell silent. Here, Wang Yi's deterrent power is definitely strong enough. However, although they did not speak again, anyone could see the mockery in their eyes as they looked at Ning Fan. Mr. Ning, I think you're asking for too much. Wang Yi stared at Ning Fan and said, if you can lead your own people to kill the crows, I'll give you 50% of the profit. But if you need our help, 50%, I can't accept it. Hearing this, Wang Yi's men all sneered. Does Mr. Ning really want to treat them like fools? I think you have misunderstood. Ning Fan said calmly, I can kill one crow by myself. Dead silence. As Ning Fan finished speaking, the smiles on everyone's faces in the conference room froze, and then they laughed. Ha ha ha. Did I hear correctly? Is this kid crazy? A person also wants to kill crows? Crow is protected by 3 great masters. He has countless followers at his command. One kick from each of them could kill him. Everyone in the room glanced at Ning Fan sarcastically. Miss Jiang and Miss Tang were truly blind to fall for such a man. A hint of disdain appeared on Wang Yi's lips. This person is really looking for death. He is just a doctor. Does he think he is a martial arts master? I'm afraid even the owner of the most famous martial arts school in Jiangcheng wouldn't dare to say such words. Promise? Ning Fan spoke again, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Wang Yi said, I promise. But you need to tell Miss Jiang and Miss Tang that if anything happens to you, it has nothing to do with me. How about that? She could see that Jiang Rushui and Ning Fan had a good relationship. She was afraid that if the 2 young ladies knew that Ning Fan had contacted her before the accident, they would vent their anger on her. Can. Ning Fan nodded calmly, in an hour, we can go to where the crows are and clean up the mess. Finished. He turned around and left cleanly, but as he left, he said without even looking back, also, if you betray us, then after the crows, you will be the next to be destroyed. After Ning Fan left. This kid is so arrogant. Fuck, it's been a long time since anyone dared to threaten me like this. How dare a kept gigolo be so arrogant? If it weren't for Miss Jiang and the others, I really wanted to slap him in the face. In the conference room, fierce and ferocious voices were heard. Don't worry. Wang Yi said coldly, if there's anyone in this world who understands crows best, it's definitely us. His strength should never be underestimated. This Mr. Ning will die if he goes over there. The last thing that will leave the crow is a dead body. At this point, she glanced at Lu Sanlang and said, take 2 people to the Jinhuang billiard hall. If Mr. Ning's body is thrown out, remember to collect it and send it to Miss Tang. Jiangcheng District 6. Jinhuang billiard hall. What did you say? After poking the billiard ball, Crow narrowed his eyes and asked, did you miss? And you told that person that I was the one who dealt with the eldest daughter of the Tang family? The 5 people standing in front of the crow were trembling and dared not look directly at the crow. Bang! Tell me, what use do I have for you? Crow raised the pool cue in his hand and smashed it hard on their backs, cursing, fools who were more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. What else did he say? Jin Chang, the leader, said in a trembling voice, he also told you to wash your neck and wait, and he would be here in an hour. It was dead silent. Good. That's really great. The crow laughed coldly and said, he ruined my good fortune. I haven't even gone to find him yet, and now he wants to come find me? Let all the brothers outside come back. This time, let them come in vertically and leave horizontally. Angry. Soon. In just half an hour, several cars stopped in front of the Jinhuang billiard hall. It'll be an hour soon. Crow glanced at Jin Chang and asked, why hasn't that person come over yet? Jin Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, boss, maybe that person is scared and doesn't dare to come over. Waste. The crow cursed coldly, I really don't know how you guys. Only. Before he finished speaking, a man rushed in, boss, there's a taxi parked in front of our billiard hall. Taxi? Boss, that guy just took a taxi and left in front of us. Jin Chang immediately stood up and said, it was definitely him who brought people here, that's for sure. As soon as these words came out, Crow's brows furrowed, how many people are there? Are there any cops following? Although this is his base camp, he still has to be careful now that the other party has really come. No note. The man shook his head and paused, as if he couldn't believe it himself, there is only one person. Chapter 55, Boss, let us do him? One person? With a loud crash. There was a noisy sound in the billiard hall. How arrogant! How dare you come here alone to cause trouble? I think this guy is really brave. Boss, today we must make him come in upright and leave sideways, to show off his power. These people were extremely angry, and their shouting was deafening. If they were ordinary people, they would definitely be scared. Since he is from the Tang family. Crow frowned. Then he's not a fool. Or he's really smart and capable, so he dares to come here alone. There was still some vigilance in his eyes. There is no way around it. Sitting in his position, he has to be careful. He also knew the Tang family. There were no stupid people there, and they would never hire a brainless fool. Let the three great kings come out. Then arrange for all the brothers who came here to go. Crow lit a cigar and narrowed his eyes. I don't believe he can cause any trouble with so many people here. Yes, boss. Soon. 3 men walked up from the basement under the billiard hall. They were strong and muscular, and looked extremely powerful. The existence of these 3 Vajras is an important reason why Crow can sit firmly in the underground world of the 6th district of Jiangcheng. Day. Suddenly, footsteps were heard on the quiet staircase. Crow was holding a cigar between his fingertips, staring at the entrance of the stairs without moving his eyes. People are coming. After a moment, a young man's face fell into Crow's eyes. The person who came was Ning Fan. One person? The 3 King Kong raised their eyebrows. Boss, aren't you making a big deal out of nothing? Exactly. With such a small body, his brothers can drown him with just a spit. Ha ha ha. The words of the 3 of them instantly caused laughter in the room, and everyone looked at Ning Fan sarcastically. Even Crow's original worry disappeared after seeing Ning Fan, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not feel the slightest threat from Ning Fan. It's a good arrangement. Ning Fan said calmly, it seems that you have already cleaned your neck. Court death. The 3 Vajra were enraged by Ning Fan's arrogant attitude. Boss, are you going to kill him? The Tang family is truly blind this time. Crow waved his hand and said with a smile, how dare they send a fool like you here? How? Don't they really take me, the Crow, seriously? Ning Fan said indifferently, I'll give you a chance. Tell me who asked you to deal with Tang Chu. The Crow was happy, give me a chance? I'm afraid you're not qualified yet. That's his attitude. Very nice. Ning Fan nodded and said, then the underground world of Jiangcheng District 6 can change hands. Next moment. Ning Fan rushed towards the crow that was protected by everyone. Snort. Just because of you, you think you can get close to our boss? As Ning Fan took action, the 3 Vajras snorted coldly and clashed their arms. You have to get past us first. In this huge billiard hall, they rushed towards Ning Fan. In their opinion, with a small body like Ning Fan, he might not be able to withstand even one of their attacks. Ning Fan was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Not only was he extremely fast, he was also very powerful. Anyone he approached was knocked to the ground. The 3 Vajras only touched Ning Fan's fist for a moment, and then they retreated violently, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. How is this possible? Crow's pupils contracted, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Is this kid so strong? Even the combined efforts of the 3 great Vajras couldn't stop him. For a while. He looked at Ning Fan with murderous intent in his eyes. Today, no matter what, he cannot be allowed to survive. No matter what, he, Wuya, has become an enemy of Ning Fan today. If he doesn't kill Ning Fan today, Ning Fan will come here from time to time to cause trouble. How can he, Crow, survive in Jiangcheng? Drain his energy. The Crow shouted. The 3 Vajras stepped forward again, trying to stop Ning Fan and buy time for Crow. However, bang! Ning Fan kicked out, and the 3 people were kicked out directly. This moment. When Crow's men saw that the 3 great Vajras were defeated, horror appeared on their faces and they couldn't help but distance themselves from Ning Fan. Ning Fan walked towards the Crow and said coldly, it's your turn. The Crow felt a little uneasy. Damn it! How did the Tang family find such a master to protect Tang Chuchu's safety? Crow gritted his teeth and said, my men have already exhausted your strength for so long. Do you think you can still stir up any more trouble? I have about 100 brothers here. The Crow continued, even a single spit from someone could drown you. As he spoke, Crow glanced at his brothers around him, then looked at Ning Fan and said fiercely, everyone, come at me together and kill him. Suddenly, this group of people rushed towards Ningfan with machetes and sticks. Crow watched this scene with a sneer. No matter how good a person is at fighting, he can beat a dozen people, but can he beat 100 people? In his opinion, Ningfan was already dead. However, half a minute later, the smile on his face froze. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Ningfan actually knocked all his brothers to the ground in just a few moves, causing them to howl like ghosts and wolves. Who the hell are you? Wu Crow said in panic. How could someone like you be willing to stay in the Tang family and be Tang Chuchu's bodyguard? Ningfan didn't answer the crow, but kept getting closer to him. Stop him! Crow shouted. Two of the people lying on the ground nearby gritted their teeth and endured the pain as they rushed towards Ningfan. Ningfan kicked the two men one after another, and their faces turned pale. Their hearts stopped suddenly, and they vomited blood and died. Bang! At this time, several younger brothers rushed in from outside and protected Crow. Ningfan walked over and punched them one by one. These people immediately fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Ningfan continued walking towards the crow. Don't come over here. Crow's face turned pale with fear. He pulled out a pistol from his waist, pointed the dark hole at Ningfan, and threatened, if you come over again, I will shoot. Chapter 56 was destroyed. Sitting in the position of the boss of the underground world in the 6th district of Jiangcheng means walking on the edge of danger. So, Crow always carries a weapon with him, but in all these years, he has never used it once. Unexpectedly, I was forced to use it now. Ningfan ignored him. Crow's hand, which was holding the pistol, began to tremble as he snarled, You forced me to do this. Then go to hell. Bang! He pressed the trigger and a gunshot rang out. However, the scene that Crow wanted to see did not happen. Ningfan just moved slightly to the left and dodged the bullet. How is that possible? Seeing this, Crow's pupils contracted. How can you be faster than a bullet? He was completely terrified. How could there be someone in this world whose speed could be faster than a bullet? Bang! Before the crow could react, Ningfan had already rushed forward and chopped down the crow's arm with his palm. Then, the pistol appeared in Ningfan's hand, and he pointed the dark hole at the crow. A heart-pounding sense of death instantly spread throughout the crow's body. Let our boss go. At this time, all of Crow's men stepped forward and stared at Ningfan, their eyes full of anger. They have controlled the underground world of Jiangcheng District 6 for such a long time and have never encountered such a thing. Ningfan ignored them and continued to stare at the crow. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who is targeting Tang Chuchu. Facing this pitch-black cave entrance, cold sweat broke out on Crow's forehead. He was really scared. Who wouldn't be afraid of death? Yes. Crow swallowed his saliva and said, It's the Lu family. Last night, they called me and asked me to take action against Tang Chuchu. But I specifically sent my men to check this morning, and the Lu family even arranged a lot of people by the canal. They don't want Tang Chuchu's life. They may just want to use this incident to threaten the Tang family and gain some benefits. After saying the last two words, he felt weak all over and collapsed to the ground. He has always been cautious in doing things, and when he heard that they were going to deal with the eldest daughter of the Tang family, he was still afraid. So I investigated this matter specifically. Lu family? Ningfan narrowed his eyes slightly, with a cold gleam in his eyes. On Sanglong Island, Tang Chuchu told him that the two families most likely to obtain cooperation projects with the Jiang family in the provincial capital were only his Tang family and the Lu family. I didn't expect the Lu family to act so quickly and so ruthlessly. Old Master Tang only has this one granddaughter. If the Lu family uses Tang Chuchu to threaten Tang Sihai, then the Tang family will definitely choose to withdraw from the competition and have the opportunity to cooperate with the Jiang family. Lu family, Lu family. It's really cruel. You can't afford to offend the Lu family. Ningfan glanced at Wu Yao and asked, could they possibly afford to offend the Tang family? The business strength of these two families is almost the same. It was an unwise choice for Crow to offend the Tang family for the Lu family. After hearing Ningfan's words, Crow remained silent and didn't say a word. Ningfan swung the gun. I'll give you a quick death. Don't want. The crow's eyes were filled with fear and panic. You can't kill me. I know I was wrong, please forgive me this time. Bang! However, Ningfan ignored Crow's pleas for mercy and fired. The crows took out their guns and shot at him. Ningfan couldn't leave such a threat behind. Moreover, Wang Ye will come to clean up the mess, which will be a good opportunity to give her a warning so that she won't have any regrets. At the entrance of Jinhuang Billiard Hall, a black Volkswagen was parked there, with Lu Sanlang sitting in the back seat. "Boss," the driver said, "that guy has been in there for half an hour. Should we go in and collect his body?" Lu Sanlang sneered and said, "Don't worry. The Crow's eyes cannot tolerate such arrogant people. People like him who come here to cause trouble, even if they end up as corpses, the Crows will not let them go easily. Let him suffer a little longer, and then we'll go in." Over at the Night Rose Bar, he still remembers the hatred of Ning Fan sending him flying with a punch. However, this guy is Miss Jiang and Miss Tang's man. Even if Lu Sanlang had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to move. Now that he saw him coming to Crow to cause trouble, how could he not feel comfortable? "You dare to cause trouble for the Crows? You're really courting death." Lu Sanlang sneered. In his opinion, there was absolutely no way Ning Fan would be able to walk out of here alive. Another 5 minutes passed. "Let's go." Lu Sanlang pushed open the car door and prepared to get out. "I should go collect that kid's body." Only. At this point, his voice stopped abruptly, and he stared at the entrance of the billiard hall with his eyes wide open, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Ning Fan? Ning Fan, who threatened to come here to cause trouble, actually walked out alive at this moment. How is this possible? Not only Lu Sanlang, but the other 2 people also looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. "Go back and tell Wang Ye." Ning Fan walked over to them and said, "Ask Wang Ye to come over here and clean up the mess. Also, let her remember what she once said." After saying that, Ning Fan left immediately. How could he? Lu Sanlang murmured, did he regret it after he went in? So they moved Miss Jiang and Miss Tang out. Crow was afraid of them and didn't dare to attack him again, so they let him go? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed to him. He gritted his teeth and rushed into the billiard hall with the 2 people behind him. Hiss. However, after seeing the scene inside the billiard hall, he couldn't help but gasp. Crow is dead? Moreover, all his men were disabled? Boss, is this true? Someone beside Lu Sanlang swallowed hard. He really destroyed all the crows by himself. Is this really something a human can do? Quick! Go back! Lu Sanlang reacted and said in horror, "Go tell Sister Ye to come over here and clean up the mess. And tell her not to mess with Mr. Ning again." He was really scared. It turned out that at the Night Rose Bar, Ning Fan was not trying to scare him. If he had said anything bad about Miss Jiang and Miss Tang again, he would most likely have killed him. Soon, Lu Sanlang drove hurriedly to the Night Rose Bar. "Are you back?" In the conference room, everyone saw Lu Sanlang and smiled. "How is it? Did you give that person's body to Miss Jiang and the others?" In their view, Ning Fan had already turned into a cold corpse. "Sister Ye." Lu Sanlang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a low voice, "The crows have been killed." Chapter 57. You only have one daughter. Plop. After hearing what Lu Sanlang said, someone in the conference room couldn't sit still and fell to the ground. Wang Ye also looked at Lu Sanlang in disbelief. "You said the crows were destroyed? And Mr. Ning is alone?" Lu Sanlang nodded. Thinking of the scene he had just seen in the billiard hall, his scalp tingled. The crow was killed. All of his men have been disabled, Sister Ye. It can be said that while others are not paying attention, we can now easily take over the underground world of Jiangqing District 6. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye immediately ordered, "Send people to take over the underground world of Jiangqing District 6. Also, warn your men, never offend Mr. Ning in the future. No, you must not offend anyone with the surname Ning. How strong does it take for one person to kill all the crows?" This moment, Wang Ye finally understood why the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital and the young lady of the Tang family were close to the same man. It's not just his medical skills that are strong. Even Wang Ye would be tempted by such a powerful man. Wang Ye acted quickly and took over the underground world of Jiangqing District 6 in just half an hour. For a moment, many people were shocked. Ning Fan didn't care about this matter. He had already taken a taxi to the Tang family. As long as Wang Ye could keep her promise, it would be fine. As for the crows? He has taken out a pistol to fight against me, so I must not let him go. Tang family. Tang Sihai sat in the study, his brows furrowed, looking very ugly. His daughter was almost knocked into the Jiangcheng Canal? Before this, no one in Jiangcheng had ever dared to do such a thing. Crow. Tang Sihai looked at the list his man handed him, his eyes filled with coldness. Then, he made a phone call, take people to Jiangcheng District 6. He just finished a phone call. Mr. Tang. At this time, the housekeeper came in and said respectfully, there is a Mr. Liu outside who wants to see you. Mr. Liu? Hearing this, Tang Sihai's face turned even colder. His daughter had just gotten into trouble and someone from the Liu family came over. What was his purpose in coming over? Tang Sihai said, bring him in. Soon. The butler came back, followed by a middle-aged man, the chairman of Liu Group, Lu Ming. Mr. Tang. Lu Ming said with a smile, it's been a long time since we last met. Tang Sihai said coldly, Mr. Liu is really joking. Mr. Liu and I have only met at official Jiangcheng events before. We have never met privately. I wonder what Mr. Liu wants to talk to me about now. From the first time they met, Tang Sihai knew that this man was a smiling tiger. In addition, since their two families were now competing for cooperation with the Jiang family, he naturally would not give Lu Ming a good face. Mr. Tang's words really hurt my heart. Lu Ming sighed and whispered, I heard that my niece Tang had an accident on the Jiangcheng Canal, so I came over to check on her. I didn't expect Mr. Tang to be so indifferent to my kindness. Bang! Hearing this, Tang Sihai's face turned cold. He stood up suddenly and stared at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Did you do this? Tang Chuchu had just had an accident on the Jiangcheng Canal. If she hadn't called me. Until now, Tang Sihai still doesn't know about this. But now Lu Ming came to him and mentioned this matter first. For a moment, Tang Sihai looked at Lu Ming with murderous eyes. Lu Ming. This is a business competition. Tang Sihai shouted coldly, no matter what, your Lu Group is still one of the largest companies in Jiangcheng. How can you have the nerve to do such a dirty thing? Lu Ming smiled and said, Mr. Tang, there's no need to get so excited. I have a backup plan. Tang Sihai stared at Lu Ming coldly. To be honest, I've arranged for quite a few people to wait by the canal in Jiangcheng. Lu Ming took out a piece of paper and said with a smile, as long as you sign this document today, I will call you. By then, niece Tang will be safe and sound. Said. He tossed the piece of paper lightly onto the desk and said, Mr. Tang, please. Tang Sihai glanced at the paper coldly and voluntarily gave up the qualification to compete for cooperation with the Jiang family. Lu Ming. For the Jiang family, your Lu Group should be the best partner in this competition, right? Tang Sihai suppressed his anger and said, why did you resort to such despicable means? Mr. Tang, you don't need to remind me. Lu Ming lay in the chair, I also know that our Lu family is the most likely to cooperate with the Jiang family. But you know what, I don't believe this is possible, I just want to be sure. As long as your Tang family gives up, then this project will naturally fall into the hands of our Lu family. Mr. Tang, you've been in the business world for so many years, you wouldn't be so ignorant as to understand such a simple truth, right? His tone sounded as if he had already decided on Tang Sihai. Mr. Tang. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Lu Ming laughed and said, if you think about it for one more second, your daughter will have to endure one more second of torture. Tang Sihai's face turned pale and blue, looking extremely ugly. Mr. Tang. You only have this one daughter. Lu Ming chuckled softly and said, if something happens to her, what's the point of your struggle? So, don't hesitate, sign it. Tang Sihai glanced at Lu Ming coldly, then stretched out his trembling hand to take the contract. Just as Lu Ming said, he only has one daughter, Tang Chuchu, so naturally he doesn't want anything to happen to her. Tang is always a smart man. Lu Ming took out his phone at this time, as long as President Tang signs the contract, I will call my subordinates. Tang Sihai closed his eyes just as he was about to sign his name. Suddenly, he received a call from the person he had just sent to the 6th district of Jiangcheng. Lu Ming glanced at it nonchalantly and then ignored it. Explain. After Tang Sihai answered the phone, his voice was extremely gloomy, how is the matter going? Then, after hearing what was said on the other end of the phone, his expression lit up and he suddenly stood up, are you telling the truth? Okay, I understand. Hang up the phone. Lu Ming said with a smile, what makes Mr. Tang so excited? Does this mean you don't even care about your daughter's life or death? Tang Sihai sneered and said, Boss Lu, I advise you to call and ask where Crow is now. Lu Ming frowned, what do you mean? Tang Sihai replied indifferently, the meaning is very simple, the crow is dead. Chapter 58. Did you see it? Also, my people have contacted my daughter and she is on her way back. Impossible. Lu Ming couldn't sit still any longer, his heart pounding as he asked, Tang Sihai, are you kidding me? Everything he arranged was absolutely perfect. As long as Crow's men knocked Tang Chuchu into the Jiangcheng Canal, his men would capture her immediately. How could Tang Chuchu escape back? And no matter what, Crow is the boss of the underground world in the 6th district of Jiangcheng, with hundreds of people under him. How could he be killed in such a short time? Mr. Lu. Tang Sihai sneered and said, you can call your men and ask them. Also, you are not welcome here, you can go away. Now he didn't have a good face towards Lu Ming at all. He. Lu Ming suddenly sneered and said, I get it, Tang Sihai. You don't want to give up your cooperation with the Jiang family, so you don't care about your daughter's life, right? TSK, if that's the case, then you win. Just wait, what will be delivered to your Tang family is a cold corpse. He threatened Tang Sihai coldly, turned around, and was about to leave the study. Until now, he didn't believe that what Tang Sihai said was true. Bang! Dad! However, just as Lu Ming turned around, Tang Chuchu pushed the door open and walked in. She asked, how's the investigation going? Lu Ming was stunned, staring at Tang Chuchu as if he had seen a ghost. This woman really came back? In an instant, a feeling of palpitations came to my heart. Mr. Lu, did you see it? Tang Sihai didn't answer Tang Chuchu right away, but smiled. Lu Ming's face darkened. He glanced at Tang Chuchu coldly and walked away. The one who hit you with his car today was from Crow. After Lu Ming left, Tang Sihai said, he did this because he was instructed by the Lu family. What? Tang Chuchu's face turned grim, is it because of the competition and cooperation with the Jiang family? Tang Sihai nodded, yes, I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so shameless in this matter. You are not to leave our house until the press conference arrives. Don't give the Lu family a chance to attack. He paused slightly, then continued, in the next 2 days, I will hire a few bodyguards to protect your safety. Tang Chuchu remained silent. By the way, how did you escape from those people this time? Tang Sihai asked a key question, the Crows are all thugs who would risk their lives for money. Why would they let you go? Tang Chuchu replied, it's Ningfan. She suddenly thought of something and her face changed, not good. Something's going to happen to Ningfan. She took out her cell phone and called Ningfan, but it was turned off. His phone never behaved like that. Dad, please arrange someone quickly. Tang Chuchu's face turned pale as she panicked. Ningfan might have heard from those people that the Crows were targeting me, so he went over there to vent his anger on my behalf. Ningfan? Tang Sihai frowned, Chuchu, you must be mistaken. How could he go to the Crows for you? It's a good thing he didn't abandon you and run away. Tang Chuchu was angry, Dad, what are you talking about? If it weren't for Ningfan, you wouldn't be able to see me now, you know? I don't care. Even if Ningfan didn't go, you must arrange for someone to go to the 6th district of Jiangcheng. If anything happens to Ningfan, I will definitely jump off the canal bridge to accompany him. Ningfan saved her, how could she, Tang Chuchu, watch Ningfan fall into danger? Bang! Shut up! Tang Sihai slapped Tang Chuchu in the face and shouted angrily, Tang Chuchu, you actually spoke to your father like this for an outsider? Tang Chuchu covered her face and looked at Tang Sihai blankly. He slapped himself? Tang Sihai also reacted, looked at his palm, and fell silent. Where's Chuchu? At this time, Tang Guoqian's anxious voice rang out from outside the study, is my granddaughter okay? The next moment, Tang Guoqian rushed into the sight of the two people. Ever since he was treated by Ningfan with the 9-9 returning yang needle, he is now full of energy. There is no more tiredness as before. Grandpa, I'm fine. Tang Chuchu's eyes were red, and she forced a smile, don't worry. Tang Guoqian's health has always been poor. She didn't want him to get angry about this matter again and make his physical condition worse. Who bullied you? However, Tang Guoqian saw the slap mark on her face at a glance and said angrily, tell Grandpa, Grandpa will vent your anger for you. Tang Chuchu sobbed, Grandpa, don't worry about me. I want you to arrange for someone to go to the 6th district of Jiangcheng to rescue Ningfan. Ningfan might have gone over there alone to vent his anger for me. I'm afraid something might happen to him. What? Tang Guoqian shuddered. You said Ningfan went to Jiangqing District 6 alone for you? After saying that, he shouted at Tang Sihai, "What are you still doing standing here, you bastard? Why don't you listen to Chu Chu and arrange for someone to rescue Ningfan?" He liked Ningfan very much. Not only was he polite, but his medical skills were also highly praised by Zhao Yuantang. He has already decided that Ningfan is his grandson-in-law. If something happens to Ningfan, where can he find such a good grandson-in-law? Dad. In front of Tang Guoqiang, Tang Sihai didn't dare to hide the truth. The crows were killed half an hour ago. A word comes out. Tang Guoqiang and Tang Chuchu were both stunned. The crows were killed by someone? Is Ningfan okay? Tang Guoqiang quickly asked, has he been implicated? Tang Chuchu was nervous, her palms full of cold sweat. She looked at herself with self-blame, unable to hold back her tears. Why did I agree to let Ningfan leave when we were on the canal bridge? Tang Sihai sighed and said, I heard that Crow is dead and all his men are useless. And if Ningfan had really gone over there at that time, he would have been implicated as well. He actually hoped that Ningfan would go to the 6th district of Jiangqing for his daughter and kill him with the help of someone else. That way, he would never bother his daughter again. What if a courier working for the Tang family has medical skills? He doesn't have a prominent family background, so he is not worthy of Tang Sihai's daughter. Tang Sihai's words were like a bolt from the blue that struck Tang Chuchu's mind. Her body went limp and she almost fainted. Tang Guoqiang's body also trembled violently. Could it be that something really happened to Ningfan? Old man. Suddenly, the housekeeper came hurriedly and said to Tang Guoqiang, Mr. Ning is at the door and wants to see the young lady and you. Chapter 59. Shut up. Ningfan? Before Tang Guoqiang and his son could react, Tang Chuchu rushed out impatiently. Tang Guoqiang said with a smile, it seems that Chuchu really likes Ningboy. This is good, as it saves him the trouble of matchmaking. Tang Sihai's face turned ugly. I warned him like that, but I didn't expect him to still keep chasing Chuchu. Humph, how can a man like him be worthy of my daughter, Tang Sihai? He only dared to think about this in his heart and did not dare to express it in front of Tang Guoqiang. How could he not see that his father was very pleased with that brat delivery boy? Tang family, at the door. Ningfan. Tang Chuchu saw Ningfan from a distance. She could no longer control her tears and rushed towards him. Before Ningfan could come to his senses, a delicate body threw itself into his arms. With the beauty in his arms, he was slightly stunned. After crying in Ningfan's arms for a long time, Tang Chuchu stood up with a slightly blushing face. Ningfan. She stared at Ningfan. Tell me, did you go to the 6th district of Jiangqing? Ningfan hesitated for a moment and nodded, yes. He did not lie to Tang Chuchu. With the Tang family's means, this matter could be easily investigated. He didn't want to have the headache of explaining it later. Do you know how worried I am about you when I can't get through to you? Tang Chuchu gritted her teeth and said, next time, can you please not hide this from me and do this kind of thing again? Ningfan was speechless. He didn't know how to tell Tang Chuchu. Why did he go to the crow without hesitation? And will he be destroyed? That's because he already had a place in his heart for the woman in front of him. He couldn't bear to see her being wronged, let alone someone trying to harm her. How did you get out of the crow? Seeing that Ningfan didn't want to answer, Tang Chuchu changed the question and asked with concern, I heard from my father that the crows were killed half an hour ago. You went to the crows, didn't you get implicated? As she spoke, she kept looking at Ningfan, trying to see if he was injured anywhere. At this time, Tang Guoqiang and Tang Sihai also came out. They happened to hear Tang Chuchu asking Ningfan this question, and their eyes were full of curiosity. They speculated that the one who killed the crow this time must be his usual enemy. So how could they not attack Ningfan when they saw him in the crow's territory? So, now that they saw Ningfan return safely, they were still very curious. Ningfan blinked and said seriously, Chuchu, if I say it was me who killed the crows, would you believe it? Tang Chuchu, who originally had a serious expression on her face, couldn't help but burst out laughing after hearing Ningfan's words. Ningfan. She rolled her eyes at Ningfan and said, you're still in the mood to joke with me at this time. It seems like you really haven't been hurt at all. That's a crow. How could Ningfan destroy someone who had been standing in the underground world of Jiangqing District 6 for such a long time in just 1 hour? It's not that Tang Chuchu doesn't believe Ningfan, but what he said is too far-fetched. He. Tang Sihai sneered, you're such a boaster. Ning Fan, you have some pretty good medical skills. I admit that. Are you trying to tell me that you are a master from the outside world? His impression of Ning Fan became worse and worse. How could such a man who was full of lies marry his daughter? I think you just went to the 6th district of Jiangqing for a stroll. Tang Sihai then sneered, you didn't even dare to see Crow? People, sometimes you have to look at yourself clearly, otherwise you might get your tongue bitten by the strong wind. This sentence seemed to be a warning to Ning Fan. Ning Fan was too lazy to pay attention to Tang Sihai. Before, because he was Tang Chuchu's father, Ning Fan would treat him politely. But ever since that phone call, his impression of Tang Sihai has plummeted. Dad! What are you talking about? Tang Chuchu glared at him, I don't allow you to say that about Ning Fan. Regardless of whether Ning Fan went to find the crow or not, he saved me. He is your daughter's savior. You treat your daughter's savior like this. Aren't you afraid that people outside will say that our Tang family is ungrateful? Tang Sihai shuddered. His daughter actually spoke to him like this again and again for a stranger. I'm so angry. Tang Sihai wanted to say something, but Tang Guoqiang suddenly said in a cold voice, shut up. Then, his tone softened slightly, and he continued, Ning Fan meant well. He must have seen that Chuchu was in a bad mood, so he told her something interesting to cheer her up. Sihai apologized to Ning Fan. He also didn't believe that Ning Fan could kill the crows, and thought that Ning Fan said that just now to make fun of Tang Chuchu. Ning Fan smiled but didn't explain. Dad, Tang Sihai widened his eyes. Asking him to apologize to Ning Fan? Shut up. Tang Guoqiang shouted, you were wrong in this matter. We Tang family members must apologize when we do something wrong. Do you understand? Tang Sihai gritted his teeth and apologized, I'm sorry. Ning Fan didn't even glance at Tang Sihai. He smiled and said to Tang Guoqiang, Grandpa, I came to the Tang family this time to check on your health again. See how you're recovering, shall we go to the backyard? Tang Guoqiang's expression brightened, okay. Ning Fan, come with me. The three of them walked towards the Tang family's backyard. Tang Sihai's face looked grim. He glanced coldly at Ning Fan's back and followed him. 5 minutes later, in the Tang family's backyard. Old man. Ning Fan stood up and said, you're recovering very well. Based on the current signs, in another month, your body will be fully recovered and the previous illness will not recur. Hearing this, Tang Chuchu said excitedly, Ning Fan, are you telling the truth? Does that mean my grandpa is completely healed? Ning Fan nodded and said with a smile, yes. The old man is in good health now. He eats and drinks as usual without any delay. Joy appeared on Tang Chuchu's face. Ning Fan, thank you so much. Tang Chuchu sincerely thanked him, if it weren't for me, I can't imagine what my grandfather would do. Ning Fan waved his hand and said, you and the old man have helped me a lot, so there's no need to be so polite. Then, he reminded again, in the next month, remember to have the old man take the medicine I prescribed for him every day. Tang Chuchu nodded, yeah, I know. Tang Guoqiang became more and more satisfied with Ning Fan. Suddenly, he thought of something, Ning Fan. Are you free in the evening 3 days from now? Chapter 60 Asking for Help. 3 days later? Ning Fan pondered for a moment and said apologetically, Grandpa, I'm sorry. I had something on my mind that day. The last time he went to treat Jiang Ruxue, he promised Jiang Ruxue that he would attend the press conference she held. Now that he wanted to bring up the matter of the Tang family in front of Jiang Ruxue, he couldn't let Jiang Ruxue down. What's up? Tang Guoqiang said with some regret, if that's the case, then I won't force you. Just do whatever you need to do when the time comes. Ning Fan nodded lightly, then he talked to Tang Guoqiang for a while and left the Tang family. Dad. After Ning Fan left, Tang Sihai couldn't hold back any longer. He asked grimly, why did you ask that guy if he'd be free in 3 days? Do I have to report everything to you? Tang Guoqiang glanced at Tang Sihai and asked, am I your father, or are you my father? Tang Sihai's face turned ugly, Dad, that's not what I meant. I just want to ask if you plan to have him attend the press conference held by Miss Jiang the day after tomorrow? Tang Guoqiang admitted it generously, yes, so what? Dad. Are you getting senile? Tang Sihai said angrily, who is he? Do you know that our Tang family only has 3 spots to attend Miss Jiang's press conference? Why did you want to let him go? He was so angry that his chest felt like it was about to explode. I want him to go over there and see the world and meet some important people. Elder Tang didn't even glance at him and said calmly, "You will eventually become a member of our Tang family." I naturally have to pave the way for him early. He liked Ning Fan from the bottom of his heart and wanted him to become the son-in-law of the Tang family. I don't agree. Tang Sihai said angrily, "I won't let Chu Chu marry him." Besides, he wasn't even qualified to enter that press conference to see the world. Do you know how important it would be to our Tang family if we could secure the cooperation with the Jiang family this time? It can be said that it is entirely possible to bring our Tang family back to life. Who is that kid? He's just a courier at one of our Tang family's stations. If we let him follow us in, what will others think of us? If Miss Jiang saw this, what would she think of our Tang family? She will definitely think that we are not giving her face by bringing such a person into his press conference. By then, not only will we completely lose the chance to cooperate with the Jiang family, but we will also offend the Jiang family in disguise. At this point, he stared at Tang Guoqiang and raised his voice, "Dad, when did you become someone who doesn't consider the consequences before making a decision?" Tang Guoqiang was silent at first, then he said, "He is the son-in-law of the Tang family that I have chosen." Yes. Tang Sihai laughed angrily and said, "He is indeed the son-in-law of the Tang family that you have chosen, but who knows about this matter? Besides, who would speak for us like this at Ms. Jiang's press conference? They will only reveal the true identity of that brat. Anyway, I absolutely disagree with bringing that courier to Miss Jiang's press conference. If we really do this, our Tang family will not even have the slightest chance of reviving." Until now, Tang Sihai still didn't understand what kind of magic potion Ning Fan had given to his father and daughter to make them speak for him like this. 4Cs. Tang Guoqiang closed his eyes and said, "Tell me, has our Tang group really reached the point you described?" He had already handed over the entire Tang group to Tang Sihai and never asked about anything related to the Tang group again. Naturally, I don't know what has happened to the Tang group recently. Yes. Tang Sihai was silent at first, then nodded. Our Tang group is currently in a precarious situation. If we can't secure the cooperation with the Jiang family, it will most likely collapse. Is it really that serious? Tang Guoqiang sighed. Do we have a good chance of winning the cooperation with the Jiang family now? He really didn't expect that the current Tang group would need to rely on external forces to survive. Not big. Tang Sihai shook his head. The Jiang family is developing a tourism project, and the Lu family happen to have done business in this area before, so the group cooperating with the Jiang family this time is 90% likely to be the Lu family. And our Tang family is the remaining 10%. This is not just small, it is simply incomparable. Never mind. Give me my phone. Tang Guoqiang sighed again. Before, in the provincial capital, there was a person who owed me a favor. He had been cooperating with the Jiang family. Maybe he can speak well of our Tang family in front of the Jiang family. The Tang family is the result of his life's work, but now it has become like this. How can he not feel sad? Soon. Tang Sihai handed the phone to Tang Guoqiang. Hello. Tang Guoqiang dialed the number and said with a forced smile, "Old Run, what have you been busy with these days? We haven't seen each other for a long time." Ha ha ha, you're right. I called you this time because I really want to trouble you with something. Have you heard about the Jiang family's eldest daughter coming to Jiangchang to develop a project? What? Is your Ren family the person in charge of this project? That would be great. Could you please mention our Tang family to Miss Jian? I really want to work with you again. Okay, Lauren, if that's the case, then thank you for your help. Hang up the phone. There was an indescribable sadness in Tang Guoqiang's expression. Dad, what's wrong? Tang Sihai looked reserved. Didn't the other party agree? Tang Guoqiang shook his head and said, I agree. He happens to be the person in charge of this project. If he can mention our Tang family in front of Miss Jiang, then our Tang family will have a great opportunity. Said. He stood up, his back was a little hunched as he left. He had never asked anyone for help in his life, but he didn't expect that when he was old, he would find himself asking others for help. Although the other party owed him a favor, Tang Guoqiang still felt uncomfortable. That's wonderful. Tang Sihai's eyes flickered. If we win this project, the Tang family will not only be able to stabilize itself, but also rise to a higher level, becoming the #1 family in Jiangchang, and even have the possibility of entering the provincial capital. By then, if Chu Chu becomes the head of the Tang family, her horizons will surely broaden, and she will definitely be attracted to the young masters of the top families. At that time, how could Ning Fan, a courier, catch her eye? A courier who knows a little bit of medical skills is not worthy of my daughter, Tang Si-hai. Chapter 61. This is Ningfan's fate. After Ningfan left the Tang family, he bought some vegetables and meat, cooked a delicious meal for Qin Xiu, and then returned to his room. Jingle. At this time, Ningfan's cell phone rang. It was a text message from Jiang Rushiwei. She was reminding Ningfan to attend the press conference in 3 days. Ningfan originally wanted to mention the Tang family, but when he thought of something, he shook his head. Forget it, I'd better talk to Miss Jiang about this in person. I'm not very close to her, so she might not agree if I talk about this kind of thing on WeChat. Then, Ningfan replied with a okay and put down the phone. He then used the heaven swallowing technique to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. What surprised him was that Sanglong Island was indeed the most expensive villa area in Zhangcheng. The concentration of spiritual energy here was several times higher than that outside. Especially the location of the mountaintop villa made Ningfan feel very surprised. Ha! Ningfan exhaled a breath of foul air, his eyes flickering slightly. According to the richness of the spiritual energy here on Hidden Dragon Island, even if I don't look for wild medicinal herbs, it's not long before I break through to the second level of the qi refining stage. This discovery made Ningfan extremely excited. This was truly an excellent place for cultivation. Why didn't I feel this when I came here to treat Miss Jiang? Could it be because I didn't break through to the first level of qi refining stage at that time? Thinking of this possibility, Ningfan felt a little regretful. What a pity! If he had discovered earlier that the spiritual energy here was so rich, he should have moved here sooner. In that case, maybe he has already broken through to the second level of qi refining stage. I don't want to. Ningfan shook his head, shaking off the thought, it's fate. It's not too late to realize that this place is unusual. Ningfan started practicing the heaven swallowing technique again. This night of practice had made the spiritual energy in his body more condensed. It's time to go to work. Early the next morning, Ningfan thought about his courier job, got up and washed up, determined to quit this job when he had time. He no longer needed this job to maintain normal living expenses, but instead needed to free up more time to practice and improve his strength. Tang Group, Express Delivery Station. Ningfan is truly amazing. I hooked up with the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Now I don't even have to go to work. I can just stay at home and live off her as a gigolo. Yeah, it's really enviable. It's amazing to have such a good-looking face. Many couriers were sorting the packages while chatting, their tone full of envy and jealousy towards Ningfan. They hope that one day they will be noticed by a rich lady. Then they can live a comfortable life and need to deliver express in such hot weather every day. The good-natured Fong Yuanquan said with a smile, this is Ningfan's fate. We can't envy them, so let's just focus on our work. Fong Yuanquan knew how hard Ningfan's life was before, and with a sick sister, life was even more difficult. Now that he has been favored by the eldest daughter of the Tang family, it can be said that all the hard work has paid off, so he sincerely wishes Ningfan well. Brother Fong. You're still speaking for that kid. Look how nice you were to him before. But now, he's relieved. He's favored by the eldest daughter of the Tang family. But what about you? You won't even help me. This kid is an ungrateful person. The people in the station stood up for Fong Yuanquan and belittled Ningfan. You guys, stop talking. Fong Yuanquan shook his head, I don't know anything, but being a courier is good enough. I don't want Miss Tang to look down on Ningfan because of me. He was still thinking about Ningfan. Suddenly, at this moment, a Porsche stopped at the entrance of the station, and then a young man got out of it. Is this where Ningfan works? The young man glanced at the place with disdain. A courier wants to be with Chu Chu. I don't know who gave him the courage. The young man was Lu Feng. Ever since the business gathering organized by Tang Chu Chu ended that day, Lu Feng began to investigate Ningfan. He originally thought that Ningfan was a young master from some wealthy family, so he investigated all the wealthy young men in Zhangcheng. But he never thought that what young Chi-Chi said to Chen Wei that day was actually true, and the man Tang Chu Chu fell in love with was actually a courier. A few days later, he found out that Ningfan's workplace was the site in front of him. At this time, Fong Yuanquan and others immediately turned around and looked at Lu Feng with puzzled eyes, while some went to the district manager's office to find Wang Hongli. Sir, who are you? Wang Hongli ran over and saw Lu Feng. He frowned and asked, what business have you taken to our station? The man was wearing a custom-made suit, and behind him was a valuable Porsche. You can tell at first glance that he is a rich young man. This is someone Wang Hongli cannot afford to offend, and even wants to curry favor with. I heard you have a courier here named Ning Fan? Lu Feng said calmly, let him come out to see me. Ning Fan? For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Feng, and they suddenly realized that he had come to find Ning Fan. TSK. He really rose to power overnight. Not only was he favored by Miss Tang, but the people who came to see him now were all rich young men driving Porsches. Gentlemen. Wang Hongli smiled awkwardly and said, Ning Fan hasn't come to work for 3 or 4 days. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, you haven't come for 3 or 4 days? In other words, Ning Fan hasn't come since the business party organized by Tang Chuchu? Does this guy really think that Tang Chuchu is interested in him? Lu Feng snorted coldly, wishful thinking, Tang Chuchu is of such status, how can a courier like him be worthy of her? Then. His eyes fell proudly on Wang Hongli in front of him, if you have Ning Fan's phone number, tell him. It's best for him to stay away from Tang Chuchu. He's just a poor delivery boy. How can he be worthy of Tang Chuchu? Also, Tang Chuchu was just accompanying Ning Fan for some fun. The one who will actually marry Tang Chuchu is me, Lu Feng, the eldest son of the Lu family. Oh, after my Lu family gets the opportunity to cooperate with the young lady of the Jiang family in the provincial capital, I will go to the Tang family and propose to Tang Chuchu as soon as possible. At that time, if I still fell in love with that stinky courier in front of Tang Chuchu, I would not let him off easily. Of course, if I find out that you didn't bring this message to me, then all of you will be implicated. I will make sure you can't find any job in Jiangqing anymore. Chapter 62 Shouldn't he be too much, right? Lu Feng's condescending tone made everyone feel furious, but they dared not express it. Only Fang Yuanquan's face turned pale. The man in front of him was the eldest son of the Lu family. How could Ning Fan withstand his anger? Thinking about. He retreated behind the crowd, to a corner where Lu Feng couldn't see him. He took out his cell phone, quickly edited a text message, and clicked the send button. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone standing in front of him. He raised his head and saw a person. The black-clad bodyguard who was following Lu Feng just now. Bang! Before Fang Yuanquan could react, the man struck him in the stomach with great speed, and he was knocked to the ground. His face was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, it hurt. It feels like all the intestines are broken. Give it to me. Lu Feng stretched out his hand and said indifferently, let me see who he is messaging. The black-clad bodyguard handed Fang Yuanquan his cell phone. Fang Yuanquan collapsed on the ground, holding his stomach with a grim expression. Ning Fan. Lu Feng glanced at the note and narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you telling him the news? Very good, really very good. I didn't expect that while I'm standing here, a low-class person like you would dare to ignore me like this. Bang! The next moment, Lu Feng threw Fang Yuanquan's phone to the ground and asked coldly, which hand did he use to send the text message just now? The black-clad bodyguard replied, right hand. Right hand? Lu Feng said coldly, then break his right hand for me. Swish. Fang Yuanquan's whole body was shaking violently. The couriers around him all looked at him with pity. They really didn't know what the ungrateful Ning Fan had done to deserve such treatment. Now, because of Ning Fan, his hand is about to be broken. Mr. Lu. Wang Hongli quickly stepped forward and said through gritted teeth, this is the Tang family's express delivery station. If you do this, the relationship between the Tang family and the Lu family will become very strained. I'm just a small courier, it's not worth your anger. He knew Fang Yuanquan, the good guy here. Moreover, he usually has a good relationship with Ning Fan. Now that Lu Feng is looking for trouble with him, Wang Hongli naturally can't stand it anymore. Yeah? Lu Feng laughed, but then his expression turned cold. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you stand up and speak in front of me? Wang Hongli's face suddenly turned embarrassed, even though his sister Wangya was the big boss of the underground world in the 7th district of Jiangcheng. In fact, in front of these people from Lu Feng, they are nothing. This is also the reason why he stayed at the Tang family express station and wanted to establish good relations with the Tang family. Mr. Lu. Wang Hongli gritted his teeth and said, I know you like Miss Tang. Don't worry, when Ning Fan comes to work here, I will definitely warn him not to get close to Miss Tang again. But this man is truly innocent. Please forgive him this time. Bang! Unexpectedly, just as Wang Hongli finished speaking, Lu Feng stepped forward and slapped him, asking, "What's wrong? You also want to speak for Ningfan, right? How about I cut off one of your arms too?" Wang Hongli fell silent. He could say a few words for Fang Yuanquan and Ningfan. But if it involves his own life in danger, Wang Hongli has the idea of retreating. Thinking about it, he sighed. Who could have thought that Ningfan being favored by the eldest daughter of the Tang family would be a disaster rather than a blessing? Then, Wang Hongli took 2 steps back to make way for Lu Feng and others. It was very good that he could do this. Lu Feng walked up to Fang Yuanquan, raised his foot, and stepped directly on his head. Fang Yuanquan's body was shaking violently, his eyes filled with anger, but he still forced himself to hold back his anger. No way! The person in front of him is the eldest son of the Lu family, someone he cannot afford to offend. Do you look down on me? Lu Feng approached Fang Yuanquan's face and said coldly, "Otherwise, why would you send a message to Ningfan in front of me?" Bang! Lu Feng suddenly raised his leg and kicked Fang Yuanquan on the chin. In an instant, his jaw was dislocated and he felt extremely painful. "I feel dirty for doing this to you." Lu Feng said calmly, "Go ahead and break his right hand for me. I want to see if he can send a message to Ningfan again after his right hand is crippled." Immediately, the black-clad bodyguards he brought with him stepped forward and came to where Fang Yuanquan was. Snap! In just a moment, Fang Yuanquan's right hand was broken by these people. The sharp sound of broken bones fell into everyone's ears, making their bodies tremble and their scalps numb. The eldest son of the Lu family really does what he says. If they said they would break Fang Yuanquan's right hand, they would really break it without any hesitation. For a moment, the express delivery station fell into panic. No one dared to say another word, for fear of being implicated in this matter. Is it good? Lu Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Yuanquan with a smile. Will you dare to tip off Ningfan again in the future? Fang Yuanquan covered his arm, veins popping out on his forehead, and said nothing. Pain. He really felt pain all over his body and didn't even have the strength to open his mouth to speak. I'm warning you one last time. Without even glancing at Fang Yuanquan, Lu Feng stood up and warned, if anyone dares to tip off Ningfan again like this guy, this will be the outcome. Under Lu Feng's threat, everyone nodded and dared not refute. What if it was me? Suddenly. At this moment, a voice came from outside the express station, and everyone's eyes quickly turned to the person who walked in from the door. Ningfan. It's Ningfan. Soon, the employees at the express delivery station saw clearly who came in and looked at each other in confusion. I didn't expect he would dare to come here at this time. Are you looking for death? Did you do this? Ningfan saw Fang Yuanquan's miserable appearance and stared at Lu Feng with a very cold expression. You broke Brother Fang's arm. Then it shouldn't be too much for me to break your limbs, right? Chapter 63 Big Trouble. Ha! Lu Feng was stunned for a moment as if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. You want to cut off my limbs? Ningfan nodded, yes. For a while. His words caused a burst of laughter, and Lu Feng's men looked at Ningfan pitifully. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? He even dared to make such outrageous remarks that he would break the limbs of the eldest son of the Lu family. TSK. Do you really think that if Miss Tang takes a fancy to you, you can do whatever you want just by being a gigolo? Ningfan, come back. Fang Yuanquan said in panic, this is my own fault. It has nothing to do with Master Lu. How could Ningfan afford to offend the eldest son of the Lu family? Mr. Lu. Afterwards, Fang Yuanquan pleaded, Ningfan is still young and doesn't understand. Please, just ignore his words and let them go in one ear and out the other. Don't take them to heart. My broken arm is my own fault, it has nothing to do with anyone else. He kept begging Lu Feng. Ningfan is such a miserable kid. He already has a sick sister. If he is crippled by Lu Feng, how will the 2 siblings live in the future? Fang Yuanquan felt sorry for them. Yeah? Pooh. Lu Feng spat on the ground and humiliated him. Are you pleading for Ningfan? Then you kneel down and lick this spit clean like a dog, and I'll consider it, okay? Fang Yuanquan clenched his fists, stared at the spit on the ground, bent his knees, and was about to kneel down. But at this moment, Ningfan reached out and stopped him, saying with a smile, Brother Feng. Don't worry, I have a solution. Fang Yuanquan's eyes were red. Ningfan, you. Bang. However, before he could finish his words, Ning Fan disappeared in front of him and appeared in front of Lu Feng. Next moment, under everyone's horrified gaze, Ning Fan kicked Lu Feng in the stomach, and then his whole body flew backwards. Several bones were broken, and Lu Feng could feel obvious pain in his body. Dead silence. At this moment, everyone's brows twitched rapidly. Is Ning Fan crazy? He said he would attack young Master Lu, so how dare he attack young Master Lu? There is absolutely no way the Tang family would ruin their relationship with the Lu family over a gigolo like him. At this time, Wang Hongli's legs were shaking constantly. It was all over. The sky was really broken. Court death. The black-clad bodyguards at Lu Feng reacted and shouted angrily, "You attacked our young master right in front of us. You're not leaving here alive today." Killing intent continued to emerge from them, and their eyes were filled with anger. If Lu Ming knew that Lu Feng had his bones broken in front of them, this group of people will definitely be completely finished. Yeah? Ning Fan said calmly, "I hope you won't let me down." Hearing this, the couriers sneered. Ning Fan must be crazy. Could the bodyguard hired by the Lu family be an ordinary person? I'm afraid they are all the kind of people who can fight 10 people at once. And what about Ning Fan? On normal days, he couldn't even move such large express parcels, so how could he possibly escape from these people? Today, he must die. Fang Yuanquan seemed to have thought of this as well, his eyes filled with worry. However, what no one expected was that those black-clad bodyguards didn't even get close to Ning Fan. He just raised his hand. Bang bang bang. The sounds of 3 bodies falling to the ground were heard one after another. Everyone looked closely, their eyes full of disbelief. Wow! The next moment, the place exploded, and the person who was thrown out was actually the Lu family bodyguard. This. When did Ning Fan become so good at fighting? Master Lu, is that so? Ning Fan walked up to Lu Feng and said coldly, "I don't care why you came here today. But since you broke Brother Feng's right hand, then I'll break your limbs to even things up." Lu Feng's eyes were filled with anger. "Ning Fan, how dare you? I'm the young master of the Lu family. If you really touch me for a stinky courier, the Lu family will never forgive you." Ah! Snap! Ning Fan didn't even wait for him to finish his words. He acted swiftly and severed his limbs. The most important thing is, he also used a very strange method to make his broken limbs, so that in Jiangcheng, only Ning Fan could heal them. There was silence, no one spoke, and everyone's scalp was tingling. Ning Fan had really gotten into big trouble. This is the young master of the Lu family. Take your young master and get out. Ning Fan stood up, glanced at the 3 bodyguards, and said indifferently, "Get out of my sight within 10 seconds, or I will make your young master mute." The 3 men did not dare to stay any longer. They endured the pain and stood up, dragging Lu Feng away as if he were dragging a dead dog. After leaving the express delivery station, they stopped a taxi, threw Lu Feng in, told the driver the location, and then fled. Lu Feng was beaten like this right under their noses. If they go back to the Lu family, they will definitely be skinned alive. Mr. Ning, you're in big trouble. Wan Honglei walked up to Ning Fan and said worriedly, "This is the eldest son of the Lu family, the only son of the chairman of the Lu group. Now that you've beaten him like this, if the Lu family knew about it, even with Miss Tang here, they might not be able to save you." Ning Fan smiled and said, "Manager Wang, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm going to work." Afterwards, he walked to his workstation. Wang Honglei looked at Ning Fan's back as he left and sighed, "The sky of Jiangcheng is about to change." Immediately following, he returned to his office, called Wang Ya, and told her everything. "Honglei, I don't care what happens between the Tang family and the Lu family." Wang Ya said without hesitation, "You must stay in the Tang family, well, understand?" Wang Honglei frowned and said, "Sister, I heard that the Lu family is about to cooperate with the Jiang family in the provincial capital. Now that something like this has happened again, I'm afraid that after the Lu and Jiang families complete their cooperation, they will turn around and target the Tang family. What if we end up on the wrong side?" However, he hadn't even finished speaking when Wang Yi interrupted him. "I can tell you this, the Jiang family in the provincial capital will never cooperate with the Lu family. Do you understand?" Wang Honglei was slightly stunned. His sister had always handled matters like the conflict between the 2 big families with great care. Why did he choose to stand with the Tang family without hesitation this time? Moreover, how did she know that it was absolutely impossible for the Lu family to get cooperation with the Jiang family? He was full of doubts, but he still didn't ask. It's a little strange. After hanging up the phone, he murmured, could it be that my sister knows something? Ning Fan. You were too impulsive just now. Fang Yuanquan said angrily, that's the eldest son of the Lu family. If you offend him, how are you going to live in Jiangcheng in the future? You know, for people like us, it's not shameful to admit our mistakes in front of that young master. He really wanted Ning Fan's best interests. Brother Fang. I have my plans. Ning Fan smiled. He reached out and grabbed Fang Yuanquan's arm. I'll heal your right hand first. Chapter 64. The gap is too big. Ning Fan. You don't have to comfort me. Fang Yuanquan forced a smile, his eyes dark as he said, Mr. Lu's bodyguard was extremely ruthless just now. I can feel that my right hand is completely broken. It's very likely that even the hospital can't heal it. How can you do this? There was one thing he didn't say. If Ning Fan could really do it, why would he be delivering the express here? Brother Fang, please bear with it. Ning Fan looked at Fang Yuanquan, it might be a little painful next. Seeing Ning Fan was serious, Fang Yuanquan sighed, okay, I'll let you try. He reached out and cooperated with Ning Fan. Snap. Ning Fan moved extremely quickly, grabbing Fang Yuanquan's right hand and bending it. The crisp sound of bones snapping could be heard by everyone. Fang Yuanquan broke out in cold sweats due to the pain. However, what he didn't realize was that a trace of spiritual energy was flowing through Ning Fan's palm into his right hand, nourishing his bones. I knew you had bad intentions. You're such a talent. Brother Fang was beaten like this by young Master Lu because of you. Not only did you not send Brother Fang to the hospital, but now you're still treating him like this. It's really disheartening. Ungrateful thing. The couriers murmured, if you ask me, people like this should be beaten to death by the Lu family. Ning Fan was too lazy to pay attention to this group of people and continued to transfer spiritual energy into Fang Yuanquan's right hand. At this moment, Fang Yuanquan's face suddenly turned red and he said excitedly, he's conscious. Ning Fan, I really have feeling in my right hand. As he spoke, he began to carefully raise his right hand, relax, clench, clench. This keeps repeating. Looking at this scene, the couriers around were all stunned. Is this true? Ning Fan, you are really amazing. Fang Yuanquan said excitedly, you are really good, I didn't expect you to have such amazing medical skills. Ning Fan's face turned pale and he smiled, Brother Fang, I learned this when I was free. Rest for 2 more days and your right hand will be back to normal. This was his first attempt to use spiritual energy to heal broken bones, and it seemed to be very successful, but the consumption was a bit high. Ning Fan, thank you so much. Fang Yuanquan said gratefully, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what I would do for the rest of my life. Ning Fan waved his hand, Brother Fang, you're like this because of me. It's me who's causing you trouble. Fang Yuanquan smiled and said, Brother Fang invites you to have lunch at the restaurant where Shushin works at noon today. Don't refuse. Ning Fan didn't want to offend him, so he nodded in agreement. After taking a look at the broken phone on the ground, Ning Fan called Wang Ye and asked her to buy a new phone and send someone to deliver it to the restaurant at noon. Soon. At noon, Fang Yuanquan rode his bike and took Ning Fan to a restaurant, Lohei Restaurant. Dad, why are you reluctant to go out to eat today? An innocent girl walked over, and suddenly, she saw Ning Fan. Brother Ning Fan, you're here today too. This girl is Fang Yuanquan's daughter Fang Shushin. Right. Ning Fan greeted her and said with a smile, Shu Xian is becoming more and more beautiful. Fang Shushin blushed, Brother Ning Fan is so sweet. Come on, I'll take you to a small private room. Are the dishes still the same as before? Fang Yuanquan waved his hand, get a bottle of good wine. Fang Shushin nodded, turned around, and walked towards the box with Ning Fan. Suddenly, Ning Fan's body shook. He stared at Fang Shushin's back and frowned. What's going on? Ning Fan thought to himself, Brother Fang's family are all ordinary people. How could there be spiritual energy fluctuations around Shu Xian? He was a little shocked. Over the years of delivering express, he has also been to Brother Fang's home. They are just an ordinary family. Wrong. He suddenly frowned, Shu Xian has no spiritual energy in her body. This spiritual energy is coming from her clothes. Could it be that Xu Xin has come into contact with something with spiritual energy recently? Thinking about this, Ningfan became excited. This kind of thing that can retain spiritual energy in a person is definitely extraordinary. If he could get it, maybe he could break through to the second level of qi refining stage. He took a deep breath and said secretly, I need to ask Xu Xin about this later. He didn't expect that there would be such a good thing this time. Afterwards, he suppressed his excitement, fearing that Fang Yuanquan might be waiting anxiously, and followed them into the box. Soon, the dishes and wine were served. Ning Fan. It's not that your brother Fang wants to meddle in your affairs. After drinking a glass of wine, Fang Yuanquan began to talk more. The young lady of the Tang family is not worthy of people like us. They are rich, live in big villas, and eat delicacies from land and sea, but what about us? We are still struggling to have enough food to eat 3 times a day. The gap is too big. Think about it, even if Miss Tang really has fallen in love with you at this moment, will her family agree to you two being together if they find out? Ning Fan was silent. Tang Sihai would never agree to him being with Tang Chu. Ning Fan knew it ever since he called to warn him that time. You and Miss Tang are not a good match. Fang Yuanquan continued, even if we were really together, we would still live a cowardly life. Brother Fang advises you to leave Miss Tang now. She is not someone we can care about. If it weren't for your kung fu skills when young Master Lu came here this time, you might be lying in the hospital right now. He kept persuading Ning Fan, sincerely for his own good. Suddenly, Fang Yuanquan took out his wallet and a bank card, slapped them on the table, and said drunkenly, there's 10,000 yuan in this bank card. This is the private money that your brother Fang has saved over the years. He originally intended to use it for Shuxin's tuition. But now with the student loan, our family can get through it if we grit our teeth, but you can't, and you have a sick sister. So, listen to brother Fang and accept this 10,000 yuan. It's not too late to return it to me when you have money. Chapter 65, is that still reasonable? Ningfan felt a warm feeling in his heart. Brother Fang was the first outsider who was so nice to him. Brother Fang. He took a deep breath and pushed the bank card back to Fang Yuanquan, I have money. Besides, I can make my sister better soon. If Ningfan hadn't been unable to overcome that psychological barrier, he would have been able to completely cure Qin Shou's illness long ago. Ningfan, collect it quickly. Do you think your brother Fang has forgotten what is wrong with your sister? Fang Yuanquan glared at Ningfan, that's a heart attack. He needs bypass surgery. Such an operation costs so much money. How can you expect your sister to get better in no time? As he spoke, he said angrily, if you don't accept this 10,000 yuan today, you can't call me brother Fang anymore. Ningfan was helpless. Seeing Fang Yuanquan's firm attitude, he had no choice but to reach out and pick up the bank card. Thank you, brother Fang. It's okay, that's right. Fang Yuanquan waved his hand and said, let's get through this difficult time first. Brother Fang, believe in your own vision. One day you will be very successful. Just don't forget me when the time comes. Ningfan smiled, of course not. That's right. Fang Yuanquan continued, I'll send you a WeChat ID later. This is the daughter of a good friend of mine. You can go meet her this afternoon. If you are satisfied with her, you should leave Miss Tang as soon as possible. Don't be stingy with the 10,000 yuan I gave you. Take that girl out for a good meal. Ningfan was helpless, but he knew brother Fang meant well, so he could only nod and agree. Bang! Bitch! At this moment, an angry voice rang out from outside the box, get out, don't bother me. Fang Shuxin cried, you guys are eating without paying, do you think you're being unreasonable? Rub! Fang Yuanquan rushed out of the box, and Ningfan followed him out of the box with a gloomy face. I saw Fang Shuxin standing in front of 3 big men. There was an obvious slap mark on the left side of her face, and her eyes were red and swollen. She looked so pitiful. How dare you hit my daughter? Fang Yuanquan's eyes turned red, he picked up the broom beside him and rushed forward. Although he was a good man, he would never let go of anyone who dared to touch his daughter. Dad! Fang Shuxin exclaimed, her pupils constricted, don't be impulsive. Only. At this time, Fang Yuanquan's mind was filled with anger. How could he listen to Fang Shuxin's persuasion? Seeing Fang Yuanquan about to rush in front of those people, Fang Shuxin didn't dare to open her eyes. She knew these people. They were thugs nearby. How could her father defeat them? Bang! However, at this moment, Ning Fan took action and easily knocked those people to the ground. Brother Fong, you come and fight. Ning Fan glanced coldly at the people on the ground. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Brother Fong was so good to him, how could Ning Fan watch his daughter being bullied? Fong Yuanquan stepped forward and slapped those people in the face again and again, venting his anger. When he saw the slap mark on his daughter's face, he felt as uncomfortable as if he were pricked by a needle. Stop! Seeing these people being knocked to the ground, the shop owner could no longer sit still. He rushed out and shouted angrily, "Stop it!" Fong Yuanquan stopped and looked up at the shop owner. When those guys were beating Shushin just now, I didn't see you come out to speak for Shushin. Ning Fan said coldly, now these people are beaten and lying on the ground, and you can't sit still anymore? Who knows? The shop owner was furious and said, she deserves to be beaten. Who asked her to ask these gentlemen for money? One sentence. Ning Fan laughed in anger, you are really good. The clerk asked these people for money on your behalf, but now she's meddling in your business, isn't she? The shop owner replied, yes. She deserves to be beaten to death. Fong Shushin was trembling all over. She had just graduated from high school and entered society. When had she ever encountered such a thing? He. Ning Fan sneered, you really have completely changed my perspective. Shut up. The shop owner said angrily, what kind of person am I? What's it to you? He looked at Fong Shushin and shouted coldly, and you are fired. You've offended Brother Guang and the others, so forget about getting your salary this month. Fong Shushin was about to collapse. How could you do this? She burst into tears, they didn't pay for their meals. It's clearly their fault. Why are they punishing me? As a student who just graduated from high school, she really couldn't understand this. And it is particularly difficult to find a summer job this year, and she has been looking for this job for a very long time. If she was expelled like this, how could she save up her tuition and share the burden on her family? Snort! The shop owner snorted coldly, then do you know who these people are? They are the people of Wangya, the boss of the underground world in Jiangcheng District 7. It's my honor to have them eat at my restaurant, and it's your honor to serve them, too. Do you understand? Fong Shu was so angry that his whole body turned cold. Bang! Ning Fan kicked him away, knocking over 4 tables before his body came to a stop. Covered with scars. I've seen people with dogs before. Ning Fan shook his head, but this is the first time I've seen a dog like you. The shop owner endured the pain and stared at Ning Fan angrily, you. Suddenly, a pink Mercedes stopped in front of the restaurant, and Wangya, wearing black stockings, got out of the car with a new mobile phone in her hand. Wangya. When the shop owner saw the woman, he was startled at first, then overjoyed, it's Wangya, the boss of the underground world in Jiangcheng District 7. Ha ha ha. Boy, you're done. He gave Ning Fan a vicious look and said, you touched her people. Don't even think about leaving my restaurant today. Fong Shushin nervously grabbed Ning Fan's arm and cried, blaming herself, Brother Ning Fan, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. It was my fault. Ning Fan patted her head, his lips curled up slightly, it's okay, whoever bullies you today, your brother Ning Fan will let you bully him back. One sentence. This caused a burst of laughter. Did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey? Sister, yeah. The shop owner quickly rushed to Wangya's side, pointed at Ning Fan and said, these people are the ones who asked Brother Guang for money. It has nothing to do with me. If you're here to settle the score, just teach those two a lesson, and don't mess up my shop. Bang! Unexpectedly, Wangya slapped him in the face and said coldly, shut up. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gazes, Wangya walked up to Ning Fan and said politely, Mr. Ning, this is the phone you asked for. Dead silence. Everyone was staring at this scene in amazement, their bodies stiff. Wangya came personally to give a mobile phone to the man in front of her? The shop owner's face was pale and his legs were trembling. Wangya stood in front of Ning Fan, very respectful. Originally, after receiving Ning Fan's call, she planned to send someone to deliver the phone to Ning Fan. But later, she thought about it carefully. This was the first time Ning Fan asked her to do something, so it would be better for her to come in person, so that she could get closer to him. Are those your people? Ning Fan pointed at the 3 people collapsed on the ground and said calmly, your people can eat without paying. Are you so overbearing? Chapter 66, Get Out. Moment. Wang Ye trembled and said quickly, Mr. Ning, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Ning Fan glanced at Wang Ye. He knew that Wang Ye was a smart person and knew how to solve this problem. Then he stood up and left with Fang Yuanquan and his daughter. The shop owner breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, this person had forgotten about him. Who knows? When Ning Fan reached the door, he said without turning his head, I don't want to see this store in Jiangcheng again. Wang Ye nodded, yes, Mr. Ning, I understand. With a plop. The shop owner fell to the ground again, his eyes empty and lifeless. He was completely finished. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Coming out of the restaurant. Comfortable. Don't worry, I'll find you a summer job later. Ning Fan smiled and said, I promise you won't encounter this kind of thing again. Fang Xuxin blushed slightly, thank you, brother Ning Fan. She also looked at Ning Fan cautiously, with a different emotion in her eyes. She is at the age when she is just beginning to fall in love and fantasizes about her Prince Charming. The scene of Ning Fan protecting her just now made her feel very safe. How nice it would be if brother Ning Fan was her boyfriend. That's right. Ning Fan thought of something and asked casually, Xuxin, have you come into contact with wild medicinal herbs recently? Now that he was in close contact with Fang Xuxin, Ning Fan could feel the fluctuations of her spiritual energy more clearly. Wild medicinal herbs? Fang Xuxin shook her head, no, brother Ning Fan, we don't have such a thing at home. No? Ning Fan frowned. Brother Ning Fan, is there something wrong? Fang Xuxin asked in a low voice. It's okay. Ning Fan collected his thoughts and said, think about it carefully these few days. If you come up with anything, remember to tell me. The spiritual energy that can remain in Fang Xuxin's body for such a long time is definitely not an ordinary wild medicinal herb. Ning Fan wanted to get it, so he took the time to improve his strength. Good. Fang Xuxin nodded, if I think of it, I will definitely tell you, brother Ning Fan. Then, Ning Fan and the other man sent Fang Xuxin to the bus and went back to work at the express station. At work, Ning Fan added the girl Fang Yuanquan recommended to him on WeChat. After chatting for a few words, he made a reservation at Qingyun restaurant, planning to have dinner with her after get off work. No way. Fang Yuanquan had already mentioned himself to the other party. If he stood him up, the other party would definitely blame him. Brother Fang was doing this for his own good, and Ning Fan didn't want to put him in a difficult position. Ning Fan. When getting off work, Fang Yuanquan reminded Ning Fan, remember to meet the other party. Ning Fan smiled and said, Brother Fang, don't worry. I've already booked a table and will be there soon. Fang Yuanquan was finally satisfied, that's good. At this time, Ning Fan received a WeChat message from the other party, saying that she had arrived at Qingyun restaurant. Ning Fan packed up casually and headed towards Qingyun restaurant. Soon, he saw a girl sitting in the corner of the hall. She had long flowing hair and was wearing a sky blue dress. She looked very pure. Ms. Yi? Ning Fan walked up to the other person and said apologetically, sorry, I'm late. At this time, Yiling Shue looked back and smiled, no, you arrived on time. I like to come early. Please take a seat. Ning Fan nodded and sat down. Mr. Ning. I agreed to come home this time because I wanted to give them an explanation. Yiling Shue got straight to the point, I'm not really happy to come here for a blind date. Also, I have no plans to get married. I hope Mr. Ning can understand. Ning Fan smiled and said, I have the same idea as Miss Yi. Hearing this, Yiling Shue looked at Ning Fan in surprise and smiled, if that's the case, then that's perfect. When Uncle Fang asks you about it, just tell him that I have a bad temper and you can't stand it. That way, you can give Uncle Fang an explanation. Ning Fan couldn't help but look at Yiling Shue again. If he really said that to Fang Gu, then this girl's reputation would definitely be damaged. He really didn't expect Yiling Shue to give him such a reason. Chi-Chi, look what I said. The back figure you saw on Hidden Dragon Island that day was definitely not him. A sarcastic voice suddenly rang out from the side, I think this guy must have been abandoned by Miss Tang. Otherwise, why would he come here to go on a blind date with someone else? Ning Fan looked up and saw Yang Chi-Chi and Chan Wei standing beside him. He frowned, what bad luck. How come I run into you two just for a meal? You're haunting me. This one sentence froze the smiles of Chen Wei and the other man. Ning Fan, who do you think you are? You are qualified to say that to me? Yang Qiqi said angrily, why, now that you've been abandoned by Miss Tang, you still think Miss Tang will protect you? I'll tell you. Wishful thinking. My Chen Wei can crush you to death with just a flick of his finger, do you understand? Ever since Ning Fan wrote the divorce letter, he seemed to have been lucky enough to be favored by the eldest daughter of the Tang family, and he embarrassed Yang Qiqi time and time again. She had long been unable to contain her desire to teach Ning Fan a lesson. Like a mad dog. Ning Fan glanced at Yang Qiqi and said, I don't want to do anything in front of Miss Yi. You'd better get out of my sight. Yiling Shui gave him enough face, and Ning Fan didn't want to scare her. Ms. Yi? He. Yang Qiqi sneered, you said she is? Today I'm going to tear this woman's face off and see who dares to go on a blind date with you, Ning Fan. I want you to be single for the rest of your life, and I want Grandpa to see that my decision to divorce you is the right one. Without Miss Tang's protection, you are nothing. Finished. She strode forward, stretched out her sharp nails, and was about to scratch Yiling Shui's face. Yiling Shui's eyes were filled with panic as she stepped back. At this moment, her arm suddenly knocked a blue and white porcelain vase on the table to the ground. Bang! Ning Fan quickly stepped forward, protecting Yiling Shui, slapped Yang Qiqi in the face, and shouted gloomily, get out! Chapter 67 Right, husband? Yiling Shui felt warm in her heart as she looked at Ning Fan who was protecting her. Yang Qiqi covered the side of her face and stared at Ning Fan fiercely. Qiqi, don't be angry, they are finished this time. Chen Wei suddenly sneered, there's no need to say so much to someone who's about to die. Yang Qiqi was angry, hubby, if you don't fight back for me, why do you want to scare them with such words? Don't panic. Chen Wei said with a smile, do you know how much the blue and white porcelain vase that woman just broke cost? Yang Qiqi said disdainfully, how much money can this broken thing be worth? 500,000. Chen Wei replied, I heard that the owner of Qingyun restaurant specially ordered these blue and white porcelain vases on the table for their elegance. Wow! 500,000? Yang Qiqi was startled at first, then she sneered, ha ha ha. Ning Fan, this woman broke a blue and white porcelain vase worth 500,000. Now that you've been abandoned by Miss Tang, I wonder how you can afford to pay for it. Chen Wei narrowed his eyes. The owner behind this Qingyun restaurant is very powerful. If you dare not pay, there might be 2 more cold corpses in the Jiangcheng Canal tomorrow morning. Ning Fan clicked his tongue. Is this the life of rich people? A blue and white porcelain vase worth 500,000 is placed on the table in the hall. What a luxury. What should I do now? Yiling Shui's face turned pale. 500,000, how can we come up with it? Her monthly salary is only 9,000 yuan, so 500,000 yuan would require her to save that much money for 6 years even if she didn't eat or drink. Ning Fan smiled and comforted him, don't listen to his nonsense. This thing is worthless. Then he looked at the restaurant waiter and said, send your manager down. The restaurant waiters had all seen Xiao Lei's respectful attitude towards Ning Fan and knew that this host was an important person. So, they immediately called the restaurant's new manager and quietly told him that Ning Fan was here. Ha ha ha. Not worth much? Yang Qiqi and the others laughed until their stomachs hurt. Ning Fan, you've called something worth 500,000 worth of money worth nothing. A gigolo is just a gigolo. He has no experience. No wonder he was abandoned by Miss Tang. What a country bumpkin. They mocked Ning Fan unscrupulously. In their opinion, how could he possibly come up with 500,000 yuan now that he was abandoned by Tang Chuchu? And with Ning Fan's current low-class status as a courier, he should be trampled under their feet and lose his dignity. Day. Not long after, hurried footsteps were heard coming down the stairs, followed by a middle-aged man walking down panting. He walked up the stairs from the 7th floor to the 1st floor, his face covered in cold sweat. He was so scared. Who knew that the legendary Dr. Ning would come just after he took office? Is the manager here? Chen Wei had sharp eyes and noticed the sign hanging on the middle-aged man's chest at a glance. Ning Fan, you're dead. If we alert the manager, we might not even get the 500,000. Yang Qiqi sneered and said, if I were you, I would be kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy right now. Yiling Shui was terrified, her voice trembling, Mr. Ning, please go first. I caused this trouble, and I don't want to implicate you. She had heard Fong Yuanquan mention Ning Fan. He was just a courier. How could he come up with so much money? Ning Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm here with you. We'll definitely be able to get out. Only." Yi Lingxue smiled bitterly and didn't believe what Ning Fan said. 500,000. This is not a small amount of money. Manager. Yang Qiqi pointed at Ning Fan and the other man and complained, they were the ones who smashed the blue and white porcelain vase to the ground. You must not let them go. Then she sneered. Let's see how Ning Fan ends up. Just wait, she will return all the humiliation that Ning Fan has brought to her to him. The manager's eyes fell on the fragments on the ground. Yi Lingxue became more and more worried. However, Ning Fan suddenly smiled and said, "Manager, is a blue and white porcelain vase like this really worth $500,000? How come this thing is only worth $100? There was complete silence. Ning Fan, did you really get kicked in the head by a donkey? Yang Qiqi sneered, even if it's a fake blue and white porcelain vase, it can't be worth only 100 yuan, understand? How? Do you think the restaurant manager is a fool? You can tell him off with just a few words. Who knows? Shut up. The manager suddenly shouted angrily, then quickly walked up to Ning Fan and said with a smile, "This gentleman is right. This blue and white porcelain vase is really not worth much, only 100 yuan. He kicked the blue and white porcelain fragments on the ground with disgust on his face. Although he said this, in fact, his heart was already bleeding. These blue and white porcelain vases are really worth $500,000. But there was no way, because the person in front of them was Dr. Ning, who was treated with respect by their boss. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Yi Lingxue's mouth was slightly open and her eyes were dull. Yang Qiqi and Shen Wei were stunned. Is this thing really only worth 100 yuan? Did you see it? Ning Fan chuckled, I told you, this blue and white porcelain vase is only worth 100 yuan. He took out his phone and transferred 100 yuan to the manager, then asked Yi Lingxue, shall we go? Yi Lingxue came back to her senses in a daze, nodded, and hurriedly caught up with Ning Fan. How can this thing not be valuable? Watching Ning Fan and the others leave, Yang Qiqi became angry and threw the blue and white porcelain vases on the 4 tables to the ground one after another, venting her anger. Stop. The manager quickly stopped him and asked, what are you doing? Yang Qiqi said in a bad tone, why do you care so much? I have plenty of money. I'll settle everything for you later, isn't that okay? The manager twitched his lips slightly. This thing is not valuable? Good. I'm telling you, if you can't pay later, don't even think about leaving. Thinking of the woman's attitude towards Mr. Ning just now, he said viciously, we in Qingyun restaurant do not allow anyone to eat and dine for free. After saying that, he walked to the front desk angrily. He wanted to watch Yang Qiqi settle the score later. Tisk. Yang Qiqi curled her lips and said, how could this old lady not be able to pay for a blue and white porcelain vase that costs 100 yuan? Right, husband? In her opinion, the restaurant manager looked down on her. If Ning Fan, that lousy courier, could afford the bill, why couldn't she, Yang Qiqi? That's enough. Stop embarrassing yourself. Shen Wei reacted and said, let's settle the accounts and leave. He was in no mood to eat since he didn't see Ning Fan embarrassed himself. Yang Qiqi said nothing more and followed Shen Wei to the front desk. Hello. The receptionist stood up and said politely, your total spending is 2.01 million. Please swipe your card. Chapter 68 That's the Lu family. What? Yang Qiqi said angrily, we didn't eat the gold, how could it be 2 million? Is your restaurant trying to rip us off? Shen Wei's face was gloomy. The power behind your restaurant is indeed powerful, but we are not so easy to be cheated. At this time, the manager sneered, your meal bill is 10,000 yuan, and the 4 blue and white porcelain vases you just broke are worth 2 million yuan. No one has ever dared to dine and dash at Qingyun restaurant. You are blackmailing me. Yang Qiqi's body trembled with anger, and she yelled, that's not what you said just now. You said the blue and white porcelain vase is only worth $100. Shen Wei looked grim. That? The manager pointed to the blue and white porcelain vase that Yi Lingxue had broken and said with a playful smile, that blue and white porcelain vase is indeed worth 100 yuan. And what you broke was worth 500,000. He sneered, not even looking at himself, and dared to compare himself with Dr. Ning. I'm going to call the police. Your restaurant is a black shop. Yang Qiqi was so angry that she took out her phone, I must expose your store. Bang bang bang. However, before she could finish her words, the manager clapped his hands, and soon the restaurant door closed, and a security guard with a fierce look on his face walked in from outside. Call the police? The manager smiled playfully and said, You can try. If you just press your finger, I can cripple you. Either pay the money or leave your life here. There was a cold, murderous look in his eyes. Yang Qiqi was so angry that she wanted to say something. Chen Wei grabbed her and said through gritted teeth, Let's pay. 2,100,000, right? I'm raising money now. Then. He called many people, but when the other party heard this number, they hung up the phone without any hesitation. These fence sitters. Chen Wei's face was twitching with anger. Every day he calls me Brother Chen, but now at this moment, he won't lend me a single cent. He looked up and saw the looks of the manager and others. His scalp went numb and he had to make another call. No way. The boss behind the Qingyun restaurant is indeed powerful. If they don't take the money, the other party might really throw them into the Jiangcheng Canal. By then, his father Wen Ti even dared to fart. Snort. Yang Qiqi snorted coldly, When we cooperate with the Jiang family in the provincial capital, some of them will regret it. Hearing this, Chen Wei's eyes lit up. Yes. We're about to cooperate with the Jiang family in the provincial capital. Won't we get a lot of money by then? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll go get a loan now. Soon, he called the loan company and borrowed 2 million yuan at once. The agreed date is to pay it back within 15 days. By then, after he cooperates with the Jiang family in the provincial capital, wouldn't it be 2 million if he just embezzles a little? Are you still worried that you can't pay back the money? Not long after, the money arrived. It's turned around. Chen Wei's nose was pointed up into the sky. Who are you looking down on? 2 million is just a drop in the bucket for me, isn't it? Very arrogant. Who is he afraid of if he has the money? Pooh. Yang Qiqi spat and said viciously, After we cooperate with the Jiang family in the provincial capital, I won't come to eat here even if this restaurant invites me. It's cheap. The manager said calmly, Don't worry, you are not qualified yet. The other side. Ning Fan brought Yi Lingxue out of the restaurant. Thank you. Yi Lingxue thanked Ning Fan, If you hadn't figured out that the blue and white porcelain was fake, I might have been finished this time. 500,000. How could she afford it with her salary? Her family's current situation is not very good, so naturally there is no way to get it for her. It's okay. Ning Fan smiled and said, I'm the one who implicated you. Don't think too much about it. Yi Lingxue suddenly said, Where is your home? I'll take you back. Ning Fan was about to agree when he suddenly received a text message from Tang Chuchu. No. He smiled and said, I still have some things to do, so I'll go back. Yi Lingxue hummed softly, Okay, I'll go back first. Then. She drove out of Ning Fan's sight, but did not leave. Instead, she stopped not far away and looked at Ning Fan. He is waiting for the bus. Not long after, a pink 911 appeared. Ning Fan got on the passenger seat and drove away. 911? Yi Lingxue was surprised and murmured, Could it be that he is really being kept by someone? Then she drove away. Jiangcheng, on the fast lane. You broke Lu Feng's limbs? In the car, Tang Chuchu stared at Ning Fan. How could you do such an impulsive thing? When she heard the news, she put down all the work in her hands and came directly here to find Ning Fan. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Did it reach your ears so quickly? Tang Chuchu held her forehead and said speechlessly, Do you know how big of a sensation this incident caused? Lu Feng is the prince of the Lu group. He is always under scrutiny. Who wouldn't know that his limbs were broken? Lu Ming and his wife, who were originally in the next city, were rushing back after hearing the news. I'll be back in less than 2 hours. Ning Fan said nonchalantly, It's okay if I interrupt it. Don't worry, it's nothing. If the Lu family dares to touch me, Miss Jian will definitely be the first one to disagree. Because her illness has not been completely cured, she needs me. That's the Lu family. Tang Chuchu said angrily, It's not the Chen family that I can deal with for you. Ning Fan, next time before you do something, can you please think carefully about the consequences? I'm going to take you to pick up Xiuqiu now and send you out of Jiangcheng temporarily. As long as you leave Jiangcheng, the Lu family will be out of reach. If our Tang family can secure the cooperation with the Jiang family in the provincial capital this time, I will bring you and Xiuqiu back. If you can't. You and Xiaoqiu should never come back to Jiangcheng again. Otherwise, the Lu family will never let you go. I have a house in the provincial capital. Tomorrow I'll have someone send you a bank card. Don't worry about Xiaoqiu's school. I'll find someone to help her. With your medical skills, you and Xiaoqiu will definitely have a good life in the provincial capital. Ningfan felt a warm feeling in his heart. He didn't expect that Tang Chuchu had thought so carefully about him. But Ningfan still tried to speak. There's really no need to be so frightened. I will ask the Jiang family to consider your Tang family more when choosing a partner. I won't say for sure it will be the Tang family. At this point, his eyes turned fierce, but I will definitely let the Lu family miss this opportunity. Chapter 69. I'm sorry, the other party was too cruel. Swish. Tang Chuchu slammed on the brakes, stopped the car on the side of the road, and said angrily, Ningfan. At this hour, you still want to tell me a joke and make me laugh? I really can't laugh. That's the Lu family. If they want to attack you, who can stop them? Besides, how could you possibly stop the Jiang family from cooperating with the Lu family with just one sentence? She still didn't believe what Ningfan said. How long had it been since Miss Jiang came to Jiangcheng from the provincial capital? How could Ningfan possibly know her? Not to mention things like the Jiang family's partners. From now on, don't talk anymore. Tang Chuchu then said, just follow my instructions. I will definitely get you out of Jiangcheng. Let you and Xiaoqiu live a life of wealth and luxury. I'll come find you guys after I finish my work in Jiangcheng. Ningfan smiled helplessly. Not wanting to frighten Tang Chuchu, he nodded and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Now that Tang Chuchu is worried about him, he knows that whatever he says now is redundant. It would be better to wait until Zhang Rushua's press conference starts before explaining to Tang Chuchu. Ha! Seeing Ningfan agree, Tang Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, that's right. Then she drove to pick up Qin Xiu, packed up casually, and headed towards the border of Jiangcheng. Right here. Ningfan suddenly said, Miss Zhang's press conference is coming soon. You will definitely be very busy these days. You don't need to see me off. Tang Chuchu also thought of this. I will arrange for someone to send you and Xiaoqiu to the provincial capital later. Then I will hold the Lu family back in Jiangcheng so they won't attack you and Xiaoqiu. Not long. A phaeton appeared. After Tang Chuchu gave an order to the driver, she said to Ningfan, remember to let me know when you arrive in the provincial capital. Ningfan nodded and hummed softly. Then, he took Qin Xiu into the car, and gradually, the phaeton disappeared from Tang Chuchu's sight. After I finish my work in Jiangcheng, Tang Chuchu murmured, no matter whether our Tang family cooperates with the Lu family or not, I will definitely go to the provincial capital to find you. Only. What she didn't know was that half an hour later, the phaeton, which was supposed to be heading to the provincial capital, appeared again at the border of Jiangcheng and quickly disappeared. Jiangcheng Hospital. Bang! What do I keep you for? Lu Ming's face was grim and he was furious. Don't you all claim to be the best doctors in Jiangcheng? Now you can't even cure my son? A group of doctors stood by, trembling and not daring to say a word. Get out, all of you. Lu Ming was furious. I don't want to see you now. Soon. The doctor in the ward left quickly. Dad, Mom, it hurts. Lu Feng grimaced, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Is my life ruined? Is it impossible to stand up again? He was completely unconscious and didn't even have the strength to lift his arms. Son, don't think too much. Lu Ming hurriedly said, I will definitely find the best doctor to treat you and will definitely get you back on your feet. If there's none in Jiangcheng, then look for one in the provincial capital. If there's none in the provincial capital, then look for one across the country. I just don't believe that in this big world, no one can cure you. Lu Feng was his only son. If anything happened to him, the Lu family would most likely be extinct. So, on weekdays, he always spoiled Lu Feng. Dad! I want that man dead. Lu Feng's voice was excited, as if he was crazy. I must make him pay the price. And Tang Chuchu, I want her to kneel in front of me like a dog and beg me to play with her. He has become what he is now, filled with rage, and his mind has become distorted. Don't worry. Lu Ming felt distressed and gritted his teeth. It's that pretty boy that Tang Chuchu likes, right? I've sent someone to look for it. Once I find him, I will capture him immediately and make him suffer a fate worse than death. As for Tang Chuchu? Once our Lu family's cooperation with the Jiang family is complete, we will impose economic sanctions on the Tang family. By then, Tang Chuchu will become a homeless dog. She wants to survive, so she has no choice but to come and beg you. You can do whatever you want with her. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with resentment, and he gritted his teeth and said, Dad, is our Lu family absolutely sure that we can secure the cooperation with the Jiang family? Lu Ming's expression was proud. There may have been some mistakes before, but this time I have established connections. Cooperation with the Jiang family is absolutely foolproof. No one is more qualified than our Lu family. Lu Feng licked his lips, thinking of Tang Chuchu's figure, his eyes full of desire. Suddenly, the pain in his limbs spread throughout his body, making his face pale in an instant. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Fenger, does it hurt? Lu Feng was sweating profusely, his face distorted. Dad, it hurts. Lu Ming felt distressed. Where's Zhao Yuantang? He turned around and shouted outside the ward, Didn't I tell you to go find Zhao Yuantang a long time ago? Where are the others? The doctor in this hospital was incompetent, so he can only send someone to find Zhao Yuantang. Although Zhao Yuantang was a Chinese medicine doctor, his son's limbs were broken. But as long as it can ease his son's pain a little. Mr. Lu. I'm sorry I'm late. At this moment, an elderly and powerful voice came from outside the ward. Something delayed me just now. Lu Ming immediately stood up and said, Dr. Zhao, please take a look at my son's health. Zhao Yuantang nodded and looked away. When he saw Lu Feng's body, his expression froze. The person who did this was so cruel. They beat young Master Lu into this state. Even he couldn't help but feel frightened. Dr. Zhao have any way to cure my son? Lu Ming asked. As long as divine Dr. Zhao can do this, then my Lu family will give you an annual salary of tens of millions. Zhao Yuantang waved his hand. Let me check on young Master Ling's condition first. He walked quickly to Lu Feng, stretched out his hand and kneaded Lu Feng's arm. The more he did this, the more frightened he felt and his expression became solemn. What kind of grudge does the other party have against Lu Feng that he would torture him like this? Suddenly, he discovered that the bones in Lu Feng's limbs were broken in a chaotic manner. Such injuries could not be healed at all. He couldn't even relieve Lu Feng's pain. Who on earth could do this? Dr. Zhao, how is it? Seeing Zhao Yuantang's face darken, Lu Ming asked, Is there any way to treat my son's limbs? Zhao Yuantang stood up and sighed, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, the other party was too ruthless. I can't cure Ling Xiao. Mr. Lu has no choice but to seek help from someone else. Lu Ming's face suddenly turned ugly. Even Zhao Yuantang couldn't cure Lu Feng. Zhao Yuantang suddenly thought of Ningfan, maybe there is someone who can do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, who? Zhao Yuantang didn't answer. Instead, he took out his phone and called Ningfan. He lowered his attitude and said, Dr. Ning, where are you now? Young Master Lu's limbs were broken, and they want. However, before he could finish his words, Ningfan interrupted him and said in a cold voice, Mr. Zhao, this is a feud between me and the Lu family. I would like to ask you not to get involved. Chapter 70 How about becoming in-laws? Hearing this, Zhao Yuantang felt a chill on his back, and finally understood why he couldn't cure Lu Feng. It turned out that it was Dr. Ning who broke Lu Feng's limbs. 2. In this huge Jiangcheng, only Dr. Ning's methods are so strange that even he himself can't see through them. Good. Zhao Yuantang took a deep breath and said, Dr. Ning, I understand this matter. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Lu. Zhao Yuantang looked at Lu Ming coldly, Don't come to me with your Lu family's affairs in the future. I can't bear the trouble in my old bones. Lu Ming was stunned. Divine Dr. Zhao. He quickly asked, What do you mean? Has our Lu family offended you in any way? He felt that Zhao Yuantang was a little strange. Mr. Lu. Zhao Yuantang shook his head, You didn't offend me, you offended someone else. That person doesn't let me get involved in his affairs with your Lu family, so I, the old man, don't dare to take action. Moreover, I can tell you clearly, Mr. Lu, if there is anyone in Jiangcheng who can cure young Master Ling, it is only that divine Dr. Ning. He stood up, picked up the medicine box, and prepared to leave. Dr. Ning? Who is this? Lu Ming frowned. He had never heard of a Dr. Ning in Jiangcheng. Mr. Lu. At this time, Zhao Yuantang, who had walked to the door of the ward, turned around and sighed, A doctor's heart is kind. I can tell you that Dr. Ning once saved Madame Zhao's life. In a while, Mr. Xiao Lei will hold a thank you party. Dr. Ning will also be there. If you can earn Dr. Ning's forgiveness, that might be your only chance. Finished. Zhao Yuantang left. Mrs. Xiao Lei. Lu Ming murmured, and suddenly his expression was startled. Is it that person? No wonder Dr. Ning is so highly regarded by Zhao Yuantang. It turns out he once saved Mr. Zhao's wife's life. Immediately, he looked ecstatic. Fomer, you are saved, you are saved. Dad will definitely find that great Dr. Ning and have him come and treat you. You can definitely stand up again. Xiao Lei. He is the son of the former ruler of Zhongqing's underground world. Even though his father is now seriously ill and the underground world is divided into 8 parts, as long as Xiao Lei's father is alive, his status is unquestionable. The Lu family may not take the crows seriously now, but the Xiao family has to treat them seriously. Those who live in the underground are all ruthless. Head of the family. At this time, a man walked quickly into the ward and said in a trembling voice, "The person who broke the young master's limbs ran away." There was still fear in his tone. Run away? Lu Ming's face was gloomy. What do you do for a living? A pretty boy can escape? The man lowered his head and said, "It's Miss Tang. She sent that pretty boy out of Jiangqing 2 hours in advance. Judging by the time, he has most likely already fled to the provincial capital. The Lu family has a very high status in Jiangqing. But if it were in the provincial capital, it wouldn't be a big deal. Damn the Tang family." Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said angrily, "It's them again." After venting for a while, Lu Feng shouted coldly, "Get lost. Hear this." The man let out a long breath and quickly turned and left. Fenger. Lu Ming walked to the bedside and whispered, "I will send someone to find Dr. Ning and ask him to treat you. Also, for our Lu family, the most important thing right now is Miss Zhang's press conference. As long as we can win this cooperation, our Lu family will be able to rise rapidly." At this point, his eyes showed a murderous intent. "Don't even mention a little Tang Chuchu. Even the Tang family must bow down to our Lu family. All members of the Tang family will kneel before you and beg for your forgiveness." The Tang family of Jiangcheng. After Tang Chuchu sent Ning Fan out of Jiangcheng, she drove back quickly and went straight to Tang Sihai's study. "Dad," Tang Chuchu asked bluntly, "where is the project plan we designed? Let me see." There are less than 3 days left before the press conference held by Ms. Zhang, and she wants to try her best in these 3 days. Try to get the Tang family to get this cooperation, so that Ning Fan and Qin Shou can return to Jiangcheng. Tang Sihai frowned and said, "Didn't I say that before? I will personally follow up on this project. You just need to maintain the daily operations of the group." Tang Chuchu gritted her teeth, "But I want to try to follow up on this project with you so that I can accumulate some experience. Besides, the person sent by the Zhang family this time is Miss Zhang. She and I are both women, so maybe we can have common topics, which will give our Tang family more opportunities." She knew that her father was not happy with Ning Fan, so she did not mention the matter of Ning Fan in front of him. "That's fine, but don't rush to look at the plan." Tang Sihai stood up and said, "An old friend of your grandfather's came over. He is one of the persons in charge of the Zhang family project in the provincial capital. If we can get him to speak well of our Tang family in front of Miss Zhang, our chances of competing for this project will be much greater." Hearing this, Tang Chuchu was excited. "Really? That's great." Her eyes were full of light. If this was true, then the chances of Ning Fan and Qin Shou returning to Jiangcheng would be much greater. "You haven't been this excited before." Tang Sihai glanced at Tang Chuchu. "Are you hiding something else from me?" Tang Chuchu quickly said, "No, Dad, let's go check on Grandpa." Then, she hurriedly pulled Tang Sihai towards Tang Guoqiang. Tang Sihai felt more and more that something was wrong with his daughter. Soon, the two rushed to the backyard of the Tang family, where 2 old men were sitting in front of the small stone table. One of them was Tang Guoqiang. The other person was a stranger, probably Tang Guoqiang's old friend Ren Guoqiang. There was a young man standing behind Ren Guoqiang. "Grandfather." Tang Chuchu stepped forward and asked crisply, "Is this Grandpa Run?" On the way here, Tang Sihai had already told her who was coming this time. Ren Guoqiang. An old friend of Tang Guoqiang in the provincial capital owed her grandfather a favor many years ago. At this moment, the young man behind Ren Guoqiang's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Tang Chuchu. I didn't expect there was such a beautiful woman in Zhangcheng. Yes. Tang Guoqiang smiled and introduced, Old Ren, this is my granddaughter Chu-Chu. Ren Guoqiang laughed and said, the last time I saw Chu-Chu was when she was 5 years old. I didn't expect she has grown up so much and become so beautiful. Then, he said as if jokingly, Old Tang, how about our two families become in-laws? Chapter 71 Prove Your Vision is Wrong. Ha ha ha. Tang Guoqiang was stunned at first, then he laughed and said, children and grandchildren have their own blessings, let them find out for themselves. Actually, compared with Ren Guoqiang's grandson, Tang Guoqiang is more satisfied with Ningfan and treats him neither humbly nor arrogantly. And he also has medical skills. Especially after Tang Chu-Chu got into trouble last time, Ningfan went to the 6th district of Jiangcheng alone, which made him even more satisfied with Ningfan. He has no background. But Tang Guoqiang believed that with his medical skills, he would one day become his own background. By the way, Lao Run. Tang Guoqiang changed the subject, did you tell Miss Jiang what I told you on the phone last time? What does the other party mean? Said. Tang Guoqiang and the other two all looked at Ren Guoqiang. That thing. Ren Guoqiang smiled and said, Miss Jiang hasn't seen anyone in recent days, including me, so I haven't had time to tell her yet. But, Old Tang, don't worry. I will definitely work hard on this matter. After all, we might have a chance to become in-laws in the future. Tang Guoqiang smiled awkwardly and said quickly, thank you very much, Old Ren. After the two chatted for a while again, Ren Guoqiang left. After leaving the Tang family, Ren Guoqiang and his grandson got into the car. Grandpa, do you really want to speak for the Tang family in front of Miss Jiang? Ren Tianyu frowned and asked, you should know that Miss Jiang doesn't like people who use back doors. If she gets angry because of this, maybe even our Ren family will be implicated. The Jiang family has a unique status in the provincial capital, which is not comparable to a small family like theirs. He. Ren Guoqiang sneered, do you really think that relying on a favor from many years ago will allow me, Ren Guoqiang, to take risks? Do you know why I brought you here this time? Ren Tianyu shook his head, I don't know. Ren Guoqiang continued, if Tang Guoqiang is smart and agrees to marry into our Ren family, perhaps I will really try my best to help him. What a pity. This old fox always tries to cover up the matter between you and his granddaughter when I mention it. Snort. With this attitude, he won't let me mention the Tang family in front of Miss Jiang again. Moreover, I will even speak up for the Lu family. I originally wanted you to become the Tang family's son-in-law and slowly swallow up the Tang family. Now it seems that I can only use the most radical method. As long as his family can't get rid of the cooperation with the Jiang family, bankruptcy is just around the corner. As he said that, he sneered, Tang's Express, I've been coveting it for a long time. Then, the car drove away and disappeared in front of the Tang family's door. The Tang family's back garden. Grandfather. Tang Chu-Chu asked nervously, does this mean he agreed? Tang Guoqiang whispered, he owed me a favor, and he's not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. With him speaking for our Tang family, our chances of winning the Jiang family's cooperation will be much greater this time. Tang Chu-Chu was happy, that's great. As long as she can get this cooperation, she can let Ningfan and Xiao Qiu return to Jiangcheng. Neat. Tang Sihai suddenly said, I think you can get in touch with Mr. Ren's grandson. He's quite a handsome man, and the Ren family is a pretty big family in the provincial capital. If we can become his in-laws, they'll definitely be more willing to help our Tang family with this matter. Tang Chu-Chu's face turned ugly. Snort. Tang Guoqiang snorted coldly, whoever Chu-Chu likes is her freedom. We adults can't interfere with her. He knew that Tang Chu-Chu had different feelings for Ningfan. Dad. Tang Sihai raised his voice and said, but now things are different from the past. Our Tang family is in a very bad situation. If we don't take special measures during this special period, it will be difficult to overcome this difficulty. Besides, Mr. Rin and you have been friends for many years. I just observed his grandson and he is a very nice person. Only. Tang Guoqiang interrupted coldly, enough. Our Tang family has never cared about marriage alliances before, and we still don't care about them now, and we will disdain them even less in the future. In his opinion, marriage is something that only useless people and families would do. Dad. Tang Sihai was shaking with anger. What kind of magic potion did Ningfan give you and Chu-Chu? He's just a courier, and he knows a little bit of medical skills. Other than that, what makes him worthy of Chu-Chu? The more he spoke, the more he disdained Ningfan. Take this time, Miss Zhang's press conference, for example. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter, and yet the Ren family was one of the partners. How can he make up for such a gap? Tang Chuchu was silent. Her father was right. Ningfan really didn't even have the qualifications to attend Miss Zhang's press conference. But is it his fault? No. It's just that he couldn't choose his own birth. Moreover, in her opinion, a second-generation rich kid is no match for Ningfan. That's enough. Tang Guoqiang said coldly, don't mention this matter again in the future. If our Tang family can get this cooperation with the Jiang family, it will be a blessing for our Tang family. Even if we can't get it, I don't believe that a family as big as ours like the Tang family will fall so quickly. Chu, come with me, I want to tell you something. He stood up and left with Tang Chu. Tang Sihai stared at their departing figures, his face gloomy, and whispered, Father. This press conference by Miss Jiang will prove to you that your judgment is wrong. A poor boy who only knows medical skills and has no background at all can never compare with the young master of a wealthy family. You will definitely regret it then. The other side. Tang Guoqiang took Tang Chuchu into the study and took out a jade pendant from the piles of books. Chu, this is for you. Tang Guoqiang spoke. Grandfather. Tang Chuchu looked at the jade pendant and asked in confusion, what is this? How come she never knew that her Tang family had such a jade pendant? Don't ask. You don't need to know now. Tang Guoqiang shook his head and sighed, just keep it well, if our Tang family can't win the cooperation with the Lu family this time. When the time comes, take this jade pendant with you to Kyoto. You will be safe there. He was preparing for the worst. How could Tang Guoqiang, who has been in the business world for a lifetime, not see that Ren Guoqiang's attitude was ambiguous? So, he also didn't hold out hope that his Tang family could win this cooperation. Grandpa, you. Tang Chuchu's body trembled, have you noticed something? Chapter 72 Presbyopia. No. Tang Guoqiang shook his head, I just feel uncomfortable. Chu, don't think too much. Go down and follow your father to follow up on this project with the Jiang family. Let yourself accumulate more experiences like this. Tang Chuchu pursed her lips and nodded, okay. She put the jade pendant away, turned around and left. There were less than 3 days left before Miss Zhang's press conference. She has to work hard in these 3 days. Soon. The time came 2 days later. On this day, luxury cars gathered in front of the Jiangcheng Convention and Exhibition Center, and almost all the dignitaries in Jiangcheng had arrived. Just because of this press conference held by the Jiang family, the current situation in Jiangcheng is likely to change. Just then, a Panamera appeared. A woman in black stockings stepped out of the car. She was none other than Jiang Rushua's secretary, Zhang Xiaoxiao. Is this Miss Zhang's secretary? The person sitting in the car should be Miss Zhang, right? Everyone stared at the Panamera, breathing rapidly. However, the next person to get out of the car was not Jiang Rushua, but a young man and a young girl. Who are these two people? How could Miss Zhang's secretary be asked to pick her up personally? Everyone was puzzled. When did such a big shot appear in our Jiangcheng? Suddenly, someone recognized the girl. That girl is Zhao Tiantian, the granddaughter of Dr. Zhao. I saw her before when I went to Zhao Yuantang. Miss Jiang is holding a business conference this time. Why is Dr. Zhao's granddaughter here? Everyone was puzzled. Zhang Xiaoxiao ignored these people. She took Zhao Tiantian and the young man into the convention center. At this time, another phaeton drove up, with an old man sitting in the back seat. Suddenly, the old man glanced and saw the young figure following Zhang Xiaoxiao into the VIP passage. He asked doubtfully, Ningfan? This old man is Tang Guoqiang. Tang Chuchu, who was in the co-pilot seat, asked in confusion, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Tang Guoqiang said, just now I saw a very familiar figure following Miss Zhang's secretary into the VIP passage of the convention center. It looks a lot like Ningfan. His brows furrowed. Why would Ningfan come here? Grandpa, you must be missing Ningfan, right? Tang Chuchu whispered, there's no way he'll show up at the convention center. She had already sent Ningfan to the provincial capital, and the driver she arranged also sent her photos of Ningfan in the provincial capital. Now, 2 days have passed, and Ningfan and Qinxiu may have started a new life in the provincial capital. How could he appear at the Jiangcheng Convention and Exhibition Center? Tang Guoqiang frowned. He couldn't understand why Chu Chu would say such a thing this time. Isn't she the one who protects Ningfan the most on weekdays? Ha ha ha. Dad, Chu Chu is right this time. Tang Sihai, who was driving, laughed out loud. You are just presbyopic. This is a press conference held by Miss Zhang. Who among those who come here is not a powerful person? How could that stinky courier even be here? You need an invitation to Miss Zhang's press conference. Someone like him probably doesn't even have the qualifications to be a waiter here. He subconsciously thought that Tang Chuchu was belittling Ningfan, and was very happy in his heart. Chuchu, you finally got it this time. Do you understand? Compared to the young master of the Ren family, that courier is nothing. Tang Chuchu didn't say a word and remained silent. Tang Guoqiang sighed. It was a pity. He originally wanted to bring Ningfan here, but unfortunately, their Tang family did not receive many invitations. After parking the car, they entered the Convention and Exhibition Center. At that time, inside an office in the Convention Center, Zhang Rushua sat in the office chair, constantly looking at the young man in front of her. This person is Ningfan. That day, in order not to make Tang Chuchu worry, Ningfan agreed to let her go to the provincial capital. However, he later knocked the driver unconscious and took Jinshou back to Jiangcheng. He knew that if he really left Jiangcheng, the chances of the Tang family winning this cooperation project would be slim. Originally, he wanted to take Jinshou back to the house they had rented before, but he remembered that Tang Chuchu had been there before. Later, he asked Zhao Yuantang to arrange a place for him to live. He had originally planned to come here alone this time, but Zhao Yuantang wanted to let his granddaughter come here to see the world. Ningfan thought that since they were doing him a favor, it wasn't a big deal, so he brought her here with him. Ningfan. Zhang Rushua's voice was as soft as a silver bell. I heard that you have been very close to Miss Tang recently? What is your relationship? Ningfan quickly replied, friends. She helped me a lot and was a very nice person. Strictly speaking, he and Tang Chuchu are now just friends. After all, neither of them had ever expressed their feelings to the other. Is that so? Zhang Rushua chuckled, then looked at her secretary Zhang Xiaoxiao and said, go tell the Tang family that this project has been handed over to them. She came from the provincial capital this time just to help Ningfan and repay that person's favor. At the same time, she was also examining Ningfan to see if he was qualified to be her man. Miss Jiang. Ningfan asked, shouldn't the Tang family be qualified enough to cooperate with your Zhang family? I don't want your Zhang family's own interests to be damaged because of this matter. He only knew that Tang Group was a leading enterprise in the express delivery business, but he didn't know much about its other businesses. Ningfan really wanted to help Tang Chuchu get this cooperation, but he also needed to consider the interests of the Zhang family. After all, Miss Jiang was really nice. It seems that you don't quite understand the power of our Zhang family. Zhang Rushua chuckled and said, as long as he is chosen by our Zhang family, even if he is an unknown person in Jiangcheng, we will make sure he has the strength to cooperate with our Zhang family in the shortest possible time. And compared to you saving my life, a small cooperative project is not worth mentioning at all. Ningfan remained silent, but there were waves of shock in his heart. Is the Zhang family so powerful? By the way, Ningfan. Zhang Rushua suddenly spoke again, if you hadn't suppressed the chill in my body when I came to Jiangcheng this time, I might not be able to stand in front of you now. So, to thank you, I'd like to invite you to the stage later. Let these people in Jiangcheng get to know you. Ningfan hesitated. He actually didn't want to show up in front of so many people, otherwise, there would be too much trouble. Don't worry. Zhang Rushua continued, you just need to show up when the time comes, and I'll take care of the rest. Chapter 73 Are you Tang Chuchu, Miss Tang? Good. Zhang Rushua had said this, so Ningfan could only nod and agree, I'll listen to you when the time comes. Zhang Rushua showed a smile on her face. She asked Ningfan to go on stage, and she naturally had her own plans. Miss Jiang, I'm going to the bathroom. Ningfan stood up and said, excuse me for a moment. After Ningfan left, Miss Zhao. Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled and said, you can walk around. There are also food stalls in the lobby of the convention center. If you're hungry, you can go over and have something to eat. Zhao Tiantian nodded, thank you, sister. Afterwards, she also left. How could she not see that Zhang Xiaoxiao had something to say to Zhang Rushua? Mr. Jiang. After a moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao frowned and asked, are you letting Ningfan go on stage to push him into the spotlight? Zhang Rushua smiled and said, this is the only way to see if he has the ability, isn't it? She stood up, walked to the French window, and whispered softly, my grandfather wants him to be the son-in-law of my Jiang family. But how can I feel comfortable marrying someone who has no feelings and is mediocre? If Ningfan has ambitions, I will push him to the forefront and show his abilities. Then, I, Jiang Rushua, will marry him without hesitation. But if he had no ambition? Jiang Rushua was silent for a moment, then continued, then after this press conference, everyone will know that he is from the Jiang family. As long as he stays in Jiangcheng and doesn't fight or compete, and tries to live a peaceful and stable life. Then, the people in Jiangcheng will not bother him for no reason. They may even worship him like a god because of the existence of my Jiang family. He will have the best life in Jiangcheng. This means our Jiang family is repaying that person's kindness. 2 options. It all depends on what choice Ningfan makes. In fact, Jiang Rushua really wants to see Ningfan be ambitious enough. Because she didn't believe that the younger generation who helped their Jiang family would be a mediocre person. Xiao. Jiang Rushua spoke again, go ahead and tell the Tang family that this project has been handed over to them. As for the cooperation, you can negotiate with them when the time comes. It's time for you to stand on your own. After this press conference, I've thought about letting you be the general manager of the Jiangcheng project. Ningfan left Jiang Rushua's office and went to the bathroom, suddenly frowning. Honey, that person has already called my cell phone to collect the debt. What now? Yang Qiqi's anxious voice rang out. Are you sure we can get the Jiang family's cooperation this time? Otherwise, with the interest increasing by 20,000 yuan in just one day, it would be difficult for us to pay it off. I didn't even dare to tell you about this in front of Dad. I was too worried. When Chen Wei took out the loan, he filled in both his and Yang Qiqi's phone numbers. Now that the debt collection text message has been sent to her phone, she is scared. Chen Wei promised, don't worry, my father has already given me a promise. The cooperation with the Jiang family will definitely fall into our hands. There will be no accidents. When the time comes, we'll just pay this little bit of money back, and it won't be much of a waste, right? Yang Qiqi said softly, that's good. When the time comes, you must buy me that 100,000 yuan bag I've set my eyes on, and a villa on Hidden Dragon Island, so that my grandfather and the others will look upon you with new eyes. Rest assured. Chen Wei smiled and said, I will definitely buy it for you. 5 seconds later. A door in the men's restroom was pushed open, and Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei walked out. Suddenly, they looked up and saw Ningfan standing by the sink with a frozen expression on his face. 3 seconds. Ningfan smiled playfully and said, very good. Moment. Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi frowned. Why was Ningfan, that stinky courier, here? Yang Qiqi quickly reacted and said angrily, what bullshit are you talking about? What do you know, you piece of shit? Ningfan pointed at Chen Wei and said, I know him for 3 seconds. Yang Qiqi's words stopped abruptly, and the two of them looked at Ningfan with eyes full of anger. Damn it! Chen Wei suddenly sneered, you are such a good loser, you can even sneak in here. In his opinion, this was Miss Zhang's press conference, and a courier like Ningfan had no qualifications to enter here. Yes, he must have snuck in. Yang Qiqi's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, let's go tell Miss Zhang now and ask her to get rid of this rubbish. She couldn't wait to see Ningfan being thrown out. Ningfan smiled and said, you can go and give it a try. After saying that, he turned and left. If these two people really went to Jiang Rushua to tell her about this matter, who knows who would be thrown out? Don't want. Chen Wei stopped Yang Qiqi and sneered, later, Miss Jiang will announce that our Chen family will soon reach a cooperation with their Jiang family. Then I'll let this loser see how big the gap is between him and me. He will definitely be ashamed. Yang Qiqi's expression lit up, hubby, you're really smart. I didn't think of that. Then, she watched Ningfan leave and sneered, I'm going to be a wealthy wife soon, and he's still the same stinky courier. The gap will only get bigger and bigger. I'm really glad I divorced him then. Otherwise, how could I have such a good life now? Just wait. After tonight, when Grandpa knows your abilities and sees the plight of this poor boy Ningfan, he will definitely regret what he did to you before. That's when Grandpa knew who was the Yang family's opportunity, you or that loser Ningfan. Soon, the two left the bathroom and waited for the press conference to officially begin. Convention and Exhibition Center, Hall. Tang Chuchu and the others walked in, and she saw Renguo Chang at a glance. Grandpa, isn't that Grandpa Run? Why is he standing with the Lu family? At this time. Tang Wuchang and the other man also looked towards Ren Wuchang's position and frowned. They and the Lu family were now competitors, and seeing Ren Wuchang walking with them, they naturally felt uncomfortable. Maybe it's a business relationship. Tang Wuchang spoke, but his eyes were dim. Don't worry about it. I believe he won't break his promise. He said this just because he didn't want to make Tang Chuchu and Tang Sihai feel uncomfortable, but he had already expected the result. Suddenly, Zheng Xiaoxiao appeared in their sight. She walked up to Tang Chuchu and said, "Are you Tang Chuchu, Miss Tang?" Tang Wuchang and the other man were slightly stunned. They didn't know this woman either. Tang Chuchu quickly asked, "Yes, you are?" "I'm Miss Zhang's secretary." Zheng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Miss Jiang asked me to tell you that the Zhang family's development project in Jiangcheng has been given to your Tang family. After this press conference, please go directly to Tang's hotel to discuss the details of the cooperation." Chapter 74. Are we leaving now? Tang Sihai and Tang Chuchu were stunned at first, and then a look of disbelief appeared in their eyes. Really? Tang Guoqiang's eyes gleamed. Please tell Miss Jiang that after the press conference, we will go to the Tang Hotel to entertain her well. He really didn't expect that this project would actually fall on their Tang family. What a great thing. I will. Zheng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Then I won't disturb Mr. and Miss Tang." After saying that, she turned and left. It's done. It really worked. Tang Sihai said excitedly, "Our Tang family has really won the cooperation with the Zhang family. The group is saved." Tang Chuchu murmured softly, "Ningfan, Xiaoqiu, I will come and pick you up soon." She couldn't wait to send a message to Ningfan, asking him to take Qin Xiu to wait for her in the provincial capital, and she would be there soon. Dad. This time it must have been Mr. Rin who mentioned our Tang family to Miss Jiang. Tang Sihai quickly asked, "Should we go over and thank him?" Originally, the Tang family's chances of winning this competition were very small. However, his father met with Ren Guochang yesterday, and today the project was internally awarded to their Tang family. In his opinion, all this is definitely Ren Guochang's credit. Tang Guochang thought so too. He nodded and said, "We should thank old Ren. Let's go together." He took the lead and headed towards where Ren Guochang and the others were. Neat. Tang Sihai instructed Tang Chuchu, "When you meet grandson Ren, you must interact with him properly. Do you hear me? Ever since I heard you say that in the car, Dad knows you've seen the huge difference between Ningfan and this wealthy young master. Dad is doing this for your own good. A poor boy like him with no background is not worthy of you." Tang Chuchu didn't say anything. She was immersed in the joy that Ningfan could return to Jiangcheng. "I was thinking about what to say when I see Ningfan in the provincial capital." "Grandfather. Isn't that Tang Guoqiang and the others?" Ran Tianyu pointed at Tang Guoqiang and the others and said, "They are coming over here." Ren Guochang frowned. Lu Ming also saw Tang Chuchu, with resentment flashing in the depths of his eyes. It was this woman. His son has now become a disabled person with all his limbs broken. After this press conference is over and his Lu family gets the cooperation with the Zhang family, he will let this woman serve his son like a cow or a horse for the rest of her life. Old Ran. Soon, Tang Guoqiang walked up to Ren Guochang and laughed, saying, "I really want to thank you for agreeing to speak for us in front of Miss Jiang this time." Ren Guochang said calmly, "For me, it's just a small matter. Not worth mentioning." He readily agreed to this face-saving thing. Anyway, the Tang family would not be able to obtain cooperation with the Zhang family, and he would not have any contact with Miss Jiang. By then, who knows whether Ren Guochang had ever mentioned this matter to Miss Jiang? "Mr. Ran. Maybe it's a small thing for you." Tang Sihai smiled and said, "But for our Tang family, this is a major event that can help us resolve the bankruptcy crisis. My father plans to set up a table at the Tang's hotel after the press conference, and hopes that Mr. Ren can join us to celebrate." At this time, after hearing what Tang Sihai said, Ren Guochang was a little confused. What was going on? How does this make it seem like he won the Zhang family's cooperation project for the Tang family? "Mr. Tang," Lu Ming said sarcastically, "did your Tang family win the cooperation project with the Zhang family? How did Mr. Lu know that our Tang family won this project?" Tang Sihai smiled proudly and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Lu to have such sharp ears and figure it out so quickly." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Tang Sihai, Tang Sihai, are you daydreaming? Ms. Jiang hasn't even come on stage to make the announcement yet. How do you know that the Tang family has won this cooperation?" He. Tang Sihai sneered and said, I might as well tell you that Miss Zhang's secretary just came over to tell us that the Tang family has been designated as the Zhang family's partner. How could this be false? He believed that at this press conference, no one would dare to pretend to be Miss Zhang's secretary. Tang Guoqian looked at Ren Guochang at this time. Old Ren, wasn't it because you mentioned our Tang family to Miss Zhang that she made this decision? What did he think of Ren Guochang's reaction, as if he didn't even know about this matter? Ha ha ha. How could Mr. Ren possibly speak for your Tang family? Lu Ming sneered, do you know? What Miss Zhang hates most is people who use backdoors. If she knew that Mr. Ren was speaking for your Tang family, maybe even Mr. Ren would be implicated. Do you understand? Moment. Tang Guoqiang and the other two stood there in a daze. I see. Someone is pretending to be Miss Zhang's secretary to amuse you, right? Lu Ming taunted, tisk tisk, Elder Tang, are you so confused now? I was actually fooled around. After Lu Ming said this, Tang Guoqiang began to waver. Old Tang. Ren Guochang shook his head, Boss Lu is right, I haven't mentioned your Tang family in front of Miss Zhang yet. As for who will be chosen as the Zhang family's partner, Miss Jiang will announce it herself on stage and won't let the secretary say it privately. So, I also feel that you have been deceived. Moment. Tang Guoqian's face was burning with pain. Been cheated? Let's go. He said angrily, go home. Having lost so much face, he couldn't stay any longer and turned around to leave. Tang Sihai's face looked grim. Tang Chuchu was a little unwilling to accept this. How could this happen? She felt a little guilty. She shouldn't have sent a message to Ningfan so early, leaving him feeling disappointed. Are you leaving now? Lu Ming smiled proudly and asked, why? Don't you want to see how our Lu family won this cooperation? Suddenly, a glamorous host walked onto the stage, and her clear voice echoed in every corner of the convention center. Dear guests, welcome to this press conference held by Miss Jiang. Next, please invite Miss Jiang to the stage to announce the companies that will be cooperating with the Jiang family to develop projects. Please be quiet for a moment. Soon, Jiang Rushua, wearing a black hip skirt, came on stage. Her stunning beauty caused the convention center to fall into a brief silence. Jiang Rushua spoke in a voice as clear as a silver bell. This time, the project our Jiang family is developing in Jiangcheng will be divided into main projects and sub-projects. During the 7 days from the provincial capital to Jiangcheng, I have witnessed the strength of many groups and the plans you have designed. Among them, the company that attracts me the most is the Tang Group. Therefore, the main project developed in Jiangcheng this time will be jointly carried out by my Jiang family and the Tang family. I hope our two families can establish a new business card for Jiangcheng. Chapter 75. Don't let the Chen family be in charge of the project. Tang family? The Tang family actually won the main project? After Jiang Rushua finished speaking, everyone in the convention center was stunned at first, and then they were in an uproar. Everyone was surprised by the result. Tang Guoqiang and his group, who were planning to leave, also stopped and were stunned. Then he became excited and his breathing became rapid. I didn't expect that what Miss Jiang, our secretary, just told me was actually true. Tang Chuchu's eyes were moist. She did not let Ningfan be happy in vain. Their Tang family really got the cooperation with the Jiang family. Could it be false if Miss Jiang made the announcement personally? How so? Unlike the Tang family, Lu Ming's smile froze and his face turned grim. He couldn't believe the result. But this was announced by Miss Jiang herself, and he had no right to question it. He felt aggrieved and glared at the Tang family fiercely before turning and leaving. Ren Guochang frowned. This shouldn't be the case. How could the main project fall on the Tang family? Convention and Exhibition Center, in another corner. Is this project divided into main projects and sub-projects? Chen Wei was slightly stunned. Dad, this means that our Chen family is competing for the sub-project? He only knew that his father had met Miss Jiang, but he really didn't know anything about this project. Right. Chen Yinji nodded. With the strength of our Chen family, we are not yet qualified to develop the main project. However, even if it's just a sub-project, as long as our Chen family can do it well, we can enter the Billion Asset Club. Chen Wei's breathing was rapid and his eyes were burning. Yang Qiqi was so excited that she couldn't speak. 10 billion. She had never seen so much money before. Yang Qiqi suddenly thought of something and her face changed slightly. Husband, we had a conflict with Miss Tang before. Will she stop us from winning the sub-project? Chen Wei's brows were furrowed as he also thought about this matter, but they soon relaxed. We had a conflict with Miss Tang before, and that was because of Ning Fan. Chen Wei smiled and said, but things are different now. Ning Fan has been abandoned by Miss Tang. As long as we go and apologize to Miss Tang, and Miss Jiang has already met my father in private. In that case, why would Miss Tang make things difficult for us? Yang Qiqi's eyes lit up, that's right. Thankfully Miss Tang saw through Ning Fan's worthless nature early on, otherwise this loser might have ruined our plans. Chen Wei sneered, how could a loser like him have such ability? It's just that this loser is too timid. After being startled by us in the bathroom, he slipped away. Otherwise, he could have seen our Chen family win the sub-project later, and he would have clearly seen the gap between him and me. It's a pity. Yang Qiqi laughed and said, husband, what does a loser like him know? Although we can only take this sub-project, I will tell my grandfather about this when the time comes. At that time, he will still look upon you with new eyes, and he will also regret looking down on you before. I don't want you to be wronged in my house. Chen Wei was in a good mood. As for the sub-projects, they will be. Jiang Rushue then spoke, her eyes swept across the audience, finally landing on Chen Yanji. The three members of the Chen family were excited. The other guests were all breathing rapidly, waiting for Jiang Rushue's announcement. Miss Jiang. At this time, someone suddenly spoke up, I hope you don't let the Chen family be responsible for the sub-project. This person is Tang Chu-Chu. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Tang Chu-Chu, and their eyes twitched. No one expected her to stand up and say such words. Does Miss Tang have a grudge against the Chen family? Click. Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi's heart suddenly stopped. How could this happen? Didn't Tang Chu-Chu cut off all ties with Ning Fan? How could she say such a thing at this time? Chen Yanji's face was gloomy, Miss Tang. It seems that our Chen family has not offended you? I don't know what you mean by that. Jiang Rushue also looked at Tang Chu-Chu deeply. Chu-Chu, what are you doing? Tang Sihai's expression changed, and he quickly said, selecting the sub-project leader is Miss Jiang's responsibility. How can you influence Miss Jiang's thoughts? Hurry up and apologize to Miss Jiang. He was scared. If Miss Jiang gets angry about this and takes back the Tang family's opportunity to be in charge of the main project, then they're doomed. Tang Guoqiang also frowned. In his impression, Chu-Chu didn't seem like someone who could do such a rude thing. Miss Jiang. However, Tang Chu-Chu still said firmly, I still want you to think about it more. The Chen family is not suitable to be in charge of sub-projects. At the villa, Tang Chu-Chu had promised Ning Fan that as long as their Tang family could get the main project, she would express her position to Jiang Rushue and did not want the sub-project to fall into the hands of the Chen family. Originally, she wanted to talk to Jiang Rushue about this matter in private, but she didn't expect Jiang Rushue to announce the person in charge of the sub-project at this press conference. In this way, she had no choice but to do this. Otherwise, once Jiang Rushue announced it, the whole Jiangchang would know about it. At that time, it would be very difficult to make the Chen family lose their position as the person in charge of the sub-project. Miss Jiang. Chen Yanji glared at Tang Chu-Chu fiercely and quickly said to Jiang Rushue, please don't believe her nonsense. Our Chen family is definitely the most suitable company to be in charge of the sub-project. Miss Jiang, please give our Chen family a chance. He now wants to kill Tang Chu-Chu. This crazy woman. Miss Jiang. Chen Wei hurriedly explained, Tang Chu-Chu once had a conflict with us. She's saying this now because she wants to stand up for another man. Miss Jiang, please think carefully about this. If the person in charge of the main project has such a selfish motive, how can she develop the project properly? It might cause this project to fail. Miss Tang. Yang Qiqi pointed at Tang Chu-Chu and cursed, you're doing this for a stinky courier, a piece of trash I don't want. Don't you even take Miss Jiang seriously now? Are you trying to embarrass Miss Jiang by saying this in public? For a while, all the guests present had strange expressions on their faces. They didn't expect such a thing to happen at the press conference held by Miss Jiang. They also became curious. What kind of man was worthy of Miss Tang doing this? Tang Sihai's face darkened beyond recognition. Was his daughter talking like that because of Ning Fan? Tang Chu-Chu, come back here. Tang Sihai shouted coldly, do you want to become a sinner of our Tang family? Do you know how important this cooperation is to our Tang family? Are you making such a fuss to make Miss Jiang angry and ask her to take this main project back from us?
Tang Chuchu bit her lower lip and said nothing.
Miss Tang. Suddenly, Jiang Rushue spoke up. Is it because of a man named Ning Fan that you don't want the Chen family to be in charge of this sub-project? Chapter 76. Do you want to say something? Ning Fan?
Hearing this name from Jiang Rushue's mouth, Tang Chuchu's delicate body trembled slightly, and her heart was filled with shock and waves.
How did Miss Jiang know Ning Fan? Chen Wei was stunned. Yang Qiqi's body stiffened.
The two were a little confused, and had the same idea as Tang Chuchu.
With Miss Jiang's status and position, how could she know a useless courier? It is.
Jiang Rushue smiled. It seems that he still holds a very important place in your heart.
A moment later, Jiang Rushue glanced at everyone and smiled slightly, saying, "We are holding this press conference today to decide on the project partner. Another thing is that I want to take this opportunity to thank someone in public.
If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be standing on this stage today."
Jiang Rushue's eyes moved and fell on the backstage. Soon, a man's shadow appeared in the light. A moment later,
under everyone's gaze, a man walked out from the backstage and gradually approached Jiang Rushue. After seeing this man, the convention center was dead silent. Tang Chuchu clenched her 5 fingers together and stared at the man with trembling eyes.
Why was he here? Tang Sihai's heart sank.
Tang Guoqiang also widened his eyes and stared at the man.
Why was he standing next to Miss Jiang? You must know.
Even it was extremely difficult for him to meet Miss Jiang.
No, impossible. Yang Qiqi was like seeing a ghost. How could it be him? How was he qualified to stand beside Jiang Rushue?
Chen Wei had a gloomy face and stared at the man next to Jiang Rushue. A trace of fear actually grew in his heart.
Ning Fan, do you want to say something? Jiang Rushue chuckled. Just say whatever you want to say. Yes.
The man standing next to Jiang Rushue at this time was Ning Fan.
Miss Jiang. Ning Fan asked, can we not let the Chen family be the person in charge of the sub-project?
He said that he would make Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi pay the price.
Don't you want to join the billion-dollar asset club with this project? Didn't you, Yang Qiqi, boast in the parking lot that the Chen family would win the cooperation with the Jiang family? Isn't that belittling Ning Fan as a waste?
At that time, did you ever think that the trash you mentioned could now make the Chen family have no chance to cooperate with the Jiang family with just one sentence?
Good. As you say.
Jiang Rushue nodded. I will let the Tang family select the person in charge of the sub-project again.
How about it? Deathly silence.
All the guests looked at Ning Fan in shock.
Who was this man? Miss Jiang was actually asking for his opinion. Tang Sihai was silent, not saying a word. Is this really the person he had always looked down upon? He can't figure it out. How did a courier get to know the powerful Miss Jiang? Thanks.
Ning Fan thanked him.
Then I'll go down first.
He turned around and was about to leave the stage.
Ning Fan, I was wrong.
Chen Wei suddenly fell to his knees and said, please, plead with Miss Jiang and let our Chen family get this cooperation.
I know I was wrong. At that time, when I first met Ning Fan in the parking lot, how arrogant was he? He is the eldest son of the Chen family.
He is about to take down the person who is cooperating with the Jiang family. In his eyes, Ning Fan is a waste living at the bottom of society. He had never imagined that one day he would kneel down to Ning Fan, and in front of so many people.
But he had no choice.
He owed a loan of 2 million, and the interest was more than 10,000 a day.
If he couldn't get the cooperation with the Jiang family, how would he repay the money? Yang Qiqi's face turned pale and she stood there trembling.
She thought of what her grandfather had said.
The Yang family's chance has been ruined by you. You'll regret this. However, no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't imagine how Ning Fan knew Miss Jiang.
And his words can carry so much weight.
Could it be that this waste Ning Fan is really the Yang family's opportunity?
Suddenly, Yang Qiqi's body trembled violently again. Ning Fan ignored Chen Wei and left directly, then found Zhao Tian. If those people come over later, please deal with them for me. Just tell them that Miss Jiang asked me to come here to see the world for your grandfather's sake. He could foresee that these guests would come and disturb him after the press conference was over.
He doesn't like trouble.
I'll just explain it to Tang Chuchu later.
Ah. Good. Zhao Tian nodded. Brother Ning Fan, I understand. Suddenly, Ning Fan's cell phone rang. It was Fang Shuxin calling. "Brother Ning Fan." Fang Shuxin cried, "Are you free now? My mother is in trouble. Can you come to my house?" Ning Fan's heart tightened, and he quickly said, "Shuxin, don't cry. I'll be there right away. Brother Fang is so good to me."
Now that his family was in trouble, Ning Fan would definitely help if he could.
He quickly hung up the phone. Tian, I have something urgent to do. I can't go back with you today. Go find Miss Jiang later and ask her to arrange someone to take you home."
After giving instructions to Zhao Tian,
Ning Fan left immediately. Tian. Where's Ning Fan? After the press conference, Tang Chuchu immediately ran to Zhao Tian and asked, "Wasn't he here just now?"
Her grandfather had been in poor health before, so Zhao Yuantang would often go to the Tang family and sometimes bring Zhao Tian with him.
So, Tang Chuchu and Zhao Tian also know each other.
Brother Ning Fan left for something.
Zhao Tian blinked. It seems quite urgent. Tang Chuchu frowned. Urgent matter? Tian.
Tang Sihai suddenly asked, "Why are you with that useless
Ning Fan? Did you come to this press conference together?" Zhao Tian nodded. "Yes, Uncle Tang. My grandfather treated Miss Jiang a few days ago."
When he heard that Miss Jiang was going to hold a press conference, he thought there were many important people here, so he asked Brother Ning Fan and I to come over and see the world.
Hearing this, Tang Sihai laughed, "So he was able to get in here thanks to Dr. Zhao."
The original nervousness disappeared with Zhao Tiantian's words.
He thought Ning Fan really had some relationship with Miss Jiang.
That's right, Miss Jiang is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital, and he, Ning Fan, is just a courier.
One is in heaven and the other is on earth. How can these two people have any real intersection?
As for Miss Jiang's recent public thanks to Ning Fan, it might be because Miss Jiang was not feeling well and Ning Fan happened to have some medical skills and helped treat her.
This is just an ordinary doctor-patient relationship.
Tang Chuchu also breathed a sigh of relief, but she was afraid that Ning Fan would walk too fast and she would not be able to catch up with him. Ever since she saw Ning Fan's medical skills, she believed that one day, Ning Fan would become a dragon that no one could reach.
Then, Tian.
Suddenly, Tang Chuchu thought of something. "Have you been with Ning Fan these past 2 days?"
Zhao Tian nodded. "Yes." Tang Chuchu smiled bitterly.
It seemed that Ning Fan had come back directly after she sent him out.
Tian, do you know why Miss Jiang chose our Tang family to be the person in charge of the main project? Tang Chuchu then asked, "Did Ning Fan mention our Tang family in front of Miss Jiang?" Chapter 77, asking Master Zhou to help.
Ning Fan had mentioned to her many times before that he would ask Miss Jiang to consider the Tang family more when choosing a partner. At that time, she thought Ning Fan was making fun of her because she was in a bad mood. However, now seeing Ning Fan standing next to Miss Jiang, Tang Chuchu's heart wavered.
Is it Ning Fan? Zhao Tian was silent.
She didn't know whether she should tell Tang Chuchu. When Ning Fan left just now, he asked her to deal with it well.
"Chuchu, what are you thinking about?" Tang Sihai suddenly smiled. "Miss Jiang must have chosen our Tang family because she was impressed by our strength. How could Miss Jiang make such a decision just because of Ning Fan? Didn't you hear Ringhua Chang say that Miss Jiang hates using backdoors the most?"
Speaking of which, if Ning Fan hadn't met Divine Dr. Zhao because of our Tang family, he probably wouldn't even be qualified to enter here.
Tang Chuchu didn't say anything. "Is that true?" All right. Tang Guoqiang said dissatisfiedly, "Stop talking. Let's pack up quickly and head to the hotel. Don't keep Miss Jiang waiting anxiously."
Tang Sihai and the other man only then realized that Miss Jiang's secretary had come here before and told them to go to Tang's hotel after the press conference.
Afterwards, the three of them left and headed to Tang's hotel.
While in the car, Tang Chuchu sent a text message to Ning Fan, asking him where he was. She had a lot of things she wanted to ask him.
On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, there are several dilapidated rental houses with cheap rent, and Fang Yuanquan and his family live here.
Ning Fan left the convention and exhibition center and took a taxi here.
Brother Ning Fan. Fang Shuxin was already waiting for Ning Fan.
She waved her hand and said, "Here." Ning Fan went forward and saw the little girl's red and swollen eyes. It seemed that she had just cried.
Ning Fan asked, "What exactly happened?" Fang Shuxin's voice was filled with tears. "I don't know what's going on.
My mother was fine when she slept last night, but this morning no matter how much I called her, she wouldn't wake up. My dad and I took her to the hospital, but after a series of tests, the doctor said my mom was in a stable condition and there was nothing wrong with her.
Ning Fan asked, has your mother slept for a whole day and night?
Fang Shuxin choked up and nodded, yes, no matter how much I called, he couldn't wake up, just like a vegetable.
Ning Fan frowned and said, come on, take me to see your mother first. Fang Shuxin didn't think much about it.
As she walked home with Ning Fan, she said, Brother Ning Fan, my dad asked me to call you over because he was worried that I might get into danger while taking care of my mom here alone.
I want you to stay with me. Ning Fan was puzzled, where is your dad?
Fang Shuxin replied, my father suspected that my mother had something dirty on her body. He heard that a Taoist priest had come from the next village, so he went over there to ask him to come and check on my mother.
Dirty things? This is possible, but you have to see for yourself what is going on. Soon.
Ning Fan followed Fang Shuxin to the rental house. A woman was lying on the bed, motionless, her face a little pale.
This person is Fang Yuanquan's wife, Lin Su.
Ning Fan opened his divine eyes and did not find anything dirty on Lin Su. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt a very rich spiritual energy here.
It is even more fragrant than the mountaintop villa on Sanglong Island.
However, he did not think much about it. The most important thing now was to determine the cause of Lin Su's illness. He was about to go forward and take her pulse.
Shuxin opened the door quickly.
At this time, Fang Yuanquan's voice sounded outside the door, Master Zhou is here.
Then, Ning Fan saw Fang Yuanquan hurriedly enter the room, followed by a man in a Taoist robe. He looked like a Taoist immortal. Ning Fan, you're here too?
Seeing Ning Fan, Fang Yuanquan apologized, I'm really sorry to bother you today.
Ning Fan smiled and said, it's okay, Brother Fang.
You've helped me a lot before. From the time he started working at the express delivery station until now, Fang Yuanquan has helped him a lot.
I'll see your sister-in-law first. Fang Yuanquan continued, I'll entertain you later. Ning Fan nodded.
He originally wanted to tell Fang Yuanquan that he could check on Lin Su's situation.
But, thinking that Fang Yuanquan had already sent someone over, he didn't say anything.
If this person couldn't cure Lin Su, he would just take action later.
Master Zhou. Fang Yuanquan said nervously, thank you for your help. Zhou Yuan nodded, pretending to be a master.
Since entering here, I have already felt the strong yin energy.
Something dirty has indeed entered Madame Ling's body.
However, Mr. Fang, don't worry. I'm here to expel it and help Madame Ling wake up. When Fang Yuanquan heard that Lin Su Nong had woken up, he looked delighted and said, thank you, Master Zhou.
Only. Ning Fan next to him frowned.
As a cultivator, he was very sensitive to all kinds of auras. There was no yin energy here as Zhou Yuan mentioned. In addition, he had already used the purple gold divine eyes to check and could confirm that no dirt had entered Lin Su's body. If Master Zhou was really capable, there was no way he wouldn't be able to see this.
Ning Fan glanced at Zhou Yuan warily. He wanted to see what Master Zhou was up to.
Well, if I sell it, the price will be very high. Zhou Yuan continued, 200,000.
There's an 80% chance that Madame Ling can wake up. When this number came out, Fang Yuanquan's heart sank instantly. Is it such an expensive price?
Ning Fan glanced at Zhou Yuan and raised the corner of his mouth.
So it was all about money. Brother Fang.
Ning Fan said, sister-in-law, this isn't something possessed by something. I know some medical skills, so why don't you let me take a look at her?
He knew Fang Yuanquan didn't have much savings, and he didn't want him to throw the money away. Ning Fan. Fang Yuanquan frowned.
Last time at the express delivery station, he did know that Ning Fan had some medical skills.
But even the hospital's advanced equipment couldn't detect what was wrong with his wife. Could Ning Fan tell with just his eyes? He was a little bit unconvinced. Snort. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly, where did this brat dare to question me? Then he looked at Fang Yuanquan and said calmly, Mr. Fang, if you don't believe me, I'll leave now. But I can tell you that I am the only one who can remove the filth from Madame Ling's body. Finished. He turned around without mercy and was about to leave. Master Zhou, please help. Fang Yuanquan gritted his teeth and said, as long as my wife can wake up, I'm willing to give you 200,000. Chapter 78. But I have. This is a matter of his wife's life. Fang Yuanquan doesn't dare to gamble.
At the express delivery station, Ning Fan did manage to heal his broken right hand in a short period of time.
But now even the hospital equipment can't find out what's wrong with his wife, so how can Ning Fan tell with just his own eyes? Ning Fan sighed. He knew Brother Fong was worried, so he nodded. In that case, then I'll take action once. Zhou Yuan stroked his beard and said, what happens next will be beyond your understanding. So, don't bother me. Fong Yuanquan took 2 steps back. Master Zhou, please. Zhou Yuan raised his foot and walked to Lin Su's bed. The Supreme Star, constantly responding, exorcising evil spirits and binding demons, protecting life and body, with clear wisdom and a peaceful mind, the 3 souls are forever solid, and the spirit is not lost. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun is as urgent as the law. At this time, Zhou Yuan spoke confidently, his eyes gleaming. He stretched out 2 fingers and wiped them across his forehead, then raised his hand and touched Lin Su's eyebrows. Ning Fan's eyes were calm, and he acted mysteriously. Fang Xuxin couldn't help but get closer to Ning Fan and hid behind him, scared. Fong Yuanquan didn't dare to breathe and looked at Lin Su with worry. Break! Zhou Yuan uttered a word, and his palm was about to fall on Lin Su's body. At this time, Ning Fan quickly stepped forward, blocked his action, and said coldly, stop it. There's nothing dirty on my sister-in-law. If you do this, you won't be able to wake her up even if you spend a long time. Then, he turned to look at Fong Yuanquan and said seriously, Brother Fong, I will help my sister-in-law get better. Ning Fan didn't want Fong Yuanquan to pay 200,000 yuan in vain. Zhou Yuan's face turned extremely ugly after being interrupted by Ning Fan. Mr. Fong. He turned around and said with a bad look, I don't care about this matter anymore. Also, transfer the money to my account within 2 days. Fong Yuanquan's face turned pale. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. Master Zhou. Fong Yuanquan pleaded, Ning Fan is still young, please don't bother with him. I apologize to you on his behalf. He felt a little regretful. If he had known Ning Fan would be like this, he should not have called him over. Now, what he did has angered Master Zhou. Is there any hope for his wife? Snort. Zhou Yuan glanced at Ning Fan. Didn't this guy say he could cure Madame Ling? Why is Mr. Fong still begging me for help? Fong Yuanquan gave a wry smile. After what Zhou Yuan had just shown, he began to waver in his heart. It was possible that his wife might be possessed by something dirty. Although Ning Fan knows some medical skills, how can he expel the dirt from his wife's body? Therefore, in Fong Yuanquan's view, the only hope now is Zhou Yuan. I won't do it again. Zhou Yuan pointed at Ning Fan arrogantly and said, unless you kick that person out. Fong Yuanquan hesitated. Ning Fan. After a moment, he stepped forward and sighed, Brother Swan Fong, please don't make trouble here anymore, okay? When your sister-in-law gets better, our family will treat you to a meal. Only. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly spoke up, Brother Fong, has your sister-in-law been to the cemetery these days? Hearing this, Fong Yuanquan turned around suddenly, staring at Fang Xuxin. Fang Xuxin shook her head, Dad, I haven't told Brother Ning Fan about this. Ning Fan smiled, it seems so. Brother Fong, can you tell me about this matter in detail? I suspect my sister-in-law fainted because she went to the cemetery. Fong Yuanquan was silent, looking hesitant. Oh. Zhou Yuan scoffed coldly, the only place where filth can appear in a living person's body is a cemetery. Even a fool can guess it. Fong Yuanquan woke up in shock. What Zhou Yuan said made a lot of sense. This old man is not going to die. Ning Fan frowned, not expecting him to come out and cause trouble. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, Brother Fong, tell me what happened when my sister-in-law went to the cemetery. If, after knowing the whole story, I still can't wake my sister-in-law up within 10 minutes, I'll get up and leave. Hearing Ning Fan's words, Fong Yuanquan gave Ning Fan such an opportunity and told him the story in detail. After listening to this, Ning Fan frowned, Brother Fong. Did my sister-in-law bring anything with her when she came back? Fong Yuanquan frowned and thought carefully. I remember now. Fang Xuxin suddenly spoke up, Brother Ning Fan, my mother did bring something back from the cemetery that day. It was wrinkled and had blood streaks on it. It looked really ugly. I asked my mother to throw it away, but she said it was a good thing. At this point, her expression changed, by the way, Brother Ning Fan. My mother seemed to have taken that thing out before going to bed last night.
After listening to Fang Shuxin's description, Ning Fan's heart began to beat fast.
He asked excitedly, Shuxin, where is that thing? Can you take it out and let me see it? If it was really what he guessed, then he was really lucky this time.
On the side, Zhou Yuan also frowned.
I'll get it now. Fang Shuxin turned around and hurried to the bedroom. She took out a box and handed it to Ning Fan.
Brother Ning Fan, the thing is in here.
Aura.
When Ning Fan got the box, he felt an extremely rich spiritual energy.
He reached out and opened the box, and then the thing Fang Shuxin described appeared in his sight. He also found that a corner of the thing had been cut off. It's actually this thing. Zhou Yuan's body shook. Fang Yuanquan was puzzled and asked quickly, Master Zhou, what is this? Fang Shuxin also tilted her head, curious. Brother Fang. Ning Fan spoke first, this is Ganoderma lucidum.
In our language, it is also called Tai Sui.
Tai Sui? Fang Yuanquan opened his mouth wide. My sister-in-law ate this thing, that's why she fainted.
Ning Fan said with certainty, things like Tai Sui usually grow in cold, damp places like cemeteries. If it is not handled properly before eating, a situation like my sister-in-law's will occur.
Fang Yuanquan's heart tightened, then Ning Fan, can your sister-in-law wake up?
He is only worried about Lin Su's safety now.
After Tai Sui eats it. Before Ning Fan could answer, Zhou Yuan spoke first, they will become the living dead, with no possibility of recovery. Bang! Fang Yuanquan's eyes went dark and he was about to collapse to the ground, but luckily Ning Fan was quick to catch him. Brother Fang.
Ning Fan looked at him and said seriously, don't worry. Others may not have a way to cure my sister-in-law.
But I do. Chapter 79. Want to leave now? Fang Yuanquan was excited. Ning Fan, can you really wake my wife up?
Hope reappeared in Fang Shuxin's eyes.
Ning Fan nodded, yes. Sister-in-law will wake up in half an hour.
He had just finished speaking.
Oh. Zhou Yuan sneered and said, it's a joke. I've never seen anyone wake up after eating Tai Sui.
Then, he sarcastically said, if you can wake her up, I will eat the entire Tai Sui plant today. Not only is the place where Tai Sui grows weird, but the thing itself is also weird. Zhou Yuan once saw a vegetative person who had been in a state of living death after eating Tai Sui. The most important thing is that he is a very powerful figure. If even he is like this, how can Lin Su wake up in front of him?
Ning Fan ignored Zhou Yuan completely.
He stood up and walked to the bed, stretched out his fingers, placed them on Lin Su's wrist, and felt what was happening inside her body. Now that we know that it was Tai Sui who caused Lin Su to faint, Ning Fan can prescribe the right medicine. What he had to do now was to sense the Tai Sui spiritual energy in Lin Su's body and absorb it.
Soon,
he noticed that the weak Tai Sui spiritual energy was gathering in Lin Su's stomach.
She is an ordinary person and cannot absorb this spiritual energy.
In secret, Ning Fan used the heaven swallowing technique, and the spiritual energy in Lin Su's body began to flow into Ning Fan's body along her meridians. Feeling this surging spiritual energy, Ning Fan was excited.
It felt so good.
As long as he absorbs the Tai Sui, he will most likely break through to the second level of the Qi refining stage.
By then, he will be much closer to following in the footsteps of his parents. Only. As ordinary people, Fang Yuanquan and the others could not sense the existence of spiritual energy at all.
Now all they could see was Ning Fan's fingers on Lin Su's neck, and he did nothing.
He couldn't help but frown and started to doubt, could Ning Fan really wake his wife up by doing this? You're not thinking that just putting your finger on her hand will wake her up, are you? As half an hour was about to pass, Zhou Yuan sneered, I'd never seen such a treatment method before. If it doesn't work, just give up as soon as possible and don't waste your energy. This moment, Fang Yuanquan's eyes also dimmed. He never shed tears before, but his eyes actually turned red. Fang Shuxin was already in tears.
At this moment, Ning Fan's body shook, and after a moment, he raised his finger.
Hard work pays off.
After half an hour of absorption, the spiritual energy in Lin Su's body completely disappeared.
Ning Fan, don't blame yourself.
Fang Yuanquan saw Ning Fan's actions and thought he had failed. He gritted his teeth and said, perhaps this is her fate.
Go back to bed.
He seemed to have aged several years, and his eyes were dull and lifeless. Ning Fan was puzzled, but then he understood what Fang Yuanquan meant. He laughed dryly, Brother Fang, my sister-in-law is fine now.
she'll be awake soon. What? Brother Ningfan, are you telling the truth? Fang Shuxin immediately said, can my mother really wake up? Ningfan smiled and said, Shuxian, when have I ever lied to you? Fang Yuanquan remained silent, not saying a word, but in his heart he did not believe Ningfan's words.
If Ningfan could really keep his fingers on Lin Su's neck for half an hour, he would be able to wake her up.
Then how could the hospital equipment fail to detect her physical condition? Ahem.
However, at this moment, Lin Su, who was lying on the bed, suddenly started coughing, and Fang Yuanquan's pupils contracted in an instant.
Wife. He quickly rushed to Lin Su's bed and asked nervously, are you awake? Gradually. Lin Su opened her eyes and asked confusedly, what's wrong with me? This moment. Fang Yuanquan could no longer control his emotions, his wife really woke up. Ningfan really cured his wife.
Fang Shuxin also jumped up excitedly, Brother Ningfan, thank you.
Only Zhou Yuan had a dull look in his eyes. That's impossible. After realizing what was happening, he exclaimed, how could she possibly wake up after eating Tai Sui?
That big shot in the provincial capital can only be a living dead. The scene happening before his eyes completely shattered his previous perceptions.
It was too bad. This is Tai Sui. How can someone wake up after eating Tai Sui?
He looked at Ningfan, suddenly thought of something, his expression changed rapidly, and he turned around to escape.
Only.
Ningfan stood in front of him in an instant, looking at Zhou Yuan with amusement.
You, what do you want to do? Zhou Yuan's face turned pale, and he immediately asked angrily, what? You still want to restrict my personal freedom? He was still a little afraid of Ningfan. You want to leave now? Ningfan narrowed his eyes, have you forgotten something? Zhou Yuan's face suddenly turned ugly. Eat all those Tai Sui?
Not to mention whether he would die immediately, even if he fainted like Lin Su, considering the attitude he had just used towards Ningfan.
How could Ningfan help him? He doesn't want to die. I don't want to be a living dead. I can prevent you from eating Tai Sui. Ningfan spoke up, this should be considered as sparing your life, right? Joke.
This Tai Sui still has great uses for him, how can he waste it on someone like Zhou Yuan?
Really?
Zhou Yuan was delighted, thank you so much, I will never forget your kindness. Ningfan waved his hand to interrupt, no need to be so fake.
Let's get real. Just tell me, is your life worth $1 million? In an instant. Zhou Yuan's face turned uglier than a pig's head. After all this time, this guy wanted money? But there is no way.
When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head.
Zhou Yuan gave Ningfan 1 million with a sad face, can I leave now?
Ningfan waved his hand, making way for him. Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate at all and left.
He really didn't want to look at Ningfan again. Ningfan, thank you.
Fang Yuanquan thanked him sincerely, if it weren't for you, your sister-in-law might never wake up again.
Ningfan smiled and said, Brother Fang, why do we need to talk about this? You helped me so much before. That's right.
As he spoke, he took out his phone and said, tell me your bank account number and I'll transfer the money to you.
Fang Yuanquan quickly shook his head and refused, no. You won that money from Master Zhou. How can I take it?
After working for so many years, he has only saved more than 200,000 yuan.
1 million?
He had never seen so much money.
Brother Fang. I didn't give you this money for free. Ningfan knew Fang Yuanquan wouldn't agree, so he had already thought it through.
He explained, I'm transferring this money to you because I want to buy that Tai Sui tree.
Chapter 80 The One Who Killed You. Tai Sui? Fang Yuanquan was shocked. Ningfan, why would you want to buy something that could harm people?
That Tai Sui plant caused his wife to faint, so in his opinion, this thing was harmful.
Brother Fang.
Ningfan smiled and said, for me, this thing is very useful. Even if I bought it for $1 million, I got the bargain. He could feel the spiritual energy within this Tai Sui, which was at least 5 or 6 times richer than that of the 100-year-old wild ginseng.
So,
he was right, he really took advantage.
Since it's useful to you, I'll give it to you. Fang Yuanquan threw it to Ningfan, as for the money, you keep it for yourself. Your sister needs heart bypass surgery, which costs a lot of money. Ningfan laughed dryly, Brother Fang, you still don't believe I can cure my sister? With me here, there's no need for bypass surgery. Fang Yuanquan hesitated, Ningfan, you are indeed amazing, But that's a heart problem, it's not easy to cure. Ning Fan did not explain to Fong Yuanquan any further. After drinking a cup of tea here, he secretly transferred money to Fong Yuanquan and left with the Tai Sui. He couldn't wait to return to Tsanglong Island and absorb the Tai Sui. Only.
Ning Fan noticed something was wrong as soon as he walked out of Fong Yuanquan's house.
Bloodworm. He actually saw this kind of thing here.
The last time he saw it was in Xiaolei's villa.
Come out. Soon.
Ning Fan reacted immediately, looked sideways, and said indifferently, "No need to hide anymore."
It was obvious that the owner of the blood he killed last time had come looking for him. Boy, you surprised me. In the dark.
A middle-aged man walked out and said with a sinister smile, "I was wondering if you were the one who killed my master's bloodworm."
Now, this suspicion has been dispelled. Master? Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. What?
Your master's bloodworms all died in my hands.
Did he send you here to die? How about this? Tell me where your master is, and I'll spare your life.
He was too lazy to go through so much trouble and didn't want to kill one and then have to wait for another.
Ha 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 ha.
I have to say, you are very arrogant.
The middle-aged man glanced at Ning Fan sarcastically. Do you know?
The blood insect you killed was just a young insect that my master had just cultivated.
Do you really think you're that great? You want to know where my master is, right? I'll kill you and take you there.
His tone was filled with chilling coldness, and the temperature around them suddenly dropped a lot.
Babies.
The middle-aged man licked his lips and said, "Now it's time for you to show up.
This man's flesh and blood will become your best food."
He finished speaking. A moment later, blood-venomous insects crawled out from his clothes, tiny yet somewhat ferocious. If an ordinary person saw this, they would probably be shocked.
So much? Ning Fan frowned. You really deserve to die.
At Xiaolei's villa, when Ning Fan was treating his wife, he already knew what this blood parasite fed on.
Human essence and blood. People who have blood-killing worms in their bodies will eventually die.
If Madame Xiaolei had not met Ning Fan, she would probably have turned into a pile of bones by now. The middle-aged man in front of him summoned at least 20 blood insects, which meant that he had at least 20 lives on his hands.
You'll be the one to die today.
The middle-aged man said grimly, "You shouldn't meddle in other people's business."
Soon.
The 20 or so blood-swallowing insects on his body began to rush towards Ning Fan's body at an extremely fast speed. They were filled with red light and were as fast as swords.
The air around them seemed to be solidifying.
Ning Fan stood there without moving, his eyes looking at these blood-poisonous insects calmly.
Are you scared, silly?
The middle-aged man laughed sarcastically and said, "Then just stand still and don't move.
It will be a delicious dinner for my darlings."
At this moment, Ning Fan stood still.
If he wasn't scared silly, what else could it be?
However, the blood-poisonous insects were only a few inches away from Ning Fan.
Ning Fan moved.
He raised his palm, and the strength of the first level of Qi refining stage burst out, and spiritual energy began to surge in his body. The middle-aged man looked at Ning Fan in surprise, as if he didn't expect such power to burst out from him.
Pretentious. After a moment, he sneered, "It's just an empty shell. Do you really think you can scare my babies?" At this time,
Ning Fan suddenly turned sideways, and before the bloodworms could get close to him, he stretched out his hand and accurately pinched the first bloodworm in his palm. The next moment, murderous intent flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Bang, he clenched his palms, and spiritual energy flowed along his arms into his palms, constantly surging and enveloping the blood insect.
Swish. Immediately afterwards, the bloodworm's body was instantly torn into two halves by the explosion of spiritual energy. Die. Puff.
As the blood-boring insect died, the middle-aged man's blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood.
In an instant, his eyes were filled with bloodshot, and he said in horror, "How is this possible?" The blood insect killed by Ning Fan was the first one he cultivated. It was more than 5 times more powerful than the one his master placed in Madame Zhao's body. However, but now he was killed easily by Ning Fan?
His heart was filled with turmoil.
When did such a person appear in Jiangcheng? Bang!
Soon, the leading bloodworm was killed, and the rest posed no threat to Ning Fan at all.
In just 10 seconds, all the remaining blood insects died. The middle-aged man looked serious. "Who are you?"
Ning Fan raised his foot, walked towards him step by step, and said indifferently, "Kill your people."
Kill me? The middle-aged man's face turned pale and he kept backing away. However, how could his speed be as fast as Ning Fan's? A moment.
Ning Fan appeared in front of him, with spiritual energy surging in his palms. He pushed his palms forward, about to land on the middle-aged man's chest.
You want to kill me, but it's not that easy.
Suddenly, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he said fiercely, "What you killed was just my sub-goo. Don't forget, I still have the mother goo."
Immediately,
a red bloodworm also appeared in his palm, the mother insect.
Go to hell.
He slapped his palm forward, and the female insect swallowed and spit out the tip of its tongue. A crazy smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. As long as you are touched by my female insect,
it will suck all your blood and essence in an instant. Now, I want to see how you survive. Chapter 81. What is your relationship with Ning Fan?
Yeah?
Ning Fan suddenly smiled. Well, open your eyes and watch carefully.
As Ning Fan finished speaking, he began to rapidly practice the heaven swallowing technique, his palms facing the middle-aged man.
Dare to touch my palm. The middle-aged man's murderous intent flashed. You are seeking death. At this time,
the female goo was already trapped between Ning Fan and the middle-aged man's palms.
The female goo kept sticking out its tongue, trying to suck Ning Fan's blood. However, only 10 seconds passed. No! What did you do? The middle-aged man suddenly roared in fear. Why is the connection between me and the mother goo getting weaker and weaker? He could feel that after the female goo came into contact with Ning Fan's palm, it seemed to be gradually slipping out of his control. Ever since this mother goo was bred, he has never experienced anything so strange. Ning Fan ignored the middle-aged man and the heaven swallowing technique was still running. The energy from the female insect was constantly flowing through his palm, into his meridians, and being absorbed by him. Ning Fan was extremely happy.
Just now when he was killing those sub-parasites, he felt that something on these blood parasites might be helpful to him. So, later, when the middle-aged man summoned the mother goo, he used the heaven swallowing technique to try and see if he could absorb the aura of the mother goo.
Unexpectedly, he did it. The secret cultivation technique left by my father is too overbearing.
If you practice this heaven swallowing technique to the end, it is very likely that you can really swallow everything.
Ha!
Ning Fan completely absorbed the aura emanating from the female goo, let out a long sigh, grinned, and said, "You're such a good person.
Come over here late at night to give me welfare."
The middle-aged man was shocked.
Who are you? He trembled and said, why can you completely cut off the connection between me and the mother goo?
He was terrified and had already begun to think of retreating.
I just said that. Ning Fan smiled and said, I am the one who killed you. Besides, I gave you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, then you can die.
Spiritual energy surged in his palm, and he was about to slap the middle-aged man on the head.
At this time,
the middle-aged man yelled at the top of his lungs, "No, you can't kill me.
I am the disciple of the old man Shuegu. If you kill me, my master will never let you go. No matter where you are, he will kill you."
He was afraid, his eyes filled with panic, because he could clearly sense the murderous intent in the man in front of him.
He'll kill himself. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt a little regretful.
If he had known that this man was so strong, he should not have come here. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world.
Then I'll give you another chance. Ning Fan pinched his neck. Tell me, where is your master?
Originally, he wanted to know where the old man Shuegu was because he didn't want someone to be staring at him like a poisonous snake from behind. But now, knowing that his heaven swallowing technique can absorb the power of the blood swallowing worm, he changed his mind. Not only do we need to eliminate the cancerous tumor like the blood goo old man, but we can also absorb his mother goo.
My master is.
The middle-aged man was about to speak, but the next moment his face turned red and there was a bang. His heart seemed to be pierced by a bullet, and a bloody hole appeared.
In an instant, the middle-aged man's pupils widened and he died completely. Bloodworm.
Ning Fan looked at the worm in the middle-aged man's heart and murmured, I didn't expect he would have such a trick up his sleeve.
It's obvious.
The blood goo old man planted a sub-goo in the middle-aged man's heart. Once he told him the location of the blood goo old man. Then this poison will take effect and kill the middle-aged man in an instant.
I was a little careless. Ning Fan's eyes flashed coldly, but, is it the old man with blood poisoning? Soon, I will find where you are and wipe you out. I will make scum like you pay the price. Then, Ning Fan took a taxi and left. Tang Hotel. A phaeton stopped and Tang Guochang got out first, his face flushed. He was about to meet Miss Jiang to discuss the next cooperation. How could he not be excited?
Zhang Xiaoxiao was already standing at the door waiting for them.
Mr. Tang, Miss Tang. She stepped forward quickly and said, Boss Jiang is already waiting for you in the box. Please follow me. If it were in the past.
As Jiang Rushua's secretary, she naturally would not come out to greet the Tang family in person. However, now that she knew Ning Fan's relationship with the Tang family, and that the Tang family had secured cooperation with the Jiang family, they were now qualified.
Tang Guochang's face was flushed. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. Soon.
Tang Guochang and the other two followed Zhang Xiaoxiao, feeling nervous, as this was supposed to be their home court.
However,
this time they were extremely nervous and even walked with caution. Because the person they were about to meet was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, who could be said to be an extremely powerful figure in Jiangbei province.
After a while, in the queen's box,
Zhang Xiaoxiao led the three members of the Tang family in and saw Jiang Rushua sitting on the sofa reading a book. She had changed into a sky blue dress and looked elegant.
Mr. Tang.
Jiang Rushua raised her head and spoke in a voice as soft as a silver bell. My father mentioned you to me. He was full of praise for the express delivery business you helped the Tang family develop. The Tang family's express delivery business is not only the best in Jiangchang, but also the largest express delivery company in Jiangbei province.
I can't bear it. Tang Guochang laughed and said, if we really talk about business layout, Miss Jiang's father is more powerful. It's just that there's something I can't figure out.
Miss Jiang came to Jiangcheng this time to develop a pharmaceutical-related project. Although my Tang family is engaged in industries related to pharmaceuticals, it is still relatively weak compared to the Lu family.
I wonder why Miss Jiang chose our Tang family for this cooperation. This is his doubt.
He really wanted to get the cooperation with the Jiang family, but he also wanted to find out why the Jiang family chose his Tang family.
Jiang Rushua smiled softly and said, Mr. Tang, don't you know who you've asked for help? Hearing this, Tang Guochang and the other two all frowned. Who should they ask for help?
These days, apart from asking Ren Guochang to do this matter, he has not asked anyone else for help.
Ran Guochang's attitude was also very clear.
He had never talked to Miss Jiang about this matter.
Who could that be? Since Mr. Tang can't remember it, let's not talk about it. Jiang Rushua smiled.
At this moment, she turned her gaze to Tang Chuchu and asked casually, Miss Tang,
I wonder what your relationship with Ning Fan is. Chapter 82. There is another choice. Tang Chuchu's delicate body trembled slightly.
Jiang Rushua had mentioned Ning Fan at the press conference. However, she didn't expect that now that they had arrived at the hotel, Jiang Rushua would mention Ning Fan again. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Jiang Rushua didn't know Ning Fan because of Dr. Zhao.
Miss Jiang. Before Tang Chuchu could speak, Tang Sihai couldn't help but ask, I don't know what you mean? He is a little unpredictable.
At the same time, there was a hint of caution in the questioning.
Nothing.
Jiang Rushua smiled and said, I just want Miss Tang to stay away from Ning Fan for the time being.
I'm afraid she'll be implicated.
Her grandfather asked her to come here to meet Ning Fan because he wanted Ning Fan to become the son-in-law of her Jiang family. If her grandfather suddenly sent someone to Jiangcheng and found out that Ning Fan had other women with him, Jiang Rushua had no idea what would happen.
However,
she didn't know that her words made Tang Chuchu's face change quickly, and Tang Guochang and his son also frowned.
What did Miss Jiang mean by this? Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Jiang Rushua didn't explain and continued, let's get back to the point. Let's discuss the details of our upcoming cooperation.
Let Xiaoxiao explain to you the cooperation that our Jiang family plans to launch here this time.
Tang Guochang quickly reacted and nodded, sorry for the trouble. Jiangcheng, Hospital.
My dad must have signed a contract with Miss Jiang by now. Lu Feng lay on the hospital bed and licked the corner of his mouth. If we can win the cooperation with the Jiang family, our Lu family will be the only one in Jiangcheng.
Tang Chuchu, I pursued you so much before, but you didn't agree. Instead, you've fallen for a courier.
Just wait. Once the cooperation between our Lu family and the Jiang family is complete, I will make you put away all your pride, kneel before me, and beg me to spare your Tang family and you.
And that stinky courier loser.
Mentioning Ning Fan, he was filled with anger. He is just a lowly person in Jiangcheng, and he dared to break my limbs. Don't think I can't do anything to him just because you sent him to the provincial capital. Soon, I will make him feel the pain of having his limbs broken. No, I will make him endure the torture 10,000 times more.
At this time,
he was already imagining how he would deal with Ning Fan and Tang Chuchu in the future. When he thought of these two people, his expression became ferocious and terrifying.
Day. Just then,
there were footsteps outside the ward, and soon, Lu Ming appeared in Lu Feng's sight. However, Lu Feng was in a state of excitement and did not notice that Lu Ming's face looked extremely ugly. He quickly asked, "Dad, where is the contract you signed with the Jiang family? Let me see what projects our Lu family is responsible for this time." In his opinion, since his father has already promised him, then this cooperation is definitely a sure thing.
No. Lu Ming's face turned grim as he said coldly, "The cooperation was taken away by the Tang family." For a while, the smile on Lu Feng's face froze as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief.
Then he suddenly laughed, "Dad, stop joking with me.
This joke is not easy to make. Hurry up and take out the contract."
He didn't believe that his Lu family failed to win this cooperation with the Jiang family.
"See for yourself."
Lu Ming threw the phone to Lu Feng and said indifferently, "Ms. Jiang announced it personally at the press conference."
Lu Feng picked up the phone and saw Jiang Rushue announce that the Tang family was responsible for the main project. Is Jiang Rushue blind? Lu Feng threw his cell phone to the ground and roared angrily. "Shut up."
Lu Ming glared at him coldly, "Miss Jiang is not someone we can discuss without permission.
If the Jiang family hears what you said, our Lu family will be targeted and bankrupt."
Lu Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. "But, Dad, now that the Tang family has won the cooperation with the Jiang family, how can I make Tang Chuchu kneel in front of me and beg me?
How can I let her lie on my bed willingly?" Thinking of Tang Chuchu,
he was filled with rage.
Tang Chuchu, Tang Chuchu. Bang! Lu Ming slapped Lu Feng in the face and roared, "Are you obsessed with women? Do you know what will happen to our Lu family if the Tang family takes over the Jiang family's cooperation?"
He was already feeling aggrieved because of what happened at the press conference.
Now,
his only son was still thinking about women at a time when the Lu family was in turmoil. He simply couldn't control his emotions.
Lu Feng trembled and didn't dare to say a word. This was the first time he saw Lu Ming so angry. "It's time to find a way to move our Lu family's assets outside of Jiangcheng."
Lu Ming calmed down, "We can't just sit there and wait for death.
As long as our Lu family is still alive, we will definitely have the opportunity to return to Jiangcheng in the future.
When that happens, we will definitely destroy the Tang family. The Tang Chuchu you are thinking of will also lie on your bed."
No way.
The Jiang family's current choice caught him off guard and forced him to do so.
Is there really no other way? Lu Feng refused to give up. "If we leave Jiangcheng, then everything in our Lu family will disappear into thin air. All connections need to be rebuilt." Lu Ming remained silent and said nothing. Jingle. Sudden.
At this moment, his cell phone rang. When he saw the message on it, his pupils contracted, and then he excitedly murmured, "Perhaps our Lu family still has another choice."
Hearing this, Lu Feng quickly asked, "Dad, what's the choice?"
Lu Ming spat out two words, "Jiangcheng Xiao family."
What family is this?" Lu Feng asked in confusion. "Why do I rarely hear this in Jiangcheng?"
How could his father say that the Xiao family, which has no reputation at all, is another option for their Lu family?
"It's normal that you don't know."
Lu Ming said, "During the heyday of the Xiao family, you were studying abroad, so naturally you didn't know about this. 5 years ago, the Xiao family was the sole overlord of Jiangcheng's underground world.
Even our Lu and Tang families had to treat them with respect. Because everyone in the underworld is ruthless, let alone the emperor of the underworld. It's just that the old man of the Xiao family suddenly fell seriously ill 5 years ago.
Of his 2 sons, one never liked to fight, and the other was a hopeless case. So much so that after the old man of the Xiao family, the underground world was divided into 8 parts and no longer had the glory it once had.
We no longer take it seriously." Lu Feng asked doubtfully, "But, Dad, you said that was 5 years ago." He couldn't figure it out. "Just now."
Lu Ming continued, his eyes excited. "The eldest son of the Xiao family who doesn't like fighting suddenly sent a message. In 7 days, he will host a banquet for Dr. Ning at the Tang family hotel. He hopes that all the powerful and wealthy families in Jiangcheng will come to show their support."
Do you know what this means? Chapter 83 Alchemy. Dad. Lu Feng couldn't wait to ask, "What does this mean?"
Lu Ming said in a deep voice, this means that Mr. Xiao is likely to intervene in the current situation in Yuzhong City. Otherwise, if he only wanted to thank Divine Dr. Ning, then he could just invite Divine Dr. Ning.
Why would he have to invite all the dignitaries in Zhengqing to come?
He believed that his guess was absolutely accurate, because in his memory, the eldest son of the Xiao family had never been so high profile.
But, Dad. Lu Feng frowned. Even so, will the Xiao family go against the Jiang family for our Lu family? The Jiang family.
This is a giant in the provincial capital with great power. Otherwise, they would not have been able to change the current situation in Zhengqing just by offering a cooperation.
Why didn't the eldest son of the Xiao family fight for it before?
Lu Ming sneered, why would he hold such a banquet with ulterior motives just when the Jiang family is planning to develop a project in Zhengqing? This is because the Xiao family has already regarded Jiangcheng as their own private land and will never allow anyone to get involved.
So,
the Jiang family wants to come here to develop projects, and the Xiao family will definitely not sit idly by. It's indeed easy for the Jiang family to target business groups like us, but it's very difficult for them to deal with an underworld entity like the Xiao family. This time, as long as we publicly announce our alliance with the Xiao family at Mr. Zhao's banquet, the Xiao family will definitely not watch us being destroyed by the Jiang family.
As for the Tang family?
Lu Ming sneered, people like them who are traitors and are collaborating with the Jiang family to get involved in the Xiao family's territory will definitely be targeted by the Xiao family. By then, there will be no place for them in Zhengqing. He said this with great certainty, as if he had already witnessed the scene of the Jiang and Tang families being driven out of Zhengqing. Having said that, he glanced at Lu Feng's limbs and continued, and Dr. Ning will also appear at Mr. Zhao's banquet. By then, after we form an alliance with the Xiao family, I will also let Dr. Ning take action to heal your limbs.
Then you will definitely be able to stand up again. Lu Feng said excitedly, thank you, Dad.
After Ning Fan left Fang Yuanquan's rental house, he quickly returned to the villa on the top of Sunlong Island.
Go back inside the house.
He placed the Tai Sui in front of the bed, his eyes burning with enthusiasm. I hope that after absorbing all the spiritual energy in this Tai Sui, I can break through to the second level of the Qi refining stage. Ning Fan calmed down and held his breath, wanting to directly absorb the spiritual energy from the Tai Sui.
Only.
Just as he was about to absorb it, his father's inheritance suddenly appeared in his mind. If this Tai Sui was refined into a small huandan, the effect would be even better.
Alchemy.
Ning Fan stopped absorbing and murmured softly, it seems that there is such a secret technique among the techniques left by my father.
Do it when you think of it.
He quickly entered the 9-story glazed tower, looking for techniques related to alchemy. Unfortunately, there was only a basic book on alchemy secrets on the first floor. Ning Fan was a little disappointed at first, but he soon saw the alchemy method related to Tai Sui. Ning Fan became excited instantly.
Moreover, he also discovered that although this was an elementary alchemy secret, it could even refine 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs.
Just a basic alchemy secret book can achieve such a level, which is enough to imagine how powerful the alchemy secrets that come later are.
This moment. Ning Fan was more happy than disappointed. Father is really amazing. The inheritance he left behind is so abnormal.
No matter whether it was the secret technique of alchemy or the secret technique of cultivating immortals, he believed that as long as it was spread out, it would definitely cause bloodshed in the world.
What kind of existence is Dad?
Ning Fan thought to himself that the more he came into contact with the inheritance left by his father, the more he would discover how powerful his father was. It seems that it will be difficult for me to catch up with my father's footsteps. However, Ning Fan soon clenched his fists and said with a firm look in his eyes, Dad, Mom.
No matter what dangers lie ahead, I will always stand by your side and follow your footsteps.
At this moment, his mind was clear.
The road ahead and the goal are becoming clearer. A moment later, he began to try according to the alchemy secret book left by his father. The first step was to condense the spiritual fire.
As long as you enter the first level of Qi refining stage, you can proceed with this step. Afterwards, the spiritual energy in his body, supported by the operation of the exercises, gathered towards the palm of his right hand.
Failed. Half a minute later, the faint blue flame in Ning Fan's palm flashed away. He smiled bitterly and said, is refining the elixir so difficult? Condensing spiritual fire.
Not only do you need to have extremely perfect control over the spiritual energy in your body, but you also need to grasp the timing nodes.
Ning Fan couldn't do either of these things on his first try. Come again.
Ning Fan quickly adjusted his state and tried again, but he failed 10 times in a row. On the 11th time, a faint blue spiritual fire appeared in Ningfan's palm and never disappeared.
It worked. Ningfan smiled and murmured, "It took me 11 tries to succeed. I was a bit stupid." However,
if someone who knows the business heard what he said, he would definitely vomit blood.
With the strength of the first level of Qi refining stage, they successfully condensed the spiritual fire on the 11th attempt. If they are still stupid, then don't they even have brains? Refine the Xiao Huan Dan.
Ningfan put away his joy and began to refine the Tai Sui according to the route he remembered.
Soon,
the originally extremely ugly Tai Sui, under the tempering of the spiritual fire, gradually began to turn into drops of liquid, dripping into Ningfan's palm. After the Tai Sui was completely transformed into liquid, he closed his eyes and practiced the heaven swallowing technique, using the Tai Chi kneading method and the spiritual energy absorbed into his body to knead the liquid together.
Half an hour later. Laugh.
As a sound of breaking through the air was heard, a golden light began to emerge in Ningfan's palm.
Next moment,
Ningfan opened his palm and saw a golden pill lying in his palm.
A small elixir made from Tai Sui. The spiritual energy is at least twice as dense as before. This is the benefit of alchemy. At this time, Ningfan suddenly discovered that there were a few drops of liquid condensed next to the Xiao Huan Dan, which seemed to be left over from refining the Xiao Huan Dan. The remaining liquid should be enough to refine a few weakened versions of the Xiao Huan Dan. Ningfan murmured softly, "Although it's of no use to me. But if ordinary people like Grandpa and Mr. Tang eat it, it might help prolong their lives." Chapter 84. Why is it you? With the experience of the first alchemy, Ningfan only took 10 minutes to refine the remaining liquid into small pills. However, the color of these 3 small pills is not golden yellow, but dark gold, and the spiritual energy in them is also very small. For Ningfan, the effect will be minimal. Then,
he put away the 3 small pills. Then, Ningfan's eyes fell on the small golden huandan, and he murmured, "It's time to refine this small huandan."
Ningfan threw it directly into his stomach. Not long after, he felt an extremely domineering spiritual energy emanating from his body.
It was more powerful than the jade and century-old medicinal herbs he had refined before. This spiritual energy was constantly colliding with every mysterious gate in his body. Ningfan did not dare to hesitate and directly activated the heaven swallowing technique, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. Not long after, a faint golden light began to emerge from his body, enveloping him completely.
The next day, at 12 o'clock. Bang!
Suddenly, there was a violent sound of impact from Ningfan's body, and the next moment, everything in the room was shattered.
Qi refining stage 2.
Ningfan opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and raised the corners of his mouth. Finally, a breakthrough. It took him 14 hours to refine the small pill this time, but hard work pays off and he finally made a breakthrough. At this moment, Ningfan felt that his whole body was filled with strength.
This feels so good. Crackle.
He stretched, and his bones kept popping like firecrackers.
Soon, he saw the messy room at this moment, shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "It seems that if I break through next time, we need to go out and find a place to stay. Otherwise, it would be a waste of money." He doesn't want to buy new furniture every time.
Just as Ningfan was about to get up, the 9-story glazed tower deep in his mind suddenly burst into light, attracting his attention. Then a gentle voice came from the 9-story glazed tower, and Ningfan's body shook instantly.
"Xiao Fan.
Since you can hear what Mom said, I think you must have broken through to the 2nd level of Qi refining stage."
This is my mother's voice.
The next moment, Ningfan felt his consciousness being sucked into the depths of his mind. The 9-story glazed tower was right in front of him, and on top of the tower stood a beautiful woman who looked like a goddess. The sound came from her mouth.
"Mom, where are you?" Ningfan's nose felt sore and he shouted. However, this figure didn't respond at all, and just opened his mouth and said, "Originally, I wanted you to be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life. But now that you've made a choice and have reached the 2nd level of the Qi refining stage, you've officially embarked on this path. So, let's go to the Yang family again. There, Mom left something for you."
As the words gradually faded, the figure gradually became blurred until it disappeared.
"Mother."
Ningfan's eyes were red and swollen, and he clenched his fists. "I will definitely bring my sister to find you and Dad." Then, Ningfan's consciousness came out of his mind. After opening his eyes, Ningfan whispered, "Since my mother left something for me at the Yang family, I'll go there. It just so happens that I haven't visited Grandpa Yang for a long time. Soon, he took a taxi and left the Sanlong Island villa area. Jiangcheng, Yang family. In the living room, the sofa was full of people.
Tell me, did Xiaowei and Qiqi sign a contract with the Jiang family yesterday? Could it be that they didn't win the cooperation with the Jiang family, so they don't dare to go home?
No way, Chen Wei promised us that his father had already made an agreement with Miss Jiang.
If they really succeed in securing the cooperation with the Jiang family, shouldn't they come back to celebrate immediately?
Everyone in the Yang family was talking about it, and their faces looked a little ugly. Yesterday, after Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei attended Miss Jiang's press conference, they waited happily in front of their home.
Who knows?
In the hot summer, they waited at the door until 12 o'clock, but Yang Qiqi and the other person did not come back. I called them, but their phones were turned off. Therefore, at this time they already had resentment towards Chen Wei and the others.
Etc.
Yang Fan suddenly became excited at this time. Don't say anything, Qiqi called me.
In an instant.
The living room was silent.
Yang Fan answered the phone. Hello, Qiqi, where are you? What? Are you going to be back with Xiaowei soon? Okay, we'll go to the door to greet you right away. Hang up the phone.
He said excitedly. Xiaowei and Qiqi are on their way back. From her tone, I think they have secured the cooperation with the Jiang family.
Come on, come with me to greet them. Hearing this,
everyone in the Yang family was extremely happy and quickly followed Yang Fan's footsteps, standing at the door of the Yang family, waiting for Yang Qiqi and the other person to arrive.
The resentment in his eyes just now disappeared. Not long.
A taxi appeared in the sight of everyone in the Yang family.
Isn't Xiaowei driving a Mercedes? Why is it a taxi? Everyone in the Yang family was confused.
Maybe Xiaowei and the others want to keep a low profile. Yang Fan laughed and said, let's go up to greet Xiaowei and Qiqi.
Wait a minute, everyone step back and let me open the car door for Xiaowei and the others. Everyone nodded. Yang Fan was Qiqi's father, so it should be so. Not long after, the taxi stopped.
Yang Fan couldn't wait to step forward, opened the door, and said with a smile, Xiaowei, the Jiang family contract.
Holy shit, why is it you? However,
before he could finish his words, when he saw the man smiling at him, the smile on his face froze and he even cursed.
Ning Fan.
Yes, the man who appeared in his sight was Ning Fan, who had just arrived from Hidden Dragon Island.
You guys are so enthusiastic today.
Ning Fan got out of the car and smiled. Knowing I was coming, my whole family came out to greet me. He even glanced at Yang Fan in particular, especially my father-in-law, who personally opened the door for me.
One sentence. The people from the Yang family looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Especially Yang Fan, he even wanted to cut off his right hand. How could he open the car door for a loser? What bad luck. That's right, what are you, a loser, doing in our Yang family? Why, you can't make it out there anymore, so you want to beg our Yang family to take you in? I tell you, even if we raise a dog, we won't give you a bite to eat.
Soon, everyone in the Yang family kept scolding Ning Fan. It's a good thing Qiqi divorced a loser like you.
Otherwise, how could we have a good son-in-law like Xiaowei? Oh, you probably don't know yet, do you?
Xiaowei has secured a partnership with the Jiang family and will soon be joining the Billionaire Club.
Really?
Compared to Xiaowei, you two are like one on the ground and the other in heaven.
These people kept abusing Ning Fan, belittling Ning Fan while praising Chen Wei. Yeah? Ning Fan smiled. Didn't young Qiqi tell you that because of me, Miss Jiang has refused to cooperate with the Chen family? For a while.
There was silence at the entrance of the Yang family, but soon, Ning Fan's words caused laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Ning Fan, you're such a boaster. Because of you, Miss Jiang refused to cooperate with the Chen family.
How can you ban the Chen family without saying a word yourself?
Other people brag after drinking at night, but you, Ning Fan, brag during the day.
It really opens my eyes. These people looked at Ning Fan sarcastically and didn't believe what he said at all.
Ning Fan said calmly, don't worry. It won't be long before I can ban the Chen family from Jiangcheng with just one sentence.
Chapter 85. What he said is true. Without a doubt.
Ning Fan's words again attracted ridicule from everyone in the Yang family, but Ning Fan didn't care at all.
He went straight into the Yang family. Who let you in? Someone from the Yang family angrily said, you useless piece of shit, get out of here. Only.
Yang Fan immediately reached out and grabbed him, sneering, don't worry about him.
Qiqi and Xiaowei will be back soon. We can't let this kind of rubbish spoil the fun.
Also, it's a good time to show him the difference between himself and Xiao Wei.
Hearing this,
Everyone in the Yang family immediately gloated over the misfortune, ha ha. Yes, when he sees how powerful Xiao Wei is, he will definitely be ashamed. He even banned the Chun family with just one sentence.
He is really good at bragging.
Naturally, no one believed what Ningfan had just said.
Not long. Another Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the Yang family's door.
Everyone in the Yang family's eyes lit up.
This car belonged to Chen Wei. Xiao Wei and Chi-Chi are here. Hurry up, get ready with me to welcome them. Yang Fan was extremely excited.
He straightened his clothes, stepped forward, and opened the car door. Xiao Wei, Chi-Chi, come on, let me see the contract you signed with the Jiang family.
As Yang Fan finished speaking, the eyes of everyone in the Yang family became hot. Jiang family.
That is a giant in the provincial capital. If the Chen family can cooperate with them, they will surely soar to success.
And what about their Yang family?
By then, with the help of Yang Chi-Chi, I will definitely be able to rise to the top.
Dad, let's not talk about this for now. Yang Chi-Chi didn't know how to start, so she quickly changed the subject and asked, "Where's Grandpa? Can you take us to see Grandpa?"
The Yang family members were so excited that they naturally couldn't notice that there was something wrong with the expressions of Chen Wei and the others.
He quickly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Xiao Wei must have wanted to show the contract to Grandpa, shock him, and make him regret it, right? Come on, let's go in."
Everyone in the Yang family had the same idea as Yang Fan. After all, they knew that old man Yang had always looked down on Chen Wei. I just wonder what Mr. Yang's expression will be when he sees the Jiang family contract that Chen Wei takes out this time.
That's right. As they walked, Yang Fan suddenly spoke up, "That Ning Fan from earlier is here too." What? Yang Chi-Chi and the others were nervous. What is he doing here?
Yang Fan said disdainfully, "You must be unable to survive outside, so you came here to seek shelter from your grandfather."
He. That's good now.
After you and Xiao Wei get the cooperation with the Jiang family, you can put it in front of the old man. He will know who is the opportunity for our Jiang family.
How can a loser like him compare to Xiao Wei? Don't you think so? And Chi-Chi, you don't know how arrogant he was at the door just now.
He even said that Miss Jiang refused to cooperate with the Chen family because of him.
It's simply a joke.
Everyone in the Yang family also thought of what Ningfan had just said and smiled with disdain.
However, Yang Chi-Chi stammered, "Dad, what he said is true."
At the press conference, Ningfan did say something that caused Miss Jiang to refuse to cooperate with the Chen family. Ningfan followed the familiar path and walked straight to Mr. Yang's room. Standing at the door, he took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Mr. Yang was lying on the sofa, staring blankly with a dull look in his eyes. Ningfan also discovered that he had aged a lot.
"Grandfather." Ningfan laughed, interrupting Mr. Yang's thoughts, "I'm here to see you." "Xiao Fan?" Old Master Yang's body shook violently, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Why are you here? How have you been doing lately?" Self-blame emerged in his eyes.
From the beginning to the end, he felt that he was sorry for Ningfan.
"I haven't seen you for a long time. I missed you."
Ningfan grinned and said, "I happened to be free today, so I came over." He sat next to Mr. Yang, and the two of them talked a lot.
"That's right, Grandpa."
Ningfan remembered, took out the small pill, and handed it to old man Yang, "Grandpa.
Here's something for you. When you have time, eat it." The dark golden Xiao Huan Dan made old Master Yang frown. "Xiao Fan, what is this?"
Ningfan smiled and said, "This thing, after you eat it, will help you live longer." A gleam flashed in Mr. Yang's eyes. "Xiao Fan, where did you get this thing?" He did not doubt the truthfulness of Ningfan's words.
In his opinion, Ningfan never lies.
"I refined this myself, and prepared it myself." Ningfan originally wanted to say refining, but was afraid that Mr. Yang wouldn't understand, so he quickly changed the word and scratched his head, saying, "I took one yesterday, and it did work.
So I thought of bringing it to you, Grandpa." He didn't even think about lying in front of Mr. Yang. Okay. Old man Yang nodded happily and said, "Grandpa will definitely eat it."
Ningfan was satisfied when he saw Mr. Yang's happy expression.
"That's right, Grandpa." Ningfan whispered, "Did you see my mother on the day she passed away?" Hearing this,
old Master Yang's body trembled, as if he didn't expect Ningfan to suddenly bring up this matter.
A moment later.
He knew he could no longer hide it from Ningfan, so he sighed and said, "Yes. I did see your mother on the day she passed away."
At that time,
Mr. Yang's thoughts were pulled back to 4 years ago, the night Chi-Chi graduated from high school.
Your mother suddenly found me and asked me to look after you and your sister.
I originally thought your family was just an ordinary family, but who knew that your mother gave me a large sum of money? It is also because of this money that I was able to develop the Yang family to its current level.
Ningfan was silent.
He never knew his family was rich, and his mother had never told him.
I thought it was already your mother's secret.
As he spoke, Mr. Yang suddenly closed his eyes, and his eyebrows began to tremble. Who knows? Your mother suddenly walked into the air, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared before my eyes.
She even disappeared directly into Zhengcheng.
Even Ningfan, who had been prepared, was still in turmoil at this moment.
Is his mother so powerful? You can even walk in the air. What about Dad? Can he do it too? Ningfan wanted to meet them more and more and ask them why they didn't tell him all this before. Walking in the air. Old Master Yang's voice trembled. Back then, I was just an ordinary person. How could I have ever seen such a magical method? But I also know that your mother didn't tell you and your sister all this. She definitely didn't want too many people to know.
So, from that day on, I made this matter the biggest secret in my heart and never told anyone, including you.
Chapter 86. I can't promise you. Grandfather. Ningfan asked again, did my mother give you something at that time? Hearing this,
Old Master Yang thought for a moment and said, indeed, there is. Your mother told me that when you bring up this matter, she would let me give it to you. He stood up, walked to the bookshelf, took out a small box, and said, your mother said that only you can open this box. Ningfan's mind was full of thoughts as he took the box and said, thank you, Grandpa.
He did not open the box immediately. After a moment, he said, Grandpa, you have a good rest.
I'll leave first. Old Master Yang sighed and said, Xiaofan, remember, if you run into any obstacles outside one day, remember to come back to Grandpa.
As long as Grandpa is still alive, I will never let you go hungry. Ningfan nodded, okay, I understand, Grandpa.
He turned around and prepared to leave.
Xiaofan.
Suddenly, Old Man Yang called Ningfan again and whispered, for Grandpa's sake.
If you really become powerful in the future, can you take care of the Yang family? Hearing this, Ningfan's body trembled. He whispered, Grandpa, I can only promise you to leave a way for the Yang family to survive. I can't promise you anything else.
The Yang family treated him like that. If it weren't for Mr. Yang, Ningfan wouldn't even want to leave the Yang family a chance to survive.
Okay, that's fine. Old Master Yang nodded, his body trembling. Just leave them a chance to live.
Okay, they brought this upon themselves, so they should bear the consequences.
Only.
Tears flowed from his eyes.
How could such a good family become like this?
Ningfan felt like something was stuck in his throat, and his chest felt a little stuffy.
Then, he quickly walked out of Mr. Yang's study. He didn't know how to face the old man. Only.
He had just left Mr. Yang's study when he ran into Yang Fan and others who were coming over.
Has Xiaofan finished talking to Grandpa? Yang Fan said enthusiastically, don't leave tonight.
I'll ask Chi-Chi to make you something delicious, and we'll have a meal together as a family.
Ningfan sneered.
Yes, Xiaofan, it's been a long time since we had dinner together.
By the way, Xiaofan, are you tired?
Come on, let Chi-Chi massage your legs.
Not only Yang Fan, but everyone in the Yang family also spoke enthusiastically. Seeing their ugly faces, Ningfan almost vomited. How could there be such shameless people in the world? And still a family. No.
Ningfan refused indifferently, you should take good care of your good son-in-law. Especially the 3 words good son-in-law, Ningfan emphasized them very much. In an instant, everyone in the Yang family felt a burning pain on their faces.
Immediately following,
Ningfan immediately stood up and left. He felt that if he looked at this group of people any longer, he would probably vomit out yesterday's leftover food. He had just walked out of the Yang family and was about to go to the Tang family when he suddenly received a call from Xiaolei.
Dr. Ning? Can you come to the hospital?
On the other end of the phone, Xiaolei said, I'd like to ask you to come over and see how my father is doing. Ningfan pondered for a moment, then nodded and agreed, okay, I'll be there now. He also wanted to ask Xiao Lei to expand his network of contacts, find medicinal herbs that were over 100 years old, and go to the hospital to help him take care of old man Xiao.
Maybe he would pay more attention to his own affairs.
What are you so proud of?
If it weren't for Miss Jiang, who would he be? You were so humble in front of us before, and now you dare to give us a hard time?
The young family members stared at Ningfan's departing back, gritting their teeth and saying, he's really going to tear down the house if he's not disciplined for 3 days.
Pooh. I think Miss Jiang is just attracted to this loser's face.
When she gets tired of him, she will abandon him.
I want to see if he can still be as arrogant as he is now. Yang Qiqi and Shan Wei didn't say anything. Xiao Wei, what should we do now? Yang Fan asked worriedly, if your Chen family fails to secure the cooperation with the Jiang family, will something go wrong?
Shan Wei had a sullen face and didn't say a word.
Suddenly,
his cell phone rang. He glanced down at the number and saw it was his father calling.
His expression tensed instantly. Dad, what's wrong?
Shan Wei spoke cautiously, did something happen at the company? Upon hearing this, everyone in the Yang family began to breathe faster.
If something happens to the Chen family now, where can the Yang family find such a strong partner? Only.
A moment later, after hearing what Chen Nianji said on the other end of the phone, Shen Wei's face showed ecstasy. Okay, Dad, I get it.
That's wonderful. After hanging up the phone. Husband, what's wrong? Yang Qiqi quickly asked, is there any good news?
Shen Wei had a bitter face just a second ago, so why is he so happy now? Everyone in the Yang family looked at him in confusion.
The Chen family failed to get the cooperation with the Jiang family, so what was there to be happy about? What a great thing.
Shen Wei said happily, my dad just heard a piece of gossip. The Xiao family regards Jiangcheng as their own private land and does not allow the Jiang family to develop projects here. So, they are already planning to intervene in the current situation in Jiangcheng.
By then, the Jiang family and the Tang family will be their first targets. Xiao family? Yang Fan frowned, then quickly thought of something and his expression changed. Is it that Xiao family? Shan Wei nodded, yes.
5 years ago, the Xiao family was the emperor of Jiangcheng's underground world.
In an instant, everyone in the Yang family was ecstatic. Really? Is that Xiao family going to show up? Ha ha ha. No matter how powerful the Jiang family is in business, how can they easily interfere in the underground world of Jiangcheng?
When the time comes, Miss Jiang and the others are targeted and flee Jiangcheng, Ningfan will definitely be abandoned. When the time comes, I will slowly torture him and make him kneel before me and beg for mercy. They couldn't wait to see the Xiao family take action and force the Jiang family to get out of Jiangcheng.
Ningfan knelt down in front of them.
You guys. Old Master Yang, who had originally wanted to come out and watch Ningfan leave, happened to hear what the Yang family said and immediately fainted from anger.
Dad. Grandpa.
Soon. Everyone in the Yang family rushed over, and seeing that Mr. Yang was in critical condition, they quickly dialed 120.
Not long after, the ambulance arrived and took Mr. Yang away. It's over now. Why did the old man faint from anger? What should we do if anything happens to him?
Chen Wei's face turned grim. Really? Why did he faint at this time, not earlier or later?
Yang Qiqi looked nervous. Husband, what should we do?
The debt collection messages are increasing, and we owe a lot of interest.
Yes.
They were not worried about Mr. Yang's safety at all, but about themselves.
Our Chen family failed to secure the cooperation with the Jiang family, which means we can't make extra money. Chen Wei's face turned grim.
Originally, I wanted to take advantage of the fact that the old man didn't know about this and trick him into signing an investment agreement so that I could repay the money. I didn't expect something like this to happen so suddenly.
Suddenly. His eyes lit up. Maybe there is another way. Chapter 87. Please follow me. What method?
Yang Qiqi looked at Chen Wei. My grandfather has already fainted. How can he sign for us? She also wanted to pay back the high-interest loans as soon as possible, otherwise she would feel very uncomfortable if she kept receiving debt collection text messages every day or saw the interest rates rising rapidly. Let's go buy an insurance policy for the old man now. Chen Wei's eyes were fierce. When the old man is gone, without anyone knowing, we will be able to get a lot of money.
Combined with the assets you can get from the Yang family, we can definitely pay back the debt.
Even Yang Qiqi felt a chill down her spine when she heard Chen Wei's words. She had never expected that Chen Wei would have such an idea.
No.
Yang Qiqi decisively refused. My grandfather fainted from anger this time.
The hospital will definitely be able to wake him up. It's no use for us to buy insurance.
Although she was cruel, she was not cruel enough to kill her own grandfather and get the money. Also, husband, you are not allowed to think like this again in the future.
Yang Qiqi said coquettishly, otherwise, I will be sad.
Chen Wei frowned, but after thinking about it, he nodded and said, okay. However, if that's the case, we can only wait for the old man to wake up and trick him into signing the investment agreement.
Then,
the two immediately decided to go to the hospital to see if they could cure Mr. Yang.
The other side. Ningfan had already arrived at the hospital.
After getting off the elevator, he saw a dozen bodyguards in black standing in front of him. There is a word Shao engraved on their chest.
This is someone from the Shao family.
The black-clad bodyguard stepped forward, blocking Ningfan and said coldly, name.
Ningfan replied, Ning. Just this one word fell. The black-clad bodyguard's expression became respectful. Are you Dr. Ning? Please follow me. Then,
he led Ningfan towards Mr. Zhao's ward.
Ningfan couldn't help but laugh dryly.
He was really strict.
Soon,
he entered Mr. Zhao's ward and saw Xiao Lei and Zhao Yuantang at a glance. There were several doctors in white coats standing next to them.
Dr. Ning?
Seeing Ningfan walk in, Xiao Lei's expression lit up and he said, you're here.
Please also check on my father's health.
5 years ago, he became paralyzed and has been bedridden, but at least he can still stay awake every day. But this morning, he suddenly fell into a coma and hasn't woken up since. These doctors are experts I transferred from overseas.
Even with the latest equipment, they couldn't find anything wrong with my father's body.
Ningfan nodded, okay, let me show it to the old man first. He stood up and walked to Mr. Shao.
Mr. Shao.
At this time, the doctors said with displeasure, traditional Chinese medicine is feudal superstition, it is scum. You have to believe us, we have already informed Mr. Smith of Mr. Shao's physical condition. He has already booked a flight for tonight and will arrive tomorrow morning.
By then, he will definitely know what disease Mr. Shao has. In their mouths, traditional Chinese medicine is belittled and has no merits. What do you foreign-worshipping scum know? Zhao Yuantang's face flushed with anger. Traditional Chinese medicine is our treasure.
I will not allow you to devalue our treasures.
He has studied Chinese medicine all his life and has long regarded Chinese medicine as his life and his face. Now, how could he tolerate these people belittling traditional Chinese medicine in front of him? Traditional Chinese medicine is just a bunch of mystical tricks. Only Western medicine is scientific.
Those people sneered and said, I don't know how many people have died because of taking the medicine prescribed by those unscrupulous Chinese medicine practitioners.
You say, if Chinese medicine isn't garbage, what is it? Zhao Yuantang was shaking with anger.
I don't know whether Chinese medicine is rubbish or not. Ningfan suddenly spoke up, saying indifferently, but you Western doctors can't even figure out the cause of Mr. Zhao's illness.
Isn't that worse than garbage? One sentence.
It was like a needle piercing their hearts.
They said angrily, it's just that we are not skilled enough. Besides, can you Chinese medicine practitioners tell the cause of Mr. Zhao's illness?
They glanced at Zhao Yuantang and sneered, this guy has been in the ward for half an hour, and he just pretended to put 2 fingers on Mr. Zhao's arm.
In the end, you can't even see a hair. What else can this be but garbage? Hearing this,
Zhao Yuantang clenched his fists, his old face turned very red.
He really couldn't figure out the cause of Mr. Zhao's illness. That's because he's not very skilled.
Ningfan glanced at Zhao Yuantang and said, I don't need to take Mr. Zhao's pulse.
I can tell the cause of his illness. Moment.
There was deathly silence in the ward. Zhao Yuantang suddenly looked up and stared at Ningfan with wide eyes.
Dr. Ning, is this true? Xiao Lei said excitedly, can you really tell the cause of my father's illness? In the past 5 years,
he has consulted too many Chinese and Western doctors, but every one of them who came to his father's ward and treated his father would sigh and shake their heads.
It's impossible to tell.
Xiao Lei had already given up hope, but he didn't expect that Ningfan would come here by accident.
How could he actually see through it? It's just a joke. Those Western doctors sneered, do you think you are a god? Just by looking at Mr. Zhao's body, you can tell what disease he has? These people scoffed.
I don't believe what Ningfan said at all.
Think he is bragging. Ning Fan didn't bother to pay attention to them. He looked at Xiao Lei and asked, Mr. Xiao. 5 years ago, before Mr. Xiao fell ill, did he have a conflict with someone? Those Western doctors sneered and thought that Ning Fan was playing tricks. He even brought up what happened 5 years ago. Even Zhao Yuantang frowned. However, hearing Ning Fan's words, Xiao Lei's pupils contracted and he asked, Dr. Ning, how did you know? In an instant, the smiles on the faces of those Western doctors froze. Zhao Yuantang widened his eyes. Was Dr. Ning right? It seems that's it. Ning Fan said calmly, Mr. Xiao doesn't have any illness, which is why the equipment couldn't detect it. The reason he collapsed and his limbs were weak was because of the conflict he had with someone 5 years ago. Xiao Lei frowned, but Dr. Ning, my father is still safe and sound after the conflict with others. The weakness in my limbs only appeared 20 days after the conflict. My father is ill in bed. Isn't that related to the conflict? Chapter 88. How about leaving it at that? That's because the other party doesn't want your father to die too easily. Ning Fan said calmly, so, a surge of energy was transferred into your father's body. This energy first slowly spread within your father's limbs, and then spread to every corner of his body. Did you notice that your father first couldn't move his limbs, and then his entire body would occasionally lose sensation? After hearing Ning Fan's words, Xiao Lei pondered for a moment, then his expression changed. Dr. Ning, it seems that's the case. This. How could the other party have such means? At this moment, he looked a little scared. There are still many things in this world that you don't know. Ning Fan said calmly, it seems that the person your father provoked is very powerful. This energy has been tormenting your father for 5 years, and it has only now entered his heart. Actually, Ning Fan was also a little confused. After entering the ward, he felt another aura that was very similar to spiritual energy. Only, compared to spiritual energy, this energy was very complex, and Ning Fan didn't know how to describe it. Xiao Lei asked nervously, then, Dr. Ning, can my father be saved? He was scared. Able. Ning Fan nodded, but I won't take action. Xiao Lei quickly asked, Dr. Ning, why? As long as you can save my father, you can give me any amount of money you want. He just wants his father to get better now. It's not about the money. Ning Fan shook his head and said, it's obvious that the man who attacked your father is extremely powerful. If I could wake your father up, by then, you will indirectly offend the other party. I don't want to create a strong enemy for no reason. It is foolish to create a powerful enemy in order to save someone who has nothing to do with you. Moreover, he didn't like to hide things, so he told Xiao Lei his thoughts directly and clearly. Unless he can produce something that can impress him, Ning Fan will not make a move. After hearing Ning Fan's words, Xiao Lei's expression suddenly became embarrassed. He didn't expect Ning Fan to say such a thing. He. Don't you Chinese medicine practitioners always emphasize a benevolent heart? Ning Fan's words were seized upon by the Western doctors, who sneered, what now? You watched a person die in front of you, and you remained indifferent. Bah, I think you are just a bunch of scum. The group of people kept mocking each other. Aren't you doctors too? Ning Fan looked at them and said calmly, you can also help save Mr. Xiao. Having said that, he paused and continued, oh, I remember now. You don't have this ability. You don't even know the cause of Mr. Zhao's illness. Ning Fan will not give them a good look. You. These words immediately made the Western doctors explode. They stared at Ning Fan, their anger burning in their chests. Humph. Smooth talk. Mr. Xiao, our Dr. Smith will come to Jiangcheng tomorrow. By then, with his medical skills, he will definitely be able to cure Mr. Xiao. As they spoke, they glanced at Ning Fan and said disdainfully, I think this person has no ability at all. He can't cure Mr. Xiao, so he said that just to avoid losing face. Xiao Lei hesitated. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Ning, go ahead. What price do you want me to pay before you are willing to save my father? He didn't want to delay any longer. In the past 5 years, he has consulted many famous doctors, but they have never been able to find out the cause of his father's illness. When Ning Fan came here for the first time, he saw that his father had a conflict with someone 5 years ago. So, if he could accept the conditions offered by Ning Fan, then Xiao Lei would agree to let him take action. I want your Xiao family to submit to me from now on.
Ning Fan said bluntly, do your best to find me wild medicinal herbs that are over 100 years old, and find me one that is at least 200 years old within half a month.
That's his condition.
Ning Fan would not help someone who has nothing to do with him. If someone becomes his person and can bring him benefits, he would consider it. Given the Xiao family's status in Jiangchang, it would be very convenient to find that kind of wild medicinal herbs.
Besides,
Ning Fan also had other considerations.
Didn't Tang Chuchua's father look down on him?
I wonder what his expression will be when he sees that the former underground emperor of Lianjiang City is his man. He wants to prove himself.
No. Xiao Lei's expression changed and he said, Dr. Ning, can you change the training? How could he make the Xiao family submit to Ning Fan? Ning Fan only knows a little bit of medical skills.
Without these skills, he is nothing.
People like Ning Fan, unless they need it right now, they will never even look at them at other times. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say.
Ning Fan smiled and said, I hope Mr. Xiao won't come to me for help like Madame Ling did last time.
Xiao Lei's expression changed immediately, and he thought of what happened last time.
At that time, he was also very sure that even without Ning Fan, other people could also cure his wife.
But he didn't expect it.
After Zhao Yuantang came over, the first thing he did was to ask her to beg the man in front of her. Suddenly, Xiao Lei hesitated.
Mr. Xiao, I'm sure.
This man is just trying to scare you.
He has no ability to cure your father at all. Ha ha ha.
He just wants to come up with a condition that you absolutely cannot agree to, so that you won't agree to it and then drive him away. When the time comes and he tells others about it, everyone will think it's not that he's incapable of saving her, but that you didn't give her a chance.
At this time,
the Western doctors sneered again, as if they had seen through Ning Fan.
Xiao Lei frowned. Hey, are you studying Chinese medicine?
The Western doctors sarcastically said, we can ask Mr. Xiao to give you a chance.
What if you can't cure Mr. Xiao?
Ning Fan shook his head and said, there's no way I can't cure him.
Only.
The more Ning Fan said this, the more certain those Western doctors became of their previous thoughts.
Dr. Ning, otherwise it would be like this.
Xiao Lei was also shaken at this moment, and gritted his teeth and said, if you can't cure my father.
Well, how about we just leave it at that for the other 2 wild medicinal herbs you asked me to find last time? Chapter 89, each takes what he needs. Can. Ning Fan nodded and said, I hope you can do what you say. Such a firm attitude. Xiao Lei's expression changed again. Can Ning Fan really cure his father? Mr. Xiao. Don't hesitate. He's definitely not going to be cured. The Western doctor sneered, he's still holding on. Xiao Lei was silent and didn't say anything.
At this time, Ning Fan stepped forward and put his hand on Mr. Zhao's arm. At this moment, he could sense that an aura very similar to spiritual energy had permeated every corner of Grandpa Zhao's body. Although this aura was very complex, Ning Fan could still feel the very rough power in it after touching it.
I don't know what this breath is. Ning Fan murmured softly, what does this have to do with spiritual energy?
Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, I have never felt the power related to aura before, this is the first time. And it happened to an elderly person.
Playing tricks. After seeing Ning Fan's movements, the Western doctors curled their lips and said, isn't this the same as what the old man did just now? He doesn't think that he can wake up Mr. Xiao with this action, right?
Xiao Lei frowned and then sighed. It seemed that Dr. Ning was also helpless against his father's illness.
Dr. Ning. Do you need a silver needle?
At this time, Zhao Yuantang stepped forward and said, if you need it, I can lend you my silver needle. The first time he met Ning Fan, he cured Mr. Tang with silver needles.
So,
he thought that Ning Fan would also need silver needles to treat Mr. Xiao who was in a coma.
Not for now.
Ning Fan waved his hand.
Zhao Yuantang also frowned. How could he cure old man Xiao without using silver needles? He can't figure it out. Could it be true, as those Western doctors said, that Dr. Ning really couldn't cure Mr. Xiao?
At this moment, even Zhao Yuantang's heart began to waver, and he secretly thought in his heart, what if Dr. Ning can't cure Mr. Xiao by then? Then I will step forward, maliciously interrupt Dr. Ning's actions, and take the responsibility on myself. Dr. Ning possesses such amazing medical skills at such a young age. He is a treasure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine.
He must not die so soon.
The words fell. His eyes were fixed on Ning Fan, and as long as Ning Fan made a mistake, he would rush forward.
And at this time,
Ning Fan began to practice the heaven swallowing technique. He wanted to try to send the spiritual energy in his body into Old Man Zhao's body.
Let us see if this method can expel those mixed spiritual energies. Next moment,
invisible to the naked eye, Ning Fan's 2 fingers resting on Grandpa Zhao's arm began to emit faint spiritual energy, which flowed along the meridians into Grandpa Zhao's body.
After sensing Ning Fan's spiritual energy, those mixed spiritual energies actually began to flee. There's hope. Ning Fan was secretly delighted.
It seems that the cultivation method my father left me is incomparable to this mixed spiritual energy.
Soon,
Ning Fan's spiritual energy entered into Old Man Zhao's body, just like hitting the dragon directly.
The mixed spiritual energy was constantly being destroyed. At this time,
sweat was still beating on Ning Fan's forehead. This kind of exertion made him very tired.
It's quite similar.
One of the Western doctors laughed sarcastically and said, "I didn't expect you'd even sweat.
Are you going to spit out blood to prove to Mr. Zhao that you are doing your best to treat him?"
These words immediately caused laughter in the room. The group of Western doctors in the ward all looked at Ning Fan with mocking eyes.
"Shut up!"
Ning Fan shouted coldly.
Suddenly, a powerful energy swept out from his body.
After breaking through to the second level of qi refining, he was able to control the release of spiritual energy.
Feeling Ning Fan's energy, these people's faces changed and they quickly shut up.
I didn't expect Ning Fan to have such a terrifying side. At this moment, the spiritual energy controlled by Ning Fan has appeared in the heart of Mr. Zhao.
This is the most important place. There must not be any mistakes, otherwise, Mr. Zhao will die. Zhao Yuantang.
Then, Ning Fan shouted, "Bring the silver needles up here. I'll tell you the acupuncture points, and you can insert the needles."
Zhao Yuantang stepped forward without any hesitation. Tanzhong Point. Whoosh!
A silver needle appeared at the tip of Zhao Yuantang's finger and landed on the midline of Mr. Zhao's body, between his chests.
Guan Yuan Acupoint. Another silver needle was inserted 3 inches below the navel. Shangxiu Point.
The third silver needle appears, 5 feet outside the Ren Meridian and Shaoan Acupoint in the middle of the abdomen.
Except Ning Fan.
No one saw that the 3 silver needles were connected together by a faint spiritual energy.
Bang!
Suddenly, Ning Fan slapped Mr. Zhao on the forehead.
Xiao Lei's face changed and he was about to step forward quickly. Ahem! Immediately following,
Old Man Zhao started coughing, and in an instant, Xiao Lei looked ecstatic. His father woke up.
Ning Fan really did it. How is this possible? The faces of those Western doctors changed. How could he really cure Mr. Zhao? They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. You must know.
In the short time since Ning Fan entered the ward, he did nothing except put 2 fingers on Old Man Zhao's arm.
There is no other action at all. How could he possibly wake up Old Man Zhao so easily?
If it were Western medicine, they would have to use extremely sophisticated equipment to find out the cause of Mr. Zhao's illness so that they could prescribe the right medicine.
Is Chinese medicine really that powerful? Can you determine the cause of someone's illness with just one look? Towel.
Ning Fan's weak voice rang out, "Give it to me." Zhao Yuantang quickly reached out and handed a handkerchief to Ning Fan. "Dr. Ning, I only have a handkerchief."
Ning Fan didn't say anything.
He took the handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his face.
"I just saved Mr. Zhao's life.
His limbs have not been used for a long time, so he still can't stand up." Ning Fan said weakly, "From now on, you'll need to assign someone to watch over Old Man Zhao for a long time to help him stand and walk. This way, he can slowly recover. If a normal person lies in bed for a long time, his limbs will become useless. Not to mention someone like Old Man Zhao who has been invaded by mixed spiritual energy for 5 years."
Okay, I understand.
Xiao Lei nodded quickly and said, "Thank you, Dr. Ning.
When my father is fully recovered, I will make sure he thanks you in person." Only.
Ning Fan said indifferently, "Mr. Xiao, there's no need to say such things.
We just get what we need.
I believe Mr. Xiao is a man who keeps his promises and will not forget what he promised me."
Chapter 90 Helpless Leaving. Yes.
Xiao Lei's expression changed, and he quickly said, "Don't worry, Dr. Ning.
I'm definitely a man of my word."
So many people from Zhao Yuantang are here. Naturally, he couldn't refute Ning Fan's words. Ning Fan naturally saw the reluctance in his eyes and reminded him, Mr. Xiao. You have to know that since I can rescue Mr. Xiao, I can also make him become the same as before.
Only.
Xiao Lei sneered in his heart at Ning Fan's words.
You are just a doctor, how could you have such means?
Mr. Xiao, don't worry about his threats.
That's right.
If our Dr. Smith were here, he would definitely be able to cure Mr. Xiao.
Who does he think he is? It's just luck that Mr. Xiao woke up. How dare he be so arrogant to want the Xiao family to submit to him?
The Western doctors spoke up at this moment, saying coldly, no wonder Chinese medicine is so rubbish.
How could it possibly rise with people like you who have bad intentions?
These people are not only belittling Ning Fan, but also belittling traditional Chinese medicine.
After hearing this, Zhao Yuantang was furious.
Xiao Lei stood aside, his expression changing from gloomy to bright.
How? Ning Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Xiao, you want to go back on your word, right? Gradually.
A chill emerged from his body and rushed towards Xiao Lei. In an instant, Xiao Lei felt the temperature in the ward suddenly drop, and his whole body felt like it was sinking into an ice cave.
No.
Xiao Lei quickly said, Xiao Lei, have never been the kind of person who goes back on my word. Don't worry, Dr. Ning, I will announce this matter at the thank you banquet in 7 days.
Ning Fan nodded, that's best. Immediately.
He stood up and prepared to leave the ward.
Boy. Do you have the courage to compete in medical skills?
The Western doctor suddenly said in a cold voice, in 2 days, our Dr. Smith will arrive in Jiangcheng. When the time comes, Jiangcheng will hold a competition between Chinese and Western medicine.
Do you dare to go?
Zhao Yuantang looked at Ning Fan, his eyes flickering.
He actually wanted Ning Fan to agree.
With Dr. Ning's medical skills, if he were to participate in this competition between Chinese and Western medicine, Chinese medicine would definitely win.
It may even bring traditional Chinese medicine into the public eye. Ning Fan refused directly, no. It's a waste of time to compare with losers like you. One sentence.
This directly ignited the anger of those Western doctors. You.
He. I think you're scared. You know Chinese medicine can't compete with Western medicine, so you don't dare to fight, right? Traditional Chinese medicine is rubbish.
As he spoke, the man raised his middle finger, then sneered, you don't even dare to participate in the competition.
You still dare to call Chinese medicine a treasure? I think it's practically garbage.
Ning Fan stopped and said calmly, if you can come up with a decent bet, I can agree to let you participate in this Chinese and Western medicine competition.
That? After all this fuss, it turns out you just want some benefits. These Western doctors sneered, I just heard you want to get wild medicinal herbs from Mr. Xiao, right? We have some news about a 200-year-old wild medicinal herb. If you can win, we can tell you this news. 200 years? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Exact location? Those Western doctors nodded, yes. Hearing this,
Ning Fan agreed immediately, I hope you didn't lie to me, otherwise, the consequences will be dire.
Only.
When this statement was made, those Western doctors sneered, thinking that there was no way they could lose.
Ning Fan left the hospital and went straight back to the Sunlong Island villa.
He took out the box his mother had left for him. A trace of spiritual energy flashed from his finger and landed on the box.
After a moment, the box trembled slightly. Snap.
Then, the box was opened.
Ning Fan took a look and saw a letter, a token, and a silver white bead inside. Ning Fan murmured softly, is this what my mother left for me? He reached out, took out the letter, and carefully opened it. The letter explained the function of the token and the beads. But there is information about Ning Fan's background and her father's identities.
There was no information about where she was or why she left suddenly.
Xiao Fan.
The moment you opened the letter, Mom had no choice but to leave you in Xiuqiu.
I'm sorry.
I originally wanted to live an ordinary life with you in Xiuqiu in Jiangcheng. It's a pity that such a small long-cherished wish is as difficult as ascending to heaven for me. Now that you have embarked on the path of cultivating immortality, Mom knows that you are a good child and will definitely want to find the whereabouts of me and your father. If you can break through to the Jindan stage one day in the future, you can take that token to Yanjing and suppress a dragon spirit under the Shang family in Yanjing.
That is a gift I prepared for you. After you absorb the dragon spirit, you will become a powerful being, and you will be much closer to me and your father. You will also receive another gift I have prepared for you, as well as some information about your father.
As for that bead, it's called the spirit gathering bead. It can serve as the centerpiece of a spirit gathering array. When you're inside it, your cultivation speed will be more than 10 times faster.
There is one thing you must remember.
Before you reach the Jindan stage, do not go to Yanjing casually.
Token. Dragon Spirit. Spirit Gathering Beads. Spirit Gathering Array.
Ningfan clutched the letter with his fingertips, his eyes moistened, and he murmured softly, "It turns out that my mother had already paved the way for me. Mom, no matter what happens to you, you may be forced to leave me and my sister, but one day, I will stand by you and face it with you." His eyes were firm. He knew that his mother was definitely not an ordinary person, considering her ability to walk in the air and suppress a gift for him from the Shang family in Yanjing. It can make such people leave helplessly.
He must have encountered something extremely troublesome or even extremely dangerous.
No matter the troubles or dangers we face, they are definitely beyond description.
But
Ningfan is not afraid, he will work hard to become stronger. At the end of the page, there was another line of words, "Xiaofan, if you have time, go back to your hometown, visit your grandma, and show your filial piety to your mother.
Grandma is a very good person.
When others are pointing fingers at the mother and son, only grandma will come out to protect them." Ningfan made up his mind to go back and see his grandma when he had time.
Coincidentally, he and Xiaoqiu hadn't been back for a long time.
Ningfan then turned the page and saw her mother's handwriting again. "By the way, Xiaofan, before I left, I did some calculations for you and Xiaoqiu."
Chapter 91. He is a bit unreasonable.
When Xiaoqiu is 16, she will develop a serious illness, which will be life-threatening in 2 years. If mom comes back then, she will come back to heal Xiaoqiu. If she can't come back, then you, who have embarked on the path of cultivation, will need to use the methods inherited from your father to cure her illness as soon as possible.
2 years after turning 14, wouldn't that mean I'll be 16? Ningfan's pupils contracted this year? He was a little panicked.
After his mother left, Qin Xiu and he depended on each other in Jiangcheng.
Ningfan absolutely could not watch her get into trouble. Also, mom hasn't come back yet. Could something have happened?
For a moment, Ningfan felt a little suffocated.
Neither of these pieces of news were good news.
But then he shook his head and gritted his teeth, saying, "No, with mom's strength, how could anything happen to her?"
There are still 3 months until Xiaoqiu turns 16.
Mom will come back, she will definitely come back, and then I will be able to see her again.
However, my mother hasn't come back yet, and Xiaoqiu's illness can't be delayed any longer.
I must cure Xiaoqiu as soon as possible.
Think of this. He was in a dilemma.
According to the inheritance left by his father, if he wanted to solve Qin Xiu's heart problem, the area that needed treatment could not be covered by any clothing. Xiaoqiu is his own sister, and Ningfan couldn't overcome the psychological barrier. This was the reason why he had postponed this matter before.
Never mind.
Ningfan gritted his teeth and made a decision. Nothing can compare to Xiaoqiu's safety. As long as Xiaoqiu gets better, it doesn't matter even if she scolds me.
Then
he stood up, took out the silver needles and medicinal herbs he had bought earlier, and placed them on the table.
Xiaoqiu doesn't get out of school until 5 o'clock. Ningfan glanced at the time and said, "It's still 2 hours before we get home."
Forget it, let her take a day off today. After knowing that Qin Xiu's life was in danger, Ningfan wanted to cure her as soon as possible.
He left Sanglun Island, took a taxi, and headed to Qin Xiu's school, Jiangcheng High School. Ring, ring, ring.
Ningfan had just gotten off the car when a phone call came in. It was from Zhao Yuantang.
"Dr. Ning." Zhao Yuantang was very friendly. "I wonder where you are now. Isn't there still 2 days until the Chinese and Western medicine competition?"
This time, both of us will be attending the competition with 5 participants each.
"So, if you're not busy, I thought I'd take you to the Chinese Medicine Association to meet the other 4 contestants."
Ningfan pondered for a moment and said, "I'm at the city high school."
"Come pick me up."
"I'll go with you after I finish what I'm doing."
Hearing Ningfan agree, Zhao Yuantang's expression brightened. "Okay, Dr. Ning, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Ningfan entered the school. Xiaoqiu was in class 6.
Soon, he arrived at the door of class 6 and saw Qin Xiu sitting in the front row studying hard. He didn't disturb her and waited for her to finish class.
When the get out of class is about to end, a middle-aged couple suddenly came over angrily with a fat boy. Bang! They pushed open the classroom door and asked, "Which one is Qin Xiu?" For a while.
The eyes of all the students and teachers in the classroom fell on the middle-aged couple.
I am. Qin Xiu stood up at this time and said politely, Uncle and Aunt, do you want to talk to me about something? Oh shit. It was you, little bitch, who seduced my son, wasn't it?
The middle-aged woman rushed forward, pointed at Qin Xiu and cursed, Tell me, was it you who ordered my son to steal money and buy those flowers?
Qin Xiu panicked and said, I don't have any.
It was the first time she encountered such a thing and she was a little timid.
You still don't admit it?
The middle-aged woman cursed, My son is such a good child.
If it weren't for you, a little bitch, instructing him, how could he do such a thing? I think you knew my family was powerful, so you seduced my son and wanted to enter our Chen family, right? You are so young and you don't learn your lesson.
You are trying to seduce men like others.
I will beat you to death today, you little bitch. Said.
The woman raised her arm and was about to slap Qin Xiu in the face. Qin Xiu was so scared that her face turned pale, she closed her eyes, and her body trembled.
Bang! The next moment.
There was a loud slapping sound in the classroom, but the slap was not on Qin Xiu's face, but on the face of the middle-aged woman.
Elder brother.
Qin Xiu also reacted. After seeing the man standing in front of him, he burst into tears and asked, Why are you here?
Don't cry.
Ning Fan rubbed her head and comforted her, With me here, no one can bully you.
Qin Xiu nodded heavily and shrank behind Ning Fan. Just your son's fat pig. Then, Ning Fan raised his eyes, glanced at the boy behind the middle-aged man, and said coldly, How could my sister like him? The middle-aged woman was furious, You fart. How is my son fat? He has a standard body shape, understand? Ning Fan sneered.
That boy, 1.7 meters tall, weighed at least 300 kilograms.
She's almost fat like a ball, but she still has a standard figure. Where is your homeroom teacher? Let her out. She must be fired today.
The middle-aged man shouted in a deep voice, Otherwise, she will be unemployed.
Ning Fan sneered, What a boast. At this time,
a teacher in a women's suit trotted over, Person Qin Xiu, Parent Chen Ji. If there are any conflicts, we can resolve them privately.
If we make things worse here, the impact will be very negative.
Her face was covered in sweat. She didn't expect something like this to happen today.
Solve it privately? How?
A certain little bitch could do something like seduce my son and make him steal money for her, but she doesn't dare to let others know about it? The middle-aged woman was still relentless. Now, hurry up and fire that little bitch.
Bang!
Ning Fan kicked the middle-aged woman in the stomach and said coldly, Your mouth stinks. The middle-aged man was furious and was about to explode. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared here.
When he saw Ning Fan, his eyes lit up, Dr. Ning.
This person is Zhao Yuantang.
You are Dr. Zhao?
The middle-aged man, who had been very arrogant, was shocked when he saw Zhao Yuantang. Why are you here?
Only. The middle-aged woman cursed loudly, What divine Dr. Zhao? Shan Qin.
Your wife has been bullied like this by that man, and you didn't stand up for her.
Now you are talking to other people here. What do you mean? Bang. Who knows?
The middle-aged man slapped her in the face, Shut up.
Then, he looked at Zhao Yuantang again, and said in a flattering tone, Divine Dr. Zhao, I am Chen Qin, the head of the land management department. I didn't expect to see you here today.
He was fortunate enough to witness the scene where his superior invited Zhao Yuantang to dinner.
The respectful attitude was so wonderful. After all, the person in front of me is a miracle doctor.
Who can guarantee that they will never get sick in their life without seeking help from him?
Moreover, he was afraid that if Zhao Yuantang reported him in front of his leader, his life might be over. It's you.
Zhao Yuantang nodded and ignored him.
Instead, he looked at Ning Fan and said, Dr. Ning, have you finished your business? Ning Fan said calmly, Not yet. I met someone who claimed to be from the land management department. He was a bit unreasonable, so he delayed me for a while. Chapter 92 It will be fine soon. Yeah?
Zhao Yuantang's face turned cold, and he looked at Chen Qin and said, Is this how you use your power to bully others?
If Zhou Chang had a subordinate like you, I would call Zhou Chang right now and never visit him again. Suddenly,
Chen Qin was so frightened that his legs almost went limp. The Zhou Chang that Zhao Yuantang was talking about was none other than Chen Qin's superior. No wonder I saw Leader Zhou inviting Zhao Yuantang to dinner with such an attitude last time. It turned out that he was sick and had something to ask Zhao Yuantang for. If Zhao Yuantang never goes to treat Zhou Chang again because of him, then Chen Qin will definitely be finished. Chen Qin was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He quickly said, "That's not the case. How could I possibly use my power to overpower others?" Ning Fan sneered, "Why? Didn't you just say that my sister seduced your son and made him steal money, and you wanted the class teacher to expel my sister?" Chen Qin's legs began to weaken. "How is this possible? How could your sister possibly seduce my son, a fat pig like him? As for the money, it wasn't stolen by my son at all. A rat ate it. Yes, a rat ate it. Also, it's my son's honor to be in the same class with your sister. I will definitely not let the head teacher expel your sister." The speed at which he changed his face was so fast that all the students in the classroom were stunned. It would be a shame if this person didn't become an actor. Snort! Ning Fan snorted coldly. "Since you know everything, you still dare to come here and frame my sister. You are really impressive." Then he bent his fingertips and then flicked them. A trace of spiritual energy emerged and shot into Chen Qin's body. How could Ning Fan let him off so easily after saying that about his sister? Just a kind reminder. I heard that arbitrarily accusing others of something can cause health problems. Ning Fan said calmly, "Headmaster Chen can do a checkup when he gets back." Chen Qin laughed dryly and said, "It's all superstition. Superstition is not acceptable. Dr. Zhao, now that the conflict has been resolved, I will take my disappointing son and leave first." Having said that, he turned and was about to leave. Bang! Unexpectedly, at this moment, his legs suddenly cramped and he fell to the ground, hitting his chin and 2 teeth flew out. This scene scared his wife and son, and they quickly called the hospital. Dr. Ning's medical skills are truly superb. Zhao Yuantang sighed, "I didn't expect it to get to this point." He was the only one who thought that this was Ning Fan's doing. Ning Fan smiled, without explaining, and changed the subject. "Please ask Divine Dr. Zhao to send my sister and me home. After I finish my work, I will go to the Chinese Medicine Association with you." Zhao Yuantang was naturally happy. Then Ning Fan asked Qin Xiu for leave and followed Zhao Yuantang into the car to Sanlong Island. "Dr. Ning, I didn't expect that Mr. Tang would give you this mountaintop villa." Zhao Yuantang's eyes flashed with envy. "This is the best villa in Jiangcheng." Ning Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Tang doesn't care about these material possessions." Soon the three of them returned home. Ning Fan asked Zhao Yuantang to wander around the villa while he took Qin Xiu into his room. "Elder brother, why do you want me to take leave?" Qin Xiu blinked his eyes. "Is there something urgent?" Ning Fan touched his nose and said, "Brother wants to cure your illness today." Listen to Ning Fan mention this matter. Qin Xiu understood. Brother, last time you asked me to take medicine, I feel much better. Could it be that the medicine can't completely cure it?" She tilted her face and stared at Ning Fan seriously. Ning Fan nodded and said, "Yes. I need to use silver needles to treat you and eradicate the stubborn disease in your heart area." Qin Xiu didn't doubt it either, and blinked his eyes. Then, "Brother, how do you want me to cooperate with you?" Seeing the little girl like this, Ning Fan found it difficult to speak. However, after thinking about the fact that this disease might endanger the little girl's life, Ning Fan gritted his teeth and said, "The prerequisite for me to perform acupuncture is that the area around your heart cannot be covered by any clothing. So, bro, I need you to take off your shirt." Whoosh! Qin Xiu's face suddenly turned red and hot, and his mind was full of Ning Fan's last words. "Xiao Chou." Ning Fan was afraid that Qin Xiu would misunderstand, so he quickly explained, "My strength isn't very good, and time is a bit tight. That's why we need to do this, and, brother. Only." Before Ning Fan finished speaking, Qin Xiu blushed and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Brother, I will take it off now and cooperate with your treatment." At this point, she suddenly raised her head and said seriously, "But, brother, you have to treat me as a patient." Her little face is red and very cute. "Good." Ning Fan smiled and said, "Oh right, I wasn't finished yet. I'll wrap the towel around my eyes. This is how you'll be treated." The air solidified. "Ah. Brother, you are so mean, why didn't you say it earlier?" The little girl's face turned even redder, and she shyly crawled into the bed. Ning Fan touched his nose. "You didn't give me a chance." 5 minutes later. Qin Xiu, who had taken off his shirt, lay on the bed with his eyes closed and his body trembling. Although she knew that her brother had covered his eyes with a towel and could not see anything, she still couldn't help but feel nervous. Only. What Qin Xiu didn't know was that Ningfan had already opened his divine pupils at this moment, and even with his eyes covered, he could still see clearly. The reason why he told Qin Xiu that he could cure her illness by wrapping a towel around her eyes was because he didn't want her to feel any burden. "Xiao Chou, I'm sorry." Ningfan whispered, "This is the only way to cure you." Then. He took a deep breath, activated the heaven swallowing technique, and the spiritual energy in his body began to flow into his right hand along the meridians. What can be seen with the naked eye is that the 6 silver needles are all surrounded by faint spiritual energy. First needle, Xiangxiang acupoint. Ningfan murmured softly, and then a silver needle shot out from his fingertips and landed slightly below Qin Xiu's heart. Aha! As the silver needle fell, Qin Xiu's body couldn't help but tremble, and a slight sound came out of his mouth. At this time, her eyes were still tightly closed and did not open. Second needle, Zhou Rong acupoint. The third needle, Jihu point. The fourth needle, Huagai acupoint. Fifth needle, Zifu point. The sixth needle, Lingshu acupoint. Except for the first needle, the other 5 needles fell at the same time, forming a hexagonal outline at the position of Qin Xiu's heart. "Xiao Chou." Ningfan's eyes flickered as he warned, "Don't move, it will be fine soon." Chapter 93. Then you just quit. Qin Xiu's voice was as thin as a mosquito. "Brother, I'm fine." Ningfan nodded. Afterwards, he mobilized the spiritual energy to gather it in his palm, pressed his palm on Qin Xiu's lower abdomen, and began to massage Qin Xiu. With the naked eye, the spiritual energy emanating from the 6 silver needles was gradually connecting together. His palm started from her lower abdomen, moved around every part of Qin Xiu's upper body, and finally landed on her heart. He gently massaged and continuously distributed the stubborn disease remaining in her heart, moving towards the direction of the 6 silver needles. The 6 silver needles are in a hexagonal shape, one to prevent Qin Xiu's vitality from being lost, and the other to absorb and expel the stubborn disease. After sensing the remaining stubborn disease, the spiritual energy wrapped around the silver needles began to absorb it. Gradually, black liquid began to appear at the tips of the 6 silver needles, and this was the culprit that caused Qin Xiu's heart problems. Soon, an hour passed, and more black liquid appeared on the tip of the silver needle. Just a hair's breadth away. Ningfan murmured softly, "Xiao Chou, it will be done soon." Only. Qin Xiu couldn't say a word at this moment, her face flushed red. Feeling Ningfan's slender palm constantly moving around her lower abdomen and heart, she bit her lower lip lightly. Very shy. Sudden. Ningfan pressed down hard with his palm. In an instant, Qin Xiu felt the pain and his expression changed. "It hurts." Whoosh. The next second, the 6 silver needles had left Qin Xiu's body. Ningfan did not reply to Qin Xiu, but reached out and clamped the 6 silver needles between his fingertips. Later, he put it into the water tank that had been prepared nearby. The black liquid needed to be cleaned up as soon as possible. "It's okay." Ningfan wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Xiao Qiu, go take a shower." Qin Xiu stood up and whispered, "Brother, am I done now?" Ningfan nodded, "Almost. Rest for a few more days, and I'll give you another round of treatment. Your heart will recover exactly like a normal person's, and the previous condition won't recur." Qin Xiu's eyes flickered, "Really? Brother, thank you so much." Boo. Qin Xiu suddenly stood up and kissed Ningfan on the side of the cheek, then she left happily. There was no doubt at all that Ningfan was lying. This girl. Ningfan smiled bitterly and said, "You're already this old, but you still have this personality." Then, he gave Qin Xiu some instructions and followed Zhao Yuantang to leave Sunlone Island. Dr. Ning. In the car, Zhao Yuantang said, "I'm taking you to the Chinese Medicine Association this time because I want you to meet the other 4 participants in the competition, and then you can cooperate with each other. That way, our chances of winning will be greater." Ningfan's medical skills are indeed extraordinary. Zhao Yuantang had also seen it, but this time the Dr. Smith sent by the other party was also extremely powerful. He is on the world's list of Western medicine practitioners, and such a person should never be underestimated. Good. Ningfan didn't refuse and nodded, "I need them to be obedient and cooperate with me. Otherwise, I'll go on stage alone." 3 months later. Mom is likely to come back to Jiangcheng, so Ningfan must improve his strength as soon as possible to prove himself to his mother. At the same time, he also wants to catch up with his mother as soon as possible and face danger with her. So, he is determined to obtain those 200-year-old wild medicinal herbs that Western doctors talk about.
Aha! Zhao Yuantang nodded. It's a pity that there's an age requirement this time. You can't be over 60 years old. Otherwise, I would personally help Dr. Ning heal you. Not long. The car was parked outside the Jiangcheng Chinese Medicine Association. As it approached the meeting room, it heard angry and dissatisfied voices coming from inside. What the hell is Zhao Yuantang doing? It's already 8:30 and they still haven't come. How long have you been keeping us waiting?
That's right, after he became the president of our Chinese Medicine Association, he became more and more arrogant. I heard that he invited a genius doctor named Ning to participate in this Chinese and Western medicine competition. If that person doesn't have any ability at all, I will definitely impeach him and make him get kicked out of the position of president. In the conference room, for traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were discussing and expressing their dissatisfaction with Zhao Yuantang.
Just then, crunch!
The door was pushed open, and then the four people's attention shifted to the door.
At a glance, he saw Zhao Yuantang walking in quickly, followed by a young man, who was Ning Fan. Let me introduce it to you all.
Zhao Yuantang said with a smile, "This is Dr. Ning, who will be participating in the Chinese and Western medicine competition with you."
Dr. Ning? Wow!
For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Ning Fan, and they were all stunned. Such a young man who looks only in his 20s was actually called Dr. Ning by Zhao Yuantang.
Are you having fun? President Zhao. Gao Zhichuan walked up and said in a rude tone, "We understand that you want your juniors to have a good reputation. But you should know how important this competition is to us Chinese medicine practitioners, right?" They absolutely did not believe that the young man in front of them could be some miracle doctor. In their opinion, Zhao Yuantang must have wanted to take advantage of this highly anticipated Chinese and Western medicine competition to let his younger generation shine. I can guarantee it with my reputation.
Zhao Yuantang said seriously, "Dr. Ning's medical skills are definitely better than ours. With Dr. Ning here, we have a chance to defeat those Western medicine practitioners this time, and let Chinese medicine stand proud."
Only. His words were met with sneers. Zhao Yuantang, you are so ridiculous. In order to gild your junior, you really praised him to the sky. None of us have studied for most of our lives to finally enter the field of traditional Chinese medicine. How old is this young boy?
As they spoke, they glanced at Ning Fan with disdain. "I'm afraid you haven't even touched the edge of Chinese medicine."
Zhao Yuantang's face turned red with anger. That's because you're useless.
Ning Fan said calmly, without showing any mercy.
You. The group of old Chinese medicine practitioners snorted and glared, and Gao Zhichuan said coldly, "Good, it's really good. You're awesome, aren't you?" Zhao Yuantang, I'm putting this out there today. If you let him participate in the competition, then I won't participate. Yeah, me too. Zhao Yuantang, you have to choose between the four of us and him. Either we or him. They don't want to be held back by people who use backdoors to gain wealth. You. Zhao Yuantang was so angry that he was shaking all over. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Gao Zhichuan and the others looked at Ning Fan provocatively. In their opinion, Zhao Yuantang would definitely choose the four of them. Unless he was kicked in the head by a donkey. But who knows? Zhao Yuantang suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Then you should withdraw and let Dr. Ning compete alone." Chapter 94, Dr. Ning, right? Deathly silence. Gao Zhichuan and others were frozen, staring at Zhao Yuantang in disbelief, feeling they had misheard. Zhao Yuantang? What do you mean? You choose him? Gao Zhichuan pointed at Ning Fan, his eyes darkening. Are you crazy? Right. Zhao Yuantang gritted his teeth and said, "I believe in Dr. Ning." I laughed out of anger. Hearing Zhao Yuantang's answer, Gao Zhichuan and the other three burst into laughter. Great, that's really great. If that's the case, then I'd like to see what kind of insults our Chinese medicine practitioners will receive after the competition is over. You, Zhao Yuantang, will definitely be despised, and I will impeach you for this behavior to the association. Zhao Yuantang, let me tell you, your tenure as guild president has come to an end. The four of them looked at Zhao Yuantang with anger in their eyes, feeling humiliated. In Zhao Yuantang's eyes, they are not even as good as a young boy? Let's go. Gao Jichuan snorted coldly and left with the other three. Dr. Ning.
Zhao Yuantang looked at Ning Fan, smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, I didn't expect them to have such a strong opinion of you.
Ning Fan waved his hand, it's okay. I can win this game by myself. To him, for people who won't cooperate with him are a burden. Well.
Zhao Yuantang sighed, Dr. Ning, just do your best.
We Chinese medicine practitioners have been misunderstood for so long anyway. Even if you lose, no one will say anything.
Come to think of it, he didn't believe that Ning Fan could win this Chinese and Western medicine competition alone. After all, the other party is not only one of the top 10 doctors in the world of Western medicine, but also has a team behind him.
How can we hope to win against such an opponent?
The reason why he chose Ning Fan was because Zhao Yuantang had even less hope for the other four.
Dr. Ning.
The game will start at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow evening.
Zhao Yuantang said, I hope you can be there on time.
Although we have no chance of winning, we can't let others call us cowards for not even daring to go to the competition.
Ning Fan hummed and agreed, don't worry. Then, Ning Fan was sent back to Tsanglong Island by Zhao Yuantang.
He returned to the house and was about to take out the spirit gathering bead to see how to set up the spirit gathering array.
A phone call came in, it was Tang Chuchu. Ning Fan.
Tang Chuchu said with some resentment, you haven't contacted me for a long time. Ning Fan smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, I've been a bit busy these past 2 days.
He hasn't stopped for a moment since that press conference. I see. Tang Chuchu suddenly laughed, okay, I forgive you. By the way, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. Can you come over for dinner then? The words fell.
Tang Chuchu on the other end of the phone was obviously nervous, very afraid that Ning Fan would reject him.
The day after tomorrow? Available.
Ning Fan nodded, don't worry, I will definitely be there when the time comes.
Only.
He had just agreed when he remembered that the Chinese and Western medicine competition seemed to be held the day after tomorrow.
Good.
But after hearing Ning Fan's agreement, Tang Chuchu on the other end of the phone quickly said happily, then I'll wait for you at home.
Then.
After hanging up the phone, Ning Fan murmured, forget it, I'll go celebrate Chuchu's birthday first, and then participate in the competition.
It's been such a long time since I've given Chuchu a gift. Let's go to the antique market tomorrow and pick out a birthday present. Shake your head.
Ning Fan put these two things behind him and took out the spirit gathering pearl, a silver white pearl. To the naked eye, this bead looks very ordinary, but when Ning Fan touched it, he could feel the surging power within it. A trace of spiritual energy gathered from Ning Fan's palm and seeped into the bead.
The next moment, a dazzling light appeared on it. Right after, a memory that did not belong to Ning Fan appeared in his mind, the arrangement method of the spirit gathering array. Use the spirit gathering pearl as the center of the formation. Ning Fan murmured softly, do we need 4 more 100-year-old medicinal herbs to guard the 4 corners of the formation? He has a headache. If he had known this earlier, he should have kept the herbs so that he could set up the spirit gathering array as soon as possible. Xiao Lei still owes me 200-year-old wild medicinal herbs and 1 200-year-old wild medicinal herb. Ning Fan murmured softly, after winning the Chinese and Western medicine competition this time, I'll also get some information about a 200-year-old wild medicinal herb. Exactly 4. In that case, we need to prepare as soon as possible. The spirit gathering array can speed up his cultivation by more than 10 times, so naturally the sooner it is set up, the better. What Ning Fan didn't know was, while he was practicing, the medical skills competition had almost spread throughout Jiangcheng due to the extensive publicity of Western medicine. Television, news, and all media outlets are filled with this news. Traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but feudal superstition and garbage. In the eyes of us Western doctors, that's not even worthy of being mentioned. That Ning guy was just lucky enough to have revived old man Xiao, and he thinks he can compare to us Western doctors. Little did they know that our Dr. Smith could also save Mr. Xiao. The day after tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, when the competition between Chinese and Western medicine begins, we Western doctors will make Chinese medicine despair and let them know how rubbish we are. Inside the TV, a group of people in white coats were talking non-stop, denigrating traditional Chinese medicine to the extreme. Dr. Ning, right? I hope to see you and your men arrive at the competition on time the day after tomorrow. Don't be a coward. These people were the same group of Western doctors who were in Mr. Shou's ward. Their expressions were extremely arrogant. These dogs who worship foreign things and fawn on foreigners are actually helping Western medicine to belittle Chinese medicine. I'm so pissed off.
I hope that Chinese medicine can win this time and give them a slap in the face. Let them see how precious the treasures left by our ancestors are, and also let them see how inferior Western medicine is compared to Chinese medicine.
By the way, who is this divine Dr. Ning? When did another divine doctor appear in Jiangcheng? In front of the TV.
Everyone who saw this scene was extremely angry, their faces flushed red, and they wanted to rush into the TV and slap those people hard. However, they soon noticed the 3 words Dr. Ning, and just when they were wondering who this was. At this moment, several people from the Chinese Medicine Association suddenly issued a statement. I, Gao Jichuan, will not participate in this competition.
I, Zhang Gubang, will not participate in this competition.
I, Lu Yongsheng, will not participate in this competition.
I, Meng Xiangwei, will not participate in this competition. Chapter 95. The stage is too small.
As these voices came out, everyone sitting in front of the TV was stunned for a moment.
This. Why didn't they all participate in this Chinese and Western medicine competition? Oh my god. They are famous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in Jiangcheng. If even they don't participate in the competition, what will we traditional Chinese medicine practitioners do? Everyone panicked. That Dr. Ning hasn't issued a statement. Could it be that he won't withdraw?
Suddenly, someone discovered that after the 4 voices, there was a person who had not spoken for a long time. It was the Dr. Ning mentioned by those Western doctors.
Could it be that he wants someone to replace our Jiangcheng Chinese medicine doctor? This moment.
Such a ridiculous idea arose in everyone's mind. Jiangcheng, Villa number 2 of Sunlong Island. In the living room, the desk lamp is on, and Jiang Rushua, wearing pajamas, is reading a book in an alluring posture.
Day.
Suddenly, the sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard, a little hurriedly.
Mr. Jiang.
Zhang Xiaoxiao approached, her voice heavy. Just now, the TV media suddenly announced that a competition between Chinese and Western medicine would be held in Jiangcheng.
Competition between Chinese and Western medicine? Jiang Rushui paused for a moment while flipping through the pages of the book before saying calmly, "What does this have to do with us?"
Her greatest interest is in business, not in this kind of competition. Listen to what those Western doctors say. Zhang Xiaoxiao said, the person who will be participating in the competition on behalf of the Chinese medicine doctor this time is called Dr. Ning.
This time. Jiang Rushui finally looked up and asked doubtfully, Ning Fan? I don't know the specific name. Zhang Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, it's still under investigation, but it's almost certain. It's very likely him.
Because in our investigation, apart from Ning Fan, there is no other miracle doctor named Ning in Jiangcheng. Jiang Rushua smiled and said, his medical skills are quite good, and he is qualified to participate in this competition on behalf of the Chinese medicine practitioner.
Only. Zhang Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. Go ahead.
Jiang Rushua naturally saw it at a glance and said calmly, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Zhang Xiaoxiao thought about her words for a moment, then said with a wry smile, Boss Jiang.
It's Smith who is representing Western medicine in the competition this time. Smith? Jiang Rushua frowned and immediately said, that famous Western doctor? I remember he was ranked on the world's list of Western medicine doctors. In the past few years, she has been suffering from illness, and her family has been secretly looking for doctors around the world to treat her illness. Some time ago, she had planned to find Smith, but her grandfather suddenly told her that Ning Fan could cure her. So, the matter was left unresolved, but no one expected that he would come to Jiangcheng to compete with Ning Fan in medical skills. It can be ranked among the world's top Western medicine doctors.
Jiang Rushua frowned, this guy is quite capable.
Ning Fan's medical skills are not bad either. Maybe he can really win this game.
From the moment Ning Fan cured her, Jiang Rushua knew that Ning Fan had extraordinary medical skills.
Mr. Jiang.
Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly and said, I also know that Ning Fan has extraordinary medical skills, but this time he has to face a team.
So, there's definitely no way he can win. How could one person win against a team with superb medical skills? Team? Jiang Rushua looked at her. What's behind Ning Fan? Even though Jiangcheng is a small city, it should be easy to find a few people with good medical skills to cooperate with him, right? I want to come.
She also didn't believe that Ning Fan could win the game alone.
There are indeed a few.
Zhang Xiaoxiao said helplessly, but, an hour ago, someone told me something happened. but those top Chinese medicine practitioners all issued statements, stating their stance that they would absolutely not participate in this Chinese and Western medicine competition. So, in the end, Ning Fan was the only one participating in the competition. Zhang Xiaoxiao was still a little angry when she thought of the statement issued by Gao Zhichuan and others. It was already a certain time.
To put it simply, this is a competition between Chinese and Western medicine.
But, to put it in a broader sense, this is a matter of honor for traditional Chinese medicine, but these people are not participating in the competition, which is really infuriating. If Ning Fan fails to win this match, he will likely be plagued by public opinion. Jiang Ruxue frowned and said, but if he can win this game?
Zhang Xiaoxiao asked curiously, Boss Jiang, what will happen to him? Jiang Ruxue exhaled like orchid, full of glory. Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled and said, then how will President Jiang view Ning Fan then? Should I follow what the old man said and marry Ning Fan so that he can become the son-in-law of the Jiang family? She was very curious about how Jiang Ruxue would answer. After all, if Ning Fan can really win the Chinese and Western medicine competition, then he will become a miracle doctor in the eyes of everyone in Jiangcheng, which is a very good achievement. Thinking back to the first time she met Ning Fan, he was a waste that was kicked out by the Yang family. Comparing his appearance now, Zhang Xiaoxiao even suspected that Ning Fan was pretending before. Jiang Ruxue was silent for a moment, then stood up, walked to the window, and whispered, standing here, what can you see? Zhang Xiaoxiao was stunned. It's the majestic Hidden Dragon Island. Really? Jiang Ruxue nodded, Hidden Dragon Island is indeed magnificent. Standing here, one feels insignificant. But, Xiaoxiao. Hidden Dragon Island is number 1 in Jiangcheng, but if it were in Jiangbei, it wouldn't even be in the top 10. If you look at the world from a broader perspective, it's nothing. This city is simply too small. Zhang Xiaoxiao hesitated, she seemed to understand what Jiang Ruxue meant. Ning Fan may have some medical skills, but they are just medical skills. This alone is not enough. If you put him here in Jiangcheng, he will still be insignificant. Jiang Ruxue murmured softly, if he can win the Chinese and Western medicine competition. It just proves to me that he's not a loser and that he's worthy of my attention. As for the rest, it's not enough. My Jiang Rushue's man shouldn't be confined to a small place like Jiangcheng. This stage is too small after all. As the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital, Jiang Ruxue is somewhat proud. Even the rich young masters in the provincial capital are not in her eyes, let alone people from a small place like Jiangcheng. Then, Mr. Jiang, what kind of achievements does Ning Fan need to achieve to be worthy of you? Zhang Xiaoxiao hesitated. Jiang Ruxue raised her head, her eyes deep. If he can reach the top of the provincial capital within the 1 year I give him, then I, Jiang Ruxue, will marry him without anyone asking. Chapter 96 So Handsome. The top of the provincial capital? After hearing Jiang Rushue's words, Zhang Xiaoxiao's body shook violently, and she trembled as she spoke, isn't this goal too big? The top of the provincial capital. Now, the Jiang family is only considered half of the provincial capital, and Jiang Ruxue actually wants Ning Fan to become the top of the provincial capital. This. Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't even dare to think about it. Big? Jiang Ruxue chuckled and said, 10 days ago, when you first met Ning Fan, did you ever imagine that he would become the miracle doctor he is today? Even Miss Tang took a fancy to her? Zhang Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and remained silent. She really couldn't think of it. I have a feeling. Jiang Ruxue said in a faint voice, this man will give me a big surprise. Early the next morning. After Ning Fan absorbed the first ray of purple energy, he ended his training, packed up, and took a taxi to the antique market. The antique market was in the 6th district of Jiangcheng. When Ning Fan arrived, there were already quite a few people there. Most of them are people who want to come and take advantage of the bargain. In addition to the gorgeous shops on both sides of the street, there are also various street vendors. Ning Fan had originally planned to go directly into the shop to buy antiques, but as soon as he raised his foot, he noticed a hint of spiritual energy looming on his left. He looked over and saw a small stall on his left, in front of which sat a disabled middle-aged man. And that spiritual energy emanated from a jade pendant on the street stall. Ning Fan stepped forward and pointed at the jade pendant. How much is this jade pendant? The middle-aged man rolled his eyes and said with a smile, little brother, if you want it, how about I sell it to you for 10,000? Ning Fan sneered, why, do you want to see me trick you, trick me? Just this jade pendant is worth 10,000 yuan? 500. If you don't sell it, I'll leave. He stood up and was about to leave.
After cultivating immortality, Ning Fan's perception became very clear, and he could naturally tell at a glance that this middle-aged man was planning to trick him.
He won't be taken advantage of. Look at you.
The middle-aged man's face looked a little grim, but seeing that Ning Fan was really about to leave, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay.
500 is 500. Transfer the money to me and the jade pendant will be yours."
Ning Fan transferred 500 yuan to the middle-aged man and picked up the jade pendant. There was a faint spiritual energy in it, which was just enough to withstand the power of the amulet.
The inheritance left by my father also includes the method of making amulets.
I will make one myself tonight and then put it into this jade pendant.
When the time comes.
This jade pendant can withstand a fatal blow, and it is perfect as a gift for Tang Chuchu. In this way, Ning Fan no longer has to worry about Tang Chuchu's safety.
Mr. Ning? At this time,
Ran Guochang's voice suddenly sounded from behind him, and he said with a smile, "I didn't expect to meet you here." Ning Fan turned around and saw an old man and a young man standing in front of him, whom he didn't recognize.
"Who are you?" Ning Fan frowned and asked, "Do we know each other?" "Ha ha ha. It's normal that Mr. Ning doesn't recognize me." Ren Guochang smiled and said, "My last name is Run."
I saw Mr. Ning standing next to Miss Jiang at her press conference.
Ning Fan suddenly realized, "Is that so? What do you want from me?"
Ren Guochang pulled out a business card and handed it to Ning Fan. "I just want to meet Mr. Ning." Ning Fan took a look at the person from the provincial capital and reached out to take it. "Okay."
At this time,
his cell phone rang.
It was Tang Chuchu calling.
After answering the call, he nodded and said, "I'm here at the antique market."
"Okay, come pick me up." After hanging up the phone, Ren Guochang smiled and asked, "If Mr. Ning has something to do, please go ahead and do it. I'm taking my grandson out for a stroll.
Tomorrow, the granddaughter of an old friend has a birthday, so I came here to pick out a gift for her."
Ning Fan nodded and left. Tang Chuchu happened to be nearby and would arrive soon. "Grandfather." After Ning Fan left, Ren Feiyu looked at his back and frowned, "Is he really some big shot?" Ren Guochang sneered, "Have you ever seen any big shot come to this stall to buy things? And you can bargain?" Ren Feiyu asked puzzledly, "Then why did he appear at Miss Zhang's press conference and stand next to Miss Zhang? Grandpa, do you think he could be Miss Zhang's adopted mistress?" "Only." He stopped talking here and didn't dare to say anything else. "After you go down, arrange for someone to investigate him." Ren Guochang said, "Investigate his background and find out who he really is." Ren Feiyu nodded. Suddenly, he glanced and saw a pink 911 parked at the intersection. The window rolled down and a very familiar profile appeared in his sight. "Tang Chuchu?" Ren Feiyu was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Ning Fan get into the 911. "What Tang Chuchu?" Ren Guochang turned his head and looked at him. "Grandfather." Ren Feiyu pointed to the intersection and said, "I seem to see Mr. Ning get into Tang Chuchu's car just now." Ren Guochang said calmly, "You must have seen it wrong. If he were Miss Zhang's man, he would never dare to come into contact with other women." Ren Feiyu also nodded. As Miss Jiang, she would never allow the man she supported to have contact with other women. On the other side, inside the 911. "Why did you call me suddenly?" Ning Fan smiled and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Tang Chuchu rolled her eyes at him. "Why, can't I come to see you if there's nothing wrong?" Ning Fan touched his nose and said, "No, it's just a little sudden." As he spoke, he put the jade pendant he had just bought into his pocket so that Tang Chuchu wouldn't see it. "I knew you were still wearing those two pieces of clothing." Tang Chuchu glanced at Ning Fan and said, "Tomorrow is my birthday. Even though no one else is here, you still have to behave properly. So, I decided to take you shopping for some clothes so you can have a new look." Ning Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Tang Chuchu came here for this reason. However, come to think of it, he really should change his clothes. "I had no money before." Later, after inheriting his father's legacy, he had no time. Soon, Tang Chuchu took Ning Fan to a very famous local shopping mall, and she picked out a suit worth 500,000 yuan for Ning Fan. A Patek Philippe watch. All in all, it cost at least 1 million, which made Ning Fan sigh that Tang Chuchu was really a rich woman. He never thought that one day he would spend more than 1 million on clothes. A moment later.
When Ningfan emerged from the fitting room in a suit, Tang Chuchu was mesmerized for a moment, muttering, "So handsome."
Chapter 97. Any questions? Ningfan smiled. Really? Then.
He looked in the mirror and found that he was indeed much more handsome.
Ever since he started dating Yang Qiqi, Ningfan hadn't bought any decent clothes. Save wherever you can.
This is my first time buying clothes in such a large mall.
So cool.
Tang Chuchu stepped forward, straightened Ningfan's tie, and said with a chuckle, "If you debut now,
maybe I can become the husband those little girls talk about."
Ningfan lowered his head and glanced at Tang Chuchu, his eyes full of tenderness.
He suddenly blurted out, "What about you? What am I like in your eyes?" A word came out.
Tang Chuchu's fingers, which were originally fixing Ningfan's tie, stopped and her face flushed.
I'm going to the bathroom." Tang Chuchu found an excuse and fled in a hurry. She's actually shy.
Ningfan laughed dryly, shook his head, and retracted his gaze.
He stood there waiting for Tang Chuchu to come back.
Ningfan, wearing new clothes, and with the unique aura he had acquired since he began cultivating immortals, attracted the attention of many young girls.
The other side. "Xuemei, look, there's a handsome guy over there."
Two women caught sight of Ningfan's back, and one of them said excitedly, "Oh my god, this back view is so stunning."
"No way, I have to go up and add him on WeChat." Zhang Xuemei smiled and said, "Suli, maybe this is a killer from behind."
Suli chuckled, "How is that possible?
Where are there so many back shadow killers?" Then, she quickly stepped forward and walked behind Ningfan. "Hi, handsome."
Suli reached out and patted Ningfan on the back, a smile appearing on her face. "Can you add WeChat?"
"Oh my god, Ningfan?"
She hadn't finished her words when she saw Ningfan's face.
She couldn't help but be stunned. Ningfan was also slightly stunned when he saw the two women, Suli, Zhang Xuemei.
He was a little surprised.
He didn't expect to see these two women in the mall.
They were Ningfan's high school classmates, but they had no contact since graduation.
"Ningfan, you can do it." Suli reacted and said with a smile, TSK, are you rich now? I can even afford such expensive clothes."
"I remember when you were in high school, you didn't even dare to wear clothes that cost 200 yuan. When he was in high school, Ningfan had never heard his mother say that his family was rich, so he had always been frugal and never wasted anything.
To be honest,
if Tang Chuchu hadn't insisted on bringing him here this time, Ningfan himself would not have been willing to buy such expensive clothes. Zhang Xuemei looked Ningfan up and down, thinking carefully in her mind how to get close to Ningfan.
"No."
Ningfan smiled and said, "It's just that I was a little luckier."
"Being lucky is also a skill."
Suli laughed and said, "By the way, we're going back to Qing County tomorrow.
Do you want to go with us?" Ningfan shook his head, "No.
I still have some things to deal with in Jiangcheng."
Qing County is his hometown. "Ningfan, go back."
Suli said, "We plan to organize a class reunion in 3 days. We haven't seen each other for so many years.
It's time to get together and talk." Zhang Xuemei's eyes rolled. If Ningfan agreed to attend the class reunion, wouldn't she have some chance? "You guys get together." But Ningfan smiled and refused, "I won't go."
He had accompanied Yang Qiqi to a class reunion before.
To be honest, it's boring.
The content of the gathering was not about talking about old classmates and friendship, but about praising those who were rich and powerful.
This kind of gathering is a waste of time.
Instead of wasting time, he might as well practice more and improve his strength.
Ningfan. Zhang Xuemei's tone suddenly turned sarcastic. "You haven't become rich now, have you? You don't care about us classmates anymore?" Ningfan frowned and wanted to reply to her, "Are we familiar with each other?" "Xuemei, what are you talking about?" Ningfan must be busy. Suli pinched Zhang Xuemei's waist and said, "He's not that kind of person." Ningfan, Xuemei didn't mean that. Don't take it to heart.
Zhang Xuemei curled her lips and said, "Suli, you can only judge a person by his appearance. We haven't seen him for such a long time.
Who knows what kind of person he has become? You said Zhou Kuan, as the manager of Qingyun Restaurant, could make time to come back and attend our class reunion. No matter how well Ningfan does, can he be as good as Zhou Kuan? You say, why didn't he go to the class reunion, other than looking down on us?" Suli kept winking at Zhang Xuemei, wanting her to talk less. "Only."
Ningfan suddenly spoke calmly, "I just don't like this kind of class reunion.
What's wrong? Is there a problem? Since this person doesn't give face to himself, why should Ningfan give face to her?
As Ningfan finished speaking, Su Li and Zhang Xuemei's bodies stiffened. No one had expected that Ningfan would actually admit this.
Ningfan. At this time, Tang Chuchu came over from the bathroom and asked in confusion, "Why, what happened?" Ningfan retracted his gaze and smiled, "It's okay, let's go."
Tang Chuchu nodded, glanced at Su Li and the other person, then followed Ningfan out of the mall. It wasn't until Ningfan and the others left that Su Li and Zhang Xuemei reacted.
Was that Ningfan's girlfriend just now?
Su Li looked envious, so beautiful. And just looking at her temperament, she looks like a young lady from a wealthy family. I never thought that Ningfan, who was always inconspicuous in high school, would now be the most successful among our classmates. Ningfan was very inconspicuous when he was in high school. He was one of those unknown boys. Su Li recognized him at a glance because she was the study committee member of the class at that time and had a deeper impression of each classmate.
What? I think he's just a kept gigolo. Zhang Xuemei curled her lips and said, "Why are you so arrogant? He's just a gigolo, so what right does he have to say he doesn't like us?"
If we really want to talk about who is doing the best, it still has to be Zhou Kuan and Zhang Haoxuan. Su Li smiled and said, "Being favored by the eldest daughter of a wealthy family is also Ningfan's ability."
Zhang Xuemei snorted coldly, "Just wait and see, it won't be long before he'll be abandoned.
When the time comes, I'd like to see what else he can do." She also gave up the idea of getting close to Ningfan. What could a kept gigolo give her?
"I can't give you anything."
Okay. Su Li smiled and said, "Whether Ningfan wants to go or not is his freedom.
I can't force him to go. Maybe he really has something wrong." Chapter 98. You shouldn't mind, right?
The other side. Ningfan and the other person left the mall, and no one mentioned Su Li and the others. He first went to a store to buy some yellow paper, and then asked Tang Chuchu to take him back to Tsanglong Island.
Ningfan. Tang Chuchu called Ningfan, "Remember to attend my birthday party tomorrow. There are no outsiders, just my grandfather and others." Ningfan agreed, "Okay."
Seeing this, Tang Chuchu smiled and said, "Then I'll leave." Ningfan waited until Tang Chuchu's car was out of sight before turning back to the mountaintop villa. Entering the room, he took out the jade pendant and yellow paper.
Amulet.
Ningfan murmured softly, and soon, he made a simple amulet according to the inheritance in his memory and transferred spiritual energy into it.
Right after,
he spread out his palm, and the dark blue spiritual fire condensed, and placed the amulet and jade pendant into it.
Soon, the amulet was seen gradually entering the jade pendant in the ghostly spiritual fire. And the spiritual energy on the jade pendant becomes more and more intense. 5 minutes later, the word "protect" was engraved on the jade pendant in Ningfan's palm. Success! The corners of his mouth rose, although the amulet I am making now is just a simple version. But it's enough to withstand the impact of a car 100 yards away. With this jade pendant, there's no need to worry about Chuchu's safety. I'll need to find another jade pendant later and make one for Xiuqiu as well. Since he entered the second level of qi refining, he has become more proficient in controlling spiritual energy. So, things like refining elixirs and drawing talismans will also become much simpler. Then, Ningfan put away the jade pendant and began to immerse himself in cultivation. From now until tomorrow night, he had nothing to do. Ningfan couldn't miss such a good opportunity to practice. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough materials now, so he can't build a spirit gathering array. Otherwise, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that Ningfan came out of his cultivation state. The spiritual energy in his dantian and his lower abdomen was much richer than before. But he felt a little busy. If I continue to practice like this, it will take at least 100 days to break through to the third level of qi refining. Ningfan smiled bitterly and said, as expected, we still need to hurry up and find century-old wild medicinal herbs. In this way, I can break through as quickly as possible and improve my strength. He had a headache because century-old wild medicinal herbs were very rare nowadays. And, although Ningfan didn't know the price of the century-old wild medicinal herb that Xiao Lei had given him, but Ningfan clearly remembered that at the previous auction, the jade stone that Tang Chuchu bought for him was priced at 3 million. It's only the size of your little finger. You can imagine how expensive something rich in spiritual energy is.
If Ning Fan wants to obtain more of this kind of cultivation resources, it is not feasible to rely solely on people like Xiao Lei to deliver them. He still needs to make money as soon as possible to buy it. It seems I should find a way to make money as soon as possible. Ning Fan murmured softly, although Xiao Lei is now subservient to me, if I don't give him considerable benefits, he will definitely not work hard to find this wild medicinal herb for me.
Never mind.
Then, he thought of something and shook his head. Let's talk about making money later.
Let's first find all the materials needed for the spirit gathering array.
The spirit gathering formation can increase his cultivation speed tenfold, which is more powerful than any other medicinal herbs.
The phone rang. It was Tang Chu calling. Ning Fan, are you done packing?
Tang Chu's voice was as loud as a silver bell. My birthday party is about to start.
Ning Fan looked up at the time. It was 6 o'clock. I'll be right there.
Ning Fan immediately replied, don't worry, I won't miss it.
After hanging up the phone,
Ning Fan took a shower, put on the suit that Tang Chu bought him yesterday, and took a taxi to the Tang family.
Ning Fan, here.
Tang Chu had already been standing at the door waiting for Ning Fan. When she saw him get out of the taxi, she immediately shouted. Today, Tang Chu wore a princess dress with her long hair draped over her shoulders, looking very noble and elegant.
Neat. Ning Fan stepped forward and said with a smile, I shouldn't be late, right? Without.
Tang Chu put his hands in front of him, squinted his eyes and smiled, you look so handsome today. Then, she stepped forward and straightened Ning Fan's collar. Let's go in, my grandfather and the others are already waiting at home.
Ning Fan nodded, okay. Tang Chu led Ning Fan towards the interior of the Tang family's house.
It seemed that she had arranged it very early, and the Tang family's house was filled with a birthday atmosphere. Tang Chu didn't invite anyone to this birthday party, only her grandpa, dad, and Ning Fan. It can be said that this was a very private birthday party.
Ning Fan is here?
Tang Guoqiang saw Ning Fan and said with a smile, you haven't come to see me for a long time.
Come and sit next to me. After Chu's birthday party is over, we can have a good chat.
He likes Ning Fan very much.
Only. Tang Sihai was sitting on the side.
When he saw Ning Fan coming over, his face darkened and he didn't say a word. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Miss Jiang said in the box of Tang's hotel after the press conference that day, and frowned. She asked Tang Chu to stay away from Ning Fan, fearing that she would be implicated.
Could it be that Ning Fan had provoked the Jiang family?
But
if that is the case, why did Miss Jiang let Ning Fan stand on the press conference stage?
He couldn't figure it out. For the first time, Tang Sihai felt that he could no longer see through Ning Fan.
I've been busy these days and haven't had time to come over.
Ning Fan said apologetically, by the way, old man, this is the gift I brought you.
Said.
He handed a small pill to Tang Guoqiang. After eating it, it will help prolong your life. This kind of thing would be of great use to ordinary people like Mr. Tang.
Suddenly, Ning Fan thought, could he make money by selling pills? But he quickly rejected this idea. Refining pills is not only time-consuming, but also wastes spiritual energy.
It is not cost-effective. To him, money is just paper used to buy medicinal herbs, and too much of it is useless.
Okay. Tang Guoqiang said happily, it's rare that you still remember me, an old man. He reached out and took the small Huandan pill. By the way, what birthday gift did you bring for Chu this time? Hearing this, Tang Chu thanked the old man, and then looked at Ning Fan with anticipation. No matter what he gave her, she would like it. As long as the heart is there, that's enough. Only.
Just as Ning Fan was about to take out the jade pendant, a voice rang out from outside, ha.
Old Tang, you shouldn't mind me coming here uninvited, right? Chapter 99 I will accept it too. Hear this voice. Tang Guoqiang's face looked grim, and then he saw the two people walking in from outside the Tang family's door. It was none other than Ren Guoqiang and his grandson.
At the press conference, these two people stood with Lu Ming and deceived him. To be honest, Tang Guoqiang felt very uncomfortable. I never wanted to see them again in this life, but I didn't expect them to come uninvited today. Ning Fan also raised his eyebrows slightly.
Aren't these the two people he met yesterday when he bought the jade pendant? Uncle Run. Tang Sihai stood up first and said with a smile, I wonder what brings you here today. No way.
The Rin family is also one of the persons in charge of this project of the Jiang family, and is responsible for the business in the provincial capital.
So,
The Tang family cannot make the relationship with him too strained.
Ha ha ha. Ren Guochang laughed and said, "Didn't you hear that today is Chuchu's birthday, so you wanted to come over here to have some fun?" Tang Chuchu looked unnatural. She hadn't told anyone about the birthday party.
He just didn't want outsiders to come over, so as to ease the relationship between his father and Ningfan.
Who knew these two annoying people would come over? How? Ren Guochang laughed and said, "Do you dislike us?"
Tang Guochang snorted coldly and said, "The Ren family is a wealthy family, how dare I look down on you?" However, when he said this, he turned his head away and didn't even look at Ren Guochang and his grandson.
"Alas, old Tang, I know you're still angry with me.
You blame me for not speaking well of your Tang family in front of Miss Jiang." Ren Guochang sighed and said, "But there's nothing I can do.
Miss Jiang doesn't like people who use back doors.
If I really did that, it might even bring trouble to our Ren family.
Look, this time I really brought Feiyu to attend Chuchu's birthday party so that I could apologize. By the way, Chuchu, you should still remember my Feiyu, right?"
As he spoke, he looked at Tang Chuchu and said with a smile, "You don't know, ever since I saw you at the Tang family that time, Feiyu has been talking about you in front of me since I got home."
"What are you talking about? I won't marry anyone but you. It really makes me upset." Hearing this,
Ningfan narrowed his eyes, a cold look emerging on his face.
Did these two people come here today to take advantage of Tang Chuchu?
Although he and Tang Chuchu had not completely torn off the veil in between, Ningfan did not allow any man to get close to her.
Ningfan. Tang Chuchu moved closer to Ningfan and did not answer what Ren Guochang and his grandson said.
It was at this time that Ren Guochang and the others noticed Ningfan, who had his back to them.
"Mr. Ning?" Ren Guochang asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" Ningfan directly took Tang Chuchu's hand and said with a smile, "Today is Chuchu's birthday, so of course I will be here."
Tang Chuchu's face flushed red when Ningfan suddenly held her hand. Apart from her father and grandfather, this was the first time a man had held her hand. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Ren Guochang and his grandson turned cold.
This Ningfan actually held Tang Chuchu's hand? He.
For a moment, Ren Guochang glanced at Tang Guochang sarcastically.
He had originally thought that Tang Guochang was so great and upright.
It turned out that after seeing Ningfan standing next to Miss Jiang, I thought that this man was a big shot and would also send his granddaughter away.
Ren Feiyu stepped forward and asked coldly, "What is your relationship with Chuchu?"
His eyes were extremely hostile, as if he wanted to tear Ningfan apart.
"What does my relationship with Chuchu have to do with you?" Ningfan said indifferently, "Why should I explain to you?" Tang Guochang was very satisfied with Ningfan's attitude, neither humble nor arrogant.
And he was brave enough to stand up for Chuchu. He liked Ningfan more and more and hoped that he would become his grandson-in-law. The eyes of Ren Guochang and his grandson turned completely cold.
"Old Tang, I think you might have been deceived by this person."
Ren Guochang looked at Tang Guochang and sneered, "This person has absolutely nothing to do with Miss Jiang. Why he was able to appear at that press conference and stand next to Miss Jiang, I don't know. But I know that he was just a poor guy abandoned by the granddaughter of the Young family in Jiangcheng not long ago.
I'm broke and have a sister with a heart disease. Tell me, how could such a person be favored by Miss Jiang? If your Tang family wants to use such a person to please Miss Jiang, that's a joke." He directly told everyone Ningfan's past details.
After they met Ningfan at the antique market yesterday, they went down to investigate everything that had happened to Ningfan.
"I found out that Mr. Ning is just a waste. Besides," Ren Guochang sneered, "you probably don't know, right? We ran into this guy at the antique market yesterday. He actually bargained for a jade pendant. Do you think someone favored by Miss Jiang would do something so degrading?"
Ren Feiyu looked at Ningfan proudly.
"A loser like you is worthy enough to compete with Ren Feiyu for a woman?" "Yeah."
Tang Guochang said calmly, "My Tang family has never been interested in Ningfan because he is Miss Jiang's man. As long as Chuchu likes him, even if he is just an ordinary person in Jiangcheng, I will accept him." There was a sentence that Mr. Tang only thought in his heart but did not say it out loud. That is, Ningfan is not an ordinary person, he possesses extremely superb medical skills. Even Zhao Yuan Tang called him a miracle doctor. Ren Guochang narrowed his eyes and kept looking at Tang Guochang, as if he wanted to find some flaws in his eyes.
Pity. Tang Guochang was telling the truth, so naturally he couldn't see anything. "Let's not talk about this anymore."
Tang Sihai stepped forward and said with a smile, "Today is Chuchu's birthday, so let's not make things so awkward because of this."
Let's celebrate Choo Choo's birthday properly.
He disliked neither Ren Guochang nor Ningfan, so naturally he wouldn't speak for either of them.
2. Blame me. It's my fault. I almost missed Choo Choo's birthday. Ren Guochang patted his forehead and said with a smile, Feiyu, hurry up and take out the gift you prepared for Choo Choo. Hearing this,
Ren Feiyu took out a jade pendant and said with a smile, Choo Choo, this is the jade pendant I carefully selected at the antique market yesterday.
I heard it was worn by a queen in ancient times. Now, I take it out and give it to you. I wish you a happy birthday. Tang Choo Choo hesitated.
She didn't want to continue and could only look at Ningfan for help. Ningfan grasped her hand tightly, casually glanced at the jade pendant, and said with a playful smile, You've been tricked. This jade pendant is not an ancient item, and no queen has ever worn it.
Chapter 100 I like it very much. You fart.
Ren Feiyu immediately cursed, I spent 550,000 to buy this jade pendant.
How could it be fake?
Ren Guochang said calmly, I was there when they bought this jade pendant. I'm very fond of jade, so I naturally have some knowledge in this area. This piece of jade is obviously top-grade jade.
If Mr. Ning is ignorant, he can just keep silent.
There's no need to be so sarcastic. He looked extremely unfriendly.
Shut up. No one will think you're dumb if you don't speak. Tang Sihai's voice was extremely cold. With the Ren family's assets, how could they possibly buy a piece of fake jade and give it to Choo Choo as a birthday present?
Ningfan, if you want to completely ruin Choo Choo's birthday party, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. At this time, Tang Sihai became more and more disgusted with Ningfan.
How could a person who talked nonsense all the time bring happiness to his daughter? But Tang Choo Choo looked at Ningfan with curiosity. Ningfan, how can you tell this jade is fake?
She believed Ningfan's words because Ningfan had cut out several pieces of jadeite worth of fortune in front of her.
With his vision, how could he be talking nonsense?
In ancient times, jade was all crafted by hand. Ningfan smiled and pointed, but this piece of jade is different.
There are marks on the back left by the machine. It's hard to spot that unless you look closely.
Tang Choo Choo looked at the jade pendant, turned it over, and examined it carefully twice, but still did not see any engraving marks.
What a joke. Why don't I see any notches?
Ren Feiyu sneered and said, Ask Choo Choo and the old man if anyone has seen the marks you mentioned. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will ruin your reputation in Jiangcheng tomorrow. Since we already know that this person has nothing to do with Miss Jiang, but is just a loser who was cheated on and abandoned by his girlfriend.
What is Ren Feiyu afraid of? With the power of his Ren family, it would be very easy to ruin the reputation of such a person in Jiangcheng.
Ningfan stretched out his hand and grasped the jade pendant. In an instant, a flash of spiritual energy flashed through his palm.
Isn't this a scratch? A moment later, Ningfan pointed at the jade pendant and said calmly, It's clearly machine engraved. At this time,
everyone's eyes fell on the jade pendant, and they saw the marks on it at a glance.
This is impossible. Ren Feiyu blushed, there weren't any such marks just now. You did it, didn't you?
He pointed at Ningfan, his eyes full of anger.
Tang Sihai and others also frowned, thinking that this was Ningfan's doing. After all, they didn't see such marks just now.
Oh.
Ningfan sneered and said, You must be joking. I just touched this jade pendant. How can I leave a mark on it? Don't you know how hard jade is? Even if you drop this jade pendant on the ground right now, I'm afraid there won't be any marks left. Hearing this,
the expressions of Ren Guochang and his grandson turned ugly. What Ningfan said made a lot of sense.
Neat.
Ren Feiyu quickly looked at Tang Choo Choo. Listen to me, I really spent 550,000 to buy this jade pendant.
Look, this is the invoice and the payment record. He was a little panicked and quickly took out the invoices for the jade pendant he bought yesterday. He was afraid that others would misunderstand that Ren Feiyu bought a fake jade pendant as a gift for someone else. How should others see him? No, you should take it back.
Tang Choo Choo shook her head and refused. Also, we are not familiar with each other, so don't call me Choo Choo, you can call me Miss Tang.
Hearing her words,
Ren Feiyu's eyes were gloomy and he glared at Ningfan fiercely.
Tang Choo Choo actually rejected him for such a man?
Then, he suddenly thought of something and sneered, even if this jade pendant is really fake.
But I also spent 550,000 to buy it. And you? What's the birthday gift for Choo Choo this time? Tang Chuchu couldn't help but frown.
She had told him not to call her Chuchu anymore.
Was there something wrong with his ears?
However, her eyes soon fell on Ningfan, wanting to see what gift Ningfan gave her.
Neat.
Ningfan took out the jade pendant he had prepared long ago and said with a smile, "Happy birthday."
Jade pendant. Ningfan also gave Tang Chuchu a jade pendant. Ha ha ha. Ningfan, this isn't the jade pendant you bargained for at the street stall, is it? Ren Feiyu sneered and said, I remember it was 500 yuan, right? How? In your eyes, is Chuchu so cheap? Bought it at a street stall? And it's only $500. Tang Sihai frowned and stared at Ningfan with a bad look. Does this man look down on his daughter so much? He actually gave his daughter such a gift. Look at what's on Chuchu. Ren Feiyu pointed and sarcastically said, which one of them isn't a luxury item worth tens of thousands of yuan? I'm afraid her meal costs more than 500 yuan. Do you think Chuchu would be interested in such a cheap jade? But who knows?
Tang Chuchu laughed at this time. Thank you, I like it very much.
Can you put it on for me?
Ningfan had already prepared a red string on the jade pendant. Okay. He reached out and carefully placed the jade pendant around Tang Chuchu's neck. After such close contact and feeling Ningfan's breathing, Tang Chuchu lowered her head, her face flushed, and she was at a loss. After seeing this scene, Ren Feiyu's laughter stopped abruptly and his face became extremely ugly.
Tang Chuchu didn't want the jade pendant that she had spent 550,000 yuan to buy, but instead accepted the cheap goods given by Ningfan? This moment, his chest felt like it was about to explode. Neat.
After Ningfan put the jade pendant on Tang Chuchu, he instructed her, you'd better wear this jade pendant all the time.
Don't take it off.
At the critical moment, this jade pendant can block a fatal blow for you.
This way, you will be safe even when I'm not by your side. It's better to be careful in everything. Only.
After hearing Ningfan's words, Ren Feiyu sneered and said, I didn't expect you to be so superstitious.
There's also a jade pendant that can block a fatal blow for Chuchu. Why don't you say that this jade pendant can take Chuchu to the sky? Ren Guochang also sneered, Mr. Ning, you didn't rely on such an outrageous lie to get in touch with Miss Jian?
I've lived almost my entire life, but I've never heard of a jade pendant that can withstand a fatal blow.
Tang Sihai said coldly, Chuchu, throw away that jade pendant. Stop embarrassing yourself. Chapter 101. Do you know who it is? I don't. Tang Chuchu flatly refused, this is a gift from Ningfan. No matter what it is, I like it.
Although she didn't quite believe what Ningfan said, this jade pendant could help her withstand a fatal attack.
But
this was the first gift Ningfan gave her, so Tang Chuchu liked it very much.
You. Tang Sihai was very angry, I'm really pissed off. This guy is talking nonsense, and you believe him? Tang Sihai was so angry that his chest was about to explode.
People say that a daughter who is married off is like spilled water. Now that Tang Chuchu hasn't gotten married yet and she doesn't listen to him, Tang Sihai glared at Ningfan fiercely, wishing he could tear him to pieces.
Chuchu must cut off contact with this kid as soon as possible, otherwise, who knows what will happen. Alright. Stop talking. Tang Guoqiang said, Chuchu, Grandpa will light a candle for you, please make a wish. He picked up the lighter and lit the candles on the birthday cake, and the flames flickered.
Tang Chuchu clasped her hands together in front of her, closed her eyes, and silently made a wish to the birthday cake.
Ha!
After a moment, she stepped forward, blew out the candles, and smiled, let's eat cake.
Soon, she cut the cake in order of importance, and Tang Guoqiang was the first. And Ningfan is the second one. This made the anger in Tang Sihai's eyes even more obvious, damn brat. Soon. The time came to 7:30.
Ningfan glanced at the time and said apologetically, Chuchu, I still have some things to do.
So I'm leaving. Ah?
Tang Chuchu was disappointed, but she still managed to smile, since you have important things to do, then go first. Don't worry about me, my grandfather and father are with me, go quickly. Ningfan smiled and said, I will definitely spare a day to spend time with you later.
Tang Chuchu's eyes curved, it's a deal. Then Ningfan turned and left.
The Chinese and Western medicine competition was about to begin, and he couldn't miss such an opportunity to obtain precious medicinal materials. We must improve our strength as soon as possible.
I'm going to the bathroom.
After Ningfan left, Ren Feiyu also found an excuse to get up and leave.
However, he didn't go to the bathroom at all.
Instead, he ran to the door of the Tang family first and waited for Ning Fan. Not long after, he saw Ning Fan walking out of the Tang family.
Kid. Ren Feiyu warned, I'm telling you, Chu Chu is not worthy of you. You'd better know your place and stay away from Chu Chu. Ning Fan said indifferently, what if I don't know what's best for me? Ren Feiyu chuckled. Don't you know what's best for you?
He extended his hand and placed it on Ning Fan's chest, sneering, the strength of the provincial capital family is beyond the imagination of a loser like you.
Do you believe that I can make you have no chance of survival in the entire Jiangbei region with just one sentence? Not only that, I will make sure that everyone who has anything to do with you has no chance of survival. Snap. The next moment, before Ren Feiyu could react, Ning Fan broke his fingers. At the same time, a trace of spiritual energy entered his body. You dare to touch me? Ren Feiyu broke out in a cold sweat and said with gritted teeth, do you want to die?
Ning Fan ignored his threat and said coldly, if you don't kneel before me and apologize within 5 days, you will die. After putting down the words, he left immediately. The spiritual energy he had just sent into Ren Feiyu's body would erode his internal organs within a certain period of time. If he cannot get rid of that spiritual energy within 5 days, he will die. You want me to kneel down and apologize? Ren Feiyu's face was grim, you are not qualified yet. Then, he sneered and said, also, who do you think you are? Do you dare to kill me? He quickly returned to the Tang family and hid his right hand behind his back so that no one could see anything. By the way, old Tang, I heard there's a Xiao family in Jiangcheng? Ren Guochang suddenly spoke up, they seem to be planning to attack Miss Jiang and us? Xiao family? When mentioning this family, Tang Guochang frowned. The Xiao family was once the emperor of the underground world in Jiangcheng.
No one wants to mess with these lunatics.
They really do regard Jiangcheng as their own private territory and don't allow any major forces from the provincial capital or other places to interfere. However, ever since Mr. Xiao fell ill, they have never appeared in front of the people of Jiangcheng in a high-profile manner.
This is the first time.
Originally, he had almost forgotten the Xiao family.
I heard someone mention it.
Ren Guochang casually said, this time, the eldest son of the Xiao family held this banquet not only to invite the dignitaries of Jiangcheng, but also to thank a certain Dr. Ning.
Do you know who this divine Dr. Ning is? Dr. Ning? When this was mentioned, the 3 members of the Tang family all looked at Ren Guochang. How? Ren Guochang smiled and said, do you know this Dr. Ning? Tang Chuchu asked nervously, Grandpa, could it be Ning Fan?
She felt that this guess was very likely.
After all, Ning Fan possesses medical skills that even Zhao Yuan Tang would praise him for. Tang Guoqiang remained silent, also thinking that this person might be Ning Fan. That kid knows medicine?
Ren Feiyu's face turned grim, but he quickly said with certainty, no, it can't be him.
How old is he?
Anyone who can be called a miracle doctor must have spent half their life studying Chinese medicine.
How great can a young boy's medical skills be?
When he said this, his eyes were full of disdain.
Old Tang. You just said that.
Ren Guochang said calmly, Mr. Xiao has been lying in bed for 5 years, and no one has been able to cure him for such a long time.
Ning Fan, a young man in his early 20s, is really any more capable than those veteran Chinese medicine practitioners with a lifetime of experience?
The shape of the Chinese character Chuan formed between Tang Guochang's brows.
Is it Ning Fan?
Now that he heard Ren Guochang say this, he was a little hesitant to believe it.
And
Ren Guochang continued, since the Xiao family has regarded Jiangcheng as their own private land, they want to drive Miss Jiang out of Jiangcheng.
Ning Fan even stood next to Miss Jiang at the press conference. In that case, why would the Xiao family hold a thank you banquet for Ning Fan? Unless they have no intention of driving the Jiang family out of Jiangcheng. For a while, the 3 members of the Tang family remained silent, and even Tang Chuchu began to waver. If you still don't believe it, then we'll see.
Ren Guochang said with a smile, at 8 o'clock, there will be a competition between Chinese and Western medicine. I heard that the so-called Dr. Ning will appear at that time. Then you can see if this divine Dr. Ning is the Ning Fan you've been talking about.
Chapter 102 He Won't Back Down. A competition between Chinese and Western medicine?
Tang Chuchu frowned and murmured, Ning Fan suddenly left for something just now.
Could he be going to participate in this competition? Only. Ren Feiyu sneered and said, Chuchu, don't think so highly of him. What qualifications does he have to participate in such a competition?
It just so happens that he shares the same last name as Dr. Ning. Some people may share the same last name as this important figure, but their abilities and status are completely different. The competition starts at 8 o'clock, and that Dr. Ning will also be here. Choo-choo, then you will realize how ridiculous your idea is.
Then
They turned on the TV and waited for the competition between Chinese and Western medicine to begin.
Tang Choo-choo whispered, "Ning fan, is that you, Dr. Ning? The live broadcast will begin soon."
A group of doctors in white coats first appeared on the screen. They were the Western medicine doctors.
Standing in the front is a blonde and blue-eyed Western man, Dr. Smith. Immediately,
The scene changed and focused on the position of the traditional Chinese medicine team opposite the Western medicine team. However, when everyone saw that there was only an old man in the picture, they were stunned. "This is Zhao Yuan Tang, the divine Dr. Zhao."
Tang Choo-choo frowned and asked, "Why is he the only one on the Chinese medicine team? Where is Dr. Ning?"
She couldn't wait to see if this Dr. Ning was actually Ning fan.
"Are you getting cold feet?" Ren Feiyu laughed sarcastically and said, "These Nings are all the same, they're all cowards." Tang Sihai also nodded in agreement. He had the same idea as Ren Feiyu.
He had just checked and found that the only contestant from the traditional Chinese medicine side was Dr. Ning.
How could he possibly win if he wanted to compete with the entire Western medicine team alone?
If he retreats now, no one will have seen what he looks like, so it won't have any big impact on him.
But if he loses the game in front of everyone, he will be a sinner. At that time, you will definitely be scolded and even attacked personally. Shut up!
Tang Choo-choo shouted coldly. Ning fan is not the kind of person who would back down in the face of adversity.
Regardless of whether this Dr. Ning is Ning fan.
She didn't like to hear Ren Feiyu say this. Ren Feiyu's eyes were filled with sinister anger, and his teeth were grinding. But he didn't say a word.
Now that the Tang family has won the cooperation with the Jiang family, things are completely different from before. Ren Feiyu cannot be provoked easily. The Tang family wasn't the only ones wondering why Dr. Ning hadn't arrived yet. At this time,
people at the competition site also had doubts in their hearts.
Divine Dr. Zhao. Excuse me, where is Dr. Ning? There are only 10 minutes left before the game starts. Why haven't we seen any sign of him yet? Could it be that this Dr. Ning has also given up the competition like Gao Jichuan and the others?
Soon, a reporter started asking questions, and for a moment, everyone's eyes were on Zhao Yuan Tang.
Please rest assured.
Zhao Yuan Tang pretended to be calm. Dr. Ning is on his way, he will be here soon. Dr. Ning will definitely not give up the competition like Gao Jichuan and others did.
He will defend the dignity of our traditional Chinese medicine.
Although he said this, he was actually very panicked. From the beginning until now, he had tried to call Ning fan but he had not been able to get through.
There's no way to contact Ning fan at all.
I don't know whether Dr. Ning remembers this incident.
Oh. Defend the dignity of traditional Chinese medicine? I think the damned Dr. Ning didn't dare show up after hearing that our Dr. Smith was coming?
On the Western medicine team, one of them sneered, "I think this guy is a coward.
He didn't dare to face our Dr. Smith. He was afraid of losing face to us, Dr. Smith, so he ran away. Traditional Chinese medicine.
It's just a piece of shit, worse than garbage." As he spoke, the man raised his middle finger, his tone full of sarcasm. After hearing him belittling traditional Chinese medicine in this way, the people watching the live broadcast were so angry that they wanted to rush up and slap him twice.
Zhao Yuan Tang was so angry that his face turned red. Dr. Ning will be here soon. He won't back down. However,
time passed by minute, and with only 1 minute left before the start of the game, Ning fan still didn't come. At this moment, everyone couldn't sit still inside. I thought that Dr. Ning didn't say anything because he really wanted to protect the dignity of our Chinese medicine. I didn't expect him to escape without saying a word.
Cowards, really cowards, they have made Chinese medicine a joke. His behavior is even worse than that of Gao Jichuan and the other three. How can such a person exist in the world? For a while, the internet was flooded with insults to Ning fan. Zhao Yuan Tang also became nervous. 1 minute. Why hasn't Dr. Ning come yet?
It seems we don't need to wait any longer.
Smith said in fluent Mandarin, "You Chinese medicine practitioners really disappoint me and waste my time."
The remaining Western doctors also looked at Zhao Yuan Tang sarcastically, their eyes filled with disdain.
But since I'm here today, I'll show you how big the gap is between Chinese medicine and Western medicine.
Smith said proudly, "Let's go, prepare the things related to the operation, and go to the operating room." In order to carry out this Chinese and Western medicine competition, the Convention and Exhibition Center has already prepared 2 operating rooms specifically for surgery in the past 2 days.
Then,
The Western medicine team left, but Ningfan still hadn't come to the traditional Chinese medicine team. Zhao Yuantang called Ningfan again, but the other party's phone was still turned off.
Dr. Ning, Dr. Ning. Where are you now? Zhao Yuantang gave a bitter laugh and murmured, "You really have become the last hope of our traditional Chinese medicine. If even you don't come, then Chinese medicine will definitely be ridiculed tomorrow."
Zhangchang, Villa number 2 of Sunlong Island.
Did Ningfan really chicken out at the last minute?
Zhang Xiaoxiao frowned and said, "Why do I feel like he's not that kind of person?" Zhang Ruxue sighed and said, "Even if he really backed down at the last minute, it's not his fault. The other team is a team, and he is just one person. It is almost impossible to win this game."
That's good too. At least I don't have to go up there and get scolded. Xiao, turn off the TV. There's nothing to watch.
The reason why she was paying attention to this Chinese and Western medicine competition was because of Ningfan. Now that Ningfan was not on the court, it was naturally very boring.
Good. Zhang Xiaoxiao was disappointed. It's just such a pity. Otherwise, this will be his best chance to become famous.
She walked forward and was about to turn off the TV when Zhao Yuantang's excited voice suddenly came from the TV, "Dr. Ning.
You're finally here." Chapter 103 Tai Divine Needle.
As Zhao Yuantang's voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on the live broadcast.
Only.
When they looked over, Ningfan was already wearing surgical gown.
He was wrapped tightly and no one could tell his age or appearance. Only Zhao Yuantang recognized him.
Because he had prepared this surgical gown for Ningfan a long time ago.
Dr. Ning.
Zhao Yuantang stepped forward quickly, his voice anxious. "The Western medicine competitor has been in the operating room for 5 minutes.
Ningfan hummed, not caring at all. Not long.
He appeared in the traditional Chinese medicine operating room, standing alone in front of the operating table. He looked at the old man in front of him and murmured softly, "Insufficient flow of qi and blood has led to blood accumulation, resulting in paralysis of the whole body.
This is Dellen's disease." He could tell the old man's illness at a glance because his father had inherited this illness. Wow. Is this person so powerful? Isn't it said that Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, and that every step requires extremely precise diagnosis and treatment before a conclusion can be reached? And this person can tell what's wrong with this old man at a glance. Isn't that a little amazing? I don't think his voice is too loud. He's either really awesome or he's just bragging. If he really has this ability to diagnose illnesses at a glance, maybe our Chinese medicine practitioners could actually win the competition this time. Only. Someone quickly retorted, "Dellen's disease. This is a very rare disease. It has only appeared once in the world. It was a great man named Katarin, so the disease was named after him. With the current level of Western medicine, it would require extremely sophisticated equipment to detect this condition within 24 hours. There's absolutely no way this Chinese doctor could identify this symptom at first glance." When I saw this comment, many people searched the internet for information about Dellen's illness, and it was just as that person said. Dellen's syndrome has only appeared once in this world. For a moment, everyone was disappointed. He. I thought this Dr. Ning was really capable. Ren Feiyu also laughed sarcastically, so it was just nonsense. Now you've met an expert and been exposed, right? Because of Ningfan, he began to dislike everyone with the surname Ning. Tang Guoqian was also very disappointed. Only Tang Chuchu trembled after hearing Dr. Ning's voice. "Ningfan, he is Ningfan." Tang Chuchu had been with Ningfan for quite some time and remembered his voice very clearly. Even if this is a live broadcast, the sound will change a little. But she could still hear it. At this time, Tang Chuchu stared at Ningfan's back carefully, as if she wanted to see through him. As luck would have it, she just happened to see a corner of Ningfan's suit exposed under his surgical gown. The material is very similar to the one she bought for Ningfan yesterday. "Grandfather." Tang Chuchu pointed and said, "Look, does his back look like Ningfan?" Tang Guoqian was stunned, staring at the back of Dr. Ning. Only then did he suddenly realize that it looked like. This figure from behind really looks like Ningfan. Could it be that this person is really Ningfan? It shouldn't be Ning Fan.
But soon, Tang Guoqiang shook his head and said, although I haven't had much contact with Ning Fan. But I can sense that he's not the type of person who's too high profile and would simply judge a patient's condition in a single sentence just to get attention. It probably just happens that they both have the surname Ning. Tang Chuchu pursed her lips, her eyes complicated.
Yeah?
She suddenly remembered the first time she met Ning Fan.
Didn't he also conclude with just one sentence that her grandfather's life was in danger? Ning Fan. Tang Chuchu whispered softly, is it you?
On the other side, Ning Fan was unaware of Tang Chuchu's doubts. At this moment, he had already picked up the silver needle that Zhao Yuantang had prepared in the operating room. Use spiritual energy to pass the silver needle. After quickly disinfecting the silver needle, he inserted it into the acupuncture points in the old man's body.
The supreme medical classic, Tai magic needle, 3 needles dropped simultaneously. Ning Fan's technique was very skillful. With a flip of his fingertips, the silver needle landed directly on the old man's acupuncture point. De Lin's illness is mainly caused by insufficient blood circulation, which leads to blood accumulation.
What Ning Fan needs to do is to use the silver needles to guide and disperse the blood. The 3 acupoints of Ruzhong, Mingmen and Taiyuan vibrate, and the 3 needles and 4 images transform qi in blood. The old man couldn't help but groan in pain, and his fingers began to contract. Ning Fan did not stop moving, nor did he pay attention to check the old man's physical condition at this time.
He pinched another needle with his fingertips. The supreme medical classic, Tai magic needle, 2 needles open the meridians and reveal the magic acupoints.
Xiuqi and Shaohai acupoints are trembling.
After performing these 2 injections,
the first 3 needles guide, and the last 2 needles clear. Ning Fan murmured softly, adding the spiritual energy massage from my palms should be enough to dissolve the blood in his body and prevent it from accumulating.
Then,
Ning Fan stopped acupuncture and instead stretched out his hand to massage the old man.
After 3 full minutes, only then did he dissolve the blood in the old man's body. Almost. Bang! At the last moment, Ning Fan suddenly lifted the old man up and slapped him on the back. Puff! The next second, the old man spat out a mouthful of black blood, but he did not wake up for a long time. However, Ning Fan knew that he had rescued the old man, and he would wake up as long as he took out the silver needle in a minute. Afterwards, Ning Fan turned around and left the operating room without staying any longer. Everyone who saw this scene in the live broadcast room was stunned. What was going on? This Dr. Ning was in the operating room for only 5 minutes, inserted 5 needles, and slapped the old man. Now he is leaving? This guy is joking. Could it be that he knows he can't cure the old man, so he's running away now? To be honest, I'm disappointed with traditional Chinese medicine. It seems that after this incident, our Chinese medicine will be completely reduced to a joke, and this Dr. Ning will be the culprit. In the live broadcast room, all the audience who saw Ning Fan leave immediately started talking about it. However, the next moment, Zhao Yuantang suddenly rushed in, his face flushed, a sign of excitement. Tai divine needle, I didn't expect that Dr. Ning would know such a magical needle. Zhao Yuantang said excitedly, oh my god. Who was Dr. Ning's teacher? He actually knows so many lost acupuncture techniques. Just when everyone was wondering what had happened and why he was so excited, Zhao Yuantang quickly stepped forward and took out the silver needle from the old man's body. What happened next made everyone feel like they had seen a ghost. Ren Feiyu's smile froze. How is this possible? Chapter 104 2 Choices. What did Ren Feiyu see? The old man who was lying on the bed and almost paralyzed actually stood up slowly. This Dr. Ning is very powerful. Tang Guoqiang's eyes sparkled. I can identify the old man's symptoms at a glance, and with 5 needles in 5 minutes, I can revive him. This method is like divine magic. He had never seen a Chinese medicine practitioner with such high medical skills. Grandfather. Tang Chuchu said at the right time, I'm going out for a while. Before Tang Guoqiang could react, she had already picked up her bag and left the Tang family in her high heels. She wanted to go to the convention center to confirm and see if this Dr. Ning was actually Ning Fan. Tang Sihai asked hesitantly, Dad, do you think this Dr. Ning is Ning Fan? If Ning Fan really had such medical skills, he would be worthy of his daughter. It can't be Ning Fan. Tang Guoqiang thought about it carefully, shook his head and said, when Ning Fan treated me. Although he showed extraordinary medical skills in front of me, I could sense that that was the limit of his medical skills. And the medical skills displayed by this divine Dr. Ning are at least 1 level higher than Ning Fan's.
A person's medical skills won't grow so fast in such a short time.
However, I believe that one day Ningfan's medical skills will reach this level.
Ningfan is only in his early 20s now and has a long way to go in life, so Tang Guoqiang believes that Ningfan will never stop here.
Only.
After hearing this, Tang Sihai shook his head and no longer took Ningfan seriously. There were too many possibilities in the future. If Ningfan had a very strong background, Tang Sihai would rush to match Ningfan and Tang Chuchu.
However, he has no background. He is just a waste abandoned by the Yang family.
He used to be a low-level person delivering express at the station under their Tang family. Tang Sihai would never allow his daughter to be with such a person.
At the same time, Western Medicine Operating Room.
Smith held the scalpel and said excitedly, "Come on, we'll be able to wake Mr. Yang up soon.
By then, we will let traditional Chinese medicine see how big the gap is between them and our Western medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine is not only rubbish, it's also cowardly." Hearing this,
all the Western doctors were so excited that they couldn't speak. The operation was about to succeed, and they would also bring glory to Western medicine.
When the time comes,
their status will rise sharply.
Alcohol disinfection.
Smith said, "Mr. Yang suffered a heart attack due to stimulation and surging blood and qi. We need to leave a gap in his ventricle to ensure stable blood pressure.
Please cooperate." Then,
holding his scalpel, he was about to cut a hole in Mr. Yang's ventricle.
Everything went smoothly. However,
just as a smile appeared on Smith's face and the operation was reaching the final step, suddenly,
ding ding ding,
the electrocardiogram kept beeping, and this harsh sound was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for a Western doctor like Smith.
Damn it! What's going on? Smith's face changed. He turned around suddenly and looked at the electrocardiogram.
He saw that the electrocardiogram, which was originally in the shape of a curve, began to fluctuate violently and beat continuously.
How so? It was clearly about to succeed, so why is the electrocardiogram fluctuating? The faces of all the Western doctors looked extremely ugly. The electrocardiogram is abnormal. Smith's face was gloomy. This means we are going in the wrong direction. It's very likely that Mr. Yang's condition is not a heart attack caused by stimulation. What?
All the Western doctors stared at Smith with wide eyes. "Dr. Smith, what is his condition?" Smith shook his head. "I have never encountered such a strange disease. So, it's impossible to make a judgment for the time being." As Smith's voice fell, the faces of the entire Western medicine team turned pale.
Even Smith couldn't figure out what was wrong with Mr. Yang? In an instant, the Western medicine operating room fell silent and everyone sighed.
Soon, they left the operating room and saw that the lights in the traditional Chinese medicine operating room were still off.
Suddenly,
someone sneered, "Even if we fail, it will still be much better than traditional Chinese medicine. At least we tried, but Chinese medicine practitioners are a bunch of cowards who don't even have the courage to come over here.
No matter what, we Western doctors won this time."
Smith raised his head at this time and glanced at the traditional Chinese medicine operating room with disdain in his eyes. He once met a man who practiced traditional Chinese medicine, and that man made him interested in Chinese medicine. "I didn't expect that Chinese medicine is so cowardly nowadays that it doesn't even dare to participate in the competition."
At this time, Zhao Yuantang gradually appeared in front of them with an indifferent look in his eyes.
I wonder what expression they would have when they heard the announced result later.
Soon,
everyone appeared at the main venue of the convention center, and the Western medicine team led by Smith sat on one side.
And the other side,
Ningfan and Zhao Yuantang, dressed in suits and ties, looked calm as they waited for the competition between Chinese and Western medicine to be over. When they saw that Ningfan dared to appear here, some people in the Western medicine team looked surprised.
He then sneered. This person didn't even enter the operating room. Even if he came, he would be asking for trouble. Not long, a person appeared in the middle, holding a microphone, and announced in a sweet voice, "The winner of this Chinese and Western medicine competition is the traditional Chinese medicine team." Wow! That's impossible. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners haven't even come to participate in this competition. How can they possibly win?
The Western medicine team erupted in anger. There's something fishy going on.
This competition is definitely fishy.
They couldn't believe the result, and even Smith, who was sitting at the front row, looked gloomy. He absolutely would not allow himself to lose to someone who didn't even dare to participate in the competition.
Dark secrets? Ning Fan smiled and said, "You can think so. But now that I've won, shouldn't you do what you promised me before?"
The reason why he participated in this Chinese and Western medicine competition was to get information about the 200-year-old wild medicinal herb. As for the opinions of these people, he didn't care at all.
There's something shady about this game.
Someone from the Western medicine team quickly stood up and said coldly, "We will never tell you which herb that is."
Only.
Before the man could finish his words, Ning Fan appeared beside him, gripping his neck tightly with his palm, and said coldly, "I hate dishonest people the most.
Now I give you two choices.
1. You tell me the news about the wild medicinal herbs.
2. I'll destroy you." Chapter 105. Who are you talking about?
This sudden change made everyone's face change. No one expected Ning Fan to take action so suddenly.
Don't kill me," I said.
The Western doctor whose neck Ning Fan was pinching flushed red. That 200-year-old wild medicinal herb is in Hong County. He sensed a strong murderous intent from Ning Fan and was frightened.
Hong County? Ning Fan frowned.
When he was a child, his mother brought him and Xiao Qiuzi here to live for a while.
It was a very poor small county town, which was considered his hometown. How could a 200-year-old wild medicinal herb appear there? Ning Fan immediately said coldly, "How did you know?"
"Someone mentioned this when we were treating a patient a few days ago," the Western doctor said anxiously. "They mentioned that a 200-year-old wild medicinal herb was discovered in Hong County and will be put up for auction soon."
"If you lie to me,"
Ning Fan let go and said coldly, "I'll come back and find you, and I'll destroy you."
Then Ning Fan turned and left without wasting any more time.
He left the convention center and called Wang Ya, "Come to the convention center to pick me up
as fast as possible. He plans to go to Hong County now. 200-year-old wild medicinal herbs are extremely valuable. If someone gets them in advance, it will affect his subsequent practice."
Moreover, Ning Fan was not worried that this person was deceiving him, because in the face of death, people would subconsciously speak their true feelings. Not long after, Wang Ya drove over and Ning Fan got in directly.
The other side.
The young family members just arrived here. They looked excited and talked non-stop.
"This is really great. I didn't expect to meet Dr. Smith coming to Jiangcheng."
"Yes,
but it's also thanks to Xiao Wei. If it weren't for his wide network of contacts, how could the old man have the opportunity to have Dr. Smith treat him?" "Yes. The patient who appeared in the Western medicine operating room was none other than Mr. Yang.
It was Chen Wei who used his connections to send him over. If he wants to pay off those loans now, he can only rely on the old man, so the old man cannot die."
Ha ha, we're all family.
By the way, the Chinese and Western medicine competition is about to end. I'm sure Dr. Smith and the others have already cured Grandpa.
Let's go in quickly.
Chen Wei smiled and said, "Maybe we can talk to Grandpa later."
Everyone nodded and walked towards the convention center. However, at this moment, Yang Qiqi glanced and saw a very familiar figure entering the pink Mercedes-Benz. Ning Fan? Why is he here? Chen Wei followed Yang Qiqi's gaze and also saw the back of the person getting into the pink Mercedes-Benz. "Qiqi, you must have seen it wrong." Chen Wei laughed dryly. "Do you know how much the suit that man is wearing costs? At least 500,000. How can a poor guy like Ning Fan afford such expensive clothes?" Everyone in the Yang family also echoed, "Yes, if he was really that rich, how could he have been delivering food before?" Yang Qiqi frowned. "But soon," she laughed and said, "that poor guy can't be that rich. I've been so tired these past few days that I'm even hallucinating. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go in quickly.
Go see how Grandpa is doing." Everyone walked towards the exhibition center, but just as they were about to enter, Yang Qiqi couldn't help but glance in the direction the Mercedes-Benz left.
Did I really see it wrong? Inside the convention center.
As Ning Fan left, the Western doctor who was almost crippled by Ning Fan collapsed to the ground, covered in cold sweat.
This time I really survived a disaster. Are you Chinese medicine practitioners going a little too far? Smith said angrily, "I need you to give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will report this matter." He had never encountered anything like this before. Excessive?
Zhao Yuantang sneered, "It was you Western doctors who framed us first."
Are we overdoing it, or are you Western doctors overdoing it? He looked unhappy. I've long disliked this foreigner and that bunch of traitors. Now that Ning Fan won the game, he can finally hold his head high. There is something shady about this game. Smith's face was gloomy. How could we frame you? Dark secrets? Zhao Yuantang sneered and said, after watching this video, you won't think there is any shady dealings. Said. He tossed the phone to Smith. Smith took over and read the video from the moment Ningfan entered the operating room to the moment he came out. His expression was solemn at first, then filled with excitement, and he asked enthusiastically, "Who is this Dr. Ning? Oh my God. Please tell me who he is and where he is now. I must see him." For a while, Zhao Yuantang was stunned. He could predict that Smith would be shocked after watching the video, but he didn't expect Smith's reaction to be so big. Not only him, but all the Western medicine practitioners were also confused. "Please, tell me who he is." Smith rushed to Zhao Yuantang and said seriously, "As long as you tell me, I, Smith, owe you a favor." Zhao Yuantang pondered for a moment. Mr. Ning doesn't like others disturbing him. "I'll ask Mr. Ning if he wants to see you later." Hearing this, Smith nodded hurriedly. Okay, thank you very much, my friend." At this time, everyone from the Yang family walked in. Dr. Smith. Chen Wei quickly stepped forward and asked, "I wonder how my grandfather is doing?" "Ha ha ha. Our old man must have woken up, right?" "Dr. Smith, thank you so much for this time. If it weren't for you, our old man might have passed away." Everyone in the Yang family was very excited and praised Dr. Smith. In their opinion, if Smith took action, their old man would definitely wake up. "I'm sorry." However, the next second, Smith shook his head. "My medical skills are limited, and I was unable to cure Mr. Yang. This operation failed." The smiles on the faces of the Yang family members froze. Failed? How is that possible?" Yang Chichi screamed, "Dr. Smith, you are a world-renowned doctor. How could you not be able to save my grandfather?" She couldn't believe it. Chen Wei's face looked grim, but he forced a smile and said, "Dr. Smith, you must be joking, right?" Dr. Smith shook his head. Suddenly, Chen Wei and Yang Chichi felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. "Even you can't do anything about it. Doesn't that mean my grandfather is beyond saving?" Yang Chichi's voice trembled. "What should I do now?" It's not just her. Everyone in the Yang family also lowered their heads. The old man is gone? No. Suddenly, Smith spoke up. "There is another person who may be able to save Mr. Yang." Chen Wei seemed to have grasped the last straw and quickly asked, "Mr. Smith? Who are you talking about?" Even the Western medicine team looked at Smith with curiosity. Smith slowly uttered a name, Dr. Ning. Chapter 106. Just the same surname. Dr. Ning? For a moment, everyone was stunned. A few minutes ago, Smith was very disparaging of Chinese medicine and Dr. Ning. Why is he now saying that only Dr. Ning can cure Mr. Yang? Who is Dr. Ning? Chen Wei frowned. In the past few days, he had been thinking about how to repay the loan and how to cure Mr. Yang. "I only paid a little attention to the competition between Chinese and Western medicine. I only knew that the contestant on the Western medicine side was Smith, and I never paid any attention to the contestants on the Chinese medicine side." Smith said seriously, "Dr. Ning's medical skills are amazing. It's beyond my reach." After seeing how Ningfan treated the old man in the operating room, he was completely convinced. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Smith to give such a high evaluation to Dr. Ning. Dr. Ning. Yang Chichi's pupils contracted, and she thought again of the figure she had just seen at the entrance of the convention center. She trembled and said, "Could it be that Ningfan really left here just now?" Only. "Chichi, what are you thinking about? You don't think that Ningfan is Dr. Ning, do you? It just happens that we both have the surname Ning." Everyone in the Yang family sneered and said, "If only that loser really had the medical skills of Dr. Ning. How could his sister be so ill? TSK, both have the surname Ning, but one is the genius Dr. Ning who even Dr. Smith is impressed by, while the other is a useless courier. What a huge difference." Everyone in the Yang family belittled Ningfan. Yang Chichi suddenly realized that, yes, Ningfan had been with her for so many years, but she never knew that Ningfan knew medical skills. If she knew Ningfan was a doctor, she would not have given him such a bad name. Yang Chichi, Yang Chichi. You really are now. Yang Chichi shook her head and thought to herself, "You know exactly what that loser is like. How could he possibly become such a powerful person?" Then,
She stopped thinking about it and looked at Smith. Dr. Smith. I wonder if you could tell us where Dr. Ning is now.
Hearing this, everyone in the Yang family looked at Smith expectantly. The old man couldn't die now. I have no idea.
Smith shook his head. You need to ask Dr. Zhao about this matter.
Timely. Zhao Yuantang said, I just called Dr. Ning, but he didn't answer. He must be busy now.
However, I can tell you that Mr. Zhao will soon hold a thank you banquet, and Dr. Ning will also be there.
That will be your best chance to ask Dr. Ning for help. Mr. Zhao. Thanks for the banquet. Chen Wei seized the opportunity and quickly asked, Is it the Zhao family? Zhao Yuantang nodded, yes. Very good. Chen Wei's expression brightened as he said, My dad will soon go to Mr. Zhao to discuss the alliance.
When the time comes, we will publicly announce our support for the Zhao family at the thank you banquet and drive the Jiang family out of Jiangcheng.
Then, Mr. Zhao will definitely agree to let Dr. Ning treat Grandpa out of respect. As long as he can get Mr. Zhao cured, and then get him to sign, wouldn't it be easy to pay off the 2 million loan? Xiao Wei is still the best.
I didn't expect that we could form an alliance with the Zhao family. Now the old man is definitely saved. When the old man wakes up, he will definitely realize that Xiao Wei is the opportunity for our Yang family.
As for that Ning fan? He's just a jinx.
If it weren't for him, the old man wouldn't be so angry that he's lying in bed unable to wake up. Everyone in the Yang family praised Chen Wei, which made Chen Wei feel very comfortable.
If you want to find Dr. Ning to treat Mr. Yang, I suggest you hurry up.
At this time, Smith continued, because Mr. Yang can only hold on for 10 days at most.
Jiangcheng Hospital. Fonger, you are saved.
Lu Ming looked excited and quickly stepped into the ward. You will definitely be able to stand up. Ever since Lu Feng had his limbs broken, Lu Ming always had a heavy heart, worried that he would not be able to stand up again and that the Lu family would be extinct. But now, after seeing the result of this competition between Chinese and Western medicine, I can finally put this stone aside.
Dad. What happened? Lu Feng asked in confusion, why are you so excited? Lu Ming laughed and said, just now, a Chinese and Western medicine competition held in our Jiangcheng ended.
One of them is Dr. Smith, who is on the world's list of Western medicine doctors, and the other is Dr. Ning, who Mr. Zhao will be grateful to. And Dr. Ning won the match in just 5 minutes and even cured an incurable disease.
How high do you think Dr. Ning's medical skills are? Lu Feng immediately became excited. Dad, is it true? This is a video.
Lu Ming threw the phone to Lu Feng. To be honest, when I saw how skilled Dr. Ning was, I was shocked. As expected of a miracle doctor who can be thanked by Mr. Zhao in public, he is really amazing. When Lu Feng took the phone and looked at it for the first time, he didn't react.
Only after seeing the back figure entering the operating room. Bang! He threw the phone to the ground, his eyes terrified. It's him, it's him.
Facing Ning Fan, Lu Feng had already formed a subconscious reaction and was very scared.
Who? Lu Ming felt distressed. Fenger, what's wrong with you?
Lu Feng pointed at the screen with a ferocious expression. Dad, he was the one who broke my limbs.
He can't save me. Did Dr. Ning break his son's limbs?
Lu Ming was stunned for a moment.
How could this be possible? Didn't you say the person who broke your limbs was a useless courier? Lu Ming frowned. Why is it Dr. Ning? Lu Feng gritted his teeth. I don't know. But I will never forget this figure. He is Ning Fan, Ning Fan. As he spoke, he murmured, how did he learn medicine? How can he be Dr. Ning?
At this moment, he was almost going crazy. Dr. Ning was his last hope to stand up. However, after seeing that the figure behind this Dr. Ning was Ning Fan, this last glimmer of hope was shattered.
I'll go check it out. Lu Ming stood up and said, Fenger, don't think too much. Then he walked out of the ward and made a phone call.
Lu Feng sat alone in the ward, scratching his hair. The figure he had just seen kept flashing through his mind.
Fear, resentment, and ferocity all appeared on his face. Not long.
Lu Ming returned to the ward with a smile on his face. Fenger, you're wrong this time. Lu Feng suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Ming.
I just called to confirm. This Dr. Ning is not the useless person you said he was.
Lu Ming sneered, it's just that the two of them have the same surname.
Chapter 107. Can you sell me a few more? How come? Lu Feng murmured, I can recognize that figure. It's Ning Fan. Lu Ming interrupted, you must have investigated this Ning Fan before, right? Is he a waste abandoned by the Yang family? Is he the low-level scum who works at the Tang family's express delivery station? And where is Dr. Ning? He possesses medical skills that can beat Smith's. A man like him, no matter where he is a big shot. Do you think that if Ning Fan really was such a big shot, would he stay in the Yang family and be humiliated like that? Besides, how old is Ning Fan now? He's probably in his 20s at most. And my friend who works in traditional Chinese medicine said that anyone who can truly enter the field is basically 40 years old. And the level of medical skills that Dr. Ning possesses requires a lifetime of studying traditional Chinese medicine to achieve. He said disdainfully, given all this, how do you think that Ning Fan could be Dr. Ning? After hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Feng's mind began to waver. Feng. Lu Ming's tone began to soften, that Ning Fan is very close to Miss Jiang. And the Xiao family wants to take action against the Jiang family and drive them out of Jiangcheng. Under such circumstances, how do you think Mr. Xiao would publicly thank someone who was so close to Miss Jiang? Don't worry. When I met Dr. Ning at the thank you party initiated by Mr. Xiao, I will definitely try my best to get him to heal you and get you back on your feet. Lu Feng smiled, thank you, Dad. At this moment, he no longer believed that Ning Fan was Dr. Ning. From what his father said, he also felt that it was simply a fantasy for Ning Fan to reach the level of medical skills of Dr. Ning at his age. The other side. Ning Fan, who left the convention and exhibition center and was picked up by Wang Ya, has now boarded the highway leading to Hong County. In the car, Ning Fan thought about it, and in order not to let Tang Chu worry about him, he sent her a text message, telling her that he would leave Jiangcheng for a while. At the same time, he also asked her to take care of Qinqiu for a few days. Mr. Ning. Wang Ya asked, is there something important that we are going to Hong County for this time? She had never left Jiangcheng late at night before. Ning Fan hummed lightly, didn't say much, and then asked, do you know anyone in Hong County? It's best to have a bigger impact. Wang Ya frowned and immediately asked, Mr. Ning, I wonder if someone like this is the boss of the Hong County underground world? She was involved in the underground world in Jiangcheng, so she had connections with the big bosses of the underground world in this county. And the Lone Wolf, the boss of the Hongxian underground world, was also extremely respectful to her. Can Ning Fan nodded, call him. Wang Ya didn't ask any more questions and directly called Lone Wolf. Soon, a hearty laugh came from the other end, ha ha. Sister Ya, I don't know what happened today. You, a great Buddha, actually called me. Wang Ya glanced at Ning Fan and said, there's a Mr. Ning who wants to see you. No matter what he asks, you, Lone Wolf, must answer truthfully. On the other side, Dulan was stunned. Being called sir by Wang Ya, could he be a big shot in Jiangcheng? Moment. He looked solemn. Ning Fan picked up the phone and got straight to the point, Lone Wolf, huh? Help me find out if there's an auction going on in Hong County in the next couple of days. Lone Wolf nodded repeatedly, yes, Mr. Ning, I will start investigating right away. Hang up the phone. Ning Fan lay in the back seat with a calm look in his eyes. Wang Ya said, Mr. Ning, where are we going now? Ning Fan said calmly, let's find a hotel first. Soon, they arrived below a hotel. However, just as Wang Ya got off the car, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. I broke out in a cold sweat. Ning Fan noticed something was wrong. What's wrong? Wang Ya said in a trembling voice, Mr. Ning, I happen to be on my period today, and it hurts. Ning Fan said directly, park the car first. Soon, Wang Ya parked the car in the parking lot, checked into a suite and went upstairs. Eat this pill. Entering the room, Ning Fan took out the last small pill and threw it to Wang Ya, then take off your clothes. Swish. Wang Ya's face flushed red. The last time Mr. Ning treated her, she was still unconscious. And now that I'm awake, I'm going to take off my clothes in front of Mr. Ning. I don't want to waste my time in Hong County because of your little thing. Ning Fan said indifferently, if you don't want to take off your clothes, that's fine. You can leave Hong County now. Hearing this, Wang Ya bit her lower lip and said weakly, I'll take it off. Wang Ya knew how strong Ning Fan was just from the time he killed the crows by himself. And Wang Ya had also learned from Xiao Lei that Ning Fan really had amazing medical skills, and she didn't want to miss out on such a great opportunity. Soon, Wang Ya swallowed the pill, then took off all her clothes, lay on the bed with her eyes closed, her body trembling, even though she was the overlord of the underground world in the 6th and 7th districts of Jiangcheng. But
She was still embarrassed to take off her clothes in front of a man. Ningfan glanced at Wang Ye with calm eyes. He had seen it all before, and it would be the same if he looked at her again. Then, he reached out and gently massaged Wang Ye. Wang Ye couldn't help but hum softly. For some reason, she suddenly felt a very warm heat entering her body through Ningfan's massage. Soon, under Ningfan's massage technique, Wang Ye felt her body becoming more and more relaxed, and the previous pain seemed to have disappeared. What she didn't know was that after the small pill entered her body, the rich spiritual energy exploded directly, changing every meridian and cell in her body. About 5 minutes later, Ningfan stood up and said, "Have a good rest. By the way, that small Huandan pill costs 1 million. Remember to transfer the money to me later." Of course, he didn't give that small pill to Wang Ye for free. He is short of money now, so he wants to earn as much as he can. Then he left Wang Ye's room. 1 million? Wang Ye frowned, thinking that Ningfan was a little too greedy. It was just a pill that could only suppress her menstrual period, and he wanted 1 million? Isn't this Chun blackmailing her? However, 20 minutes later, after Wang Ye finished her shower, she didn't even bother to put on her clothes. She hurried to Ningfan's room and knocked on the door. Ningfan opened the door. "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Wang Ye's eyes were burning with anger as she asked, "Mr. Ning, do you still have the pill you gave me? Can you sell me a few more?" Chapter 108 I See Who Dares. There is none left. Ningfan shook his head, "That's the last one." Wang Ye was a little disappointed, "Is that so? Okay then." Ningfan spoke again, "Next time you knock on the door, remember to put on clothes." Swish. Wang Ye lowered her head and saw the baby warehouse. Her face turned red again. She was so excited that she forgot such an important thing. Just now when she was taking a shower, she felt that her body was different from before, and suddenly she was full of strength. If she relied on her brain to become the boss of Jiangcheng District 7 before, then she is now capable of doing so with her strength. The most important thing is, Wang Ye felt that her figure was even better. It could be said that her changes were huge. Spending 1 million to buy a pill like this is definitely worth it. The next morning, Ningfan was a little disappointed when he didn't receive any news from Lone Wolf. In addition, Hong County is a county that focuses on industry and transportation, and the air pollution is extremely severe, resulting in a very weak spiritual energy here. In such an environment, Ningfan had no way to practice. How could a 200-year-old wild medicinal herb really appear in such a heavily polluted small county? Ningfan frowned, a little skeptical. According to what that Western doctor said, there will probably be an auction in the next couple of days. Forget it, let's wait for 2 more days. If there is no news from Lone Wolf, we will leave. In such a small county, perhaps because he couldn't practice, Ningfan felt a little anxious. You know, he hasn't felt this way for a long time. After getting that 200-year-old wild medicinal herb, we must leave here as soon as possible. Ningfan murmured, "It just so happens that I have to wait for news from Lone Wolf these 2 days. Since I have nothing to do, I can go see Grandma. I don't know how Grandma is doing after not seeing her for so long." When talking about Grandma, Ningfan raised the corners of his mouth. Grandma was a very good person to him. It's a pity that after his mother took him and Xiuqiu to Jiangcheng, he never saw his grandmother again. Zhou family. It's Grandma's family. Soon, Ningfan, who had left the hotel, appeared at the door of Zhou's house. The Zhou's house was particularly lively today, with many cars parked at the door. I didn't expect it to be the same as before. Ningfan smiled and said, "The Zhou family dinner is still held on the 20th of every month. The Zhou family has a tradition that on the 20th of every month, all family members in Hong County must return to the Zhou family to attend a family dinner. Ningfan came here today just in time. Who are you? Xiao Fan?" At this time, an uncertain voice came from behind Ningfan. Ningfan turned around and saw a lady with a queen-like air standing in front of him. She was wearing black square-framed glasses, a black dress, and black stockings underneath. Ningfan smiled and said, "Sister Shuxin, long time no see." Zhou Shuxin. Cousin Ningfan is the only person in the Zhou family who has never bullied her, except for her grandmother. She often defends herself when she sees someone bullying her. "Xiao Fan, it really is you." Zhou Shuxin's expression lit up, then she pretended to be angry and said, "You and Aunt are really something. You left for 4 or 5 years and didn't even come back to see us. Have you forgotten us?" Ning Fan touched his head and smiled. No.
How could I dare to forget Sister Shuxin and Grandma?
It's just that I've been very busy in Jiangcheng and have no time to come back. He could feel that Zhou Shuxin really cared about him, and for a moment, a warm feeling emerged in his heart. Sister Shuxin is still the same Sister Shuxin, she hasn't changed.
Jiangcheng?
Zhou Shuxin wrinkled her nose. You and your aunt have always been in Jiangcheng, right?
By the way, why didn't your aunt come back with you this time? Mention Mom.
Ning Fan was silent, then said helplessly, Sister Shuxin, my mother left temporarily for something.
I see. Zhou Shuxin suddenly realized the situation and stopped asking about it. She took Ning Fan's hand and said, let's go. Let's go in quickly. Your grandma will definitely be very happy to see you back. Ning Fan let Zhou Shuxin pull him into the Zhou family's house.
Soon, he entered the Zhou family compound, and he saw the old lady and old man sitting at the top. At this time, everyone in the courtyard looked at Ning Fan and Zhou Shuxin. Among them are elders and people of the same generation as Ning Fan. When they saw Zhou Shuxin holding a man's hand and entering the courtyard, they all frowned. At this time, a cold laugh sounded. Zhou Shuxin, today is our Zhou family dinner.
Where did you bring this dubious man from? Are you trying to tarnish the Zhou family's reputation?
Ning Fan's eyes gradually turned cold. He was very familiar with this person. It was his uncle's son Zhouyu, who was much older than him and sister Shu Xin. Zhouyu bullied him since he was a child, calling him a bastard. At that time, sister Shu Xin would stand up to protect him. It is precisely because of this that Zhouyu and sister Shu Xin have never gotten along.
What are you talking about? Zhou Shuxin turned around and shouted angrily, you are the dishonest person.
Then, without even glancing at Zhouyu, she turned to old lady Zhou and said, Grandma.
Guess who I brought here today?
Old Madame Zhou squinted her eyes and looked at Ning Fan. Why does he look familiar to me?
Is he the boyfriend you brought back, Zhou Shuxin?
The old lady is old and her eyesight is a little blurry.
Grandma, no.
Zhou Shuxin said with a smile, he is Xiaofan, Xiaofan is back.
For a moment.
As Zhou Shuxin finished speaking, the entire Zhou family compound fell into silence.
Everyone's eyes fell on Ning Fan.
Old Mrs. Zhou couldn't help but stand up and walk to Ning Fan with her crutches. Gradually, the Ning Fan in front of her overlapped with the familiar face in her memory.
In an instant,
Mrs. Zhou's eyes were filled with tears, and she said in a trembling voice, Xiaofan, you were Xiaofan, Xiaofan is really back.
Grandma.
Ning Fan hugged Mrs. Zhou, yes, I came back to see you. In the entire Zhou family, only Mrs. Zhou and Zhou Shuxin looked excited when they saw Ning Fan return. Everyone else, even Mr. Zhou, had a cold look on their faces.
Ning Fan, who asked you to come back? How dare you, a loser who couldn't even get into college, come back to our Zhou family?
It's a disgrace to our Zhou family.
At this time,
someone from the Zhou family quickly spoke in a cold voice, get out of here.
We don't welcome you in the Zhou family. They didn't give Ning Fan the slightest bit of good looks. Let's see who dares.
When old lady Zhou heard these words, she leaned on her cane and shouted angrily, if you want to drive Xiaofan away today, you must first piss me off to death.
Chapter 109 I will definitely not forget. For a while.
As old lady Zhou finished speaking, everyone in the Zhou family curled their lips and said nothing more.
Soon, the Zhou family's family meeting ended this time. Xiaofan, come with Grandma.
After the meeting, old lady Zhou called out to Ning Fan and left with a hunched back.
Grandma has something to tell you.
Ning Fan followed the old lady's footsteps last week and walked towards the backyard. I really don't know what Grandma is thinking. She's so nice to this loser who even failed the college entrance exam.
I think Grandma is blind. The Zhou family's younger generations were discussing this, their faces looking uneasy. Normally I've never seen her be so nice to us grandchildren.
Our Zhou family is a family of scholars, and it's a disgrace to have such a person. The Zhou family has always been a scholarly family, and there are very few people who fail to get into college.
Don't let that idiot spoil your fun. We've just opened a restaurant in Hong County. The dishes there are very good. Let's go and try it.
Zhouyu smiled and said, I heard it was opened by our Hong County boss Lone Wolf. If I can meet the Lone Wolf boss and establish a good relationship with him, this cooperation with the Ren family will definitely be foolproof. The elders of the Zhou family looked at Zhouyu approvingly, saying that he had a long-term vision and would definitely achieve great things.
Then,
under the leadership of Zhouyu, the younger generations of the Zhou family left the Zhou family. Ning Fan and the other person followed old Madame Zhou to the backyard. Old Mrs. Zhou asked the two of them to wait at the stone table in the backyard, while she herself walked unsteadily into the study.
Not long.
She came out holding a piece of paper and said kindly, "Xiao Fan, sign this and put it away." Ning Fan was puzzled and picked up the paper. When he saw the content on it, his eyes immediately turned red and he opened his mouth to refuse.
Don't refuse.
Mrs. Zhou said seriously, "This is a token of my love.
If you don't accept it, I'll be sad."
She paused and sighed, "You didn't go to college."
Grandma knows that in this day and age, it's hard to find a job without a degree. This is a guarantee from Grandma.
I prepared it 4 years ago. I just didn't expect that you and your mother never came back after all these years.
That's why Grandma can only take it out now.
Ning Fan felt a warm feeling in his heart. This was a share transfer document.
Grandma transferred all of her 10% stake in Zhou Transportation Group to herself.
Although this money means nothing to him now, it is the intention of his grandma. Ning Fan didn't refuse anymore and said with a grin, "Thank you, Grandma."
Then he signed his name on the equity transfer document.
Zhou Shuxin smiled sweetly and said, "Xiao Fan, Grandma is so good to you.
You must never forget us again in the future." Ning Fan nodded, "I will definitely not forget." Ha ha ha.
Old Mrs. Zhou laughed out loud. "I know Xiao Fan's character, he values friendship and loyalty. People, when they get old, their spirits aren't very good."
I'm a little tired. You young people can talk. I'll go back to the house and rest first. She stood up and walked into the house with a hunched back. Xiao Fan. Zhou Shuxin smiled and asked, "Have you eaten?" Ning Fan shook his head, "Not yet.
I heard there's a new restaurant opened in Hong County.
The food and atmosphere are pretty good. Should we go try it?"
Ning Fan agreed with a smile. "Okay, I haven't had dinner with Sister Shuxin for a long time."
Soon. Zhou Shuxin booked a table online and the two left.
What they didn't notice was that old Mrs. Zhou had been standing by the window of the house, watching the two of them. When she saw the two of them walking side by side, a kind smile appeared on old Mrs. Zhou's face, and she murmured, "What a perfect match."
The other side.
Ning Fan and the other person walked to the door of Zhou's house. The old house of Zhou's family was located in a remote area, and it was difficult to get a taxi here. Zhou Shuxin's car was restricted today, and she was worried.
Ning Fan smiled and said, "Sister Shuxin, I'll arrange for someone." Zhou Shuxin was stunned.
Then, Ning Fan called Wang Ya and sent her the location.
Xiao Fan. Zhou Shuxin asked doubtfully, "Do you know anyone in Hong County?"
Ning Fan touched his nose and said, "No, this person came with me from Jiangcheng."
Zhou Shuxin suddenly realized and nodded. 10 minutes later.
A pink Mercedes stopped in front of Ning Fan and the others, and then Wang Ya got out. Zhou Shuxin's eyes were immediately attracted by her. It was rare to meet such a beautiful woman in Hong County. Just when she was wondering why such a beautiful woman came to Zhou's house, Wang Ya quickly walked up to Ning Fan and said respectfully, "Mr. Ning, please get in the car."
In an instant,
Zhou Shuxin opened her mouth wide, her eyes shining with surprise.
This beautiful woman actually called Xiaofan Mr. Ning?
At this moment, she suddenly realized that Xiaofan was not doing badly in Jiangcheng as she and her grandmother had thought.
But
Zhou Shuxin didn't ask any more questions, but followed Ning Fan into the car and soon arrived at the restaurant.
Zhou Shuxin pointed at Wang Ya and asked, "Does she want to come with us?" Wang Ya smiled and said, "You and Mr. Ning are having dinner, so I won't disturb you.
I'll be waiting at the door."
Respect.
Zhou Shuxin could feel more and more that this woman was very respectful towards Xiaofan, and she looked at Ning Fan again.
"Sister Shuxin, let's go."
Ning Fan took Zhou Shuxin's hand and said with a smile, "Every time I was bullied before, as long as I held your hand, Sister Shuxin, I would feel at ease."
It's the same today.
Zhou Shuxin's hands were soft and comfortable. Zhou Shuxin rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. "We're already that old. You're still taking advantage of your sister." Although she said this, Zhou Shuxin actually did not struggle and let Ning Fan hold her hand.
Hey hey.
Ning Fan chuckled and said, "No matter what time it is, Sister Shuxin is always Sister Shuxin."
That's not going to change. Zhou Shuxin said coquettishly, "You're so talkative." Soon, the two walked into the AG&C restaurant.
As soon as they sat down, Ning Fan received a call from Lone Wolf and frowned.
"Sister Shuxin." He stood up and apologized, "I'm going to the bathroom."
Zhou Shuxin didn't think much about it and nodded. Then, Ning Fan walked to the bathroom, called again, and asked, "What's wrong?" Lone Wolf said respectfully, "Mr. Ning? I've heard that there will indeed be an auction in Hong County in the next 2 days, but there are conditions for entering. Do you have time tonight? I want to talk to you in person." Ning Fan agreed. Some things are better said face to face. After hanging up the phone, he left the bathroom. Zhou Shuxin. Zhou Yu's voice suddenly came. "Are you from the Zhou family? How? You reserved this seat, and now I, your brother, don't even have the right to sit here?" Chapter 110 Mr. Ning, How to Deal with Them. Zhou Shuxin said coldly, "Zhou Yu, this is the seat I reserved. Why should I let you sit here? This is the first time I have eaten alone with Xiaofan in the past 5 years. How can I be disturbed?" Sister Shuxin. At this time, Ning Fan came over and asked casually, "What happened?" Seeing Ning Fan, Zhou Shuxin's expression gradually improved. "Nothing, just ran into a few annoying people." "Let's sit down and order." Since she was a child, she has disliked Zhou Yu and others. "Oh. Zhou Shuxin." Zhou Yu sneered, "I was wondering why you didn't let us sit down and eat. So you came out with this loser. Why are you two siblings having a candlelight dinner?" As he spoke, he looked at Ning Fan and sneered, "You loser, are you so useless that you can't make it in Zhangcheng? You haven't even touched a woman's hand. So you came back, wanting to have something happen with Zhou Shuxin? Do you know that this is?" Bang! Before he could finish his words, Ning Fan slapped Zhou Yu in the face and said coldly, "Get out." Zhou Shuxin was so angry that her whole body was shaking. What Zhou Yu said was really disgusting. "You useless thing, you dared to hit brother Zhou Yu? Are you looking for death?" The Zhou family's younger generation glared at Ning Fan. "It's been a few years since we last met, and you've become quite bold." Before, at the Zhou family, when Ning Fan was bullied, he could only swallow his anger and did not dare to say a word except asking Zhou Shuxin to protect him. The younger generations of the Zhou family never imagined that after not seeing each other for 4 or 5 years, this loser would actually dare to slap Zhou Yu. They threatened Ning Fan, "Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to brother Zhou Yu, otherwise the Zhou family will not let you go. I won't even take you in or give you a bite to eat. Only. Shut up, everyone." At this time, Zhou Yu spoke. Then, he looked at Ning Fan and sneered, "I didn't expect you to actually dare to do that. You know what? This is the restaurant owned by Lone Wolf Boss. We made it clear on the first day the restaurant opened that no one is allowed to come here and cause trouble. Now that you've slapped me, Lone Wolf Boss's men will be here soon. Wait a minute. You'll be thrown into the river to feed the fish." Zhou Yu was deliberately provoking Ning Fan and using the AG&C restaurant to teach him a lesson. The younger generation of the Zhou family was stunned. They didn't expect that there were such rules in the AG&C. Then, they sneered, "This loser is so pitiful. He probably never touched a woman's hand in his life, and now he has offended the boss. Ha ha ha. Lone Wolf." Zhou Shuxin's face turned pale and he said anxiously, "It's over now. Xiaofan, please leave quickly. This matter is all my responsibility. I am a girl, and I don't think they will be too harsh on me. Who in Hong County doesn't know that Lone Wolf is a lunatic? Anyone who provokes him will end up in trouble. You want to leave just because you broke the rules?" At this time, a cold voice came from behind, "Since you dare to cause trouble in our AG&C, be prepared to be thrown into the river to feed the fish." Zhou Shuxin's body stiffened, and in the blink of an eye he saw a burly man with a ghost warrior tattoo on his arm walking towards him. Behind him, there were 3 ferocious-looking people following. "Brother Hui." Zhou Yu stepped forward, pointed at Ning Fan, and said viciously, "This guy is the one who broke the rules and caused trouble here. Look at the slap he gave me in the face, that's irrefutable proof." Lin Hui's face turned completely cold as he stared at Ning Fan. Ever since the Aegean restaurant opened, with Wolf Brother's reputation, this is the first person who dared to cause trouble here. "Brother Hui, don't worry. I assure you, he's a piece of crap." Zhou Yu sneered, "He couldn't make it in Jiangcheng, so he came back to Hong County to ask our Zhou family to protect him. There's no one behind him." A few words. This immediately made Lin Hui decide to cripple Ning Fan. He stared at Ning Fan and said coldly, "You cut off your hands yourself. Or do you want me to throw you into the river to feed the fish? Kill the chicken to scare the monkey." After publicly crippling Ning Fan, he wanted to see if anyone else dared to cause trouble in the Aegean Sea. Ning Fan said calmly, I want to choose the third option.
Everyone was stunned. A third option? Get out of my sight now.
Ning Fan said indifferently, I can let bygones be bygones.
In an instant,
the Aegean restaurant fell silent. Customers around glanced at Ning Fan with strange eyes.
Is this guy mentally ill? Ha ha ha.
You are such a jerk, you have such wild ideas. Zhou Yu said in a snarling voice, you even crippled Brother Hui and the others and sent Brother Lang here to apologize.
Who the hell do you think you are? Is this the dragon crossing the river from Jiangcheng?
Bah, you're just a piece of trash that escaped from Jiangcheng. At this moment, Lin Hui's eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Brother Hui.
Zhou Shuxin protected Ning Fan and apologized in a trembling voice, Xiao Fan is still young, and what he said is nonsense.
Please be magnanimous and don't bother with him.
Don't worry, I'll let Xiao Fan apologize to you right now, and then take him away. As she said this, she glared at Ning Fan, wanting him to apologize to Lin Hui.
Only.
Ning Fan smiled and said, Sister Shuxin, he doesn't deserve my apology. Even Wang Ya, a local tyrant in Jiangcheng, had to treat him with respect.
How could a small scoundrel from Hong County deserve Ning Fan's apology? However,
after hearing what he said, Zhou Shuxin said angrily, Xiao Fan, you really are. But she couldn't bring herself to scold Ning Fan, and blamed herself, it's all my fault.
I shouldn't have brought you here to eat.
If that's the case, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Her eyes were misty.
Zhou Yu and others were gloating. This idiot, did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? Dare to provoke Lin Hui like this. If he doesn't die, who will?
I've seen crazy people, but I, Lin Hui, have never seen anyone as crazy as you. Lin Hui said coldly, I want to see if you can get out of here today.
Pa pa pa.
He clapped his hands and said in a cold voice, Go ahead, cripple him for me. I want him to kneel before me and beg for mercy. Let him know his own worth. The group of people behind him stepped forward, looking ferocious.
Zhou Yu and others sneered and laughed at him.
Zhou Shuxin was so scared that her body was shaking. Only Ning Fan was still standing there calmly, looking as if he was frightened.
Only.
Just as Lin Hui's men were about to approach Ning Fan, an extremely sexy woman wearing black stockings suddenly appeared in front of him. This woman was none other than Wang Ya, who had been waiting outside.
Right after, Wang Ya acted extremely quickly. In just 20 seconds, Lin Hui's 3 men all collapsed to the ground.
Everyone around was dumbfounded when they saw this scene.
How could this be possible? Afterwards, Wang Ya quickly walked up to Ning Fan and asked respectfully, Mr. Ning, how should we deal with them? Chapter 111. We'll talk later. Dead silence.
Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Lin Hui's face looked ugly.
Zhou Yu looked jealous.
This beautiful woman who suddenly appeared not only knocked Lin Hui's men to the ground in an instant, but now she treats Ning Fan with such respect?
Why? How could this loser who couldn't even pass the college entrance examination do this? Zhou Shuxin's eyes lit up.
When she first met Wang Ya, she thought this woman was just pretty.
I didn't expect her to be so good at fighting.
Then, she looked at Ning Fan with complicated eyes.
Who is Xiao Fan now? It's useless.
Ning Fan said calmly, then throw it out.
Don't disturb me and Sister Shuxin from having dinner. It's useless.
As soon as these 2 words were uttered, the Aegean Sea restaurant was in an uproar.
Did this man want to make a complete enemy of Lone Wolf?
Brother Hui. We have nothing to do with this guy. Zhou Yu hurriedly distanced himself from Ning Fan, he's a bastard.
You must not let Brother Wolf blame our Zhou family. Bastard.
In an instant, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold, with a hint of murderous intent emerging. These 2 words were the last thing he wanted to hear.
Snap.
The next moment, Ning Fan disappeared from the spot, grabbed Zhou Yu's arm, bent his palm, and then the sound of the arm breaking was heard. The whole restaurant was filled with screams.
Confused. Everyone was stunned. How could this person attack without even saying a word? If it weren't for Grandma's sake.
Ning Fan said coldly, well, now you have become a corpse. When he was a child, he was called a bastard and Ning Fan would resist, but at that time he had no strength and could not beat a group of people, so he had no way to stop it.
Nowadays, as a cultivator, how could he allow others to humiliate him?
The Zhou family was filled with rage and stared at Ning Fan, wishing they could tear him to pieces. You keep causing trouble in our AG&C. Lin Hui said grimly, you don't care about the rules here.
It seems you want me to take action myself.
The words fell. He raised his arms, and his clothes were torn to pieces at this moment, and his knotted muscles looked extremely lethal.
Lin Hui. He is one of Lone Wolf's right-hand men and is very capable in fighting. Brother Hui, destroy him.
Zhou Yu grinned grimly and said, you must destroy this brat in public.
Otherwise, who will respect the rules set by Brother Wolf? This person is also extremely smart. He knew that he could use the rules set by Brother Wolf to stimulate Lone Wolf to take action.
Wang Ye stood in front of Ningfan, staring at Lin Hui coldly. She could feel the explosive power from this man.
Stand back.
Ningfan said calmly, you haven't fully absorbed the power of the Xiaohuan Dan yet.
You're no match for him right now.
I'll deal with him.
Wang Ye hesitated.
But then he remembered the time when Ningfan single-handedly disabled his men, so he stepped back and made room for Ningfan. Zhou Shuxin was worried, Xiaofan, don't be so stubborn.
I've heard that this Brother Hui is a very good fighter.
He can beat nearly 10 people by himself. That lone wolf status was mostly earned by him. She didn't know what had happened to Ningfan that made such a beautiful and capable woman treat him with respect. But she didn't quite think that Ningfan had extremely strong martial arts skills. After all, 4 or 5 years ago, he was often bullied by Zhou Yu and others.
Sister Shuxin.
Ningfan smiled and said, the Xiaofan standing before you now is no longer the incompetent person he was 4 or 5 years ago.
You protected me before, now it's my turn to protect you. The voice is sonorous and powerful.
From now on, Ningfan will protect all those he cares about and those who care about him, and will not let them suffer any injustice.
Only. The Zhou family's younger generation sneered and said, do you think Brother Hui's strength is weak? If you had hidden behind that woman, you might have been able to survive. Now, Tisk, we'll soon see you get beaten to a pulp by Brother Hui.
In their opinion, Ningfan must have been kicked in the head by a donkey.
How nice it would be to hide behind that woman.
You have to stand up and seek death.
Kid.
Lin Hui stepped forward and said coldly, you will pay the price for your arrogance.
Bang.
He clashed his fists together, and everyone felt their ears ring. He looked extremely powerful. Zhou Yu's eyes were filled with madness, and he couldn't wait to see Ningfan being crippled and kneeling down to beg for mercy.
He wants to humiliate him severely.
The next moment, Lin Hui rushed in front of Ningfan, but Ningfan did not move at all. He watched helplessly as the calloused fist gradually approached his face.
Is this loser scared silly? I really thought he was so bold, Tsk, how boring. The people around were disappointed.
Even Lin Hui thought Ningfan had been frightened silly by him. At this moment, he was already a few feet away from Ningfan. He sneered, what a loser.
How dare you challenge the rules of our AG&C restaurant?
His fist was about to land on Ningfan's face. Zhou Shu wanted to rush forward, but it was too late. She looked worried and tears came to her eyes.
The other Zhou family juniors sneered, he was going to be ruined.
However, at this moment, Ningfan moved.
He just raised his hand and an invisible impact force emerged in his palm.
Then, a slap landed on Lin Hui's cheek, and with a bang, he was thrown out. In an instant, the impact from Lin Hui's back knocked over several tables, and the sound of broken bones continued to ring out.
At this moment, the AG&C restaurant was completely silent. Lin Hui. Just a slap in the face and he was crippled? The customers around looked at Ningfan and couldn't help but feel their hearts beating fast.
No wonder that beautiful woman treated Ningfan so respectfully.
Turn out to be. Is he so good at fighting?
Zhou Shuxin's red lips parted slightly, her eyes glazed over. Her Xiaofan had truly changed.
Impossible. Zhou Yu reacted and yelled frantically, how could a loser like you possibly possess such a method?
He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. When he left 4 or 5 years ago, this loser was still a coward who was bullied by him.
How come he can cripple Lin Hui with just one slap after coming back from Jiangcheng? Keep calling for help.
Ningfan said calmly, well, you can let the lone wolf roll over.
Let the lone wolf come over? The people around him gasped. This guy is really arrogant. Is he looking for death?
A ruthless look flashed in Lin Hui's eyes. He took out his cell phone and called Lone Wolf, but the other party's phone was busy.
Can't get through. If you can't call anyone, just serve the food.
Ning Fan said indifferently, "Don't waste my time." Lin Hui gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Serve him the food. One of each." Chapter 112 Request. Soon. The table in front of Ning Fan and the other man was filled with dishes, with everything one could imagine. It could be said that Lin Hui had spent a huge amount of money to hold Ning Fan back. But as long as Brother Wolf comes over and kills this kid, all of this will be worth it. Sister Shuxin, eat this. Ning Fan picked up some food for Zhou Shuxin and said with a smile, "It has a beauty-enhancing effect." Only. At this time, Zhou Shuxin was worried and couldn't eat anything. She forced a smile at Ning Fan. "Eat it." Zhou Yu sneered, "How happy you are eating now, how miserable you will be when Brother Wolf comes over later. When the time comes, I'll see if you'll still be so arrogant." The other younger generations of the Zhou family also looked at Ning Fan with gloating eyes. However, Ning Fan and Zhou Shuxin ate for half an hour, but Lin Hui couldn't get through to Dulong on the phone. "Sister Shuxin, are you done eating?" Ning Fan took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. "Let's go home." Zhou Shuxin couldn't sit still any longer. After hearing Ning Fan's words, she nodded, "Okay. Let's go home." As long as she left the AG&C restaurant, she would be able to find a way to send Ning Fan away. Lin Hui stood up despite the pain, stood in front of Ning Fan, and said coldly, "Stop. You can't leave until Brother Wolf arrives." Zhou Yu and others also stood behind Lin Hui to block Ning Fan and the other two. "I'm in a good mood now." Ning Fan smiled and said, "I don't want Sister Shuxin to see blood. I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of here. As for the lone wolf, tell him that if he wants to take revenge on me, he can come directly to Zhou's house to find me later." However, after Ning Fan said this, Lin Hui and others remained indifferent. Roll. Ning Fan's expression immediately turned cold, and the aura of the second level of qi refining was released at this moment, instantly enveloping Lin Hui and others. In an instant, these people only felt the temperature around them suddenly drop, and they trembled all over and stood still. "Sister Shuxin, let's go." Ning Fan took Zhou Shuxin's hand and left the sight of these people. Now no one dared to stop them. The aura released from Ning Fan just now made them feel like they were on the brink of death. How arrogant. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and said, "He's just a loser who didn't even take the college entrance examination. I really don't know what qualifications I have to be so arrogant." Then, he looked at Lin Hui, frowned, and asked, "Brother Hui, why can't I get through to Brother Lang on the phone?" Lin Hui was also a little confused. Brother Wolf's phone had never been busy for such a long time before. Then he took out his cell phone and tried again, calling again. This time the line was not busy. Soon, the call was connected and everyone looked happy. Lin Hui quickly said, "Brother Wolf, someone at the AGN restaurant disregarded your rules. Not only did they provoke trouble, they also beat up one of our brothers. I don't know what to do with it." Lone Wolf said coldly, "I have something important to deal with right now. A big shot from Jiangcheng is coming. I'm arranging everything for the hotel. I'm going to treat him well tonight." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. What kind of big shot came that Lone Wolf treated him so seriously? Zhou Yu's eyes flickered as he murmured, "When will I be able to receive this kind of treatment and be personally entertained by Brother Wolf?" Full of envy. As for the troublemaker who dared to cause trouble in the Aegean Sea? Lone Wolf then said indifferently, "After I entertain this important person, I will make him pay the price. No one has ever dared to trample on the rules set by me, Lone Wolf." Zhou Yu and the others had cruel smiles on their faces. "Ha ha. That loser has really pissed off the Lone Wolf boss. He will definitely have no place in Hong County anymore." "Yes, Brother Wolf." Lin Hui said respectfully, "I understand." Then, the phone was hung up. Zhou Yu stepped forward and said, "Brother Hui, our Zhou family has nothing to do with that loser. Please tell Brother Lang not to implicate our Zhou family in this matter." Lin Hui hummed indifferently, not taking Zhou Yu and the others seriously. "By the way, Brother Hui." Zhou Yu then asked in a low voice, "Do you know who this important figure from Jiangcheng is? How high must someone's status be to be personally received by Lone Wolf? If their Zhou family could get close to such a big shot, and then cooperate with the Ren family, their Zhou family's rise would be just around the corner." "Have no idea." Lin Hui glanced at him and said, "This time, Brother Wolf is personally inquiring about this matter. I don't have the right to know yet." After Ning Fan and Zhou Shuxin came out of the restaurant, they went straight back to the Zhou family. Old Mrs. Zhou was sitting at the stone table, basking in the sun.
Are you back?
Hearing footsteps, she turned to look at Ning Fan and the others, and said with a kind smile, "What did you eat?"
How was it? Zhou Shuxi naturally put her arm around old lady Zhou's arm and changed the subject. Grandma, do you know anyone who works in maritime transport?
Ning Fan and old Madame Zhou were both stunned, but Ning Fan quickly reacted. A warm feeling emerged in his heart. This was Sister Shuxin worrying about him. She thought that Lone Wolf would cause trouble for him and wanted to find a way out for him.
What's wrong? Mrs. Zhou asked in confusion. Why do you ask this suddenly? Zhou Shuxin bit her lip and whispered, today at the Aegean Sea restaurant, Xiaofan provoked. Only.
Before she finished speaking, there was a sound from the corner at the backyard door, and Zhou Yu appeared in the sight of the three people. He glanced at Ning Fan and the other man and sneered. But then he looked at Mrs. Zhou. Grandma.
Grandpa has reconvened a family meeting.
Please be sure to attend, because this meeting concerns the survival of our Zhou family.
Life or death?
Old Mrs. Zhou frowned.
What happened? You go out first.
She said calmly, I'll pack up and then take Xiaofan and the others to the meeting. Zhou Yu felt the old lady's cold attitude, and a nameless anger rose in his heart, but he still gritted his teeth and said, yes.
He turned and left. Shuxin, I know someone who does maritime transport.
Mrs. Zhou smiled and said, however, I have something important to do right now.
How about I call him after this family meeting is over?
Zhou Shuxin opened her mouth, but thinking that her grandmother was old and couldn't be subjected to too much stimulation, Zhou Shuxin could only nod.
These family meetings never lasted long. Xiaofan, come here.
Old Mrs. Zhou stood up tremblingly, help Grandma and go out to see what happened. Ning Fan stepped forward, and he and Zhou Shuxin each took one side of her, helping old lady Zhou out of the backyard. Soon, they arrived at the front yard and all the Zhou family members were there. Afterwards, under the gaze of everyone, Ning Fan and the other man helped old Madame Zhou to the main seat.
Everyone is here. Mr. Zhou said, Zhou Yu, go ahead. What on earth happened? Zhou Yu stepped forward and raised his voice, Grandpa, Grandma, I request that Ning Fan be completely expelled from the Zhou family. Chapter 113 I'm really confused. Wow.
Zhou Yu's words were like a huge rock falling into a calm lake, causing huge ripples. Except for the younger generations of the Zhou family, no one expected Zhou Yu to suddenly bring up this matter.
Bang! Let's see who dares.
Old Madame Zhou dropped her cane and angrily shouted, whoever wants to kick Xiaofan out of the Zhou family, then make me angry to death first.
Besides,
you are not qualified to kick Xiaofan out of the Zhou family now, because I have already transferred the 10% of shares in my name to Xiaofan. Ning Fan stepped forward to support the old lady's body, concentrating all his mental energy on her, fearing that she would be stimulated and get into trouble.
What? Are you crazy, old lady? The Zhou family members were furious and asked, why did you transfer the shares to him without even consulting us? Did he whisper something in your ear that made you make such a ridiculous decision?
They were all thinking about the 10% stake held by old lady Zhou. I had originally thought of taking good care of her after she lay in bed, and guiding her to transfer the shares to me. Unexpectedly, the old lady had transferred the shares to Ning Fan without their knowledge.
Shut up!
Ning Fan shouted coldly, those are Grandma's own shares.
She can give them to whomever she wants. What does it have to do with you? He couldn't let his grandma get upset again, otherwise, who knew what would happen? Ning Fan, who the hell are you?
We're willing to give the shares to anyone the old lady wants, but you, a bastard who was picked up, want to take away our Zhou family's shares. That's wishful thinking. At this time, a middle-aged man yelled at Ning Fan. He was Zhou Yu's father, Zhou Ruilin. Ning Fan's mind went blank for a moment, and then a terrifying chill emanated from his body. He said coldly, what did you say?
Say it again.
Zhou Ruilin was startled by the chill, but he cursed inwardly. He was just a piece of trash.
Why should he be afraid of him?
Then, he sneered, you and your mother are just wild animals picked up by the old lady.
Shut up.
However, before he could finish his words, Mrs. Zhou interrupted him with a thunderous shout, Zhou Ruilin, if you dare to say another word,
just get out of the Zhou family.
Hearing old Madame Zhou getting angry, Zhou Ruilin trembled and was still a little scared. After all, the old lady's words carried a lot of weight in the Zhou family.
He may not be afraid of Ning Fan, but he must be afraid of the old lady. At this moment, the entire Zhou family fell into silence.
Only Ningfan stood behind old lady Zhou, staring at Zhou Ruilin with murderous intent. Growing up without a father, what he couldn't stand the most was people calling him a bastard. And Zhou Ruilin's words that he was picked up made his chest feel like it was being pressed down by a huge rock, making him feel suffocated. If it weren't for Grandma, Zhou Ruilin would have turned into a corpse long ago.
A moment later,
Old Madame Zhou turned around and said kindly, "Xiaofan, don't listen to your uncle's nonsense.
He only talks nonsense. Let's go back to the backyard. We won't attend this meeting anymore."
Ningfan suppressed his murderous intent and nodded with a complicated look in his eyes. "Yes, Grandma." Then, he reached out and held Mrs. Zhou's hand and walked towards the backyard.
Zhou Shuxin also followed their footsteps.
"Grandma, do you know that it's because you transferred your shares to this loser?
It's very likely that our Zhou transportation group will be targeted by a lone wolf, thus destroying the life's work of you and your grandfather?"
At this time, Zhou Yu continued to speak, his voice cold. "I know that what I am going to say next will be very unfilial, but I have to say it." At this point, he raised his voice and shouted, "You are really getting old and confused."
Everyone in the Zhou family frowned in confusion and looked at Zhou Yu.
They felt very uncomfortable that old lady Zhou had transferred the 10% of the shares to this bastard.
But what does this have to do with the targeting of Zhou transportation group?
Mrs. Zhou said without even turning her head, "You'd better give me an explanation. Otherwise, Xiaofan is now a shareholder and has the right to expel you from the company on the grounds that you spread rumors and caused panic." Zhou Yu clenched her fists, her eyes filled with rage.
Damn it, I'm her grandson and she doesn't show favoritism, so why is she so fond of that useless grandson? The Zhou family also looked unhappy, feeling that old Madame Zhou was being too nice to Ningfan. Not long ago,
Zhou Yu said in a low voice, "This loser is looking for trouble at the Agency restaurant. He trampled on the rules set by the underworld boss Lone Wolf and even crippled his men.
Now Lone Wolf holds a grudge against him.
Soon Lone Wolf will exact his revenge on him, and in order to distance our Zhou family from this loser, I almost knelt down and begged for mercy from Lin Hui in the Agency, but..." Having said that, he paused, gnashing his teeth and saying, "But I didn't expect you, Grandma, to give 10% of your shares to this loser. Do you know that if Lone Wolf knew about this, he would definitely go crazy and target our Zhou family?
By then, all the hard work you and Grandpa have accumulated throughout our lives will be completely destroyed.
Our Zhou family won't even be able to establish a presence in Han County, let alone cooperate with the Rin family."
At this moment, the Zhou family compound fell into complete silence.
The next moment, they all erupted in rage, pointing at Ningfan and cursing, "You're such a jinx.
Did you come back from Jiangqing just to cause trouble for our Zhou family?
It hasn't even been a day, and you've already provoked Lone Wolf.
What are you going to do to our Zhou family now?" They kept scolding Ningfan and were very emotional. It's not Zhou Yu yet.
If Zhou Yu hadn't been causing trouble at the Agency restaurant, how could Xiaofan have clashed with Lone Wolf's men?
Zhou Shuxin gritted her teeth and excused Ningfan, "This has nothing to do with Xiaofan."
Zhou Yu sneered, "Really?
Just tell me if this loser was the one who slapped me first? Did he break my arm?"
Zhou Shuxin, all these injuries on my body are irrefutable evidence.
There's no need for you to make excuses for Ningfan. Zhou Shuxin's face flushed with anger. "You." After hearing Zhou Yu's words, the Zhou family's scolding became even more unpleasant. "Grandmother."
Zhou Yu raised his voice and said, "This time you must take back the 10% of the shares from this loser, and then announce to the public that this loser has nothing to do with you or our Zhou family.
Otherwise, Boss Lone Wolf will never let our Zhou family go." Chapter 114, Protecting the Child. Right.
Old lady, Zhou Yu is right.
We must drive this jinx out of the Zhou family.
We can't let him hold shares in our Zhou group. The Zhou family members rose up to attack and were condemned by thousands of people.
That's enough. You guys give me chills. Mrs. Zhou was disappointed. When we encounter a problem, we don't think about uniting and solving it together as soon as possible. Instead, they're blaming Xiaofan.
Today, I'm making this clear, I won't take back my shares.
I will definitely not kick Xiaofan out of the Zhou family. Be firm in your attitude. He is very protective of his children. I'll call a shareholders meeting tomorrow morning.
Mr. Zhou said the second sentence. I hope Ningfan can go there by then.
Old Mrs. Zhou snorted coldly and walked away. Ningfan and the other followed her footsteps. 10% of the shares, that's 1 million. The old lady is really blinded. She is getting dumber as she gets older. How can a bastard like him be qualified to take shares in our Zhou group? Everyone in the Zhou family spoke angrily. The more I think about it, the angrier I get.
A person who had left the Zhou family for 4 or 5 years, and they were almost forgetting him. Who could have thought that he would suddenly come back at this time and even take away 10% of the shares in the hands of the old lady?
This really caught them off guard. Old man,
Zhou Ruilin said, if the old lady doesn't take back 10% of the shares from the Jinx,
next I will sell the shares I have.
At Zhou's house. Mr. Zhou likes his son to call him grandpa, which makes him seem more stable.
Right. Me too. That Jinx has offended the lone wolf boss.
If he were to target our Zhou family, we would definitely go bankrupt in the shortest possible time.
It's better to sell the shares now and get the money.
The rest of the Zhou family who held shares also spoke up, it's all because of this Jinx. Otherwise, if our Zhou family gets the cooperation with the Ren family, we will be able to rise rapidly and may even become the #1 family in Hong County. Well now, all this will become nothing. If I had known this would happen, I should have kicked this Jinx out when he came this morning. Mr. Zhou raised his hand and said, everything will be discussed at the shareholders' meeting tomorrow morning.
The meeting is over. Brother Zhou, what should we do now? A Zhou family member worriedly asked, are you really going to sell off your shares?
Zhou said coldly, after I go down, I will investigate where the lone wolf boss is and see if I can run into him. Then I'll cut ties with that loser Ning Fan. Seeing as we're about to collaborate with the Ren family, I can't bear to throw away my shares.
Backyard.
Ning Fan looked at old lady Zhou with complicated eyes.
Xiao Fan.
Mrs. Zhou said kindly, no matter what time, you are always Grandma's Xiao Fan.
This cannot be changed. Ning Fan grinned and said, well, I understand, Grandma.
Mrs. Zhou smiled and said, your clothes are a little dirty.
Take them off and I'll wash them for you later. Ning Fan did not refuse.
He got up and left, returned to the room prepared for him by old lady Zhou, and changed his clothes.
Grandmother.
Zhou Shuxin bit her lower lip, Xiao Fan he. Old Madame Zhou waved her hand and said, don't ask anything.
Just keep this matter in your heart. Don't mention this matter in front of Xiao Fan in the future.
With the shares I left him, he can live a peaceful life in Hong County.
Zhou Shuxin was silent. Night.
Ning Fan, who couldn't calm down for a long time, left Zhou's house and went to the address given to him by Dulong.
Yuhua Hotel.
Although Lone Wolf is the big boss of Hong County's underground world, he also has industries on the surface, in order to make it easier to whitewash himself in the future.
Ning Fan?
He had just gotten out of the car when a puzzled voice sounded from behind.
Suli. Zhang Xueme.
Ning Fan saw the two women in the blink of an eye and nodded as a greeting.
TSK. Didn't some people at Jiancheng Mall say they looked down on our class reunion? Zhang Xueme said sarcastically, why did you rush over here without us knowing?
This is because he was abandoned by a rich woman and even his clothes were changed.
Suli frowned, not liking Zhang Xueme's tone. Ning Fan.
She laughed and changed the subject,
since you are here, come in with us?
Ning Fan refused, no, I'm here for other things. Zhang Xueme sneered, Ning Fan, hypocritical people like you really make me sick. He obviously came here secretly to eat and drink for free, and he said he had something to do here, haha.
How about you tell us the box number you're going to, and we'll bring you some food? She scoffed.
In Jiangcheng, she had already investigated Ning Fan. TSK, what a bullshit success. He is just a poor guy who was cuckolded, and now he has been abandoned by a beautiful, rich woman. He must not be able to survive in Jiangcheng and has to go back to Hongxian.
Now she was certain that Ning Fan was just here to eat and drink for free.
Ning Fan said calmly, the top box. Suli and the other two were silent, but soon Zhang Xueme laughed so hard that her stomach hurt, ha.
Ning Fan, what are you still daydreaming about? Do you know what the Tianzi #1 box means? That's the exclusive box for Lone Wolf Boss. You even went to the Tianziho box and boasted to no end. Suli was also a little disappointed. She didn't expect Ning Fan to be so boastful now. He was not like this when he was in school before. Well, it seems that time can really change a person. What are you doing here? At this moment, a pleasant voice came into my ears, why don't you go in? Ning Fan and the other two turned around. A very beautiful and mature woman wearing a sky blue lace dress and light makeup appeared in the sight of the three people. A square inch of snow.
Ning Fan's homeroom teacher in high school was only 4 years older than them and was an absolute academic master. She was admitted to a prestigious university at the age of 16, and later became the class teacher of Ning Fan and his classmates. It can be said that during high school, she was the goddess in the eyes of all the boys in the class. Even after not seeing her for 4 or 5 years, she still looked the same as Ning Fan remembered.
Are you Ning Fan? Fong Xuanxue raised her eyebrows and said, It's really you. Come to think of it, I haven't seen you for a long time since you graduated from high school and left Jiangcheng. Ning Fan smiled and greeted, Hello, Teacher Fong. School days. Fong Xuanxue was very nice to Ning Fan.
It could be said that she had high expectations for Ning Fan, but unfortunately, Ning Fan disappointed her in the end. In the end, he failed the college entrance examination with a very poor score. From then on, he felt that he had no face to face her.
Come on, go in.
Fong Xuanxue smiled slightly and said, The other students should have arrived by now, so don't wait at the door.
Ning Fan hesitated, Teacher Fong. I have something to do, so I won't be attending this class reunion. You guys go have fun. He wanted to know when the auction would be held as soon as possible. How? Zhang Xueme sarcastically said, Ning Fan, you look down on us classmates, and now you even look down on Teacher Fong? Chapter 115 The gap is really big.
Ning Fan frowned, his expression growing colder.
Xueme. Fong Xuanxue's face said, We are classmates, how can you say that? Ning Fan definitely doesn't have such thoughts. Ning Fan, how about you just go meet your classmates? She looked at Ning Fan and smiled, Weren't you and Zhou Kuan quite close in school? Teacher Fong heard that he will come this time too. Ning Fan nodded and agreed, Okay, I'll listen to Teacher Fong. I'll go and take a look. He agreed not because Fong Xuanxue mentioned Zhou Kuan, but because Fong Xuanxue always considered him, and if he refused repeatedly, it would make her lose face. Let's go. Fong Xuanxue smiled, If the classmates see you, they will definitely be very happy. Ning Fan followed in her footsteps. Zhang Xueme sneered. The reason why she had been provoking Ning Fan just now was not because she really wanted Ning Fan to attend the class reunion. But after meeting Ning Fan at Jiangcheng shopping mall that day, she hired someone to investigate Ning Fan. TSK, if Ning Fan were to tell these things in front of everyone, he would definitely be ashamed. How can you, a man whose wife cheated on you, look down on me? Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the door of the hotel box. Most of the classmates had already arrived and were talking animatedly. Zhou Kuan is not among them. Teacher Fong, Suli, Xueme, you're finally here. We almost thought you weren't coming. Teacher Fong smiled gently and said, I ran into Ning Fan at the door and said a few words to him. Ning Fan? At this time, everyone's attention turned to the man behind Fong Xuanxue and the other 2. After seeing his casual clothes, they shook their heads and sneered. Ning Fan. Since it was Teacher Fong who invited you to the class reunion, you should at least show some respect to us, right? A classmate said with a smile, Look, who among us isn't glamorous? The boys are in suits and ties, and the girls are in elegant dresses. You're the only one wearing casual clothes. Oh, by the way, where have you been working these years? Come to think of it, it's been 4 or 5 years since we graduated from high school, right? Ning Fan said calmly, a vagrant. These 4 words caused a burst of laughter, and everyone looked at Ning Fan with disdain. It was 4 or 5 years after graduating from high school, and he didn't get into college, and now he was still unemployed. How shameful. No wonder he could only wear casual clothes, it turns out he is a poor guy. What do you know? Zhang Xueme raised her voice and said sarcastically, Ning Fan is quite impressive now. When we ran into him a few days ago, he was trying on a suit worth 500,000 yuan. Wow. 500,000? Now everyone stared at Ning Fan with wide eyes, unable to believe it. Is this kid so rich? Xueme, are you talking nonsense? One classmate curled his lips and said, He just said he's unemployed, how can he afford such an expensive suit? They scoffed at Zhang Xueme's words. That's because he was a gigolo kept by a rich woman before. Zhang Xueme said sarcastically, Of course I can afford such expensive clothes without working. Pretty boy? The boy looked at him with disdain. The girl also looked at Ning Fan with disgust. Even Fong Xuanxue frowned slightly. TSK. At this time, a boy chuckled and said, I never thought that Ning Fan, who was once so valued by Teacher Fong, would become a gigolo. If this gets out, won't it bring disgrace to our class? Ning Fan, isn't it nice to serve a rich woman? Why didn't you wear the $500,000 suit she bought you today to show off? Are you feeling ashamed? Ha ha ha.
For a moment, the box was filled with laughter. Ning Fan looked at the person who was speaking, Zhang Haoxuan. When he was in high school, Ning Fan was the top student that Feng Suanxue had high hopes for, while Zhang Haoxuan was the most mischievous bad student. At that time, for this reason, Zhang Haoxuan had always disliked him. Now, 4 or 5 years have passed, and he is still the same. Perhaps he wants to find some sense of existence from Ning Fan.
Him.
I guess he's been dumped by that rich woman, and his suit has been taken back. So after hearing about our class reunion, he came back to Hong County to eat and drink for free. Zhang Xueme revealed Ning Fan's true identity bit by bit, sarcastically saying, maybe he's trying to curry favor with us and get us to give him some money.
Suddenly, more wanton mocking voices rang out. Not only was he a gigolo, but he was also abandoned by the other party. TSK, what a failure. We are all classmates. Feng Suanxue said, there's no need to be so awkward. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's sit down and reminisce about our school days.
Ning Fan came in because of her, so Feng Suanxue naturally couldn't just watch him being bullied by his classmates.
Only. She was also a little disappointed. Why did Ning Fan, a grown man, become a gigolo? Alas, time can really change a person. Teacher Feng.
Zhang Xueme taunted him, your judgment of people is not good.
Look at Ning Fan, the man you entrusted with important tasks back in school.
Now he's not only a gigolo, but also a homeless person.
If this gets out, it'll be a real disgrace to you. Look at Brother Zhang, the guy you always scolded back then. He's now the director of Zhou Transportation Group.
I heard he'll be rewarded with shares soon. By then, his annual income will be over 200,000 yuan. He also knows the big boss behind the Yuhua Hotel.
If it weren't for Brother Zhang this time, how would we have the right to come here to eat? TSK, the gap between Ning Fan and Brother Zhang is really huge.
Being praised by Zhang Xueme. Zhang Haoxuan glanced at Ning Fan with pride, feeling very comfortable.
Yes. Feng Suanxue nodded helplessly. Haoxuan, Teacher Feng apologizes to you. It was wrong to scold you like that at school. How about this? We're all classmates. How about you find Ning Fan a job? Let him get down to earth and do it.
She still didn't want to see such a good person like Ning Fan go astray.
I can introduce you to a job, sure.
Zhang Haoxuan smiled and raised his foot. Kneel down and lick my leather shoes clean, then he can go to work at Zhou Group tomorrow. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, now I will teach him the first lesson. He must learn to be flexible in the workplace.
This is not teaching Ning Fan the truth, this is clearly a humiliation. Feng Suanxue was angry. Zhang Haoxuan, we are classmates, why are you like this? Zhang Haoxuan smiled and said, or Teacher Feng could kneel down and lick my shoes. Chapter 116, Did the Wind Blow to Brother Wolf?
Ning Fan's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and was about to slap Zhang Haoxuan in the face. Feng Suanxue stretched out her hand to block him.
TSK. Ning Fan, can't you stand this? Zhang Xueme sneered, do you really still care about this little bit of dignity? After all, your previous wife cheated on you, cuckold. If I were in your shoes, and Brother Zhang was willing to introduce me to a job, I would definitely be eager to kneel down and lick his shoes. Wow.
As soon as Zhang Xueme finished speaking, huge ripples appeared in the box, and then there was a burst of laughter.
For a while, everyone looked at Ning Fan with pity. TSK, they didn't expect that Ning Fan was so pitiful. Not only was he abandoned by a rich woman, but he was also cuckolded by his own wife. Feng Suanxue was stunned. Su Li frowned and looked at Zhang Xueme. She was investigating Ning Fan? As far as I know.
Zhang Xueme glanced at Ning Fan with a smug look. After graduating from high school, he became a lapdog and even sponsored a woman's college education. To keep him company, the woman got a marriage certificate with him.
Ha ha ha.
It's just that, not long ago, his wife abandoned him and hooked up with a rich second-generation guy.
TSK, Ning Fan, you're such a pathetic creature. Bang!
At this moment, Ning Fan's face turned completely cold, and he slapped Zhang Xueme in the face, the echo of which continued to ring in the box. At this moment, the entire box fell silent.
Everyone was stunned, staring at the scene in amazement.
No one expected Ning Fan to suddenly take action.
How dare you hit me?
Zhang Xuemei screamed, Ning Fan, you're crazy.
Just at this time, Zhou Kuan appeared and saw Zhang Xuemei about to rush towards Ning Fan like a shrew.
Zhang Xuemei, stop. He rushed forward quickly and shouted coldly, Ning Fan is someone you can't afford to offend now. Ever since he offended Ning Fan at the Qingyun restaurant in Jiangcheng, Zhou Kuan has been banned in Jiangcheng. There is no place to stay anymore. Until now, every time he thought of Mr. Zhao's attitude towards Ning Fan, he felt cold all over. He didn't know what kind of big shot Ning Fan was now, but he knew that he was someone that people like him could not afford to offend.
Can't afford to offend? Zhou Kuan, what are you talking about?
He's just a poor wretch whose wife cheated on him. Zhang Xuemei screamed, as the manager of Qingyun restaurant, why should you be afraid of him?
Manager?
Zhou Kuan smiled bitterly. It was true that these people didn't know that they were fired from Qingyun restaurant because they offended Ning Fan.
Zhou Kuan, I also think you're a bit timid. Zhang Haoshuan stepped forward and said calmly, don't we know what this kid was like in high school?
I'm just a poor guy, with no power or influence. Now, 4 or 5 years later, he's become a big shot we can't afford to offend.
Is this a joke?
I see you've met so many big shots in Jiangcheng that your temper has been smoothed out.
Now everyone looks like a big shot to you, right?
I remember when you first became the manager of Qingyun restaurant, you weren't this cowardly.
Coward? Zhou Kuan laughed angrily, okay. Go ahead and commit suicide. Don't blame me for not warning you in the end. He didn't care anymore.
Let this group of people offend Ning Fan completely. They would regret it later.
Then,
Zhou Kuan turned to look at Ning Fan, bowing and apologizing, Ning Fan, the incident at Qingyun restaurant was my fault.
I shouldn't have treated you like that. Can you please forgive me and give me a chance to live? At this moment, Zhou Kuan was extremely humble in front of Ning Fan. Where is the arrogance like before?
When Zhang Haoshuan and others saw Zhou Kuan treating Ning Fan in this way, they sneered at him. This man is becoming more and more cowardly.
He is so humble in front of a loser.
I really don't know how he became the manager of Qingyun restaurant.
I've forgotten that.
Ning Fan glanced at him and said calmly, you don't have to apologize to me.
Zhou Kuan gritted his teeth, said nothing more, and stepped aside. Okay, that's all the unpleasantness from before. Zhang Haoshuan waved his hand and said, give me some face, understand?
Let me tell you, my cousin is Brother Wolf's right-hand man. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being rude.
As he spoke, he glanced at Ning Fan and warned, did you hear that, Ning Fan?
Ning Fan was indifferent and didn't even look at him.
Extremely boring.
If it weren't for Fang Xuanxue, he would have left long ago. Brother Zhang is really amazing. Yeah, I'm the director of Zhou Transportation Group, but I didn't expect his connections to be so formidable. Even the people on Brother Wolf's side are his cousins. If you ask me, among our group of classmates, Brother Zhang is the one who is doing the best.
Soon,
there were sounds of flattery in the box, and everyone kept flattering Zhang Haoshuan. However, only Ning Fan and the other 4 were isolated and left aside.
He. Do you know?
At this time, Zhang Xuemei said sarcastically, some people came to the Yuhua Hotel and told us in front of us that they were going to the Tianziho box to eat.
For a while. This statement caused an uproar. I remember that the Tianziho box was the exclusive box for the lone wolf boss. Who is so awesome that they can actually eat there? Everyone looked at Zhang Xuemei, their tone full of envy. Hearing everyone praising others, Zhang Haoshuan's face turned ugly. Xuemei, you can't talk nonsense. I heard that anyone who can eat in the Tianziho private room is basically a big shot from Jiangcheng or other places. There shouldn't be such a big shot among our circle. At this moment, only Suli was nervous, because she knew who Zhang Xuemei was talking about. Yes.
Zhang Xuemei pointed at Ning Fan and said sarcastically, so far away, yet so close before our eyes.
It's our classmate Ning Fan. Ning Fan? Everyone was stunned. Is he the big shot who can eat in the top-notch box? Ning Fan, that's enough. You want to kill all of us, don't you?
However, Zhang Haoshuan suddenly shouted coldly, it's fine if you're just bragging, but you're bragging about Brother Wolf?
Do you know that if Brother Wolf hears what he said, even we will be implicated? I order you to go and apologize to Brother Wolf right now. Ning Fan was amused. Who do you think you are, ordering me around?
You can ask Lone Wolf to get off now and see if he dares to accept my apology.
Wow! Hearing Ning Fan's words, everyone was stunned. Zhang Haoshuan flew into a rage. Shut up! Brother Wolf is the boss of our Hong County's underground world. In Hong County, he is the king. Ning Fan, you're not just bragging and thinking you're so awesome, are you? You're just a poor cuckolded wretch. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be qualified to enter the Yuhua Hotel. Do you understand? Chapter 117, It's so quick to move. Cuckold. Poor thing. Bang.
Ning Fan slapped Zhang Haoshuan with his backhand, sending him flying. This time, blood came out of Zhang Haoshuan's mouth and several of his teeth were broken.
Moment. The laughter in the box stopped and there was a sudden silence.
Everyone looked at Ning Fan strangely.
How dare this man hit Zhang Haoshuan? Do you really think you know the Lone Wolf boss? You don't have to mock me again and again. Ning Fan said calmly, I'm telling the truth.
Aside from Teacher Fong and Su Li, no one among you is worthy of my attention. I came here this time because of Teacher Fong's kindness.
If you dare to challenge my bottom line again, I will do more than just slap you in the face. Just 1 or 2 sentences will be enough. You keep saying it, do you really think Ning Fan has no temper? Oh.
Arrogant, Ning Fan, you are really too arrogant.
Zhang Shuemei sneered, but soon you'll be kneeling and begging for mercy, understand?
She was already looking forward to seeing Ning Fan kneeling on the ground, begging for their forgiveness. After all, Zhang Haoshuan hadn't been wasting the past 2 years in vain.
His cousin is truly Lone Wolf's right-hand man. You're looking for death.
Zhang Haoshuan got up from the ground at this moment, his eyes filled with anger, and said fiercely, in this Hong County, you are the first person who dared to slap me.
Wait. I'll call my cousin over right now, and then I'll make sure to cripple you and send you packing. After making harsh remarks, he broke through the door and left the box. The rest of the people looked at Ning Fan with a gloating expression. Some people. He really has no self-awareness. He wants to offend everyone. Let's see how he ends up.
He's just a loser who was driven back from Jiangchang, yet he dares to show off his power in Hong County.
He's really courting death.
They don't care about Ning Fan's life or death, they just want to see a good show.
Ning Fan, please leave quickly.
Fang Suanxue said hurriedly, now is a good time for you to leave before Zhang Haoshuan calls his cousin over. Otherwise, his cousin will definitely not let you go after he arrives. Su Li also said worriedly, yes, to be able to become the right-hand man of Lone Wolf, he must be a madman, not a good person. Ning Fan smiled and said, don't worry.
They can't touch me. At this time.
As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. It was Lone Wolf calling.
Hello.
Ning Fan answered, I'm already at the Yuhua Hotel, but your men are planning to come over and destroy me soon. I really didn't expect the people in your hotel to be so arrogant, Lone Wolf, it seems you don't welcome me. When the Lone Wolf on the other end of the phone heard these words, he almost dropped his phone to the ground.
He was so scared. His men actually wanted to destroy Mr. Ning who came from Jiangchang? This moment. Dulong was panicking.
Damn it, this guy was a big shot that even Wang Ye treated with respect. If he, Dulong, offended him, how could he develop in Jiangchang in the future?
Of course, Lone Wolf doesn't just want to stay in such a small county.
He also has ambitions, so he has to try his best to establish good relationships with the bigwigs in Jiangchang.
Mr. Ning. Lone Wolf trembled and said, please don't be angry. I will definitely. Only. He hasn't finished speaking yet.
Ha, Ning Fan, my cousin is here. He is Brother Hui, a powerful subordinate of Brother Wolf.
You're done now. Zhang Haoshuan's vicious voice rang out from the box. Cousin.
This is the man who slapped me. He's causing trouble at the Yuhua Hotel and doesn't take you and Brother Wolf seriously.
You must not let him off.
We must destroy him and throw him into the sea to feed the fish.
Grass.
Hearing Zhang Haoshuan's words, Lone Wolf completely lost control of his emotions and cursed angrily, fuck it.
Where is Lin Hui now? Tell me quickly. In the box.
When everyone saw Zhang Haoshuan leading a burly man in, and a dozen of his men following behind them, they immediately looked at Ning Fan with schadenfreude.
Brother Hui is here, how can he survive now?
Lin Hui, wearing a plaster cast, still looked ferocious. Someone still dares to cause trouble in our Yuhua Hotel. They are really tired of living. Lin Hui said coldly, stand up. Either you cut off your arms, or I'll throw you into the river to feed the fish. Because Ning Fan and the other three were sitting in the corner, Lin Hui didn't see him at first, so he spoke arrogantly. The recovery is pretty good. At this time, Ning Fan came out and glanced at Lin Hui, you can move so soon. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Did Ning Fan get kicked in the head by a donkey? How dare he speak to Brother Hui in such an attitude? It's you? Lin Hui felt that the voice sounded familiar. When he turned around and saw Ning Fan, he suddenly became ferocious. Good boy. I didn't take the initiative to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. He is so miserable now. All thanks to Ning Fan. Originally, he planned to teach Ning Fan a lesson right away, but Brother Wolf was going to host a banquet for a big shot coming from Jiangcheng. In order not to disturb Brother Wolf's plan, he put the matter aside. He didn't expect that this person would come to him on his own initiative. The eyes of the people in the box were surprised, and then they became excited. Ha! I didn't expect that Ning Fan had offended Brother Hui before. Now there is really no one who can save him. Kid. Lin Hui said fiercely, I didn't bring many people with me to Qingyun restaurant. Now that we're at the Yuhua Hotel, my home turf, I'm going to make you leave sideways and pay the price. Ning Fan said indifferently, I advise you to think it over carefully. The lone wolf will be here soon. Lone wolf? Ha ha ha. Ning Fan, you don't want to tell us that the call just now was from Lone Wolf, do you? Zhang Xueme sneered, what a joke. If Brother Wolf really comes, I'll take off all my clothes in front of everyone. This waste. He is still dreaming until now. Who gives him the courage? Everyone in the box also shook their heads and laughed. He. Lin Hui also sneered, Brother Wolf is hosting a banquet for a gentleman from Jiangcheng, how could he come here? At this time, Zhang Haoshuan said in a fierce voice, cousin, he is stalling for time. Hurry up and get someone to kill him. Lin Hui raised his head and nodded, come on. Dozens of his men walked towards Ning Fan. Fang Xuanxue stood in front of Ning Fan and said through gritted teeth, Zhang Haoshuan, you two are classmates. Do you really have to be so awkward? Chapter 118 Can you break the sky? Bang! Zhang Haoshuan slapped Fang Xuanxue in the face and said in a fierce voice, classmate? Fuck it, he beat me up like this, and we're still classmates? Mr. Fang, I've been fed up with you for a long time. Fang Xuanxue covered her face with her hands, dazed. At this moment, the temperature in the box suddenly dropped, and Ning Fan was filled with murderous intent. Bang! He quickly stepped forward and kicked Zhang Haoshuan out with one kick. The kick was so powerful that it was enough to break all the bones in Zhang Haoshuan's body. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Court death. Lin Hui's eyes flashed with murderous intent, destroy him for me. The next moment, the group behind him rushed forward. Stop it, all of you. At this time, the door of the box was kicked open fiercely, and then everyone saw a man with a noticeable scar on his face appear, panting. My forehead is covered in cold sweat. You're going to stop if you tell me to? Zhang Haoshuan held himself up and said in a bad tone, do you fucking think you're Brother Wolf? With his identity, he had naturally never seen a lone wolf, so of course he couldn't recognize him. Bang! Lin Hui's face darkened and he slapped him in the face, shut up. Then, he quickly walked up to Lone Wolf and asked in a trembling voice, Brother Wolf, aren't you entertaining that important figure from Jiangcheng in the Tianzi box? Why did you come down here? Wow! A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone in the box was stunned. Is this person really the Lone Wolf boss of the underworld? Zhang Haoshuan was so scared that his face turned pale. If I don't come soon, you can break the sky. Lone Wolf pointed at Lin Hui and cursed, Lin Hui, I'll settle the score with you later. After cursing, he quickly glanced at everyone in the box, and when his gaze stopped on Ning Fan, his pupils contracted. Then, he quickly rushed to Ning Fan and said through gritted teeth, are you Mr. Ning from Jiangcheng? Gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard. This poor guy whose wife was cuckolded was actually the big shot that Lone Wolf mentioned? Zhang Xueme trembled violently. Lin Hui and Zhang Haoshuan looked ashen. You know me. Ning Fan said indifferently. Lone Wolf gritted his teeth and said, Sister, you sent me your photo, so I could recognize you at first sight. Ning Fan said casually, Lone Wolf, if you don't welcome me to Hong County, you can just say so.
There's no need to play tricks like this. Lone Wolf felt dizzy and nearly fell to the ground. He panicked and said, Mr. Ning, please forgive me. Ever since I received your call, I have been busy trying to find an auction for you and how to entertain you. I never knew what happened today. Mr. Ning, I see you have no injuries, so you should be fine, right? He asked the last question despite himself. No way. If he offends Mr. Ning, whom Wang Yi treats with respect, he will probably have to stay in the small county of Hong County and will never be able to enter Jiangcheng again. I'm fine. Ning Fan said indifferently, but my teacher is busy. He pointed at Fong Xuanxue. The corner of Dulong's mouth twitched, and he quickly turned to look at Fong Xuanxue when he saw the very obvious slap on her face. Scared. This lady. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lone Wolf bowed and apologized. It's my fault that I didn't control my men well and got you hurt. This is our hotel's premium card. As long as you come, it's all free. This scene shocked everyone. How could the Lone Wolf, the big boss of Hong County's underground world, be so humble now? In an instant, everyone couldn't help but look at Ning Fan. What was his identity now? And they looked at the golden supreme card that Dulong handed to Fong Xuanxue, their eyes full of regret. If they had spoken up for Ning Fan just now, wouldn't they have been implicated as well? Teacher Fong, please accept it. Ning Fan smiled and said, this is a token of Lone Wolf's kindness. Fong Xuanxue hesitated for a moment, then took the supreme card and said, thank you. Only then did Lone Wolf breathe a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Fong Xuanxue would not accept the supreme card. Brother Wolf, I was wrong. Lin Hui said in a mournful voice, I didn't know this was Mr. Ning from Jiangcheng. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to do anything to him even if you gave me 100 courages. Lone Wolf said coldly, you should be the one to apologize, not me. Lin Hui fell to his knees in front of Ning Fan and said humbly, Mr. Ning, please plead with Brother Wolf for me and spare me. However, Ning Fan didn't even look at him, destroy him. Lone Wolf hesitated. Lin Hui was his right-hand man, but when he thought of the man's identity, he hardened his heart and said, drag him away. Destroy him. One sentence directly determined Lin Hui's fate. Lin Hui's face was ashen and he collapsed to the ground. Mr. Ning. Lone Wolf rubbed his palms together and said with a simple smile, would you mind if you could come with me to the Tianzi box and let me tell you about the auction? Ning Fan nodded, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Xueme and said playfully, someone seemed to have said just now that if Lone Wolf came over, she would strip naked in public. That's the case. Zhang Xueme said in a trembling voice, Ning Fan, we are all classmates. Please leave some space for us, okay? Classmate? Ning Fan smiled, but then he shouted coldly, why didn't you care about our friendship just now? You're trying to get close to me now? It's too late. If someone shows him an inch, Ning Fan will show him a foot in return. And if someone insulted him, how could Ning Fan let that person off so easily? Then, Ning Fan walked away. Did you hear that? Lone Wolf shouted coldly at his men, do as Mr. Ning says. Those who just opposed Mr. Ning will be destroyed. And that woman, take off her clothes. Immediately following. He quickly followed Ning Fan's footsteps and walked towards the top-notch box. Mr. Ning, please. They quickly reached the top floor, and Lone Wolf said respectfully, I've already prepared the food and wine. Don't worry, this is my private room. No one will be able to disturb you this time. Ning Fan nodded and entered the number 1 box. He suddenly raised his eyebrows because he saw a statue of Guan Sanyi placed right above the box. At this moment, there was a piece of yellow talisman paper stuck on Guan San's sword. Ning Fan pointed and casually asked, who asked you to put up that yellow talisman paper? Lone Wolf glanced at it and explained with a smile, Mr. Ning, a few days ago a fortune teller said that I would have a bloody disaster soon. He gave me a piece of talisman paper like this and asked me to stick it on Master Guan's sword, saying that this would prevent it. Ning Fan said calmly, I advise you, it's best to tear it apart. Chapter 119 Is it so powerful? This. Lone Wolf hesitated and said with a wry smile, Mr. Ning, the fortune teller told me not to tear up that yellow talisman paper, otherwise. Only. Ning Fan interrupted, I'm just reminding you. Whether you want to listen to me or not is up to you. Lone Wolf didn't say anything, but thinking of Ning Fan's identity, he was afraid that he would offend him because of such a thing, so he gritted his teeth and said, okay. Mr. Ning, I will listen to you and tear up that yellow talisman paper right now.
He reached out and tore off the talisman paper stuck on Guan San's sword, but at this time he looked very uncomfortable.
Nothing can be stuck on Master Guan's sword, Ning Fan said calmly, otherwise, it will bring you bad luck. Even anyone who enters this room will be affected by this bad luck. Only. Lone Wolf curled his lips and didn't believe what Ning Fan said at all. It was bullshit. The fortune teller is really capable, but what about you? To be treated respectfully by Wang Ya at such a young age, he must be some rich second generation from Jiangcheng. What the hell do you know about feng shui?
In his opinion, Ning Fan must be the kind of rich second generation who is controlling. The reason why he asked him to tear up the yellow talisman paper was because he wanted to get satisfaction from him, the lone wolf.
Ning Fan knew what Dulong was thinking, but he didn't care. He came here today just to ask about things related to the auction. Mr. Ning.
Lone Wolf suppressed his frustration and said with a smile, according to my research over the past 2 days, there will be an auction on top of a shopping mall in Hong County 2 nights from now, and a 200-year-old wild medicinal herb will be included in the auction.
It really exists. Ning Fan was excited. With this 200-year-old wild medicinal herb, plus the one from Shaolei, he would be able to set up a spirit-gathering formation. At that time, his cultivation speed will increase by dozens of times. Ning Fan can't wait to try what it feels like to increase his cultivation speed tenfold.
Okay, I understand.
Ning Fan nodded and said, thank you for troubling me this time.
Lone Wolf smiled and said, it's my blessing to be able to work for Mr. Ning.
It's not a problem at all.
If he could get close to Mr. Ning, the rich second generation, it would be very easy for him, a lone wolf, to extend his hand into Jiangcheng.
I won't let you help me for nothing.
Ning Fan didn't like owing favors to others, so he said bluntly, give me the yellow talisman paper you just took off Guan San's sword.
Lone Wolf wondered. However, he quickly reached out and handed the yellow talisman paper to Ning Fan, asking, Mr. Ning, what do you want to do?
Ning Fan ignored him. After taking the yellow talisman paper, his eyes flashed, and then he put his fingers together, and the spiritual energy in his palm was poured into his fingertips.
Then,
under Lone Wolf's gaze, he only saw Ning Fan's fingertips quickly moving across the yellow talisman paper. However, with his naked eyes, he could not clearly see the strands of spiritual energy from Ning Fan's fingertips continuously flowing into the yellow talisman paper.
A moment's effort.
Ning Fan let out a breath, threw the yellow talisman paper to Lone Wolf, and said calmly, I have transformed this yellow talisman paper into a protective amulet. As long as you carry this talisman with you, it can protect you from a fatal attack.
If you hadn't helped me so much this time, I wouldn't have given you such a thing. Lone Wolf laughed and said, is it so powerful?
Ning Fan hummed, if you still want one, it's 1 million each. As long as he wanted, if he took such an amulet to the auction, it would definitely be snatched up by those wealthy businessmen. After all, no one in this world is not afraid of death.
Ha ha ha.
Lone Wolf said with a fake smile, Mr. Ning, forget it.
I still have to support my subordinates. I don't have that much money to buy this kind of thing. Only. There was a flash of disdain in his eyes. Could this broken thing withstand a fatal attack? What a joke. 1 million per ticket, is this Mr. Ning crazy about money? At this moment, Dulong began to doubt whether he was a rich second generation from Jiangcheng. Whatever. Ning Fan said calmly, I'm leaving first.
After the auction starts in 2 days, go to Zhou's house to pick me up.
Lone Wolf smiled and said, yes, Mr. Ning. I'll see you off.
He casually stuffed the amulet into his pocket without taking it seriously. If he wasn't afraid of displeasing Ning Fan, he would have thrown it directly into the trash can.
Soon, Lone Wolf sent Ning Fan out of Yuhua Hotel. After coming out, he met Zhang Xueme, who was covered in wounds and her clothes were in disarray. At this moment, Zhang Xueme also looked up and saw Ning Fan, with fear and resentment in her eyes. Various expressions overlapped. Then, she gritted her teeth and ran away, fearing that Ning Fan would let Lone Wolf torture her again. She couldn't understand why this man, whose wife had cheated on him, was treated so respectfully by the Lone Wolf. Ning Fan didn't even look at Zhang Xueme again, got in the car and left. Is that Brother Wolf? At this time, Zhou Yu and others who had just arrived saw the Lone Wolf standing at the door of Yuhua Hotel, and their eyes lit up. Etc. Why does the person Brother Wolf just put in the car look so much like Ning Fan? A Zhou family member was puzzled and immediately asked worriedly, could it be Ning Fan that Brother Wolf is personally entertaining today? After all, Ning Fan just happened to come from Jiangcheng today. Zhou Yu quickly retorted, how is that possible? That jinx escaped from Jiangcheng. How could he be entertained by Brother Wolf? You must have seen it wrong. Let's not talk about that jinx anymore. Let's go apologize to Brother Wolf and ask for his forgiveness. As soon as Zhou Yu finished speaking, several people stepped forward. But at this moment, two people walked out of Yuhua Hotel. They were dragging a person who looked like a dead dog, and the person looked extremely miserable. This must be the person who came to the Yuhua Hotel to cause trouble again. Zhou Yu glanced at him, his whole body cold. No, this time I must ask Brother Wolf for forgiveness. Otherwise, our Zhou family will end up like this. A Zhou family member spoke angrily, it's all Ningfan's fault. If it weren't for him being such a jinx, how could we have gotten into trouble with Brother Wolf? They were equally terrified. It's you! Suddenly, the man who looked like a dead dog heard the voices of Zhou Yu and others and shouted frantically, I will kill you. With a ferocious look on his face, he rushed towards Zhou Yu and the others. Brother Hui? After seeing Lin Hui's face clearly, Zhou Yu and the others were shocked and exclaimed, why is it you? What are you doing? This is Lin Hui. This Yuhua Hotel is his home ground, so why is he being dragged out like a dead dog? What? Lin Hui's eyes were filled with resentment. If it weren't for you asking me to deal with Ningfan, Brother Lang would be dissatisfied with me. How could I be crippled by Brother Wolf now? I'm in this state now because of you. You won't survive today. Chapter 120 It's really deadly. Ningfan? Brother Hui, what did you say? You said that you fell into this situation because of Ningfan? Zhou Yu's face turned pale. How is this possible? Lin Hui's face was ferocious and he wanted to roar, but at this time, the two people who had dragged him had already subdued him. Afterwards, the two men dragged Lin Hui away again like a dead dog, without giving Lin Hui any chance to attack. Brother Zhou Yu. What on earth is going on? Lin Hui is Brother Wolf's right-hand man. How could he be reduced to this state because of Ningfan? A young Zhou family member asked worriedly, could it be that the figure we just saw was actually Ningfan? He was already scared and his legs were shaking. He was hesitating whether he should rush back to Zhou's house to apologize to Ningfan. Impossible. Zhou Yu clenched his fists, that loser just came back to Hong County because he couldn't make it in Jiangcheng. There's no way he's a big shot that even Brother Wolf treats with respect. I see. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Brother Wolf must have asked about the Aegean Sea restaurant after entertaining the big shot from Jiangcheng. And when he heard that Lin Hui couldn't even deal with a piece of trash, he got angry and killed Lin Hui. After all, Brother Wolf never keeps idle people under his command. In an instant, the younger generations of the Zhou family also realized and agreed with Zhou Yu's idea. They were unwilling to believe that Ningfan, who allowed them to bully him 4 or 5 years ago, would now become a big shot that they could not reach. This time, Ningfan has really touched Brother Wolf's reverse scale. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and said, no, I must sell all my shares tomorrow. Otherwise, our group will become the second Lin Hui. The other side. Ningfan got on Dulong's special car and was planning to go directly back to the Zhou family's old house. At this time, he suddenly received a call from Wang Ye. Mr. Ning, are you there? On the other end of the phone, Wang Ye's tone was a little hurried. Do you still have that kind of medicine? Ningfan frowned. No more, what's wrong? He noticed that something seemed to be wrong with Wang Ye. I feel uncomfortable all over now, as if I'm about to die. That pill should be able to save me. Ningfan said in a deep voice, wait at the hotel. I'll be back soon. She sent him to Hong County, and Ningfan couldn't just watch her get into trouble here. Turn around. Ningfan spoke. Soon. Ningfan pushed the door open and saw Wang Ye half lying on the ground with an abnormally red face. She kept tearing off her clothes, revealing a lot of her white skin, and her baby's body was exposed to the air. She kept speaking incoherently, it hurts, Mr. Ning, save me. Wang Ye's eyes were hazy at the moment, and she could only vaguely see Ningfan standing in front of her. Ningfan stepped forward and was about to put his hand on Wang Ye's arm when she suddenly hugged Ningfan's neck, her lips attached to Ningfan's neck, and hot air kept coming out of her. In an instant, Ningfan's body trembled violently, and he felt his body suddenly become hot, and a surge of fire suddenly rose in his abdomen. Mr. Ning, I feel so uncomfortable. Please, save me. Wang Ye said softly, I don't want to die. Ningfan looked at Wang Ye at this time, took a deep breath, and suppressed the anger rising in his body. Don't move.
Ningfan said in a deep voice, I will save you now. Wanya had already lost her mind due to the pain in her body. He could hear Ningfan's words, but he couldn't control himself at all.
The whole person moved even more wildly than before, tightly wrapping around Ningfan like a water snake. Call. Ningfan took a deep breath.
Because of Wanya's entanglement, he suddenly felt the softness coming from Wanya's baby warehouse.
And the temperature on the baby's warehouse.
Although Ningfan is no longer the same as before. But his identity as a pure little virgin has not changed. If the first time he treated Zhang Rushua was the first time he saw a woman's body and the first time he touched it,
this is also the first time that I have such close contact with Wanya.
Or the two of them are in different places, but in the same room. For a moment, Ningfan's breathing became rapid. The anger that had just been suppressed suddenly flared up again. Guanyu, who was riding on red hare and holding the green dragon crescent blade, could no longer bear it and started to howl. Then it suddenly hit Wanya's lower abdomen. Wanya seemed to sense something, and she opened her red lips slightly, making a sound that made Ningfan even angrier. All of a sudden, Ningfan felt his head getting hot, and he had an urge to be dominated by Guanyu. It was at this moment that Ningfan regained consciousness for a brief moment, and quickly used the heaven swallowing technique to allow the spiritual energy to flow rapidly in his body, forcibly suppressing his current anger.
It's really terrible.
If the heaven swallowing technique wasn't powerful enough to swallow and suppress even the anger, I'm afraid I would have lost my virginity to you tonight. After completing the suppression, Ningfan whispered. Then he hit Wanya lightly, making her faint. Suddenly, the snake-like tight grip on her loosened. Ningfan carried her to the bed and put his hand on her wrist. After a moment, he frowned because he realized that Wanya was not sick. Instead, there was a stream of energy in her body that was constantly impacting her meridians.
Xie.
Then Ningfan opened his purple gold divine pupil, and his gaze immediately penetrated the half-hanging clothes on Wanya's body, and then passed through her jade body, seeing the situation inside the jade body. Sure enough, there was a fierce energy rushing through her meridians. No wonder Wanya suddenly felt so uncomfortable that she lost her mind due to the pain.
It's like being drugged. Ningfan felt a familiar breath from Wanya's body.
He soon realized that the anger came from the small pill that he asked Wanya to eat.
So that's how it is. Ningfan understood.
The last time Wanya took the Xiao Wandan he made, the medicinal effects and spiritual energy in the Xiao Wandan quickly affected the meridians and cells in her body, and suppressed the special conditions of her menstrual period. These two parts consumed a lot of medicinal effects and spiritual energy. The remaining medicinal effects and spiritual energy seemed redundant. Wanya was not a cultivator like him who had the skills to practice and could transform the remaining cultivation into his own body for digestion. It was fine if the time was short and nothing unusual was noticeable, but after a long time, the remaining spiritual energy mixed with the effect of the medicine and changed. It changed from a docile little lamb to a goat with sharp horns that rampaged inside the body, making it unbearable for Wanya.
Chapter 121 I take it all. Once we understand the cause of Wanya's current illness, it will be easy to solve.
However, when a solution came to his mind, the anger that had been suppressed and swallowed by the heaven swallowing technique showed signs of rekindling.
Ningfan quickly intensified the operation of the heaven swallowing technique.
Then, he took a deep breath, looked at Wanya's jade-like body, and whispered, I'm sorry. Then, Ningfan took off the clothes that were still half hanging on Wanya's body, and Wanya's beautiful body was completely exposed in Ningfan's sight. Although the heaven swallowing technique was constantly working and suppressing the resurgence of his anger, Ningfan, a virgin, still trembled violently when he saw Wanya's intact body.
Ningfan didn't dare to look any further, fearing that he would lose control of his anger.
Then he immediately shifted his attention, mobilized the spiritual energy to his palms, and then massaged Wanya's body back and forth. Although the energy in Wanya's body tortured her, it had the medicinal effect of Xiao Huan Dan and pure spiritual energy. It would be a waste if it was directly massaged out of her body. If Wanya were to undergo a few more rounds of massage to allow her body to absorb this energy, it would bring her considerable benefits. Soon, with Ningfan's massage, the energy in Wanya's body gradually merged into Wanya's limbs and bones, nourishing every corner of her body. If you look closely, you can see faint light flickering all over Wanya's body, and her hot and red face has returned to normal.
Half an hour later. Boom!
There was a dull sound in the hotel room, which came from Wanya's body, and an invisible force rushed towards Ningfan. Ningfan consumed a lot of spiritual energy in order to guide the energy in Wanya's body, and his face was pale at this moment. After sensing this breath, he quickly activated the heaven swallowing technique, and spiritual energy appeared in his palm to extinguish the breath. Ningfan frowned and said, "It's that kind of aura again. It's very similar to Reiki, but very different." The first time Ningfan felt this aura was when he treated Old Man Xiao. He didn't expect to feel this aura again in Wang Ya's body at this time. What kind of smell is this? Soon, Wang Ya opened her eyes and trembled violently when she felt that her body was empty. When he saw Ningfan still beside him, his body trembled violently again. At the same time, her pretty face turned red. "Your condition was special just now, and I felt sorry for the treatment." Ningfan turned around quickly when he saw her wake up. Wang Ya was stunned at first, then she remembered. At the same time, he felt that the pain in his body had indeed disappeared, and he knew in his heart that Ningfan was not lying. Despite this, Wang Ya's heart was still beating very fast. "Especially when I feel the slight pain of squeezing in my baby's warehouse and lower abdomen, the heart beats faster." Although she didn't know the specific process of Ningfan's treatment of her, she could roughly guess it. There must have been a long period of close contact. Call. After a minute or two, Wang Ya calmed down a bit, put on the clothes Ningfan had taken off, got off the bed, poured Ningfan a cup of hot water and said, "Mr. Ning, thank you for tonight." "Yeah." Ningfan nodded and asked, "Do you feel anything different in your body?" "No, the same?" Wang Ya was stunned for a moment, then she carefully felt it and frowned. "Mr. Ning, I feel like there is a kind of energy in my body, which I have never felt before. It seems that the reason I felt uncomfortable tonight was because of this energy running wildly through my body. At that time, I had no way of controlling it, but now I seem to be able to control it." Ningfan pondered, "Then try to feel this energy and gather it into your palm." Wang Ya did as she was told and exclaimed, "It actually works." Ningfan pointed at the safe next to him and said, "Use all your strength and punch here." At this moment, Wang Ya hesitated. This is a safe. If she really uses all her strength, her fist will be broken, right? But, thinking of Ningfan watching beside her, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay." Bang! The next moment, she closed her eyes and slammed her palm on the safe. However, the pain she imagined did not appear. When Wang Ya saw the scene before her eyes, she was shocked. "Did I do this?" The safe, which was originally intact, was now deeply sunken. Wang Ya couldn't imagine that she had done this. "Before this, although I knew some fighting skills and had decent bursts of strength, I was far from being able to do this." "You did it," Ningfan replied. Then he murmured in a low voice, "This kind of aura is really similar to spiritual energy. It can make people stronger." He looked at Wang Ya. "By the way, have you ever heard anyone mention something similar? For example, there will be a burst of air in the body." Wang Ya frowned and looked carefully at the energy in her palm. "Mr. Ning." Suddenly, she thought of something. "I seem to have heard Mr. Xiao mention this kind of thing 5 years ago." Ningfan quickly asked, "What did he say?" Wang Ya thought about it seriously. "At that time, I saw that Mr. Xiao could easily beat more than 20 people to the ground by himself, and I asked him how he did it. Mr. Xiao smiled and told me that it was because of the energy in his body. It is because of that energy that he is called a master." Ningfan then asked, "Anything else?" Wang Ya shook her head. "As for the rest, I'm not sure." Afterwards, I asked him how I could become a master like him. However, before he could tell me, he was killed and ended up lying in bed. Mr. Xiao. Ningfan frowned and whispered, "It seems that after returning to Jiangcheng, I need to meet this Mr. Xiao when I have time." He wanted to figure out the difference between the energy in Wang Ya's body and the spiritual energy he cultivated. "I also want to know if there are any other cultivators like me in this world." Mr. Ning. At this time, Wang Ya thanked him sincerely. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have been able to make this energy appear in my body in my lifetime. I can't become a master like Mr. Xiao." If she was already a master who was slightly stronger than ordinary people before, then now Wang Ya felt that she was also capable of becoming like Grandpa Xiao and fighting against 20 or so people alone. Ningfan smiled and said, "Just treat it as a deal. I helped you, so you give me 20 million. This shouldn't be much, right? Is that a lot?" "Not much." Ningfan made her become the master she had always dreamed of in just one day, which is definitely not common. "Okay, Mr. Ning." Wang Ya gritted her teeth and said, "I'll find the money right away." The next day, the shareholders' meeting of Zhou Transportation Group officially begins. In front of Zhou's house, Xiao Fan, Mrs. Zhou said, help Grandma get in the car.
Grandma will go with you today to support you. I want to see who dares to touch you today.
Her words were not only addressed to Ning Fan, but also a warning to the Zhou family. Sure enough, after they heard what old lady Zhou said, their faces changed immediately. They glared at Ning Fan fiercely, then got in the car and left.
Then,
Ning Fan and Zhou Shuxin helped old Mrs. Zhou into the car, which sped away from the Zhou family's old house.
Not long. They arrived at Zhou Transportation Group.
The conference room was almost full of people, and Ning Fan and the other two were the last to arrive. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Ning Fan with unfriendly expressions. They already knew that Mr. Zhou convened a shareholders meeting today because of this person.
Now that everyone is here, then I'll be frank.
Mr. Zhou said calmly, this shareholders meeting is mainly aimed at Ning Fan and Shuang.
I would like Shuang to take back Ning Fan's shares.
His eyes were fixed on old Madame Zhou.
Zhou Shuang was exactly the old madam's name. That 10% is mine.
Mrs. Zhou still refused, it's my freedom to give it to anyone I want, no one can control me.
Bang! Zhou Shuang.
Old Master Zhou slammed his palm on the table, calling old Madame Zhou by her name, and angrily said, do you know that this jinx just rolled back from Jiangcheng yesterday and already offended Lone Wolf?
Lone Wolf is the boss of Hong County's underground world, and he's also a madman.
Anyone who offends him will suffer a bad fate.
Do you really want to completely destroy our Zhou Transportation Group just for this bastard you picked up? Another wild breed I picked up.
Ning Fan looked dazed, and he couldn't calm down for a long time.
I don't care.
Mrs. Zhou said calmly, there's no way I'm going to take back this 10% stake from Xiaofan.
These words. Everyone in the conference room was so angry that they gritted their teeth. Grandmother. Zhou Yu's face was gloomy. Last night we were planning to ask Brother Wolf to forgive us. Do you know what we saw?
Lin Hui was ruined by Lone Wolf because he failed to teach this loser a lesson.
Wow.
His words caused an uproar, and everyone was in disbelief.
Is this true? Old Master Zhou's face darkened.
Lin Hui is Lone Wolf's right-hand man.
How could he bear to cripple Lin Hui?
Zhou Yu said coldly, Grandpa, if Lin Hui can't even deal with this waste, then he is just a waste.
And Lone Wolf doesn't keep idle men under his command, so he eliminated Lin Hui. This also indirectly proves the extent of Lone Wolf's anger.
If he knew that Ning Fan held shares in our Zhou Transportation Group, he would definitely not let our Zhou family off. These words completely shocked everyone in the conference room. Old lady, please take back the 10% stake from him. In this way, we can sever ties with him, obtain the Lone Wolf boss's forgiveness, and then cooperate with the Ren family in a few days.
The Zhou family will definitely rise to prominence. Everyone looked at old lady Zhou. Xiao Fan. However, Mrs. Zhou still refused to give in. She stood up and said, let's go.
There's no need to attend this shareholders meeting. It seemed that old Mrs. Zhou was about to leave.
Zhou Shuang. You really got kicked in the head by a donkey.
Mr. Zhou was so angry that he was shaking all over. I tell you, since you don't take back the 10% of the shares from him, then I will sell all my shares. I will never get involved in this mess. As Mr. Zhou finished speaking, everyone in the conference room echoed and wanted to sell their shares.
Old Mrs. Zhou looked unhappy. Ning Fan suddenly said, okay, are you selling your shares? I'll take them all. Only. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yu mocked him, you want to buy it? You loser, do you have money?
Everyone in the conference room glanced at Ning Fan with disdain. Even old Madame Zhou and the other two looked at Ning Fan, Xiao Fan, you.
Ning Fan smiled and then called Wang Ya, have you found the money?
Send half to Zhou Group. The Zhou Group is developing quite well, it's worth buying it for 10 million. Moreover, his grandma was so good to him, and he also wanted to preserve her hard work.
Zhou Yu sneered, you're really good at pretending.
I'd like to see what you'll do if you can't come up with 10 million later. No one believes Ning Fan.
If he could really come up with 10 million, how could he escape back from Jiangcheng? Why would he cling to the 10% of shares given to him by old lady Zhou? 5 minutes later, Wang Ye came to Zhou's house carrying a black plastic bag. Chapter 122 I don't know.
Then, he walked straight to Ning Fan and, in front of the stunned gazes of the Zhou family, opened the black plastic bag, revealing bundles of red papers. Then, he said respectfully, Mr. Ning, here is the 10 million cash you requested.
Ning Fan took it.
Then he threw the black plastic bag out directly, and the conference table was covered with red paper.
This moment.
There was silence in the conference room.
The Zhou family members couldn't understand how a bastard who couldn't even get into college could know a woman like Wangya. Where did you get so much money?
Those who want to sell shares can sign a contract.
Ningfan said bluntly, I'll take whatever you have.
Old Mrs. Zhou looked worried. Xiaofan, you. She didn't want Ningfan to buy so many shares.
If Lone Wolf really targeted Zhou Transportation Group, then everything would be over. Grandma, I know what's going on.
Ningfan waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, Lone Wolf will definitely not target the Zhou Group. Also, I will find a way to get the Rin family to cooperate with our company. After hearing Ningfan's words, everyone in the conference room sneered and looked at him with disdain.
Lone Wolf had already crippled Lin Hui out of anger. How could he not target you? Soon. Everyone in the conference room signed a share transfer agreement with Ningfan, and soon, the money on the table was divided up. Ningfan.
Zhou Yu bloated and said, although I don't know where you got so much money from, you are really a good person to take over the Zhou Transportation Group at this time.
Ha ha ha. Just wait and see. Brother Wolf will definitely take action soon. When the Rin family finds out that you've offended the big boss of the Hong County underworld, how could they possibly cooperate with you? Not just him. Many people in the Zhou group looked at Ningfan as if he were a clown. You are no longer shareholders here. Shouldn't you leave? Ningfan sneered, or do you want me to ask security to throw you out?
These people were not angry, but just smiled and said, don't be arrogant.
You'll be finished soon. Then.
They left the conference room, and soon, only Ningfan and a few others were left inside.
Xiaofan.
Zhou Shuxin sighed and said, you were too impulsive this time.
You shouldn't have bought the shares here.
Old Mrs. Zhou's eyes were dull. Grandma's original plan was to ask you to sell this 10% stake.
That way, you can at least keep some money, enough for you to live on for a long time. Alas, I'm sorry for you.
I didn't expect something like this would happen.
She blamed herself.
Ningfan smiled and said, Grandma, don't worry, everything will be fine.
Only.
Neither old lady Zhou nor Zhou Shuxin believed Ningfan's words. They had already planned to go down and see if there was any way to solve this matter for Ningfan. They didn't know where Ningfan got so much money, they just thought he borrowed it. So we can't just watch Ningfan get hurt and be burdened with tens of millions in debt.
Jiangcheng, inside the hotel.
Ren Feiyu and Ren Guochang were discussing how to take down Tang Chuchu.
Bang!
But at this moment, Ren Feiyu suddenly felt his heart skip a beat, the cup in his hand slipped, and then his whole body twitched.
The whole person's face looked very ferocious. This series of changes happened in just a moment. Feiyu. Ren Guochang was terrified. What's wrong with you?
Ren Feiyu gritted his teeth and said, Grandpa, it hurts.
My heart aches. No, my whole body aches. It's like sulfur is corroding every organ in my body. Grandpa, am I going to die? What should I do?
His face was filled with pain and he fell to the ground.
Ren Guochang said in a panic, No, Feiyu, you will be fine. I'll call a doctor now.
In just 10 minutes, a Western medicine team arrived and checked Ren Feiyu's condition.
However,
the reason why Ren Feiyu was in this situation was entirely because the spiritual energy left in his body by Ningfan was corroding his internal organs.
How can it be detected using Western medical equipment? Waste. You are a bunch of trash.
Ren Guochang cursed, if anything happens to my grandson, I will make sure you are buried with him.
Grandpa, it hurts.
At this time, Ren Feiyu's painful voice sounded again, and Ren Guochang said worriedly, Feiyu, think about what you have eaten recently.
Or has anything strange happened around you?
Looking at Ren Feiyu's painful appearance at this moment, Ren Guochang could only worry.
After all, he was not a doctor and had no idea what to do. No.
Ren Feiyu said painfully, Grandpa, I've been eating the same thing as you these days, how could it be possible?
No, Ningfan. It must be Ningfan.
As he spoke, he suddenly remembered the day after Tang Chuchu's birthday when he went to warn Ningfan. At that time, he seemed to have said that if he didn't kneel before him and apologize within 5 days, he would die. And now he suddenly developed such a strange symptom, who else could it be but Ningfan?
That kid? Ren Guochang frowned, what's wrong with him?
Ren Feiyu panicked, Grandpa, go find Tang Chuchu and ask where Ningfan is.
Only Ningfan can save me now. Ren Guochang didn't ask any more questions.
After finding a driver, he headed towards the Tang family manor.
Why are you here?
When Tang Chuchu saw the grandfather and grandson, she didn't look at them in a good mood. We in the Tang family don't welcome you.
Tang Sihai shouted, Chuchu, how can you talk to your grandpa Ren and the others like that?
Tang Chuchu curled her lips.
Uncle Ren, what's the matter with you guys coming here today?
Tang Sihai said with a smile.
Where's Ningfan? Let's look for Ningfan. Ren Guochang said, Sihai, do you know where he is?
Ningfan?
Tang Sihai's expression was unnatural. Uncle Ren, did that kid offend you in some way?
Chuchu, you should know where Ningfan went.
Tell Grandpa Ren and the others quickly.
He couldn't wait to teach Ningfan a lesson through the hands of Ren Guochang and his grandson. Tang Chuchu also thought they were looking for Ningfan to settle the score, so she turned away and said, I don't know. Tang Sihai was so angry that his whole body was shaking. You are really going to piss me off to death.
However, he immediately looked at Ren Guochang and his grandson and said, Uncle Ren, why don't you and Fei Yu go inside and have some tea?
I'll have someone check where Ningfan is now. It's a good opportunity for Fei Yu and Chuchu to develop a good relationship, while we discuss the Xiao family's plans to target us. He has always looked down on Ningfan, and now he sees that his daughter is about to be deceived by Ningfan, and there are no other young talents around him, so Tang Sihai wants Ren Fei Yu to get in touch with his daughter. No matter what, he is still the young master of a family in the provincial capital, much stronger than that Ningfan.
Plop.
However, at this moment, Ren Fei Yu knelt down in front of Tang Chuchu and begged, Chuchu, please, tell me where Ningfan is.
How about I owe you a favor? Chapter 123 What If? Ren Fei Yu suddenly knelt down.
Tang Chuchu and the other two were stunned.
What on earth are you playing at? Tang Chuchu looked at Ren Fei Yu suspiciously.
Ren Fei Yu pleaded bitterly, Chuchu, I really don't want to cause trouble. I'm begging Ningfan to save me.
If he doesn't help, I'm going to die.
As soon as he finished speaking, the pain as if his internal organs were being torn apart appeared again, and Ren Fei Yu's face suddenly became ferocious. Tang Chuchu was startled by his reaction and gritted her teeth, I'll call Ningfan.
Then she quickly called Ningfan, and when she learned that Ningfan agreed to let Ren Fei Yu go, Tang Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. Ningfan agreed. Tang Chuchu spoke.
Ren Fei Yu said excitedly, Chuchu, thank you, please tell me where Ningfan is as soon as possible. As long as he knew where Ningfan was, he had plenty of ways to make Ningfan save him.
But
Tang Chuchu shook her head and said, next time you see me, you must call my name, and I will tell you where Ningfan is. Except Ningfan, she doesn't like other men calling her Chuchu.
Ren Fei Yu gritted his teeth and said, okay, Chu. Tang Chuchu, I promise you. Tang Chuchu continued, you go back first. I'll send you Ningfan's location in 2 days. Are you kidding me? Ren Fei Yu roared fiercely, didn't he even think about saving me? Tang Chuchu smiled and said, this is what Ningfan asked me to tell you.
Don't worry, since he said it would be 2 days later, I will definitely send you Ningfan's location by then. The spiritual energy that Ningfan injected into Ren Fei Yu's body would not completely enter his internal organs until the 5th day, and that was when he would feel the most pain. Ningfan planned to make him suffer a little more so that he wouldn't dare to provoke him again.
He didn't want to have such a fly staring at him from behind every day.
Fei Yu. Ren Guochang raised his voice and said, let's go and come back in 2 days. I hope Miss Chuchu will keep her word in 2 days and send us the location of Ningfan.
Then they turned and left.
Tang Chuchu smiled and whispered softly, Ningfan, you are really getting more and more powerful.
I didn't expect that Ren Fei Yu would beg you.
It seems that I have to work hard as soon as possible to complete this cooperation with the Jiang family.
I can't let you catch up with me so quickly.
Tang Sihai's face darkened, and his tone was unfriendly, you don't need to participate in this cooperation with the Jiang family.
I will be responsible for it myself. My daughter has grown up and her elbows are really bent outward.
No. Tang Chuchu's face changed, Dad, we agreed before, why did you suddenly change your mind? Tang Sihai explained, the Xiao family will hold a thank you party for Dr. Ning in 4 days. They have also invited all the dignitaries in Jiangcheng.
I think you should know what their purpose is.
That means they are targeting the Jiang family and families like us who are cooperating with the Jiang family.
Faced with a situation like this, you can't control it.
Tang Chuchu gritted her teeth and said, what if?
That Dr. Ning is Ningfan?
Originally, she had never dared to think of Ningfan as the great doctor, but now, when she saw that Ningfan's medical skills could make Ren Fei Yu kneel down and beg him,
she began to waver. Could the Dr. Ning that the Xiao family is thanking be Ning Fan? Ning Fan? What are you thinking about? Tang Sihai said disdainfully, I admit that Ning Fan's medical skills are indeed extraordinary among his peers, but how could he possibly be worthy of the Xiao family's gratitude? The Xiao family's purpose this time is very simple. First, they want to thank Dr. Ning, and second, they want to abolish the cooperation between the Jiang family and us. So, they must have seen the press conference held by Miss Jiang. Of course, I've also seen the scene where Ning Fan stood next to Miss Jiang. In this situation, Chu, if you were the Xiao family, would you thank someone who might become your enemy? Forget about thanking me, I'm afraid the Xiao family will target Ning Fan right away. Tang Chu looked dazed, indeed. What her father said made a lot of sense. Moreover, the second half of Tang Sihai's words made her face change. If the Xiao family targeted Ning Fan, then Ning Fan would definitely be in danger. At this moment, Tang Chu felt a deep worry in her heart. Hong County. News spread that a lone wolf was about to target Zhou's transportation group. After hearing this news, everyone chose to terminate their cooperation. Lone wolf. This is the big boss of Hong County's underground world, and he is also a madman. Anyone who is targeted by him will not have a good ending. For a time, the business of Zhou Transportation Group hit a freezing point and was in a precarious situation, on the verge of collapse. However, Ning Fan didn't take this matter to heart at all. In the past 2 days, he has been accompanying old lady Zhou and Zhou Shuxin. Because after obtaining the 200-year-old wild medicinal herb, he will leave Hong County, and he doesn't know when he will see them again. At the same time, Ning Fan also wanted to take the opportunity to ask old lady Zhou something, but unfortunately he never found the chance. 2 hours before the auction is about to begin. Grandma, I need to go out for a while. Ning Fan said to old Madame Zhou, there are some things I need to do. Old Mrs. Zhou stood up and said, let's go. Grandma will see you off. Then, the grandfather and grandson walked towards the Zhou family's door, and Ning Fan waited for Lone Wolf to come and pick him up. Xiao Fan. Old Madame Zhou patted Ning Fan's hand and whispered, listen to Grandma and leave Hong County tonight. Stay away. You really can't deal with a lone wolf. Grandma has lived in Hong County all her life and knows his character. He will take revenge if he gets revenge. She would rather see Ning Fan leave her than see anything happen to him. Want to leave? Zhou Yu suddenly appeared and sneered, it's too late. I received news that Lone Wolf Boss just left the Yuhua Hotel. It's heading towards our Zhou family's old house. Ha ha ha. The Lone Wolf Boss must have found some time and planned to come and teach this kid a lesson. TSK, Ning Fan, you will definitely be crippled this time. There was still some anger in his eyes as he looked at Ning Fan. It's all because of this rubbish, this jinx. Not only did he take away the 10% of shares held by old lady Zhou, but he also brought his Zhou family into this situation. If Ning Fan hadn't offended Lone Wolf, then their Zhou family will definitely be able to obtain cooperation with the Rin family, and the value of their shares will increase several times. But now everything has become a bubble. What? Old Mrs. Zhou's face turned pale. Is the Lone Wolf coming this way? Xiao Fan, hurry up and leave. She reached out and pushed Ning Fan, asking him to leave quickly. Only. Ning Fan smiled calmly and said, Grandma, don't worry, Lone Wolf isn't here to cause trouble. Instead, I came to pick me up to go to an auction. Chapter 124. Can you please not implicate me? Ning Fan's words caused a complete silence in front of the Zhou family's old house. Old Mrs. Zhou and Zhou Shuxin's expressions froze. They were both worried to death. Why was Xiao Fan still bragging at this time? Ha ha ha. Ning Fan, you're really making me laugh to death. Is Lone Wolf Boss coming to pick you up for the auction? Zhou Yu sneered, who do you think you are? Is this the big shot coming from Jiangcheng? No. You're just a loser who can't survive in Jiangcheng. You still want Lone Wolf Boss to come here to pick you up? That's wishful thinking. He raised his watch and narrowed his eyes, soon. The Lone Wolf Boss will be arriving from the Yuhua Hotel soon, and that will be the day you die. Old Mrs. Zhou was worried. Xiao Fan, listen to Grandma and leave quickly. As for the company, you don't have to worry about it. After you leave Hong County, I'll find a way to sell it. Anyway, it can still be sold for 3 million. This way, you will be able to survive after leaving Hong County, or even leaving Daxia. Zhou Shuxin was also anxious. Yes, Xiao Fan. You don't have to worry about things here. Grandma and I will take care of it.
Ning Fan smiled helplessly, but a warm feeling emerged in his heart. It was really good to have a grandma and sister Shushin who cared about him like this.
3 million? It's too late. Now all of Zhou Transportation Group's partners have announced the termination of cooperation.
According to my investigation, even the employees within the group have run away.
Mr. Zhou's voice rang out. All kinds of business have dropped to freezing point. Do you think there is any fool who would accept Zhou Transportation Group at this time?
Besides, with the threat of a lone wolf, no one will buy it.
Forget 3 million. Even if you give Zhou Transportation Group away for free, no one will buy it.
Old Mrs. Zhou and the other girl were pale, without a trace of blood.
Is the company in such a predicament now? It's over, it's over.
Zhou Shushin's eyes were filled with tears. It's over now, Xiaofan, you're going to be burdened with tens of millions of dollars in debt.
If this continues, you won't be able to survive even if you leave Hong County. What should I do?
She started crying, her eyes filled with worry. Ning Fan, I have to say that our Zhou family should all thank you. Zhou Yu laughed and said, if you, a fool, hadn't taken away our Zhou family's shares, we might be facing the same predicament as you now.
You are such a good person. Ha ha ha.
There was a burst of laughter. These people said they wanted to thank Ning Fan, but in fact, their eyes were full of disdain when they looked at Ning Fan.
Rest assured. Ning Fan replied calmly, soon, you'll be crying. Cry? Everyone in the Zhou family was stunned. Zhou Yu sneered, what nonsense are you talking about?
Not only did we completely sever our ties with the Zhou Transportation Group, we also got the money. And we're about to see a loser like you being beaten to death by a lone wolf.
How could we possibly cry? How? Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, you're not still dreaming that the Zhou Transportation Group can survive this crisis, are you? Don't be ridiculous. Unless you can get Lone Wolf to give up on you and cooperate with the Ren family, then you might have a chance to survive, understand? These two conditions.
No matter which one it is absolutely impossible for Ning Fan to do it now. You guys. Old Madame Zhou was so angry that her whole body was shaking. You and Xiaofan are both members of our Zhou family.
Why do you want to see Xiaofan get into trouble so badly? She was sad. Why did such a thing happen in my family? Are they all from the Zhou family? Zhou Yu sneered, Grandma, you are really joking. Is he worthy of being a member of our Zhou family?
If it weren't for you, he wouldn't even be qualified to step into our Zhou family.
Old Mrs. Zhou was so angry that she almost fainted. It was at this time.
A car appeared in everyone's sight, and the Zhou family immediately recognized whose car it was.
Lone Wolf. That big Mercedes is the Lone Wolf's exclusive car. The Lone Wolf boss is here. Ning Fan, you don't need to move. Just wait to die. Zhou Yu laughed sarcastically and said, no one can protect you now.
They stood up and quickly greeted the car, waiting to welcome the Lone Wolf to get off.
In Hong County, the Lone Wolf had a very high status. After all, he is the emperor of the underworld and a madman, and no one wants to offend him. Xiao Fan. You stand behind Grandma.
Old Mrs. Zhou stepped forward with her cane and shouted sternly, I don't believe that Lone Wolf is so cruel as to attack an old person like me.
Grandma is here today. No one can touch you unless she dies.
The sound landed with a resounding force. Even though she is old, she is still doing everything she can to protect Ning Fan. Looking at the white hair on old lady Zhou's head, Ning Fan felt a lump in his throat. Soon, a man got out of the Mercedes-Benz.
It was Lone Wolf.
At this moment, he saw Ning Fan at a glance. His eyes lit up and he was about to ask Ning Fan to get in the car. At this moment, Zhou Yu suddenly stood in front of Lone Wolf and said respectfully, Brother Wolf.
He did everything.
He pointed at Ning Fan and said viciously, he was the one who challenged the rules you set at the Aegean restaurant.
Moreover, he also crippled your subordinate, Brother Hui.
I think it would be best if you could cripple him and throw him into the sea to feed the fish, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, so that no one will dare to challenge the rules you set in the future. Not only did he reveal everything Ning Fan had done in the Aegean Sea, but he also quickly distanced his Zhou family from the matter.
Finally, it also gives a method for the Lone Wolf to deal with Ning Fan.
I'll destroy your mother.
Who knows?
Lone Wolf's face turned black at this moment.
He slapped Zhou Yu in the face and cursed at him, you want to die yourself, don't drag me down with you, okay? Everyone in the Zhou family was stunned. What's wrong with Lone Wolf?
Old Madame Zhou focused her attention and protected Ningfan behind her like a child.
Grandma, don't worry.
Ningfan smiled and said, besides, Xiaofan has grown up now. Even if something happens, it should be Xiaofan who protects you and Sister Shuxin. Then, he took a step forward, looked at Lone Wolf, and said with a playful smile, I heard that you came here to cause trouble for me this time? The Lone Wolf felt a chill on his back. Chapter 125 Who do you think you are? He quickly bowed and said, please understand, Mr. Ning. I absolutely did not mean that. I came here this time simply to invite you to the auction. There was silence at the entrance of the Zhou family's old house. How is this possible? Zhou Yu's face turned pale. Not just him. Everyone in the Zhou family was stunned. In their opinion, Lone Wolf should have taken action to destroy Ningfan. Old Master Zhou was a man who had experienced many ups and downs. He was the first one to have a gloomy expression. He sensed something was wrong. Brother Wolf. Zhou Yu roared, this person is challenging the rules you set. You destroyed him. He was unwilling to accept it. He wanted to see Ningfan kneeling on the ground in a miserable state, because the incident of Ningfan breaking his finger at the Love Sea restaurant had almost twisted his mind. Shut up. Lone Wolf turned and shouted, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you order me around? One sentence. Zhou Yu looked ashen. The Zhou family members' expressions also turned ugly. Could it be that Lone Wolf really had no intention of dealing with Ningfan? This moment. Regret arose in their hearts. If they had known this earlier, they should not have sold their shares. Mrs. Zhou and the other two were shocked at first, but then they breathed a sigh of relief, their faces filled with joy, as they looked at Lone Wolf's attitude towards Xiaofan. I think he won't take action against Xiaofan again. At this moment, their nerves, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed. Ningfan. Suddenly, Zhou Yu thought of something and frantically said, Ningfan, even if you can be treated like this by Lone Wolf, what can you do? Zhou Transport Group is finished. All partners have chosen to sever ties with it. Even a Lone Wolf can't save you in this situation. Swish. Mrs. Zhou and the other old lady, who were originally immersed in joy, turned pale and deep worry rose in their hearts again. Hey, hey. Zhou Yu said fiercely, by then, Zhou Transportation Group will have you burdened with tens of millions in debt, and the 10 million you used to buy our shares will have been wasted. Your life will be ruined. Everyone in the Zhou family also thought of this, and their eyes lit up. Now they have sold their shares in Zhou Transportation Group. Naturally, I don't want to see this company develop. Thinking about it, they looked at Ningfan and sneered, even if you can make Lone Wolf treat you with such respect, what can you do? In the end, you still be burdened with tens of millions of dollars in debt and your life will be ruined? Yeah. Ningfan smiled and said, what if I can get the Ren family to cooperate with me? There was silence at first. Immediately, loud laughter broke out in front of the Zhou family's old house. Ha ha ha. Ningfan, yes, you are indeed amazing. You can make Lone Wolf listen to your sweet talk and treat you with such an attitude. Zhou Yu sneered, but do you think you can still deceive the Ren family with such a clumsy trick? That's a joke. The Ren family is a big family in the provincial capital. They've seen more of the world than we have. How could he be deceived by your sweet words like this strong-limbed, simple-minded Lone Wolf? His tone was full of disdain. In his opinion, apart from the idiot Lone Wolf who believed Ningfan's sweet words, no one else would believe Ningfan. Not to mention a big family in a provincial capital like this. The Lone Wolf's face turned ugly, and he wanted to rush forward and tear Zhou Yu's mouth apart. How dare he say that he had strong limbs but a simple mind? But suddenly, Lone Wolf thought of something, his expression changed, and he looked at Ningfan. Mr. Ning, is Zhou Transportation Group a company under your name? Ningfan hummed, yes. Plop. Lone Wolf collapsed to the ground and said fearfully, Mr. Ning, I really didn't know this company belonged to you. If I knew, I wouldn't dare spread those rumors even if you gave me 100 courage. These days. He had been busy with Ningfan's affairs, and only occasionally heard people below him mention that there were rumors outside that he would take action against Zhou Transportation Group. He didn't take this matter to heart, because at that time he was only thinking about how to please Ningfan, so he naturally didn't care about such a small matter. Now that he suddenly knew that Zhou Transportation Group was a company under Ningfan, he was really scared. When he came here from Yuhua Hotel today, his secretary also mentioned the current situation of Zhou Transportation Group. At that time, he even said with a smile that this company was doomed. Really, even if he were to try to save the Zhou Transportation Group alone, he would not be able to do so unless other more powerful families spoke up.
As for the Ren family that Ning Fan mentioned, Dulan also did not think that the other party would cooperate with the current Zhou Transportation Group.
Yes, Ning Fan was indeed treated respectfully by Wang Ya. But his status and position are definitely limited to Jiancheng, while the Ren family is a family in the provincial capital.
Still a business family.
What they value most is profit.
The current Zhou Transportation Group cannot bring them any profit at all.
On the contrary, they have to spend a lot of energy to revive this company.
Under such circumstances, they would definitely not choose Zhou Transportation Group.
Thinking of this, Lone Wolf broke out in a cold sweat on his back. It seemed like he had accidentally caused such a disaster.
Since you know you've gotten into trouble.
Ning Fan glanced at Lone Wolf and said indifferently, "When I leave Hong County, give me more support for my company.
Do you understand?
If my grandma and sister Shushin are wronged here, I will also hold you responsible."
Lone Wolf gritted his teeth and nodded, "Yes, Mr. Ning." Ha ha ha.
Zhou Yu sneered, "Why don't you support your company anymore, Ning Fan?
It won't be long before the Zhou Transportation Group goes bankrupt. You let Lone Wolf support the heir?
Everyone in the Zhou family looked at Ning Fan with disdain.
In their opinion, the Zhou Transportation Group would definitely not survive tonight. However,
at this moment, another car appeared. Just when everyone in the Zhou family was confused, a man with bruised blood vessels all over his body and looking extremely ferocious rushed out of it. Everyone in the Zhou family looked at this man and felt that he was very familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before.
Oh my god! Isn't this Ren Feiyu, the young master of the Ren family? Suddenly, someone recognized the man and exclaimed in surprise.
Originally, the Zhou family wanted to cooperate with the Ren family. They investigated the Ren family and saw Ren Feiyu's photo. No one expected Ren Feiyu to suddenly appear here, and Zhou Yu stepped forward to please him. Unexpectedly, Ren Feiyu pushed him away and rushed towards Ning Fan, saying with a painful look on his face, "Ning Fan, please save me."
Ning Fan smiled and said, "Do you remember what I said to you 5 days ago?" Ren Feiyu's face was grim and he gritted his teeth. Chapter 126. It's time to know. Plop.
The next moment, under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, he fell to his knees. "Ning Fan, please, save me."
Boom.
The scene of Ren Feiyu kneeling down to Ning Fan directly refreshed the worldview of everyone in the Zhou family.
They were stunned.
Ren Feiyu is the young master of the Ren family in the provincial capital.
How could he kneel down to Ning Fan? How is this possible? Old Master Zhou's eyes were wide open and his body was trembling.
He suddenly felt that he had done something wrong.
I heard that your Ren family is about to choose a partner in Hong County? Ning Fan smiled, is that true?
Ren Feiyu looked painful and gritted his teeth as he said, "That's true."
He is not the kind of uneducated second young master.
At least he has a clear understanding of the family projects.
I hope this cooperation will fall into the hands of Zhou Transportation Group today. Ning Fan said calmly, "Is this okay?"
Ren Feiyu said excitedly, "No problem. I'll call the person in charge here right now, tell him about this, and ask him to come over with the contract immediately."
Then, he took out his phone and made a call. After giving the order, he stared at Ning Fan intently. "You should be able to save me now, right?" He didn't want to admit for even a minute that his internal organs felt like they were being corroded. So, after Tang Chuchu told him that Ning Fan was at the Zhou family's place in Hong County, he immediately arranged for a car to come here. No problem.
Ning Fan smiled and said, "By the way, if you don't want to experience this kind of pain again,
stay away from Chuchu from now on. Avoid us when you see us.
Otherwise, I don't mind giving you a second chance to kneel down and beg me." Ren Feiyu gritted his teeth and remained silent.
Then,
Ning Fan activated the heaven swallowing technique and placed his palm on Ren Feiyu's shoulder. Soon, the spiritual energy that was originally rampant in Ren Feiyu's body was absorbed by him.
Not long. Ren Feiyu's expression and body returned to normal.
The next moment, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. These past 2 days, he has been tortured by this kind of pain and looks like neither a human nor a ghost.
Now everything is finally better. Sister Shushin.
Ning Fan smiled and said to Zhou Shushin, "I'll leave the signing of the cooperation agreement with the Ren family to you.
Not only that, you will also be in charge of this company from now on. By the way, I need you to change the name of the company to Chiofan Transportation Company." Ning Fan, Jin Xiu.
He couldn't think of a name for a moment, so he decided to take a character from his own name and his sister's name.
Ah. Good. Zhou Shuxin nodded subconsciously.
In fact, she was still in shock. Everything happening before her eyes seemed like a dream. Xiao Fan is not only treated respectfully by Dulong, but he can also make the young master of the Ren family in the provincial capital kneel down to him. The more Zhou Shuxin thought about it, the more incredible it seemed to her.
She felt like she could no longer see through Xiao Fan. How on earth could he become such a big shot in just 5 years? Grandma. Ning Fan smiled and said, I'll be leaving first. I have some things to do. Mrs. Zhou nodded, go ahead. Xiao Fan, Grandma is proud of you.
Originally, she thought Xiao Fan was still a fledgling who needed to live under her protection. Now, Mrs. Zhou realized that she was old and it was Xiao Fan who should protect her.
2. How could her son be an ordinary person?
Thinking of that woman, Mrs. Zhou's eyes became complicated. Xiao Fan.
Ning Fan stopped and looked at old Mrs. Zhou. Grandma, what's wrong?
Mrs. Zhou said softly, when you're done with your work, come back to the old house and I'll tell you something.
You've grown up, and it's time for you to know. Ning Fan's body trembled slightly, then he nodded, yes, I understand, Grandma.
He had already guessed what Grandma wanted to tell him.
Then he turned around and got directly into Lone Wolf's car.
Old Mrs. Zhou and Zhou Shuxin also turned around and entered the Zhou family's old house without even glancing at the Zhou family members who were still in shock and had not reacted. Run Feiyu glanced at Ning Fan's back with resentment and left.
The other side. Lone Wolf drove Ning Fan directly towards the auction. However,
just as the car reached the expressway, a car suddenly accelerated and rushed towards them like crazy.
Damn it! The Lone Wolf's pupils contracted and he cursed, fuck, is this guy crazy? He's looking for death. He couldn't help but curse.
It would be fine if he was looking for death, but why did he have to come after his own car?
Mr. Ning is still in the car now. If anything happens to him, I will be finished.
Just as the two cars were about to collide, the car suddenly drifted and stopped in front of the Lone Wolf's car, but it also happened to block Ning Fan and the others' way.
Then
a girl jumped out from among them, her perfect figure outlined by her leather jacket, but the look she gave the Lone Wolf was full of murderous intent and hatred.
Are you fucking sick? Lone Wolf got out of the car angrily, pointed at her and cursed, do I have a grudge against you? If you weren't a woman, I would have fucking killed you. Bang. However, just as he finished speaking, the girl kicked Lone Wolf in the stomach, and then he fell heavily on the hood of the car. The intense pain made the Lone Wolf's face look ferocious. We do have a grudge.
The girl spoke, her eyes filled with hatred. Lone Wolf, you killed my entire family, now it's time to pay the price.
Hearing this, Ning Fan frowned. A Lone Wolf actually wiped out someone else's entire family? Are you sick? Lone Wolf held on tight and cursed, when have I ever done something like this?
The girl raised her voice and gritted her teeth, Zheng family.
Do you remember? Boom. After hearing these two words, Lone Wolf was shocked. You are Zhang Guangming's daughter, Zhang Qiqi?
When this name was mentioned, all the previous events came to Lone Wolf's mind.
It seems you really remember it.
Zhang Qiqi gritted her teeth and said bitterly, you butcher, you killed my parents.
Now I want to avenge them.
The murderous intent and hatred in her body could not stop leaking out, and she slowly approached the Lone Wolf.
Mr. Ning, please step aside first.
Lone Wolf said, I'll take care of this matter and then take you to the auction.
There's definitely enough time.
Ning Fan hummed, he had no intention of interfering in this matter.
Oh. Lone Wolf, do you think I'm still the same little girl as before? Zhang Qiqi said coldly, you deserve to die.
She approached the Lone Wolf, a dagger appeared in her palm, and she stabbed directly at the Lone Wolf, quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. Lone Wolf stretched out his hand to block it, but Zhang Qiqi was extremely strong.
In an instant, his pupils contracted and panic appeared on his face. It's over. Is it possible that I will die here today?
However, just as the dagger was about to fall on his neck, suddenly, a golden light enveloped him and blocked the dagger.
Zhang Qiqi was shocked, how is this possible? Chapter 127 still useful to me.
Zhang Qiqi used all her strength to make this cut.
However,
the golden light that fell on the Lone Wolf only caused sparks to appear, but it could not penetrate at all. This godlike method shocked Zhang Qiqi.
When did the Lone Wolf have such a method? Actually, not only Zhang Qiqi was confused, even Dulong was confused when he saw the faint golden light in front of him. What was going on? How could such a thing appear on him? The next moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his thigh. Lone Wolf reached into his trouser pocket and saw that only half of the yellow talisman paper he had put in there was left. The other half had already burned to ashes, and the remaining yellow talisman paper was still burning, turning into ashes visibly to the naked eye. I just don't believe I can't kill you. Zhang Qiqi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She grabbed the dagger and stabbed at the Lone Wolf repeatedly. You must die today. And at this time, the golden light in front of Lone Wolf was getting weaker and weaker. He gritted his teeth and attacked, wanting to deal with Zhang Qiqi. But he didn't know what had happened to Zhang Qiqi over the years, and he was no match for Zhang Qiqi at all. Mr. Ning. Seeing that the golden light on his body was about to disappear completely, Lone Wolf asked in panic, Do you still have any yellow talisman paper in your hand? Please give me 2 more. Originally, he didn't believe what Ning Fan said at all. How could it be possible that a piece of yellow talisman paper could block a fatal blow for him? What happened now completely shattered his cognition. No wonder Wang Ye treated Mr. Ning so respectfully. It turns out that Mr. Ning really has some skills. He also believed what Ning Fan said. Selling this kind of life-saving amulet for 1 million yuan was simply a bargain. If it were put up for auction, it would definitely attract a scramble among the wealthy to buy it. After all, no one is not afraid of death. There is none left. Ning Fan shook his head and said, That's the only one. In an instant, Lone Wolf's face turned pale and his whole body began to tremble violently. It was all over. Mr. Ning didn't have this amulet in his hand? Am I going to die here today? Regret. If he had known earlier that this amulet was really useful, he should have bought a few more from Mr. Ning. That way, even if he had to wait for a while, he could still wait for his men to come and rescue him. At this time, the golden light on his body became weaker and weaker, and was about to disappear. Only a tiny bit of the yellow talisman paper remained that had not turned into ashes. Lone Wolf. Ning Fan suddenly raised his voice and said, Later, buy that 200-year-old wild medicinal herb from the auction and give it to me. I'll save your life. He had already seen that Lone Wolf was no match for the girl. If he continued like this, Lone Wolf would surely die. Mr. Ning, please stop joking. Lone Wolf smiled bitterly and said, You don't have that kind of amulet in your hand. You can't even save your own life. How can you save me? As he said that, he gritted his teeth and said, You drive away first, I'll buy you some time. I don't want to drag you down because of my affairs. In his opinion, Ning Fan is at most an expert who knows a little bit about drawing talismans. Now that he doesn't have the amulet in his hand, how can he save himself? You must know. Even I can't deal with Zhang Qiqi. Moreover, Dulong did not want to implicate Ning Fan. If something happened to him in Hong County because of him, Dulong was afraid that the people behind Ning Fan would not let his family go. Zhang Qiqi. Then, Lone Wolf turned and shouted, Everyone has their own share of responsibility. This is the grudge between you and me. I hope you won't involve Mr. Ning in this matter. Ning Fan couldn't help but look at him again. Rest assured. Zhang Qiqi said resentfully, I won't involve innocent people in this matter. Just as she finished speaking, the golden light on the Lone Wolf completely disappeared and turned into nothing. Lone Wolf took a deep breath and stood in front of Ning Fan, trying to delay Ning Fan's departure. Only Zhang Qiqi's attack was a killing move. In order to take his life, he didn't resist for long at all and was covered in wounds. Just as the dagger in Zhang Qiqi's hand was about to fall on Dulong's neck, Ning Fan suddenly appeared in front of Lone Wolf and deflected the dagger with a flick of his finger. Mr. Ning, you. Lone Wolf looked at Ning Fan, who was standing in front of him, and asked anxiously, Why don't you run away? I've been delaying for you for so long. Besides, why are you standing in front of me? If you get involved in this matter, she will definitely not let you go. The Lone Wolf is almost dying of anxiety. He even cursed Ning Fan in his heart, calling him a fool. He risked his life to buy him time, but he not only didn't run away, but also attacked him. Does he want to die? Get out of here. Zhang Qiqi gritted her teeth and stared at Ning Fan, saying coldly, This is my grudge against him. I'll kill Lone Wolf and leave. I won't touch you. In her opinion, Ning Fan is so young,
but he is treated respectfully by Du Lang.
He must be a rich second generation who is uneducated. How can such a person stop me? You can't kill him now.
Ning Fan said calmly, Lone Wolf is still useful to me. He wanted Lone Wolf to take him to the auction, and Lone Wolf had other uses for him.
He must die.
Zheng Qiqi raised her voice and said resentfully, I finally found an opportunity to find him alone.
He must die here today. No one can save him. If you stand in my way, I will kill you too.
Her hatred for Lone Wolf was deep-rooted, and the hatred of having her clan exterminated had woken her up from nightmares countless times.
Now that she has finally caught such an opportunity, how can she give it up? Ning Fan frowned. I know Lone Wolf and you have a grudge against each other for genocide.
Originally, I shouldn't have interfered, but today, with me here, Lone Wolf can't die.
People like lone wolves don't deserve to die.
But he is still useful now, so Ning Fan certainly can't let him die.
Do you really think I dare not kill you?
Zheng Qiqi said coldly, okay. In that case, then you can die with Lone Wolf.
Lone Wolf panicked and shouted,
Zheng Qiqi, it was your father and the others who wanted to poison me back then. After I discovered their plan, I crippled them.
I didn't kill them.
He didn't want to explain it first, because he knew that even if he did, Zheng Qiqi wouldn't believe it, but now Zheng Qiqi hated Mr. Ning.
If he doesn't explain, Mr. Ning will be finished. I don't care.
Zheng Qiqi said hatefully, I only know that my parents died because of you. At this moment, she had already appeared in front of Ning Fan. Seeing that the dagger was about to pierce Ning Fan's heart, Lone Wolf's pupils contracted, Mr. Ning, be careful. However, Ning Fan just raised his hand and easily blocked the dagger. With a bang, Zheng Qiqi took dozens of steps back. His face was as pale as paper.
Ning Fan said calmly, do you still want to take action? Chapter 128 Temple.
Zheng Qiqi's face looked grim, she gripped the dagger tightly, and there was more hatred in her eyes as she looked at Ning Fan. Lone Wolf was also shocked. He originally thought that Mr. Ning was just an expert who could make amulets, but he didn't expect that his martial arts skills were so strong that he could push Zheng Qiqi back such a long distance with just a wave of his hand. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was worried about Mr. Ning's safety just now.
Leave. Ning Fan said calmly, I won't kill you.
Ning Fan had no grudge against her, so he naturally wouldn't kill her. If Lone Wolf wasn't still useful to him, Ning Fan wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter.
No.
Zheng Qiqi gritted her teeth, blood flowing from her lips. I finally caught such an opportunity.
It's absolutely impossible to find the Lone Wolf again.
I must kill him today. The words fell. She charged forward again, but this time she had learned her lesson.
She bypassed Ning Fan's body and stabbed the Lone Wolf's heart with her dagger. Bang!
Ning Fan raised his palm again and said coldly, I've already said that.
The Lone Wolf cannot die today.
If you continue to act like this, I won't mind crippling you and leaving you no chance for revenge.
Hearing this,
Zheng Qiqi's body trembled, and she looked at Ning Fan unwillingly.
Leave. Ning Fan raised his voice and said calmly, go back and practice more. You still have a chance for revenge. Zheng Qiqi turned around.
She knew that with Ning Fan here today, it would be impossible for her to kill the Lone Wolf, and tears flowed from her eyes. She had suffered so much to acquire this ability, and she had waited for such a long time until the moment when the Lone Wolf was left alone. Originally, we could kill the Lone Wolf this time. She didn't expect that the person following Lone Wolf this time would be so powerful that it made her breathless.
Suddenly, she thought of something, turned her head, and stared at Ning Fan intently. Can I ask you for a favor? Ning Fan frowned. What's the matter? Zheng Qiqi gritted her teeth and said, when you have time, can you accompany me to Mingcheng?
Ning Fan shook his head, no time. He didn't even know Zheng Qiqi, so naturally he wouldn't waste his time with her.
Don't refuse yet.
Zheng Qiqi said, 3 years ago, I was an ordinary person.
But after my family was destroyed, I fled to the Mingcheng Mountains and found a dilapidated temple there. I now have the power to kill Lone Wolf. The Lone Wolf's body shook.
No wonder Zheng Qiqi became so powerful in 3 years. It turned out that she had a fortuitous encounter.
Ning Fan said calmly, to me, you are just an ordinary person now.
Zheng Qiqi gritted her teeth and said, I know. But what I want to tell you is that I obtained the book at the very edge of the temple, and it seems like something is guarding it inside the temple. I've tried everything over the past 3 years, but I can't get in. However, during those 3 years, I could occasionally hear strange noises coming from inside. So, I'd like to invite you to come with me to that temple in Mingcheng when you have time to see what's inside. As she spoke, she looked at the lone wolf with a cold murderous intent. If I can get something better, then even if there are more people around him, I can kill him. The belief that now supports Zheng Qiqi to live is to kill the lone wolf to avenge her parents. Zheng Qiqi continued, if there really are better things in there, you can take what you're interested in and what's useful to you, and leave the rest to me.
Temple? Weird noises?
Ningfan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, okay.
When I have time, I'll accompany you to Mingcheng.
He became interested in what Zheng Qiqi said. If it was just an ordinary temple, it would be impossible for Zheng Qiqi to be unable to enter it for 3 years.
Zheng Qiqi nodded, where should I wait for you?
Ningfan said calmly, stay in Hong County first, and then come back to Jiangcheng with me.
When I'm done, I'll go to the temple with you.
Zheng Qiqi had spent 3 years trying to get in, so there was no need to rush.
Good.
Zheng Qiqi raised her head, then turned and left.
Finally left.
When Lone Wolf saw Zheng Qiqi turn around and leave, he breathed a sigh of relief.
He almost died here.
Lone Wolf thanked him respectfully, thank you, Mr. Ning, for saving my life.
This moment. He was truly convinced by Ningfan and would never dare to have any more presumptuous thoughts.
After all, this Mr. Ning was too powerful. Not only can he turn the yellow talisman paper into a talisman to block a fatal blow by simply drawing on it, but he also possesses such impressive martial arts power.
You can say that.
Dulong had the idea of surrendering to Ningfan in his heart.
If he became Mr. Ning's man, wouldn't it be easy for him to enter Jiangcheng in the future? Do you remember the conditions I told you just now?
Ningfan casually glanced at Lone Wolf and said calmly, I'll rescue you, and you can buy the 200-year-old wild medicinal herb at the auction later for me.
The lone wolf's breathing stopped.
A 200-year-old wild medicinal herb, this is an extremely rare thing and can definitely be sold at a sky-high price.
But
soon, Lone Wolf thought of Ningfan's identity and strength, and the fact that he had truly saved his life.
After a moment, Lone Wolf gritted his teeth and said, okay.
Mr. Ning, I promise you that I will buy that century-old wild medicinal herb and give it to you later. Even if it is used to please Mr. Ning.
Only. Lone Wolf felt a little regretful. It was all his fault.
Why did he question the amulet drawn by Mr. Ning for no reason?
Otherwise,
if I had bought a few more, the situation wouldn't have turned out like this.
Mr. Ning, please get in the car. Lone Wolf said respectfully, the auction is about to begin. Ningfan hummed.
Afterwards, the two of them headed towards the auction. As Lone Wolf said, this auction was held on the top floor of a shopping mall in Hong County.
Auctions like this usually attract quite a few people.
When Ningfan and Du Lang arrived, there were already quite a few people sitting in the auction hall.
At this time, many people noticed Du Lang.
When they saw Lone Wolf leading Ningfan so respectfully, many people were stunned for a moment.
Lone Wolf is the big boss of Hong County's underground world.
What kind of big shot deserves to be treated like this?
Soon, they memorized Ningfan's face deeply. Not long. Ningfan and the other person took their seats. Mr. Ning.
Lone Wolf said respectfully, that 200-year-old wild medicinal herb is the finale of the auction.
The auction will begin soon. Ningfan was not interested in the previous auction items.
An hour later, the auction came to an end, with only the last item left. The auctioneer appeared pushing a small cart covered with a red cloth.
Rich spiritual energy.
Ningfan opened his eyes instantly, his eyes burning as he said, it's even richer than that Tai Sui plant. It really is a 200-year-old wild medicinal herb.
Chapter 129, Overdoing It. Ningfan was a little excited.
Only after actually seeing this 200-year-old wild medicinal herb did he feel relieved. He never expected that such a top-quality medicinal herb would appear in an industrial city like Hong County.
It's incredible.
Ningfan murmured, it stands to reason that the pollution here is so severe that the spiritual energy contained in the air can't possibly produce such a top-grade medicinal herb.
Could it be that Hong County has other secrets? The more I think about it.
Ningfan Yue felt that it was possible, so he planned to take down this 200-year-old wild medicinal herb and take a closer look at it. 200 years old wild medicinal herbs are rare. At this time, the auctioneer on the stage smiled slightly and said, now that we have unearthed a plant in Hong County, we are honored to be able to take it and auction it here. I believe everyone is very familiar with the uses of this top-grade medicinal material, so I won't say anything unnecessary.
The auction begins now. The starting price, 1 million.
This price is already a very low starting price for this 200-year-old wild medicinal herb.
2 million. 4 million. 10 million. Soon.
The price of this 200-year-old wild medicinal herb has exceeded 10 million. Lone Wolf, sitting next to Ning Fan, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
Damn it.
He had known for a long time that the price of this top-grade medicinal material was very high, but he never expected it to be so high, more than 10 million.
And
the price is still rising, and this time he really has to cut his losses.
It makes the Lone Wolf feel heartbroken. But
there was no way, since he had already promised Ning Fan. If I change my mind at this time, then my impression in Mr. Ning's eyes will definitely be reduced. By then, not to mention trying to please him, I might even offend him in disguise. Thinking about it, Lone Wolf stood up and said a price through gritted teeth, 20 million.
Wow.
For a moment, everyone's eyes were all on Lone Wolf.
No one expected that Lone Wolf would directly add another 10 million.
Soon, everyone in the auction hall hesitated.
The price was too high. Most of them were businessmen from this small county. If we spend 20 million to buy something like this, the company will be completely ruined. Seeing this scene, Lone Wolf breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, the price he called out shocked these people.
Then, a smile appeared on his face. No one's bidding anymore. Should we announce the ownership of this 200-year-old wild medicinal herb?
The auctioneer nodded, and she was about to bring down the hammer.
Wait a moment. At this time,
a heavenly sound rang out from the entrance of the auction house, and then everyone looked over and saw a tightly wrapped man appear in their sight. The voice just now came from this person's mouth. It was a woman. And behind the woman was an old man with white hair and beard.
At this time,
seeing these two people, Lone Wolf's eyes turned ugly, and a bad feeling emerged in his heart.
I'll give you 50 million.
The woman spoke again and suddenly shouted out a sky-high price.
In an instant,
the entire auction hall fell into dead silence, and everyone stared at her with wide eyes.
50 million.
This is 30 million more than the price called out by Lone Wolf.
Who is this woman? Even Lone Wolf's face turned pale. How could this happen?
He had no choice but to bite the bullet and shout, 51 million.
At this time,
his eyes were full of anger as he looked at the woman. It took him so long to save up 60 million alone.
Now, because of this woman's casual words, so much was lost in an instant. The Lone Wolf was almost heartbroken. 100 million. The woman glanced at Lone Wolf and said indifferently, "You can add more. If you add more, I will give you 200 million.
Today, I am determined to obtain this 200-year-old wild medicinal herb."
The Lone Wolf looked ashen. 100 million? How can he bid the price? There is only 60 million in his bank card. He is almost going crazy. Who is this woman? When did such a wealthy person appear in Hong County? He was about to get the 20 million yuan for the 200-year-old wild medicinal herb, but now all his plans were ruined because of this woman. Mr. Ning. Lone Wolf smiled bitterly and said, "This woman is too rich. I really can't compete with her."
Now he only hoped that Ning Fan would not blame him.
Ning Fan glanced at the woman and naturally knew that the 100 million was far more than the price of the 200-year-old wild medicinal herb itself.
Moreover, he might have guessed the identities of these three people, who came from outside Hong County.
They are from the family that previously sought treatment from Western doctors. Anyone else bidding? At this time,
the auctioneer on the stage said excitedly, "If no one bids, then this 200-year-old wild medicinal herb will belong to this lady."
There was silence in the auction hall. Bang!
The hammer fell, confirming the ownership of the medicinal herb.
Soon,
the auctioneer stepped forward and respectfully handed the herb to the woman, saying, "Please keep it."
The woman nodded. "Thank you." Then,
she turned around and looked at the old man, and said hurriedly, "Mr. Lin.
Now that I've obtained this 200-year-old wild medicinal herb, should you be able to cure me?" "Yes."
The woman took the picture of this medicinal herb in order to treat herself.
"Miss Luo, don't worry."
The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Since I have this medicinal herb, I can naturally cure you."
Hearing this, Luo Mengyao became excited. "Okay. I'm really sorry to trouble you, Elder Lin, this time. If you can cure me, I will definitely thank you very much. Lin Meng waved his hand and smiled, it's just a piece of cake. Then, the three men paid and planned to leave. Only.
At this moment, Ningfan suddenly walked towards them and said calmly, this 200-year-old wild medicinal herb can't cure you.
If you eat this herb, you will die immediately. In an instant, Luo Mengyao and the other person were speechless for a moment. The next moment, she reacted and said angrily, what do you mean? Are you cursing me? No. Ningfan shook his head and smiled, Miss, I'm just telling the truth.
Luo Mengyao stared at Ningfan coldly.
Lin Meng's expression turned grim, does that mean this little brother is questioning me?
Ningfan said calmly, this kind of top-grade wild medicinal herb is a tonic. If I'm not mistaken, this lady has red spots on her face, and they're spreading to every corner of her body.
I don't know, am I right? Hearing this,
Luo Mengyao's body trembled, and Lin Meng looked at Ningfan in shock.
She was wrapped tightly, how did this man know? You've overdone it.
Ningfan said calmly, if you continue to consume that 200-year-old wild medicinal herb to replenish your body, your condition will worsen, leading to death.
Chapter 130 Big Star. Luo Mengyao's body trembled. How do you know?
Luo Mengyao stared at Ningfan, I'm wrapped up so tightly.
Ningfan said calmly, of course I have my own ways to diagnose your condition. Miss, I can save you. He didn't wait for Luo Mengyao to speak before continuing, but you need to give me the 200-year-old wild medicinal herb, how about that? For this medicinal herb, Ningfan would not give up easily.
After all, this was one of the materials he needed to set up the spirit gathering array.
It was too important. Luo Mengyao frowned.
She looked at Ningfan with eyes full of suspicion. A man who suddenly appeared in front of her accurately described her illness and said that he could save her.
Is this true? Etc. Lin Meng suddenly stared at Ningfan intently and said, I want to know how you knew Miss Luo would have those symptoms? At this time,
Luo Mengyao also looked at Ningfan with a puzzled look, she also wanted to know.
Ningfan smiled and said, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. I think you should understand what I mean by this, right?
Ever since Luo Mengyao and the other person came in and started bidding, Ningfan had already used his purple gold divine eyes to see through her. However, he naturally couldn't tell anyone about the purple gold divine pupil, so he could only come up with a decent excuse like this.
You're too young.
Lin Meng shook his head and said doubtfully, I don't believe you can reach that level in studying Chinese medicine.
Have you investigated Miss Luo and deliberately approached Miss Luo? In an instant,
Luo Mengyao's body trembled, and she looked at Ningfan with an unfriendly expression. Her identity was rather special, and if the news of her disfigurement got out, her career would be ruined.
Ningfan frowned, I don't know what you are talking about.
My goal is just that 200-year-old wild medicinal herb.
I don't know the rest. As for Miss Luo, I've never heard of her either. Miss Luo? At this moment, the lone wolf following Ningfan couldn't help but mutter softly, why does this woman's voice suddenly sound so familiar? I think I've heard it somewhere. Wait, are you Luo Mengyao? Sudden. Lone wolf thought of something and looked at Luo Mengyao with wide eyes, Big Star Luo Mengyao? At this time, he then realized that the voice of the woman in front of him was very similar to that of Luo Mengyao. No, it was even exactly the same. But at first he didn't believe that such a famous star would appear in Hong County, so he didn't think about her. You still say you haven't investigated Miss Luo? Lin Meng's face turned cold, didn't you recognize it right away? Stop acting. I don't know what your purpose is, but please stop exaggerating. Miss Luo is not overnourished at all.
I will use this 200-year-old wild medicinal herb to cure her.
Ningfan also looked at the tightly wrapped woman in surprise.
He didn't expect that she was the most popular star today, Luo Mengyao.
Miss Luo.
Lin Meng said to Luo Mengyao, let's leave first.
Let me treat you as soon as possible.
This person's words cannot be trusted. Luo Mengyao also looked at Ningfan disappointedly and nodded, okay, Mr. Lin, thank you for your help.
Then,
the two turned around and prepared to leave.
Ningfan frowned.
If he missed this 200-year-old wild medicinal herb this time, he didn't know when he would be able to find this top-grade medicinal herb again.
Etc. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Luo Mengyao, do you feel unbearable pain every night in the middle of the night? Those red spots are causing you excruciating pain? Not only that, but even your menstrual period is extremely irregular. It's not normal, right? Hearing this, Luo Mengyao's body trembled. She hadn't even told Lin Meng about this kind of thing. How on earth could this man have said it so accurately? You can let me try. Ningfan said calmly, you've already tried many ways to heal yourself, so I can help you this time, right? If Luo Mengyao didn't have something he wanted, Ningfan would have left without even looking at her. Hesitated. At this moment, Luo Mengyao looked at Ningfan with hesitation in her eyes. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, okay. I can give it a try. Then, she turned to look at Lin Meng and said, Mr. Lin, I think he should have some skills. Why not let him try? If he can't cure my illness, how about you help me again? She didn't want to offend Lin Meng, so naturally she had to explain to him. Lin Meng didn't say anything and just nodded in agreement, but he didn't believe that Ningfan had the ability to cure Luo Mengyao's illness. In his opinion, Ningfan must have other purposes in approaching Luo Mengyao. Soon, Ningfan and his companions left the auction and arrived at a villa in Hong County City, which was Lone Wolf's home. As soon as he entered the villa, Ningfan saw a poster in the middle of the hall. The woman on the poster was Luo Mengyao. There are also many small photos of Luo Mengyao in other corners. Not only him, but Luo Mengyao and the others also saw it. Hey. Lone Wolf scratched his head and laughed, I'm a fan of Miss Luo, that's why I was able to recognize Miss Luo's voice the first time at the auction. Ningfan was speechless. He didn't expect that the big boss of the Hong County underground world in the body of Lone Wolf was actually a fan of Luo Mengyao. He thought that such a person would not be so naive as to like any star. At this time, Luo Mengyao's heart was shaken. Since the Lone Wolf was her fan, he was able to recognize her voice the first time. This means that Ningfan and the others have not investigated me, and have no other purpose in approaching me. Perhaps they really just want that 200-year-old wild medicinal herb. All right. Ningfan looked at Luo Mengyao and said, you can take off your coat now so I can see your condition. Luo Mengyao nodded. Then, she slowly took off the coat she was wearing, as well as her hat, gloves, sunglasses, and other items. Right after, her entire face and perfect figure caught the eyes of Ningfan and the others. Fuck. After seeing Luo Mengyao's face, Lone Wolf couldn't help but swear, his eyes widened, how could this happen? Even Ningfan frowned. Luo Mengyao's condition was more serious than he had imagined. Her face was covered with red spots and looked very scary. Mr. Ning. Luo Mengyao's eyes dimmed, and she asked nervously, can you really cure me?